Chapter 1. A Special Choice, The Nine-Tailed Empress. The Descent of Golden Thunder. In the hospital room, the air was rife with the weeping of delicate beauties. I am Luo Fancheng, and my body has encountered a minor setback. Nothing serious, merely on the brink of death. At such a critical juncture, I wonder which wretched soul had the audacity to inform all my girlfriends, taking advantage of my illness to claim my life. Truly despicable. Currently, my head rests upon the soft, snowy thighs of a fierce-looking, Baijid girl, her face streaked with tears like a wilted flower. Beside the sickbed, a sultry, voluptuous lady clad in black stockings kneels on the floor, pleading loudly for my survival. I want to live. I am still young. I refuse to die. Inside, my will to survive blazes fiercely. Suddenly, the door to the ward swings open. Fancheng, Fancheng. For more enchanting beauties, their eyes swollen with tears, rush in, illuminating the room, yet darkening my heart. 2 I can manage. 6? Oh, then forget it. Let me die. Living is torment. Take me away. Yama, don't dawdle. Let me die. Faced with an inevitable hellish scenario, some may exist physically, yet their spirits have long since perished. With a heavy heart, I close my eyes, kicking out my legs, and succumb to the encroaching darkness amidst the wails. Oh, supreme and illustrious host, do you desire a wife? In this void of darkness, I, Luo Fancheng, suddenly hear a peculiar voice. I am dead, yet it seems I am not entirely gone. Could this be the fabled system? I'm taken aback and astonished. Indeed, it is I. What did you just say? I inquire. Oh, esteemed host, do you wish for a wife? Just utter the word, and I shall deliver her to you. What a bizarre system. Although I am no stranger to novels featuring such systems, this one seems rather unorthodox. Can it truly deliver at random? What if it lands me in the bed of my girlfriend, only for her husband to return at that moment? I would find myself dead once more and lose yet another. However, if heaven has granted me a second chance at life, I must seize it. Refusing out of pride might indeed lead to my demise. Esteemed host, may I inquire whether you prefer the regal and dignified wife of a high priestess, or the alluring and captivating wife of a saint? Ah, I am momentarily speechless. Do you seek the playful and charming princess, or the fiery and enchanting noblewoman? Enough of this nonsense. How can one even choose? Would you prefer the frosty and aloof dragon lady, or the beguiling and bewitching nine-tailed demon empress? I chuckle. Is this truly a difficult choice? Only children dither adults take risks. A moment's hesitation would be a disservice to the system. I want them all, thank you. I respond with a grin. As your supreme and noble host, such a minor request should pose no challenge. The system falls silent, perplexed by my audacity, having never encountered such brazen disregard. May I respectfully inquire, esteemed host, are you not familiar with the concept of decorum? I hastily apologize. Forgive me, I was overly greedy. How about just 3? The system seems offended. You were to choose, and yet here you are, creating a bug? I plead earnestly. As a mature system, you ought to learn how to assist your host in navigating these bugs. Do you heed the words of others? Due to the host time exceeding the limit, a target will be randomly confirmed. Confirmed target. The enchanting disaster, the bewitcher of all, the nine-tailed empress, Su Jiaoer. Additional reward. An untainted celestial body, and the unparalleled potential of dual martial souls. It is detected that a beast seeks to claim your captivating demon empress wife, and she urgently requires your rescue. Commencing traversal immediately. Destination, Soul Martial Continent. This system, with its expressive brows, appears quite honest, yet you are leading me into a beastly romance? Boom. Before I can finish my retort, I am enveloped in golden thunder and vanish into the dark void. Soul Martial Continent. Roar. A thunderous dragon's roar reverberates as a terrifying, grotesque, 3-headed demon dragon unleashes its devastating breath. Its purple-black wings unfurl like mountains, exuding a bloodthirsty aura as a graceful figure is swept away by the dragon's breath, plummeting to the ground. Su Jiaoer, obediently become my demon consort, and I shall spare your life. Dream on. The figure rises, retorting fiercely. She is a stunning, tall beauty. Her blue eyes resemble an eternal iceberg, clad in a white fox fur that accentuates her voluptuous form, with 9 snowy tails trailing behind her. Her long, flawless legs, bare and pristine, touched the ground without a speck of dust, golden bells adorning her delicate ankles. Her icy demeanor radiates an aura that forbids intrusion, yet an irresistible charm emanates from her, as if it could ensnare one's very soul. Arrogant fool, do not resist, you are no match for me. The grotesque, three-headed demon dragon's drool drips to the ground, sizzling as it corrodes the earth. Su Jiuer's face is as frozen as ice, blood trickling from her lips as she bites down on her pale, colorless mouth. Her cold gaze fixes upon a seductive woman beside the dragon. Anger, disbelief, and sorrow flood her heart. The woman steps forward, smirking. Su Jiuer, my dear sister, do not blame me for poisoning you. I do this for your own good. Why not serve the great dragon lord together? Su Jiuer, enraged, closes her eyes, her body trembling, then opens them to ask, why have you betrayed me? Betrayed? The enchanting woman smiles. The dragon lord can aid me in purifying my bloodline, enabling me to survive the ferocious beast tribulation. What do you offer? Merely waiting here in this secluded place for the heavenly calamity to strike you down? Su Jiuer could never have anticipated that this sister, once so close, would betray her, leading to such a dire predicament. She has no one to blame but herself for placing such trust in this person. Silent, she refrains from cursing or questioning, her silence heartbreaking. The dragon transforms into an eerie man, and the seductive woman willingly nestles into his embrace. My lord, my dear sister cannot endure much longer. She has consumed all my poison wine, without any defenses, ha ha ha. Excellent, treachery at its finest. I admire your cunning. The three-headed demon dragon laughs triumphantly, feasting its eyes on the coldly beautiful, voluptuous woman, salivating at the prospect. It has long coveted this enchanting figure, and today it shall finally be within reach. Every cell of its being trembles with excitement. Su Jiuer's slender fingers dig into her palm, her heart brimming with fury, despair, and unwillingness. Gritting her teeth, she declares in a resolute tone, neither of you shall have me. I, Su Jiuer, vow upon the heavenly tribulation. Whoever saves me and slays the two of you, I shall willingly serve the woman as a slave and the man as my husband, for all eternity, never depart. Vow. Utterly ridiculous, you are far too knave. Dear sister, the enchanting woman sneers. The three-headed demon dragon cackles with glee. Vow all you like, it will be of no use. Today, no one can save you, as I have decreed. I will savor you slowly, allowing you to experience the ultimate ecstasy of the mortal realm. Su Jiuer understands that vows are but ephemeral illusions. She fears she may have been foolish. She concentrated the remnants of her soul power within, determined that even in self-destruction, she would not grant her adversary the slightest advantage. Better to shatter like jade than to remain whole. Blood trickled from the corners of her lips, painting a picture of tragic beauty. Boom! A thunderclap shook the heavens as the sky erupted with sound. The three of them looked up, witnessing a golden thunderbolt, magnificent and overwhelming, descending from above. The demon dragon and the enchanting maiden in his arms reflected a dazzling golden light in their eyes. Chapter 2. The Demon Emperor's Adoption. To be called husband. No, please no. The demon dragon's expression turned frantic as the terrifying thunder loomed above. With a fierce grimace, he hurled the maiden skyward and attempted to evade to the side. Yet it was too late. The thunder, like a five-clawed golden dragon, descended with an unyielding and blinding divine might, unavoidable and inescapable. Boom, why is this happening? The maiden struggled, disintegrating into ashes beneath the golden lightning, while the anguished roar of the demon dragon echoed, both of them meeting their demise. Su Jiuer widened her beautiful eyes, unable to comprehend the scene before her. This, as the brilliant golden light dissipated, the ground was left with a profound pit. The sheer force of the thunder left Su Jiuer trembling with fear for a shape-shifting soul beast like her. The heavenly tribulation was the greatest terror. Cautiously, she approached the deep pit, her pupils contracting sharply. Within lay two translucent mini bones, one a purple-black skull and the other a white jade leg bone. Two other mystical halos floated nearby, one blood red and the other orange. These were the special treasures born from the demise of the three demon dragons and the maiden, treasures that would drive human warriors into a frenzy of bloodshed to claim. Su Jiu'er was not surprised by this. What truly made her cover her lips in shock and tremble was the sight of a baby lying at the bottom of the pit, gazing up at her with wide eyes. Her expression grew serious as she fell into a long silence, finally looking skyward and murmuring, "Is this the will of heaven?" She cradled the infant in her arms and glanced down. A baby boy. Very well. A sudden smile illuminated Su Jiu'er's cold face as her delicate fingers gently touched the baby's forehead, her voice sweet and playful. "Little one, you shall be my husband, Su Jiu'er's husband henceforth. Fallen from the heavens into the mortal realm. Your name shall be Luo Fancheng. I wonder if you will like it." "Oh dear, how silly of me, how could a baby understand my words?" Su Jiu'er shook her head, her charming beast ears twitching, her long hair flowing. Luo Fancheng, now an infant, was captivated by the ethereal beauty before him. Having encountered countless women in his life, he had never seen one so cold yet alluring. His heart skipped a beat. "So Hiwe, is this truly my demon emperor wife? Humans, soul beasts. Perhaps it is not impossible. Oh dear, how delightful. My esteemed host, you certainly did not express such sentiments earlier." With a wave of her hand, Su Jiu'er collected the two special halos into two precious orbs, along with the translucent mini bones. With a cold huff, she declared, "Those two wretches deserve their demise, but these are exquisite treasures of the mortal realm, meant for my husband. Rest assured, my husband, I will nurture you to adulthood." Before Luo Fancheng could fully comprehend, he found himself embraced tightly, overwhelmed by the unexpected intimacy. A voice, slightly bewildered, whispered in his ear, "I wonder what kind of man you will grow into. Only an unparalleled hero could be worthy of me, Su Jiu'er." This was not mere pride on Su Jiu'er's part throughout the soul martial continent. Countless peak warriors sought her affection, both human and soul beast, but none had ever caught her eye. Just as Luo Fancheng felt suffocated, he was finally released. "Well then," Su Jiu'er sighed, gazing at Luo Fancheng with earnestness. "At the moment of your arrival, all my humiliation and resentment vanished. I shall never forget the feeling of that moment. Regardless of your future stature, wealth, or status, even if you're merely a common man, I, Su Jiu'er, shall be your wife, bound to you. I only hope for your happiness and safety as you grow, that is enough." Upon hearing her words, Luo Fancheng sighed inwardly. What a remarkable woman she is. In his previous life, he had been a master of understanding women's psyches otherwise. How could so many beautiful women have come to him in tears? He could see that Su Jiu'er had experienced a journey of hesitation and confusion, ultimately arriving at her resolute conviction within such a short time. Logically, Su Jiu'er could have eliminated him without a soul knowing, but she chose not to. It was entirely reasonable for such a powerful and beautiful demon emperor to aspire for a hero of unmatched caliber. Yet she chose him instead. Luo Fancheng silently vowed in his heart, "Though I may be a scoundrel, I shall not fail you, nor shall you fail me. Noble lords and princes, are there not distinctions among them? Soul Marshal Kanadai, Luo Fancheng have arrived." His heart surged with excitement, and in an instant he lost control. Su Jiu'er suddenly felt a chill against her chest, her blue eyes bewildered. Upon noticing the dampness, she exclaimed in alarm, "Oh dear, how could you relieve yourself here?" Smack! In a fit of anger, Su Jiu'er spanked her little husband on the bottom. How embarrassing! Luo Fancheng's tiny spirit rolled around in sheer mortification. Time flew by, and 16 years later, in the Songlong Empire, Dazhuan Province, Yun Village, Aunt Su am back. A tall and handsome youth, dressed simply, returned to the small courtyard carrying a brown wild boar. Inside the courtyard, a voluptuous beauty was gracefully arranging dishes on a wooden table, for dishes and a soup, all nutritionally balanced, her shapely form captivating. Upon hearing his voice, the beautiful woman's cold expression melted into a radiant smile. "Fancheng, hurry and wash up. Today's meal features a new dish. Let's see if it suits your taste." Luo Fancheng's mouth twitched unsurprisingly. He was about to be subjected to another taste test. The illustrious empress had never cooked for anyone before, as none were worthy of her. "Do you have any idea how I survived these 16 years? Seated at the dining table, gazing across at the stunning beauty, Luo Fancheng reflected on how she had concealed much of her charm yet remained utterly enchanting indeed, a mesmerizing nine-tailed fox of unparalleled allure. "What are you staring at, you little rascal?" Su Jiuer chided playfully. "Aunt, you are truly beautiful." Su Jiuer lifted her chopsticks and tapped Luo Fancheng on the forehead, her expression turning serious. "I've told you countless times, call me aunt when others are around, and when we are alone, call me wife." "It sounds odd to call you aunt," Luo Fancheng replied with a smile, unperturbed by her stern demeanor, for he understood that his fox wife was cold on the outside but warm within. "Remember your place, you were my child groom," Su Jiuer said with a fierce expression. "Others would envy the chance to call me that. Anyone who dares to call me will meet their end," Luo Fancheng retorted defiantly. Su Jiuer's lips curled upwards. "Such a domineering little man, you must strive to improve, or else you won't be able to protect me in the future. There are far too many who would covet me. I will become a soul master, the strongest in this world," Luo Fancheng declared calmly, yet his eyes sparkled with ambition. 16 years prior, Su Jiuer believed it best for the infant to grow up in the human world, bringing Luo Fancheng to this village while concealing most of her beauty. Even so, there were countless young and old men in the village who harbored secret affections for Su Jiuer. As for those who were overt about it, their legs had been broken. To Su Jiuer's surprise, Luo Fancheng's maturity of thought surpassed that of the average human by a considerable margin. His appearance not only remained unblemished, but also grew increasingly tall and handsome with each passing day. Such a childhood husband was indeed a delightful surprise. "Stop boasting and eat your meal. Your wife only wishes for your peace and happiness," Su Jiuer remarked, placing a piece of meat into his bowl. As Luo Fan dined, he pondered deeply. Over the course of 16 years, he had begun to grasp the essence of the soul martial continent, a realm governed by the law of the jungle where the strong dominate the weak. Only those who awaken powerful martial souls can truly embark on the path of strength. The varieties of martial souls are numerous, ranging from scythes and hammers to lizards. However, most soul masters typically awaken beast martial souls, weapon martial souls, or plant martial souls, with flames and meteors classified as special martial souls. Before awakening a martial soul, one must first undergo body tempering, which culminates at the age of 16, followed by the ritual of martial soul awakening. Tomorrow, the temple will come to the village for your martial soul awakening. "What do you think you will awaken?" Su Jiuer inquired, serving him more vegetables. Luo Fancheng shook his head. "How can one predict that? We shall find out tomorrow." The system had not appeared for 16 years, and all body tempering was taught to him by Su Jiuer. Now he had reached the pinnacle of body tempering. He could single-handedly battle giant wild boars, a feat unattainable even by novice soul masters. Su Jiuer herself marveled at his extraordinary talent, having never heard of anyone achieving such strength before awakening. Luo Fancheng was unfazed, recalling that the system had mentioned rewarding him with an untainted celestial body and the strongest dual martial soul. The celestial body had materialized now. It remained to be seen what the martial soul would be. He felt a sense of anticipation. Ding! The heavens are vigorous, a gentleman strives unceasingly. The sudden sound startled him. After lying dormant for 16 years, the system had abruptly revived. The host has diligently cultivated day and night, reaching the pinnacle of body tempering and triggering hidden special rewards. The heavens reward hard work. Please claim your reward. Chapter 3. The Fortune Golden Dragon, Ant Surprise, and the Pope's Attention. What rewards are there? Luo Fancheng's thoughts stirred, and a transparent panel appeared before him. Reward 1. Supreme Perception. Apologies, but photographic memory? Merely basic skills. Reward 2. Innate Fortune. Have you ever experienced finding treasures after falling into a valley, or casually elevating a beggar to the status of a master? Reward 3. Maximum Charisma. Do you know what it means to be a walking scream? You remain composed while others are forever in awe. Reward 4. Celestial Beauty, Heavenly Countenance. Your allure is intoxicating, ensnaring even the most enchanting beings and witches without them realizing. Upon reviewing the rewards, Luo Fancheng's eyes sparkled with intensity. It was ruthlessly impressive. What did the system imply? Suggesting he should flaunt a flashy car and act like a scoundrel? Ridiculous. Was he the type to indulge in his minor luck and charm to act recklessly? The wicked system would not lead astray its virtuous master. Luo Fancheng could see the panel, but Su Jiu'er across the table could not. Her heart raced at the fervent excitement evident in the young man's gaze. It was said that human men develop such thoughts as they come of age. Thoughts of women. Su Jiu'er instinctively brought her legs together beneath the table, straightened her posture, and exuded the elegance of an ant. Fancheng, listen to your aunt. You are still young, your body has yet to mature, and some matters are premature. Luo Fancheng, absorbed in the system, nearly forgot the captivating beauty seated opposite him. Su Jiu'er glared, her expression carrying the weight of authority. Stop feigning ignorance. I saw that wild excitement in your eyes, as if you had seen prey. Your body is too frail for such matters. This. Luo Fancheng was speechless. It was a misunderstanding. He could not explain the system's matters, so he simply replied, I can catch wild boars with one hand now. Am I still weak? Su Jiu'er felt her cheeks flush. Was that a hint that she was strong and could handle physical tasks? She retorted, You little rascal. Can't you say what you mean directly? Do you think I wouldn't give you what you want? But not now. You'll understand later. Women are far more formidable than wild boars, especially when your aunt is a Fox Clan empress. At 30, one is as fierce as a wolf. At 40, as fierce as a tiger. At 50, one can sweep the earth. Luo Fancheng instinctively recalled a saying from his past life, then shook his head. What was this nonsense? The enchanting female fox had led him astray. He couldn't explain. The more he did, the more tangled it became. Quickly, he finished his meal, declared he was done, and dashed back to his room. Su Jiu'er was left in her seat, stunned. Had the little man been angered by her revelation? It was indeed excessive to allow him to see but not touch. Perhaps she needed to give him a little sweetness to appease him. The alluring beauty recalled a special item she had purchased in town days prior, her delicate features blushing slightly as she decided to use it. She gazed toward his room, softly muttering, Consider this a treat, you insufferable man, for you are my childhood husband. In the quiet wooden cabin, Luo Fancheng sat at the head of his bed. He and Su Jiu'er had always slept in separate rooms. She feared he might lose control. After all, that captivating beauty, her fiery form, and the extraordinary charm innate to the Fox clan were far beyond what an ordinary man could resist. Luo Fancheng sighed. Alas, his strength was insufficient. Even with delightful treasures before him, he could not indulge, lest he be overwhelmed. Fortunately, tomorrow he would awaken his martial soul. An opportunity to rapidly enhance his strength was at hand. System, claim rewards. Earlier, he had refrained from doing so, fearing too much noise. With a resounding rumble, a colossal, ethereal golden dragon descended from the heavens, piercing through the roof and merging with Luo Fancheng's being. Boom! As the fortune golden dragon infused him, a radiant aura enveloped Luo Fancheng. His bones crackled, and he grew taller, his countenance now radiating an otherworldly charm, resembling a celestial being gracing the earth. Wow! What one fears often comes to pass. The dragon and Appo's roar was imperceptible to ordinary mortals, yet powerful soul masters within 1,000 miles sensed its presence. In a dense forest 100 miles away from Yun village, an elegantly dressed noblewoman accompanied a young maiden on an expedition. Suddenly, she felt a peculiar force and gazed into the distance. What is it, teacher? The young maiden inquired. The noblewoman furrowed her brow, sensing a fleeting, extraordinary power. It was there, but it vanished too quickly. Should we go investigate? The maiden and Appo's face lit up with excitement. Her teacher was none other than the influential female pope, and any force that could capture her attention was bound to be intriguing. You, a saintess, only know how to indulge in play. The noblewoman chastised coldly. All right. The maiden pouted, shrinking her neck in disappointment. The noblewoman turned, her graceful figure swaying as her golden gown billowed, revealing glimpses of her alabaster legs. Her feet adorned with knee-high golden boots. Keep up. Once we find your four-soul ring, we can take a look. Yay, you are the best, teacher. The maiden beamed, skipping after her. Supreme perception, innate fortune, maximum charisma. What a thrill. Luo Fancheng reveled in the rewards. His cultivation had not increased, yet he felt invigorated. Bang! The door burst open, and a stunning figure rushed in. Little man, are you all right? I was fine earlier. Now I might be in trouble. Luo Fancheng gazed at the alluring scene before him, nearly losing control. The breathtaking beauty wore only a camisole. One leg was ensconced in sheer stockings, while the other was still unadorned, the wrinkled fabric trailing on the floor. Her porcelain toes were encased in black stilettos, painted with crimson polish. Such a deadly enchantress, Luo Fancheng mused. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had felt an abundance of lecherous individuals. How could the ancient, less developed society be so advanced in short skirts, stockings, and high heels? Su Jiao and Oppos, or seemed oblivious to her state, pressing on with her inquiries. What was that commotion in here? Are you truly unharmed? Luo Fancheng shook his head. Aunt Su, perhaps you misinterpreted. Everything is perfectly fine in here, is it not? Su Jiao and Oppos, scanned the room, finding no signs of disturbance. Could have been an illusion? She regarded Luo Fancheng with suspicion, feeling an unusual allure emanating from him that captivated her gaze, causing her breath to quicken. You, what happened to you? Luo Fancheng was puzzled. Why did the little man seem even more handsome? Su Jiao and Oppos, her heart raced inexplicably, her cheeks flushing. She ultimately held back the words she wanted to say, embarrassed. How could her little man be so striking? For a moment, Su Jiao was bewildered, unable to discern who was the enchantress and who was bewitched. Aunt, perhaps you should put on your stockings, Luo Fancheng suggested, pointing. You rogue. Su Jiao and Oppos, looked down, blushing in surprise, her delicate foot touching the ground as she hurriedly exited. Now that you and Oppos, here, Don and Oppos, leave. Luo Fancheng felt his heart racing and immediately pursued her. Chapter 4. The Provocation of the Fairy. The awakening turmoil. The following morning, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Breakfast is ready, my dear husband, called Su Jiao. Luo Fancheng, stifling yawn, stepped outside to find a steaming bowl of rice porridge, a plate of fried eggs, and 2 dishes of pickled vegetables waiting for him on the dining table. A warm sense of happiness flowed through him. He took a sip of the hot porridge. Blissful comfort. A grand empress preparing breakfast for him. One could hardly imagine such a delightful affair in the Songlong Empire. With a playful elbow propped on the table and her delicate hand supporting her chin, Su Jiao suddenly giggled. Little man, what with those panda eyes? It's all your fault, exclaimed Luo Fancheng, wearing a look of grievance. Last night, when he had pursued her, he had been met with a closed door. Had I opened it, you would have pounced on me and devoured everything. Please, as if I would. Su Jiao and Oppos, retorted, pouting. Luo Fancheng took a bite of the fried egg, its fragrance intoxicating, awakening his palate. I'm not that kind of person. From her seat, Su Jiao playfully extended her long, fair leg, lifting her skirt. It's white, long, and slender. Would you like to touch it? Instinctively, Luo Fancheng nodded. See? No need to deny it. You are indeed that kind of person. Su Jiao withdrew her leg swiftly, letting out a teasing hum. You're fishing for trouble, protested Luo Fancheng. What trouble? Silence fell upon him as he lowered his head to eat. Hey, little man, you're not angry, are you? Su Jiao and Oppos, poked his shoulder with her finger. Receiving no response, she bit her lip and playfully slipped her delicate foot from her slipper, using her painted red toes to tease the hem of his pants, brushing against his calf. I bet you still won react. Su Jiao mused triumphantly, only to find the little man unaffected. I'm done, said Luo Fancheng, rising with a calm demeanor, though inwardly he was as restless as a metal detector beeping. Su Jiao and Oppos, her expression shifted subtly. A fragrant breeze wafted through as she wrapped her soft, alluring form around his waist, her arms encircling his chest, her 10 delicate fingers exuding a faint fragrance, especially as he felt the sensation of her presence akin to a towering mountain. Darling, did I do something wrong? She whispered softly in his ear, her breath warm. Last night, I intended to wear the newly bought sheer stockings to encourage you, but I became too shy. Will you forgive me? Luo Fancheng felt a ticklish sensation in his ears, especially as one of her fingers traced circles on his chest. How can my mere years of experience as a rogue compare to this ancient enchantress? Why did you suddenly think of buying stockings? He inquired. I saw them while shopping for you. I thought our little flirt might enjoy them. Su Jiao and Appos teased. Not just sheer, but also black, and even pink ones. Luo Fancheng could no longer contain himself. He turned and embraced her delicate, boneless waist, her exquisitely beautiful features mere inches away. Su, Andy, it's been a while since I've seen your full, enchanting visage. Let me show you, she replied with a beguiling smile. A flash of brilliance illuminating her already captivating beauty, making it 100 times more mesmerizing. Her small, white beast ears, azure eyes, and a coat of fox fur, adorned with golden bells at her ankles, and 9 snowy fox tails swaying gently against Luo Fancheng's arm. My husband, do you think I still meet your expectations? Wow! In an instant, Luo Fancheng lost his composure, unable to resist kissing those fiery red lips. Whoosh! He kissed nothing but air. Ha ha ha! Su Jiao and Appos had reverted to her human form, appearing as a dignified woman, devoid of her previous allure, and spoke seriously. It seems my husband is no longer angry. Ugh! Not this again, Luo Fancheng scoffed. Su Jiao and Appos wrapped her arms around his, comforting him, little man, one day, Jiao and Appos will be yours. Our fox clan has a naturally strong yin energy, which can flow out during special interactions. For those with powerful cultivation, it serves as a yin-yang complement, but for you, it acts like poison. I understand. Once I attain my cultivation, I shall thoroughly deal with this enchantress, Luo Fancheng declared through gritted teeth. I look forward to it. Just waiting for you to bully me, Su Jiao winked, exuding challenge. Luo Fancheng's heart fluttered again, and he playfully pinched Su Jiao, eliciting a startled gasp. Let us collect some interest first. In truth, Su Jiao and Appos cultivation could hardly evade him. She was merely yielding to her little man. All right, it's getting late. We should head to the village square for the martial spirit awakening ceremony, Su Jiao said softly. Husband, perform well. Tonight, I'll reward you with black stockings. Can I cash in early? Luo Fancheng chuckled. Now you can wear black stockings, but do you really want others to see your wife in them? Su Jiao and Appos winked. Then let us save it for tonight. Unbelievable. What's wrong with your village? How can anyone be late for the awakening of martial spirits? Do you think my time is as trivial as yours? At the village square, the temple steward, Long Tao, reprimanded the village chief, Lu Ren. Hundreds of villagers stood in silence, while a dozen youths preparing for the awakening stood at the forefront, trembling with apprehension. With his bent, aged frame, Chief Lu Ren was drenched in cold sweat, daring not to utter a word more. In truth, there was still half an hour until the designated time. But the prominent figures of the temple were beyond his ability to refute, so he could only apologize profusely. I apologize, Lord Long. It was my oversight. However, the child who hasn't arrived possesses extraordinary talent. I believe the awakened martial spirit will not disappoint you. While apologizing, Chief Lu Ren made sure to speak well of Luo Fancheng. In fact, Luo Fancheng was well regarded in the village. He often shared his hunting spoils with impoverished families and elderly residents, and would occasionally assist widows with their farming. Huh? Long Tao scoffed coldly. The so-called extraordinary talent you speak of holds no value in the eyes of the powerful. It is even laughable. A lad without a sense of time likely possesses a martial spirit that is equally unimpressive. I see no reason to concern myself. I, as the steward, am uninterested, and the temple is even less so. Let us commence the awakening. Though it was not yet time, Chief Lu Ren did not dare to argue. As a non-spirit master, he was destined to be treated as inferior. Roar! A phantom of a unicorn lizard dragon materialized behind Long Tao, and in an instant, he became enveloped in a surge of azure scales. Observing the fearful yet envious gazes of the villagers and the youths, a satisfied smile crept onto Long Tao's lips. His unicorn lizard dragon possessed traces of dragon lineage, far surpassing ordinary beast martial spirits. He was certain that his position would rise. To him, executing awakening tasks in various villages was a mere waste of his talents. Moreover, having already visited 4 villages that day and awakened over 100 individuals, the best he had encountered was merely a second-tier martial spirit, a hammer. His patience had been thoroughly exhausted. With disdain for the impoverished land, he thought, what good seedlings could possibly emerge from this? It was truly a waste of my time. If not for the Temple-S regulations, Long Tao would have been too lazy to conduct the assessments. In the center of the square, he arranged obsidian stones into a hexagram formation and erected a 3-meter-tall bronze pillar beside it. The first girl stepped into the formation, her eyes red with anxiety. Yet she showed no reaction and was met with a slap from her family upon her return. You ungrateful girl, after years of being fed, you can't even awaken a worthless martial spirit? What a waste! As the shrew scolded, a dark-skinned youth, filled with trepidation yet encouraged by his family, stepped forward to awaken. Within the hexagram formation, the obsidian stones emitted a faint golden light. A green shadow appeared above his head. Wheat ears. Long Tao gritted his teeth in anger. Useless next. Huzi expressed his reluctance, murmuring, My lord, has the bronze stone pillar been tested? Tested? Nonsense. Long Tao retorted, gesturing toward the awakening array. The long-established principle is that the higher the quality of the martial soul, the more intense the obsidian golden light during awakening. A golden light of 1 zhong signifies the weakest first-grade, mundane martial soul, while a golden light of 9 zhong corresponds to the legendary strongest 9th-grade, divine martial soul. The bronze stone pillar shines in hues from 1 to 9, intended for assessing the quality of martial souls. Your awakening golden light is merely a trifling 3 inches. Is there any need for testing? The dark-skinned youth left in dismay, feeling the disdain of the overseer upon stage. Afraid of being reprimanded by his family, he succumbed to feelings of inferiority and uncertainty. To his surprise, his usually stern father gently patted his shoulder with his rough hand. Huzi, it's no big deal. If you cannot become a soul master, then come help me in the fields. Self-sufficiency is nothing to be ashamed of. Father, I'm sorry, it's my inadequacy. He lamented. Do not speak like that. I bear the responsibility for what I have sown, his father asserted firmly. As Long Tao observed the awakening of several children, his expression grew increasingly grim, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Useless. All of them are useless. The ability to recruit promising talents was crucial for his professional advancement. The best result thus far was from a child with a saber-toothed tiger martial soul, whose awakening golden light reached 1 zhong in 9, barely achieving 2nd-grade status. That family remained huddled together, overwhelmed with joy, exulting in their good fortune. In this wretched village, it was evident that no exceptional martial souls would awaken. Long Tao's mood plummeted to an extreme, and he cursed at the village chief and the villagers before preparing to leave. Wait! Luo Fancheng dashed from a distance, leaping onto the square, with Su Jiao and Appos, following closely behind. Have the tests already commenced? You're too late, boy, it's over. Wait until next year, Long Tao replied dismissively. Luo Fancheng's expression turned cold. The common folk trembled before the soul masters, fearful of their authority, yet he felt no such trepidation. I haven't been tested yet, and you intend to leave? Surely, the people from the temple are not so unruly. His words left the villagers in stunned silence, and the old village chief's heart raced with alarm, wishing to rush over and cover the boy's mouth. Long Tao was taken aback. Accustomed to wielding power both within and outside the village, he had never before faced such defiance. How dare you? Who gave you the audacity? Luo Fancheng replied resolutely. I am not late. Your refusal to test me is your fault. I will lodge a complaint with the temple branch in the city. Seeing the boy as confidence and the aura reminiscent of an otherworldly being, Long Tao felt a twinge of fear. This lad did not resemble a mere country bumpkin. Could he be a descendant of a reclusive master? Let us see what martial soul he awakens before deciding how to handle him. Very well. Let us commence the awakening. We have been awaiting you. The villagers exchanged bewildered glances, astonished at the sudden leniency of the overseer. Suyue offert Luo Fancheng an encouraging glance, and under the gaze of all, he stepped onto the hexagram formation, closing his eyes. Chapter 5. Astonishment. The golden light reached an astonishing height of 9 zhong and 9, unprecedented in history. The heart stirred with excitement. Ah, talent is indeed unfathomable, exuding an impressive aura. Long Tao shook his head repeatedly, casting a disdainful glance at Luo Fancheng within the formation, then turned to the village chief and the villagers, sneering with contempt. Allow me to reveal a cruel truth. Every unawakened child of commoners considers themselves extraordinary, harboring hopes, yet remains unaware that their ancestors lack strength and their bloodline is inadequate. No matter how hard they strive, they cannot awaken a powerful martial soul. In contrast, even the most useless offspring of noble families and prominent sects can awaken martial souls of third rank or higher. Were it not for the supreme mercy of the high priestess of the temple, you commoners would likely have no opportunity to awaken your martial souls. Condemned to a life of servitude, the parents and children who failed to awaken felt as though struck by a heavy blow, gasping for breath, overwhelmed by a profound sense of humility and despair. Long Tao and Apos, as emotions surged inexplicably. Do I look down upon you because you lack integrity? He shouted loudly, wrong. It is because you are weak, and weakness deserves my scorn. That is the brutal reality. The hearts of the commoners were deeply pierced, fists clenched, yet they bowed their heads in shame. At that moment, a cold laugh rang out from a young man. Oh, is that so? Then may I inquire, esteemed temple steward, from which prominent family do you hail? Long Tao turned around to see Luo Fancheng, whose eyes had opened. After remaining still for so long, Long Tao had deemed him a waste, so his words were unreservedly harsh. It seems you are also a useless individual who cannot awaken a martial soul. I had thought you were the descendant of a recluse, someone worth currying favor with. Long Tao candidly admitted, yes, this steward hails from common origins, unaware of others and Apos, suffering, unable to advise others to be virtuous. You have no idea how much I have suffered due to my commoner status. Were it not for the noble dragon bloodline hidden within my lizard dragon martial soul, I would never have risen above my station. He despised his past as a commoner, thus harboring disdain for all commoners. The commoner Long Tao was no more. Now, you must all address me as Lord Long Tao. A strong sense of superiority mingled with madness appeared on Long Tao and Apos' face. You say I cannot awaken a martial soul? Luo Fancheng and Apos' lips curled into a confident smile. Then you should watch closely. As the words fell, it seemed to respond. Buzz. The entire hexagram awakening formation emitted a resonant hum. The obsidian stones began to illuminate one after another. Whoosh, 1, 2, 6 stones. All of the obsidian stones were activated, and golden light flickered and surged on their surfaces. This, Long Tao's pupils contracted, having observed Luo Fancheng standing still for so long. He had already categorized him as a waste. Thus his words had been unceremonious. Yet now the awakening commotion. The surrounding villagers held their breath. Sensing an extraordinary aura, they knew that when others awakened, it was already remarkable for 2 obsidian stones to shine with golden light. Boom! Blinding golden light erupted from the surface of the obsidian stones, soaring upward. 1 zhang, 3 zhang, 5 zhang. In an instant, it reached 6 zhang, unimpeded, and continued to ascend. My heavens, 7 zhang of golden light. The despondent villagers gasped in disbelief. No, it is not merely that. Suzhou and Apos whispered confidently. The man favored by the 9-tailed demon emperor would not disappoint. 8 zhang. Long Tao was dumbfounded. He had once exerted every ounce of strength to achieve merely 5 zhang of golden light, which had been sufficient for a complete reversal of his fortunes. How is this possible? He doubted his own senses, biting his tongue fiercely. In that moment of clarity, the awakening golden light surrounding Luo Fancheng remained undiminished, surging to a height of 9 zhang. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Long Tao exclaimed in shock, his mind ringing with disbelief. How could you, a mere villager, achieve a height of 9 zhang? Even royal nobles and the pride of their clans could only reach such heights in legends. All the villagers, witnessing Long Tao's disarray, felt that Luo Fancheng's martial soul was far more terrifying than they had imagined. The previous feelings of defeat and timidity began to dissipate, replaced by exhilaration. The villagers waved their fists in excitement, as if injected with a powerful stimulant. Who says we commoners are destined for the bottom? Our village also has geniuses. Good lad. Fancheng, Grandpa Lu knew you could do it. Village chief Lu displayed a smile of paternal pride. Bathed in golden light, Luo Fancheng resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, his deep black eyes locking onto the astonished Long Tao. His face bore no expression of the anticipated joy. It was solemn and grave. Long Tao, how does my awakening compare to yours? I. Long Tao was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. This question struck him mute. Compared to the other and Apo's, as talent, he Long Tao was nothing. Nine Zhang, the limit. This was the legendary gift of the divine. Who would have thought it would manifest in such a crude and wretched village, like a true dragon emerging from the mire? Who could have imagined? Speak, answer me. Luo Fancheng gazed intently, speaking calmly. Long Tao and Apo's heart raced, despite the absence of a powerful aura emanating from Luo Fancheng. He felt an oppressive sensation as if a subject faced a sovereign. The golden light had already reached its zenith. Why has your martial soul yet to appear? This defies all logic. The villagers were perplexed. Even Su Jiao and Apo's was confused. Soul beasts do not require awakening. Yet she understood that Nine Zhang was already the pinnacle of human talent. They all wondered what kind of martial soul Luo Fancheng possessed. The limit? Luo Fancheng shook his head, speaking softly. Who told you this is my limit? What did you say? Long Tao's heart surged with tumultuous waves. A mere Nine Zhang is but a barrier to be broken. As Luo Fancheng's words fell, the golden light, which had paused at Nine Zhang, began to ascend once more. Nine Zhang 1. A unique fluctuation surged from within Luo Fancheng. The martial soul manifested, and soul power emerged, resonating with the waves of the martial soul. Nine Zhang 5. A phantom outline gradually took shape behind Luo Fancheng. Nine Zhang 8. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, that outline grew larger. Not yet stopping. Not stopping? Long Tao and Apo's eyes widened in horror, staring fixedly at Luo Fancheng. The villagers were left stunned. Even Su Jiao and Apo's gasped in amazement, pondering the immense potential of this young man. The awakening brilliance continued to surge upward. The pinnacle of humanity, golden light reaching Nine Zhang and Nine Cun. Roar. A thunderous dragon and Apo's roar resounded, resonating deep within the hearts of all. The phantom outline of Luo Fancheng expanded to several dozen meters, revealing a true dragon. While others were merely astonished, Long Tao's bloodline trembled. The state of his martial soul manifested and collapsed in the wake of the dragon's roar. The lizard dragon martial soul quaking uncontrollably alongside him. A dragon. How could it possibly be a dragon martial soul? Long Tao and Apo's scalp tingled, his words tumbling out in a rush. What level of martial soul is this, to instill such fear in my lizard dragon martial soul? Su Jiao was shaken, her mouth slightly ajar. She had guessed her man would not be weak, but was unprepared for a martial soul so powerful that even she, an empress, felt the pressure. A suppression of bloodlines. My heavens, could it be that this little man's martial soul possesses a natural dominance over soul beasts? Su Jiao covered her red lips, her long eyelashes fluttering. Huzi whispered, "It cannoned Apo's. TB, is it not over yet? You mountain-dwelling peasant, what do you know?" The disordered Long Tao erupted in anger. Even if the ancestral spirits of the empire were resurrected, or the high priest of the temple crawled out from his coffin, they could never surpass Nine Zhang and Nine. Impossible. The golden light surged incessantly, striving to ascend further. Yet it seemed that the limits of existence had been reached at 9 feet and 9 inches, as if an invisible barrier lay above. Boom! The golden light continued its relentless assault upwards, and Long Tao's expression transformed into one of sheer brilliance, while Su Jiao and the villagers remained fixated. Would a miracle unfold? Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered in the sky, a force of nature pressing down upon them. Su Jiao and Apo's heart raced. The tribulation? This is bad. She shouted toward the front. Fancheng, stop. You've trespassed into forbidden territory, a taboo martial soul talent that heaven does not permit. Everyone gasped, their breaths shallow and anxious, while Long Tao felt a chill run down his spine. What a terrifying martial soul talent, so cursed by the heavens that even the sky could not bear to witness it. With a pain groan, Luo Fancheng spat blood, staining his collar crimson. Within him, two unique forces were awakening, striving to manifest in the world, yet the overwhelming force of nature sought to impede their emergence. Kid, give up. The 9-foot talent is already invincible. The forces of heaven and earth are formidable. Do not fight against fate, Long Tao urged desperately, unable to bear the thought of such a prodigious talent perishing before him. Stop. You will die. Luo Fancheng gazed skyward, his expression icy. Though he often jested with women and friends, he held steadfast principles in the face of great matters. The whispers of alarm echoed in his ears, and as he beheld the terrifying tribulation gathering, a wicked smile crept across his lips as he questioned defiantly, I merely wish to awaken my own martial soul talent. Why must you hinder me? As a child of Huaxia, with his brother Tongzi, how could he fear the fateful decree of another realm? The ancestors in Huaxia mythology were fundamentally different from Western deities, having never bowed to the so-called mandates of heaven, battling against both heaven and earth without capitulation. I am not a being who defies the heavens, nor do I dare provoke the celestial. However, if heaven insists on obstructing my path to cultivation, rebelling against its will, what of it? In that moment, Long Tao and all the villagers felt their hair stand on end, their hearts trembling. Those who had succumbed to fate, tamed by the powerful aristocracy, had never before encountered such audacious rhetoric. Su Jiao and Appos, covered her agape mouth in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such earth-shattering words from man. To disrespect the heavens and not serve the divine, what audacity! Her heart fluttered uncontrollably. If once her affection had outweighed her admiration, she now found within herself a genuine appreciation for Luo Fancheng, a woman and Appos, as special admiration for a man, a burgeoning attraction. Su Jiao and Appos, began to gather her strength, ready to act at any moment, her gaze resolute. Since this young man possessed such courage, she would follow him and protect him, even at the cost of her life. Swish! The dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder rolling ominously. In a shadowy village, only the resplendent golden light surged against the limits, as a dragon shadow behind Luo Fancheng emitted a fierce, defiant roar. Crackle, crackle, the surface of the obsidian began to crack like a spider's web, trembling violently. Boom! The sky brightened as bolts of lightning descended, striking the ground around Luo Fancheng, charring it black and sending everyone recoiling in terror. Save for a graceful figure that advanced defiantly. With a splatter, Luo Fancheng expelled a mouthful of blood, his eyes shining with stubborn resolve, pouring out all his strength. A myriad of strange manifestations erupted behind him. When the water runs dry, I shall watch the clouds rise. Break through. In an instant, the obsidian shattered explosively, turning to dust, while the previously insurmountable golden light surged upward with renewed vigor. The leap of the carp over the dragon and Appos. Gate, the vastness of the sea and sky. The golden light stretched tenfold, unprecedented in history. Luo Fancheng cast a deep gaze towards Long Tao, speaking calmly. Humans are not born to passively endure. Do you understand? In that moment, the true dragon phantom materialized entirely, grand and magnificent, exuding a torrent of dragon energy, roaring towards the heavens. Thud! The lizard dragon martial soul behind Long Tao knelt, followed in the next instant by Long Tao himself. Among the Soul Beast clan, bloodline and status were paramount. A mere trace of dragon blood could not withstand the pressure of a true dragon martial soul. Crack! The heavens were enraged, and a cataclysmic punishment, as thick as a barrel, plummeted from the ninth sky, causing the villagers to prostrate themselves on the ground, blinded by the blinding lightning. In this dire moment, a gentle voice broke through. Little man, do not fear, for I am here. Every cell in Su Jiao's body screamed in alarm. Even she could not withstand the terrifying power of the tribulation, yet her slender form defied her instincts, leaping into the air to shield Luo Fancheng. She had already resolved herself for death, a debt of gratitude from the past, repaid in kind. However, The vast thunder of the heavens ignored all of Su Jiu's efforts, piercing through the illusions and barriers, forcefully crashing into Luo Fancheng's body. Chapter 6. The mysterious existence of the continent trembled, vibrant colors swirling above, as the profound energy of a 10th-grade martial soul surged forth. As the thunder entered his body, a radiant silver light erupted, causing Luo Fancheng to groan in anguish, his body crackling with lightning. Why can I not take his place? Su Jiu bitter lips, now pale from loss of blood, channeling pure soul power into Luo Fancheng. Upon sensing the destructive aura of the thunder coursing through his meridians, Su Jiu's expression changed drastically. This heavenly punishment left no room for survival, clearly intent on bringing him to his demise. After the heavenly punishment struck, it seemed to have drained all its power, perhaps because the heavens or some unknown force deemed that one strike was sufficient to render Luo Fancheng utterly incapacitated. The dark clouds dispersed as if nothing had ever transpired. Yet, the villagers in Long Town knelt on the ground, their impaired vision struggling to recover. Simultaneously, across the soul martial continent, as Luo Fancheng's true dragon martial soul took shape, breaking through the limit of 9 zhang to reach 10, ordinary soul masters remained oblivious. Yet some mysterious entities were stirred awake. In the eastern oasis forest, the largest gathering place for soul beasts, all creatures endowed with dragon veins seemed to sense something in the air, regardless of whether they had existed for a century, a millennium, or even 10,000 years. They all prostrated themselves in the same direction in reverence. This commotion directly roused the 7 great soul beast kings in the forest's core area, originally 8. But for reasons unknown, 3 dragon kings have been missing for 16 years. Eldest brother, what is happening? What is with this group of dragon-type soul beasts? Suddenly, the ground in the forest and Appo's forbidden zone trembled, a terrifying aura awakening, sending shivers through the 7 soul beast kings, renowned as the pinnacle of human strength. It is the master. Even a master has been awakened? A cold, ethereal female voice resonated, tinged with unusual emotions. Impossible. How can there exist a purer dragon aura than that of the dragon god on this continent? Spare no effort. Find the source of this aura. We shall obey. The 7 soul beast kings trembled as they knelt, filled with trepidation. In the Azure Dragon Empire, the royal family possessed the most elite beast martial soul of the soul martial continent, the ancient Azure Dragon. At this moment, in the imperial court, all direct descendants of the royal family found their ancient Azure Dragon martial souls manifesting spontaneously, trembling and bowing towards the same distant direction, disregarding the high-ranking Azure Dragon Emperor. The courtiers were utterly astonished. The Azure Dragon Emperor felt the agitation in his bloodline, his martial soul yearning to break free. Preposterous, he bellowed, 9 powerful halos appearing behind him, pulsating rhythmically, shattering the dragon throne and restoring order to the court. Your Majesty, please calm your anger, the courtiers implored, fearfully kneeling. The Azure Dragon Emperor stepped out of the hall, gazing into the distance while murmuring, strange, what could it be? Why did that aura vanish so suddenly? His eyes narrowed. Come forth. The ministers hurriedly followed, kneeling, we are here. Send word throughout the realm. If a dragon treasure surfaces, whoever finds it and presents it shall be granted 3 wishes by this emperor, drawing upon the full might of the nation. In a bustling street, all passers-by averted their eyes, wrinkling their noses at the sight of an old beggar huddled in a corner. His limbs were broken, eyes closed as if lifeless. A tattered bowl before him. Suddenly, his eyes fluttered open, gazing into the distance. Clink! 3 copper coins landed in the filthy bowl, pulling the old beggar's attention back. He looked up gratefully. Thank you, kind sir. May you be blessed with many children. The coin thrower, clearly uninterested in engaging, quickened his pace, eager to distance himself. The old beggar stared at the coins in his bowl, eyes void of light, murmuring, I am but a beggar, merely a beggar, and can only be a beggar. Countless unknown entities were stirred. 100 miles away in Yun village, the female pope leading the saintess in hunting soul rings sensed this peculiar aura. Within 2 days, The same direction, the special aura flickered and vanished, truly intriguing. The female Pope smirked, glancing at the graceful young girl seated before the corpse of the Moonshadow Wolf. Absorbing its soul ring. Once Ingwe has finished absorbing the soul ring, it will be time to investigate. In Yun village, Su Jiao bit her lips. Her face pale. She had done all she could, uncertain if Luo Fancheng could endure. Su Aunt, it's all right now. A warm hand suddenly grasped her delicate wrist, causing her to tremble as she looked up to meet the sunlit, handsome visage of a celestial being. Are you all right? Su Jiao could hardly believe that Luo Fancheng had truly survived such a terrifying and extraordinary punishment. Fortunately, Su Aunt is unharmed, and so is her clothing. Otherwise, I would be embarrassed. Luo Fancheng chuckled lightly. Is this truly the main concern? Su Jiao's tears turned to laughter before she quickly regained her composure, her demeanor turning cold. You acted too rashly. Reaching 9 zhong of golden light is already commendable. Do not be greedy. Indeed, everything you say is correct, Su Aunt. At this moment, Luo Fancheng dared not argue. He remembered well the time she had spanked him in his youth, and he was determined to seek revenge in due time. However, after experiencing the recent ordeal, it was impossible not to feel a sense of dread. With such extraordinary fortune coupled with an immaculate celestial body, if he could be easily struck down by heavenly punishment, the system might as well treat him as a counterfeit and return him. Unbeknownst to Luo Fancheng, the heavenly punishment had inadvertently erased the dragon aura from his martial soul awakening. Otherwise, countless ancient beings would have already flocked to him following the scent. As the aura of heavenly punishment dissipated, the villagers gradually rose, their vision restoring. When Long Tao saw Luo Fancheng standing there unscathed, his clothes intact, he stared in disbelief. You're not dead? Luo Fancheng retorted. Should I be dead? No. Long Tao suddenly trembled, charging forward with fierce intent, while Su Jiao stepped aside, ready to shield Luo Fancheng. Unexpectedly, Long Tao executed a move that none anticipated. He leaped high under the blazing sun, swiftly sliding to his knees, skidding across the ground to land before Luo Fancheng. With a loud thud, he struck his head against the ground. Esteemed Chamberlain Long Tao has been blind. I spoke many foul words before. Please forgive me. I truly deserve death. This scene left Su Jiao utterly baffled. I have not yet made a move. And you kneel first? The villagers gaped, their expressions comical. What? Is this truly the same Long Tao who was once so arrogant and boastful? Even Luo Fancheng was at a loss for words. This fellow was simply absurd. As long as one kneels early enough. Does that mean no one can defeat him before he kneels? At this moment, everyone was curious how Luo Fancheng would respond. Luo Fancheng spoke. You may rise. A small character has his own means of survival. If one speaks of righteousness and morality, one cannot survive long in this world of the strong devouring the weak. But as a human, do not forget your roots. Do not forget where you came from. What? You intend to let me off so easily? Long Tao's body trembled, pondering, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if to say, is it truly possible to offend a powerful figure and still receive such mercy? Then, with a loud thud, he banged his head until it bled, urgently saying, perhaps you should just sever my hand. Otherwise, if you let me go like this, I will not walk away at ease. Are you out of your mind? Luo Fancheng scolded, suddenly realizing that this was no longer Earth. It was not that the other party was crazy, but rather that the world he perceived was inherently like this, where the strong dominated and the weak were devoured. The villagers watched in a daze, their hearts heavy with pain and sorrow. Indeed, as Long Tao had said, they faced the oppressive authority of the Chamberlain. Yet in the presence of the strong and the talented, they were as humble as lapdogs. It was all too realistic. In that moment, Luo Fancheng resolved to become stronger. Only the powerful held dignity, and if he could, he wished to attempt to alter the pathological mindset of the people in this world. Possessing such extraordinary talent, one must indulge in life's pleasures and engage in meaningful pursuits, lest the journey through this otherworldly realm be in vain. Long Tao ultimately rose, his gaze filled with reverence and his heart brimming with excitement. Golden light radiated for miles. The martial spirit was none other than a true dragon. He had uncovered a genius of unparalleled caliber, and now he too would ascend to great heights. My lord, I have communicated through special means, and soon a representative from the temple will come to escort you. Long Tao exclaimed, his hands rubbing together in anticipation, gesturing for the next step. Let us now assess the precise rank of your martial spirit, as the golden light may not provide an accurate measure. Luo Fancheng approached the bronze pillar and infused it with the soul power that had awakened within him. With a swift motion, the bronze pillar trembled and erupted in resplendent brilliance. Single-colored, tricolored, multicolored, and finally, a kaleidoscope of hues. In an instant, the bronze pillar unleashed 9 radiant colors. A 9-colored martial spirit, naturally ranked at the 9th tier, the most formidable martial spirit. Long Tao's eyes were fixated, fists clenched, his heart filled with envy. The onlookers were equally astonished, waiting with bated breath. Indeed, a mysterious and noble black golden hue ascended from amidst the 9 colors, as the bronze pillar radiated 10 distinct shades, illuminating the surroundings. Legend held that the 9th tier was the pinnacle, a 10th tier. Long Tao was rendered speechless, unable to fathom the terrifying nature of such a martial spirit. Su Jiuer could hardly believe her eyes. A small husband had descended from the heavens, with talents that were utterly astonishing. She felt as though she was transforming from someone who relied on others into someone who might soon be reliant upon him. Before long, the space in the Yun village square shattered, revealing a portal through which 2 figures emerged. Chapter 7. The Offering, Holy Sun. Twin martial spirits. Enigmatic beauty, the villagers were awestruck, rendered speechless, as Su Jiuer quietly retreated into the crowd. Long Tao excitedly exclaimed to Luo Fancheng, a shattered space. This is an extraordinary divine ability. Surely a high-ranking figure from our temple, above level 90, has come specifically for you. An elderly man in gray garb emerged from the rift in space, accompanied by a young man dressed in splendid attire. The youth bore a cold expression, with crimson gold eyes that seemed to burn with an inner fire, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon observing the humble surroundings of Yun village, both figures frowned. Esteemed lords, I am Long Tao, the deacon of the branch temple, he declared, kneeling in respect. The young man with red eyes spoke softly. I am the Holy Sun, Huang Yin, and this is my master, the 4th offering. Long Tao's mind was struck like thunder. The Holy Sun, Huang Yin. He was renowned as one of the strongest geniuses in the world, the prospective heir to the future pope. As for the offerings, they were the true powerhouses worthy of reverence, each having once been an elder of the temple, standing at the pinnacle of its hierarchy. Now, they had retreated to the offering hall to focus on their cultivation. The strength of the grand offering was unfathomable, a figure who had once subdued the world, rumored to be nearing divinity. He was utterly astonished, never imagining that a single piece of news would summon such terrifying figures. Yet, recalling Luo Fancheng's extraordinary talent, he felt a sense of reassurance. Huang Yin stated, you sent word that an unparalleled genius has emerged here? My master and I happened to pass by and decided to take a look. Long Tao nodded vigorously, pointing at Luo Fancheng. This is the prodigy you seek. His martial spirit awakened with astonishing manifestations, unprecedented in history, and likely unmatched in the future. Unprecedented? How bold of you to say so, Huang Yin scoffed, dismissing him with disdain. A mere deacon's narrow perspective could hardly hold any significant insight. Luo Fancheng keenly observed the disdainful demeanor of Huang Yin. It was no surprise that Long Tao struggled socially. The Holy Sun was evidently arrogant, and claiming Luo Fancheng to be unparalleled was akin to slapping him in the face. Emotional intelligence is indeed a valuable trait, Sai. Long Tao sensed the chilling change in Huang Yan's tone and became confused. Should one not rejoice at the temple's acquisition of a genius? He hurriedly explained, esteemed lords, this martial spirit has a radiant golden light extending 10 zhong, with a quality of 10 colors, a gift from the heavens. Impossible. The 4th offering's half-closed eyes snapped open, radiating sharp brilliance. Do you dare to vouch for your words? Long Tao felt an immense pressure, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Esteemed lords, you see clearly. I would never utter a falsehood. The fourth offering smiled slightly. Do you believe him? Master, I do not, Huang Yin replied, fixing his piercing gaze upon Luo Fancheng. Boy, unleash your martial spirit. Luo Fancheng frowned. He was pleased that such powerful figures sought him out, but he disliked the tone of their request. However, given their evident strength, he did not wish to embroil Su Jiu'er in unnecessary trouble over a momentary pride. With a flicker of thought, Luo Fancheng unleashed his soul power, and the resounding roar of a dragon echoed, a brilliant light manifesting in his palm. The dragon's might was formidable. The fourth offering and the Holy Sun's pupils constricted, their expressions darkening. Huang Yin pointed at the martial spirit. Long Tao, is this what you call an unparalleled gift? Long Tao was left dumbfounded, utterly speechless. In the distance, Su Jiu'er and the villagers rubbed their eyes in disbelief. At that moment, there was no true dragon martial spirit. All that Luo Fancheng held was a small black mud loach, less than half a foot long, albeit radiating pure dragon might. It appeared utterly out of place, pathetically weak. Luo Fancheng felt a wave of dizziness. Were it not for the system's prior declaration that it was the strongest divine martial spirit, he would be questioning his existence. Oof. A thunderous grunt erupted, the fourth offering's expression darkening. Long Tao, a 10 golden light, a 10-color martial spirit. Is this all you present? My lords, I truly do not know. Long Tao stammered, panic-stricken and unsure how to explain. Reporting falsehoods was a capital offense. His face went pale as he crawled to Luo Fancheng's feet, clutching his pant leg and pleading, "Brother, please help me explain. How can this be?" Luo Fancheng shook his head, retracting his leg. He was at a loss himself. Surely, the heavens did not strike him down. However, it was indeed unfair for Long Tao to suffer such a fate. Actually, I possess 2 martial spirits. Luo Fancheng extended his left hand, a gentle azure light shimmering forth, filling the air with fragrant aromas as a 6-petaled azure lotus appeared. Dual martial spirits? The legendary dual martial spirits. Long Tao rejoiced, feeling the dark world brighten once more. Another martial spirit? The Holy Sun. Huang Yin was taken aback. The fourth offering stepped forward to confirm, exclaiming, I never expected that even in such a remote village, a dual martial spirit would emerge. Indeed, it is rare. However, is that not strong enough? Long Tao felt a surge of defiance rising within him, but hesitated to voice it, fearing backlash. The fourth offering seemed to sense his thoughts and coldly commented, the weakest category of martial spirits, universally recognized, are plants. This azure lotus is practically useless, inferior even to vines. If it had healing properties, it might serve as a support spirit. Luo Fancheng remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm and composed, yet Su Jiu'er, concealed within the crowd, narrowed her beautiful eyes in displeasure. Long Tao found the fourth offering's assessment intolerable and anxiously urged, My lords, let's test it with the bronze pillar right here. There's no need to waste time. The fourth offering replied, shaking his head. A dual martial spirit must consist of 2 martial spirits of similar caliber. This loach, though possessing pure dragon might, is destined to share the same fate as the azure lotus. Both are merely useless spirits lacking any potential for growth, unworthy of resource investment. But Long Tao was ready to argue further. Enough, Huang Yin barked. How can my master, with such profound knowledge, deceive you? Boom! A blinding white light radiated outward as a blazing 4-winged angel materialized behind Huang Yin. His crimson eyes radiated boundless confidence and authority as he declared, Do you see? This is a true top-tier, 9th grade martial spirit. With another flourish, a resplendent golden sun manifested above Huang Yin as he spread his arms wide and proclaimed, Behold, this is a true top-tier dual martial spirit. The villagers were left in awe, and Long Tao was equally astonished. Yet, he still felt a nagging sensation that while the Holy Sun's martial spirit was indeed powerful, it paled in comparison to the earlier commotion caused by Luo Fancheng. Why boast about gold mountains before a beggar? Huang and Appos. You are too ostentatious. Let us depart, the fourth offering chided, though his eyes revealed satisfaction. In contrast to the Holy Sun's grandeur, Luo Fancheng, with his loach in one hand and azure lotus in the other, appeared quite modest, yet he felt little turmoil within, even finding amusement in the situation. The Holy Sun? Such behavior seemed juvenile, a reflection of a child in Appos' heart. He possessed unwavering confidence in his own path to strength. This Holy Sun would not be his target. With a simple gesture, the fourth offering tore open space, revealing a black void, and as he and Huang Yin stepped through, he tossed an object towards Luo Fancheng. Boy, this dragon's blood is a gift for you. What you make of it is up to you. No need for gratitude. Luo Fancheng instinctively caught it. It was a transparent vial containing a full bottle of crimson liquid. In the instant the fourth offering and Holy Sun vanished, a beautiful figure, who had been observing from the shadows of Yun village, was about to step forward but was halted by a palace-clad beauty beside her. Have they left? Just like that? Long Tao laughed bitterly. What on earth is wrong with your martial spirit? Luo Fancheng stored his martial spirit and clutched the vial, casually responding. Perhaps it was struck down by heavenly lightning. Long Tao recalled the terrifying heavenly punishment and shivered. Could it be that this once unprecedented 10-color martial spirit had its foundation obliterated by divine retribution? In the brief moments of waiting, had he devolved into a useless martial soul? He secretly lamented the pain in his heart, gazing at Luo Fancheng's perpetually serene visage, while Long Tao, taken aback, could not help but inquire. A martial soul that was destined to be extraordinary has now fallen into a state of worthlessness, yet you maintain your composure? Do you not feel the sting of loss? The villagers shook their heads in sorrow, unable to bear the sight, while Su Jiu bit her lip, apprehensive that her beloved would be disheartened, her heart heavy with concern. Luo Fancheng, however, laughed heartily, his handsome features exuding an indescribable ethereal aura. He patted Long Tao on the shoulder and sauntered towards the square's edge, speaking with nonchalance. What if one is born as insignificant as an ant? Never allow oneself to be belittled. Though life may be as fragile as paper, one must possess an indomitable spirit, weak yet resolute. One must not forsake aspirations that soar towards the heavens. His voice was soft, yet it resonated with all present, stirring their hearts profoundly. Su Jiu gazed in a daze at Luo Fancheng, who had encountered so much yet remained carefree and smiling, her heart fluttering anew. Long Tao trembled all over. Those words pierced his soul, striking deep within. Wasn't he the one who had always belittled himself, due to his humble origins? Did he possess such an unyielding spirit and ambition? If he did, he would have traveled much farther by now. The noblewoman in exquisite attire, who had been secretly observing, found her aloof demeanor softened upon hearing his words. Could such sentiments be articulated by a youth just emerging from disappointment? Such transcendent character and resolute heart were astonishing. Beside the noblewoman, a strikingly beautiful young maiden watched the celestial youth within the arena, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Ding, unfazed by honor or disgrace, smiling at the blossoms of life as they bloom and wither. The host's will is unwavering, intuitively grasping the heart of a strong man, thereby unlocking a hidden special reward. How can a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swan? Please claim your reward. Chapter 8. The Ancestor Dragon Technique. Unparalleled elegance. The female Pope Veyang, upon hearing the voice, Luo Fancheng's heart stirred, revealing the information about his martial soul while simultaneously claiming his rewards. The most powerful beast martial soul, Chaos Ancestor Dragon. Legend has it that the true dragon, the progenitor of the dragon race, existed even before chaos unfolded. The leader of all beasts, it transformed into the host's martial soul by a stroke of fate after the true spirit's demise. By upgrading it, you shall forge an invincible legend. The most powerful weapon martial soul, damaged green lotus. A fabled mysterious treasure, severely injured, drawn by great fortune. It became the host's martial soul by chance. Develop it, and you will uncover extraordinary surprises. The host has successfully claimed the rewards. Reward 1. The Ancestor Dragon Devouring Heaven Technique. True dragons, 9 transformations, each transformation representing a layer of heaven. After the 9th transformation, chaos shall re-emerge. Reward 2. A parchment scroll. In the Soul Martial Continent, there exist 9 hidden mysterious treasures, concealing great opportunities related to the host's martial soul. This map points to one of them. Luo Fancheng gasped, astonished by the sheer might of these 2 martial souls. He never anticipated that a frail little loach and a green lotus root could possess such formidable potential. Overwhelming indeed. A parchment scroll quietly appeared in his robe, while his mind echoed with the roars of myriad dragons, pledging allegiance to a terrifying phantom. A grand and domineering supreme technique imprinted itself deeply in his consciousness, as if it were an innate memory. At this moment, merely a few breaths had passed outside. "Please wait." A voice called from behind Luo Fancheng. It was none other than Long Tao, who had stood in a daze since Luo Fancheng had spoken. Long Tao rushed forward to intercept Luo Fancheng, causing the villagers, including village chief Lu, to change their expressions. They secretly wondered if this fellow, seeing Fancheng's martial soul in tatters, planned to restore his spiteful demeanor and seek revenge. The noblewoman in court attire and the youthful maiden observing from the shadows were also intrigued by the unfolding scene. "What is the meaning of this?" Luo Fancheng inquired. Long Tao straightened his garments, clasped his hands together, and bowed respectfully to Luo Fancheng, performing the courtesy of a disciple. Everyone was taken aback. This scene was entirely beyond their expectations. Long Tao pursed his lips and confessed, "I have long despised my humble origins. To say I detested them would be an understatement. I was deeply insecure, unable to confront my background. I was fierce towards the common folk and obsequious to the strong, having lost myself amid the chaos, becoming what I once loathed in my youth, ensnared in a cage without realizing it. Your words resounded profoundly, awakening my true self. I am of common birth. Why should a commoner not possess dignity?" Luo Fancheng regarded the emotionally stirred Long Tao, pondering, "Your progress in cultivation must have slowed considerably compared to the past." Long Tao's eyes widened in surprise. "How do you know?" "That's incredible." Luo Fancheng shook his head with a smile. "It is not so mystical, merely a guess. However, your mind is cluttered, lost from your true self. How can you focus on your cultivation?" "Naturally, it will be slow." Luo Fancheng's tone softened as he gazed deeply at him. "You must understand that to fawn upon the powerful is a means of survival, but not the path of the strong. As soul masters, we should strive for progress. Otherwise, how can we speak of breaking through boundaries?" This discourse once again astonished those around them. Su Jiuer was baffled, questioning where this small man gleaned such insights. The noblewoman, observing from the shadows, was equally startled. How could this young man possess such extraordinary perception, articulating the essence of a strong heart? It is known that many soul masters unable to break through their cultivation shackles do not lack talent, but rather suffer from issues of the heart. The youth has matured. With such insight, he is indeed a prodigy, the noblewoman silently acknowledged. "Teacher, he is remarkable." The youthful maiden chimed in. "Indeed, this child is virtuous." The noblewoman nodded. "He has yet to cultivate, but has achieved such enlightenment. His future is limitless." The maiden sighed, but his martial soul, "You, as a saintess, should not possess such a narrow vision as ordinary folk," the noblewoman replied. "Martial souls have opportunities to be enhanced through fortune, but this level of insight and talent is, in my view, 1 in a million." The maiden gasped in admiration. Her teacher, the Pope, held immense power and high standards, yet few could catch her eye. Even the extraordinarily talented Saint's son had been dismissed as a fool in her eyes, while now she favored this handsome young man from the mountain village. Truly remarkable. "That is all I wish to convey. I take my leave," Luo Fancheng remarked, observing Long Tao, who remained in a daze. He stepped outside. As he took a few steps, he suddenly heard Long Tao's ecstatic voice. "Ha, I understand now. My long-standing mental block has finally been completely resolved." Boom! Long Tao let out a triumphant roar, and his lizard dragon martial soul emerged. It felt as though the shackles within him had shattered. His soul power surged, and to everyone's astonishment, He broke through right on the spot. His talent was a fifth-grade martial soul. Yet he had been trapped at level 29 for years without a breakthrough. Unaware of the underlying issue, his mood increasingly despondent and extreme. Now, having broken through to level 30, one can only imagine his elation. Immediately after his breakthrough, Long Tao knelt before Luo Fancheng in heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. I shall never forget such a great favor. No need for such formality. I merely spoke casually, Luo Fancheng replied, bemused. Who would have thought this fellow would break through so absurdly? You are far too humble. Long Tao shook his head. Rise, Luo Fancheng said, his expression peculiar, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. I preferred your previous, audacious demeanor. Cough, cough. Long Tao's lips twitched as he stood and bowed in the direction of the villagers, leaving them feeling uneasy. I previously spoke inappropriately and offended many. I asked the elders and fellow villagers to forgive me and consider it as nothing. The villagers were stunned, internally exclaiming in disbelief. They had only known that Luo Fancheng was exceptional at hunting. His verbal prowess was equally impressive. The contrast in Long Tao was too stark. Long Tao exclaimed in indignation. Benefactor, even if those 4 offerings and the Saint Sun look down on you, I still believe you are remarkable. If the temple does not retain you, there are other places for you, such as the Soul Master Academy in the Songlong Empire, where you may strike back at them in the future. Who says the temple looks down upon him? A cold, authoritative female voice interjected, akin to the cry of a phoenix. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice. As the space tore apart and 2 elegant figures emerged from a dark portal. Regardless of gender, all present felt their hearts tremble, not due to strength, but rather because the 2 women before them were extraordinarily beautiful. The noblewoman's curvaceous form was tightly wrapped in a golden palace gown, her wine-red hair cascading like a waterfall, her snow-white neck adorned with a sapphire necklace, and a pair of long, slender legs encased in high-heeled boots exuded an indescribable nobility, her phoenix eyes radiating the authority of a superior. The other youthful maiden sported a neat purple ponytail, her bright eyes sparkling, lips resembling rose petals, youthful and charming. Clad in a short skirt that accentuated her curves, revealing her fair legs, she donned black leather boots. For a moment, Luo Fancheng found himself momentarily entranced. After arriving in the Soul Martial Continent, aside from Suzhou, he had encountered 2 enchanting beings capable of eclipsing all the beauties of his past life. Your Holiness! Your Holiness! Long Tao exclaimed upon seeing the ethereal beauty who seemed to have stepped out from a painting, instantly terrified, his legs trembling. Hee, you naughty fellow actually recognize my teacher? The maiden laughed lightly like a lark. Long Tao, drenched in cold sweat, noted that the temple's offerings rarely ventured out, so it was normal for him not to have seen them. Yet how could he not recognize the person before him? The decisive and fearsome female pope, Veyang? I once had the fortune of gazing upon the portrait of your holiness. The female pope and Oppos, as Phoenix eyes turned towards the ethereal Luo Fancheng. Her crimson lips parted as she coldly inquired, Is it you who said the temple looks down upon him? Chapter 9. Soft Rice and Hard Eating. The Iceberg Priestess. Joyfully welcoming the Saintess Jr. No, I dare not. It was the 4 guardians and the Holy Sun who said so. Long Tao's face turned pale with shock, his body trembling as he lowered his head, unable to meet those elongated, phoenix-like eyes. Hey, lift your head. Don't be so pathetic. You just claimed to have achieved enlightenment. Suddenly, Long Tao felt a pat on his shoulder, and a teasing voice reached his ears. Turning around, he was greeted by the handsome visage of Luo Fancheng, who had approached him. Do not speak carelessly. Quickly bow to Her Holiness the Pope. Long Tao was almost brought to tears with fright. How could he not be terrified? There was an adage in the Soul Martial Continent. It is better to offend the king of hell than to provoke the priestess. This clearly illustrated the terrifying reputation of Di Weiyang. The 4 guardians, huh? Upon hearing this, Di Weiyang's phoenix eyes glimmered with a cold light as she spoke softly. How can the remnants of the old era judge the prodigies of the new? Long Tao was bewildered. He had thought that the earlier comments about Luo Fancheng contending against the guardians and the Holy Sun would surely lead to disaster if overheard by the priestess. Yet, it seemed she did not care at all. looking down on the guardians, and instead appear to hold Luo Fancheng in high regard? Long Tao's mind stirred. That statement implied something far more significant than mere approval. Luo Fancheng stood tall, meeting the gaze of the priestess, whose beauty radiated authority without anger, and felt a quiet shock. What a magnificent priestess! Not only was her beauty unparalleled, but her imposing aura was palpable, rendering even those guardians of at least level 95 as mere remnants of the old era in her eyes. "Hey, are you not afraid of my teacher?" The youthful priestess with purple ponytails asked curiously. Luo Fancheng countered, "Why should I be afraid?" The girl's cherry lips parted slightly, revealing a pair of adorable canine teeth. Her question left her momentarily speechless. Shouldn't she be afraid? After all, many powerful individuals, under the overwhelming presence of the priestess, were as unnerved as the little steward and the surrounding villagers, unable to raise their heads. At this moment, not only was the saintess curious, but even the priestess appeared slightly astonished. Having occupied a high position for years, combined with her formidable strength, few dared to meet her gaze, making this young man truly extraordinary. Moreover, despite her face blindness, the priestess vaguely sensed an extraordinary charm emanating from him. Luo Fancheng smiled, a charming arc gracing his lips. "As long as I stand upright, act justly, and conduct myself without regret, why should I fear the presence of the priestess?" The purple-haired saintess, captivated by his smile, momentarily lost her composure, pondering how such a handsome man could exist. "Are you not afraid of my teacher taking action against you?" Luo Fancheng shrugged with a grin. "Fear leads to death, and so does lack of fear. Why should I be afraid? Besides, if you both wish to harm me, there would be no need for so many words. You could simply act." Long Tao, listening nearby, felt a cold sweat trickle down his palms. This was utter madness. Such words were tantamount to challenging authority. Was he courting death? Brother, no, ancestor. You truly possess courage. But does the priestess not retaliate? Even if he did not wish to be a sycophant, a few flattering words would do no harm. There was no need to be so defiant. For dismissing the priestess's goodwill was akin to courting death. The purple-haired saintess gasped, turning to the cold, elegant priestess beside her in astonishment. "Teacher, you were right. This fellow is truly special, unlike any of the other men in the temple." The priestess remained stoic, her thin lips sealed, offering no response. Yet her gaze held a hint of approval. Throughout her life, she had despised those who were obsequious and sycophantic. Luo Fancheng's unwavering demeanor resonated with her. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "I, the 13th priestess of the Light Temple, Di Weiyang, ask if you wish to become my disciple." Long Tao, who had been tense, was instantly dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. "What? A disciple? Did I hear that correctly?" The priestess decided to take Luo Fancheng as her apprentice. This was not the script he had imagined, where they both met their demise. Was it not said that the priestess possessed a cold disposition and disliked strangers, especially men? The surrounding villagers exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with shock, for they had not been silent witnesses to this conversation. Luo Fancheng was simply extraordinary. With just a few words, he had compelled the priestess to accept him as her disciple. "Why?" he asked calmly. "Why?" Long Tao tugged at his hair, his eyes bloodshot with disbelief. "Brother, are you insane? The priestess wants to take you as her disciple. Why hesitate? Shouldn't you be overjoyed and kneel in gratitude instead of contemplating nonsense?" Nearby, the villagers were already slack-jawed, replaying the events in their minds. Had he always been this bold? Oh, indeed, he had always been fearless. Many villagers recalled how, at the age of 11, he had ventured into the mountains alone to hunt, returning with a wolf's head despite his injuries. Luo Fancheng paid no heed to the envious gazes of those around him. As a transmigrator, he was inherently cautious of this world, firmly believing that there were no free lunches and that no one would treat another kindly without reason. The naive have all perished. He needed to understand why she wished to take him as her disciple. After all, on the surface, his martial soul appeared useless. Only he knew how formidable it truly was. The purple-haired saintess, revealing her small canines, exclaimed with frustration, "How infuriating! I feel an urge to bite you to death." Do you have any idea how many talented individuals aspire to enter my teacher's tutelage? They are as numerous as the carp crossing the river. And even the previously arrogant holy son begged at the teacher's feet for 3 days. Yet, she wouldn't even spare him a glance. Despite Luo Fancheng's undeniable charm and her own attraction to him, she felt an overwhelming desire to crush him. For he clearly did not comprehend how rare it was for the priestess to open her mouth to accept a disciple. The priestess maintained her icy demeanor, her expression unchanging. You seek a reason? Yes, Luo Fancheng nodded, unwavering in his stance. Suddenly, the summer sun blazed overhead, yet the temperature around them plummeted. Everyone shivered. Fear etched across their faces. The wrath of an emperor could lead to countless corpses, and the priestess exuded an oppressive aura that felt like a prison. Her phoenix eyes bore into Luo Fancheng, devoid of any emotion. I, Di Weiyang, live my life without needing to explain myself to anyone. Surrounded by Long Tao and the villagers, they felt as though they were pricked by 1,000 needles. Even if the priestess was not targeting them, they felt the chill of her formidable presence. They could only anxiously look toward the silent Luo Fancheng, brother, ancestor. Speak up. You need to say something. The purple-haired saintess, too, felt a pang of anxiety. Her heart raced as she realized the priestess was genuinely angry. No one had ever dared to defy her. In this moment of unbearable tension, Di Weiyang spoke once more. However, today I can offer you a reason. This priestess takes a liking to you. Was that reason sufficient? The chilling, domineering words hung in the air, leaving the surroundings in stunned silence. Not only were Long Tao and the villagers wide-eyed, but even the saintess gaped in disbelief. How is this possible? The saintess, understanding her teacher's principles, knew that if she stated she would not explain, then she would not. What had happened today? Enough. Luo Fancheng bowed deeply, performing the rite of apprenticeship. Disciple Luo Fancheng pays respects to my teacher. Di Weiyang nodded, and for a fleeting moment, a smile graced her lips, causing everything around them to pale in comparison. All who witnessed were left spellbound. While talent may have flaws, a person lacking virtue cannot be mended. Luo Fancheng, though overlooked by the four guardians, was truly remarkable in the eyes of this priestess. As Luo Fancheng caught a fleeting glimpse, his heart skipped a beat. Alas, that smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold demeanor. After becoming a disciple, he quietly exhaled. Was he truly unafraid of death? Surely, only a reckless fool would be oblivious to such peril. Luo Fancheng was no saint. He valued his life greatly, and before the specter of death, he could wield a surprisingly flexible moral compass. In truth, he contemplated every action, and it was evident that he had made the right gamble. Firstly, he indeed required a reason from the other party to ascertain their motives for taking on disciples. Caution was essential for longevity. Secondly, his little wife, Su Jior, being the demon emperor, could certainly assist him in fleeing even if she was outmatched. Thirdly, in his previous life, he was a veritable master of psychology, possessing an intricate understanding of various female personalities. Concerning the icy queen's haughty character, the more submissive and uncertain one appeared, the more disdain she would harbor. Those who dared to evade the queen's gaze were destined to be scorned. In her eyes, the weak were mere subjects. To conquer a queen, one must exude greater strength and dominance, yet not in the mindless, overbearing fashion typical of a Klitsch character. The details were far too numerous to elaborate upon. Luo Fancheng shook his head, bemused. What nonsense was he contemplating? It was likely a remnant of his past as a master of the sea, but he harbored no rebellious thoughts of becoming an insubordinate disciple, certainly not now. The pressing concern was how to embark on a proper path of cultivation and unravel the mysteries of the dual martial souls, as well as the location indicated by the sheepskin map. Su Jior had not previously divulged much about soul masters, and this awakening of his martial soul marked his entry into a new realm. Alas, in this world, the weak possessed no rights. Without strength, one could scarcely move forward. He had heard whispers of evil soul masters lurking in the shadows. Yet he was fortunate to have the demon empress as his wife and a female pope as his mentor, which provided him with a measure of security. Senior brother Fancheng. I am by Yingwei. You may call me Yingwei from now on. the girl said, approaching him with her long, slender legs clad in black boots. Her purple ponytail swaying as she spoke vivaciously. Luo Fancheng's lips quirked in surprise. Call me senior brother? Shouldn't you be addressing me as senior sister? Oh, it's nearly the same. It's so troublesome to be a senior sister. I've always wanted a caring senior brother. Bai Ingwe stuck out her tongue, as if recalling something, her breath quickening. By the way, you should dispose of that dragon blood the four guardians gave you immediately. Dispose of the dragon blood? What do you mean? Luo Fancheng inquired, somewhat perplexed. Chapter 10. The Vengeful Dragon's Poison. Evolution of the Martial Spirit? Bai Ingwe glared with her beautiful eyes, snorting. That old dog clearly harbors ill intentions. What he offers you is no treasure. Consuming it will endanger your life. Upon hearing this, Luo Fancheng's pupils constricted as he lowered his gaze to the small vial in his hand, where a crimson liquid swirled within. Isn't this dragon's blood? It is indeed dragon's blood, Bai Ingwe explained, but it is infused with deadly poison. The resentment of tortured dragon-type soul beasts seeps into their blood. By refining this blood filled with resentment, we obtain this vial of vengeful dragon's poison. If ingested, not only will your cultivation foundation be destroyed, but your spirit will also suffer from the erosion of resentment. Long Tao, listening nearby, felt a chill run down his spine. What a cruel method. But why would the four offerings want to harm him? Luo Fancheng cast an inquiring glance at Diwei Yang, who nodded gently. This substance is indeed vengeful dragon's poison. With the confirmation from the high priestess, Luo Fancheng's doubts dissipated. He tightened his grip on the vial, a surge of anger swelling within him. With no grievances and no vendetta, they seek to harm me while feigning kindness. How dare that old dog deceive me so? This debt, he firmly etched in his mind. He could not let it go unaddressed. Bang! His fingers exerted too much force, and the vial shattered, glass shards slicing into his palm as the crimson liquid splattered forth. Bai Ingwe exclaimed, contact with the blood could lead to disaster. What? Contact is also forbidden? This is bad. Upon hearing this, Long Tao and the others instantly panicked, and Luo Fancheng felt urgency rise within him. He had not anticipated that awakening his martial spirit would significantly enhance his strength, leading him to inadvertently crush the vial. Now, the vengeful dragon's poison had already made contact with his wound, and there was no time to shake it off. Damn, what kind of situation is this? Luo Fancheng found the absurdity of it all amusing yet frustrating. Was he destined to face the most foolish demise of a transmigrator? The high priestess and Su Jiao and Amp, Oppos, who had been hiding in the crowd, were about to intervene when suddenly a surge of soul light erupted from Luo Fancheng's palm, and his small mudfish martial spirit appeared spontaneously. The palm-sized mudfish opened its mouth, and an inexplicable suction force emerged, drawing in all the vengeful dragon's poison that had tainted Luo Fancheng's wound. Luo Fancheng was stunned. I barely had time to react, and yet you actively absorb it? Are you afraid I won't be quick enough? Sensing the mudfish's gluttonous and excited emotions, Luo Fancheng hesitated not a moment longer and made a decisive choice. Absorb it. Devour it greedily. This grand chaos ancestor dragon martial spirit, even in its current state, could surely handle a mere vengeful dragon's poison, right? Gasp. Gasps of astonishment echoed around him as Long Tao, the holy maiden, and the villagers were all left dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that this substance is poisonous? How can he willingly consume it? In the blink of an eye, the mudfish not only devoured the vengeful dragon's poison from Luo Fancheng's palm, but also consumed the remnants scattered on the ground. Are you all right? Long Tao asked nervously. Although the contact was brief, he had already been captivated by the unique charisma emanating from Luo Fancheng. I'm fine, Luo Fancheng pondered for a moment, licking his lips. Strangely enough, I feel a bit exhilarated. How can that be possible? Bai Ingwe gasped, her expression one of disbelief. I once witnessed that cruel son of the Holy Sun experimenting with this vengeful dragon and Oppos, as poison on prisoners from the temple, level 40 soul masters shrieking in agony, their faces torn apart. Just then, a miniature blood-red vengeful dragon appeared, roaring ferociously. Provoked, the small mudfish erupted with a unique aura, causing the fierce blood-red dragon to wither in response, ultimately being devoured by the mudfish. In an instant, a monochromatic brilliance erupted, and within the light, the mudfish's form rapidly expanded, scales sprouting on its surface. What is happening? Long Tao sensed his fifth-grade lizard dragon martial spirit tremble in fear at the special aura radiating from the mudfish. Could this be the legendary evolution of a martial spirit? Bai Yingwei was again profoundly shocked by Luo Fancheng. What kind of prodigy is he? To consume vengeful dragon and Appo's poison without harm is already outrageous, and now his martial spirit is evolving? Diwei Yang and Appo's Phoenix eyes glimmered with intrigue. She too had not anticipated such a miraculous turn of events. In the distance, Su Jiu'er quietly exhaled, her pretty face briefly lighting up with joy before cooling again, a murderous intent bubbling in her gaze as she quietly withdrew from the crowd. Swish! At this moment, the mudfish had expanded to more than 3 times its original size, transforming from palm size to resembling a small snake. The scales on its body now finely detailed, and the monochromatic glow surrounding it deeper and more profound than before. Luo Fancheng smiled. This martial spirit has truly exceeded my expectations. It is clearly much more formidable than before, rapidly evolving from diminutive to grand. Teacher, my junior brother's martial spirit can actually evolve? Bai Yingwei exclaimed in astonishment. Diwei Yang frowned. What junior brother? He is your junior disciple. Bai Yingwei shook the high priestess's arm, pouting, Teacher, I don't want a junior disciple. I want a senior brother. Diwei Yang ignored the holy maiden's playful antics and said, Fancheng, your martial spirit harbors profound dragon might, with potential and rank that are certainly not low. If it continues to evolve, it could rival the Holy Sun's 9th-grade Seraph and Sun Candlelight martial spirits. We still do not know whether this martial spirit can only evolve by consuming dragon blood or if it can absorb other energies as well. Luo Fancheng nodded, listening intently. As the high priestess, her insight was remarkable. The resentment within the vengeful dragon was fierce, yet it had shown no resistance against the mudfish. A martial spirit capable of evolution through absorption was unprecedented in her experience. She had only seen one such case. Even if Luo Fancheng's martial spirit presently seemed weak, its potential was undoubtedly limitless. She could only wonder what its ultimate limit might be, and a sense of anticipation grew within her. Diwei Yang said coolly, You should return home today to bid farewell to your family. I will wait for you here in the square tomorrow morning to take you out for training. Understood. Luo Fancheng nodded, offering no further words. A satisfied expression graced Diwei Yang's exquisite features, and without waiting for Bai Yingwei to speak, she took her away, shattering the void as they departed. The villagers then dared to breathe deeply, erupting into fervent discussions. Many gazed at Luo Fancheng with eyes filled with envy, but there was no jealousy. Most offered silent blessings. Village Chief Lu Ran was exhilarated, watching this child who had grown up in Yun Village. He felt a surge of excitement. This village might just give rise to a true dragon. Long Tao relaxed his tense body. Benefactor Fancheng, I will never forget your enlightening kindness. I serve at the Bright God Temple branch in Qingsheng. Should you need my assistance, feel free to seek me out. By the way, those 4 offerings and the Holy Sun are at the pinnacle of power in the Soul Martial Continent. No matter how much hatred you harbor, do not oppose them. A sense of powerlessness filled Long Tao's heart as he clenched his fists, muttering, Who could not despise such people? But the situation is stronger than the individual. If given the chance, it is best to pretend nothing has happened and turn enemies into friends. You are right. It is merely a matter of poisoning and endangering lives. It is nothing significant. Luo Fancheng replied with a smile, his tone deceptively gentle. As for that old offering, he has treated me so kindly. One day, I shall express my gratitude to his entire family, even to the earthworms and egg yolks in their shells. Though Luo Fancheng's smile was warm, Long Tao could not help but shiver, a chill running down his spine as he hurriedly took his leave. Hey, where did Aunt Sue go? Luo Fancheng scanned his surroundings but found no trace of her, puzzled. She had been there just moments ago. How could the beautiful lady have vanished so suddenly? Thud, thud. A resplendent golden carriage traversed a tranquil mountain path. The four offerings and the holy sun, radiant flame, reclined within, each resting a hand upon the head of a charming woman, their eyes half closed in a state of indulgent reverie as they admired the picturesque scenery along the way. A graceful figure silently emerged in the void above, alluring and voluptuous, gazing down with a frigid demeanor at the passing carriage. Chapter 11. Devoted Schemes. The enchanting Empress's powerful protection of her husband-teacher. I fail to comprehend why you chose to bestow that boy with dragon's blood before your departure. Within the carriage, the holy son of the temple, Huang Yin, furrowed his brow in inquiry, his large hand rudely pressing down on the head of a flattering woman. Ah! The fourth elder narrowed his eyes, a satisfied expression gracing his features. You are well aware that it is the venom of the vengeful dragon. Why do you inquire? If that boy dares to consume it, he is undoubtedly doomed to die. He will blissfully drink this treasure bestowed by me, only to meet his demise in a cacophony of pain. Huang Yan's gaze was filled with disdain. If the teacher finds him displeasing, it would be simpler to slay him outright. Those commoners are but worthless lives. There is no need to waste a vial of vengeful dragon's poison on him. He is unworthy. What do you understand? The fourth elder shook his head. Yinner, while your talent is rivaled by few in this world, your schemes lack the necessary depth. It is merely a common waste, if one finds it distasteful. Killing it is sufficient. What then? Huang Yin remained unconvinced. You are mistaken. The fourth elder's eyes widened. Killing one commoner is easy, but what are the others? If we do not eliminate them, the high priestess may learn of our unauthorized assassination of a soul master with awakened twin martial souls and will undoubtedly pursue the matter. You know well that our high priestess is particularly concerned with the lives of commoners. Should we kill him, the entire village would perish, drawing the temple's scrutiny. The branch temple is aware of our presence here. Trouble may still arise. By granting him dragon's blood, we showcase our benevolence before the commoners while silently removing him. What could be more splendid? Huang Yin questioned in confusion. But that boy is merely an ant with an awakened, useless martial soul. He cannot achieve greatness. Even if he survives, what difference does it make? Why should you concern yourself? The fourth elder sneered. How do you know that today's ant may not become a formidable force in the future due to unforeseen opportunities? That boy possesses an imposing demeanor. Although his martial soul is flawed, it exudes an unusual essence. It is wise to deal with such individuals promptly, ensuring no future troubles arise. Does he even deserve such consideration? Huang Yin burst into laughter, wiping away tears of mirth. Teacher, you overestimate these rustic villagers. Ha ha ha. I, Huang Yin, hail from a prestigious lineage, possessing unparalleled talent. In the future, I shall reign supreme, vanquishing all foes. A mere villager. How utterly insignificant. What could he possibly become? The fourth elder shook his head and advised. Yinner, you may deride your foes with your words, but you must regard all enemies with utmost seriousness. That boy could potentially be accepted as my disciple, and with ample resources, he might seize an opportunity for a comeback. Yet you're not only my disciple, but my son. Why should I expend resources meant for you on nurturing another? However, I do not wish for him to fall into others' hands, especially the high priestess's faction. Using a vial of vengeful dragon's poison to eliminate him is the most convenient solution. Huang Yin shook his head, his arrogance unabated, his sharpness even more pronounced. You have grown cautious in your old age. It is a pity that boy has likely already succumbed to the torment of the vengeful dragon's poison, crying out in agony before exploding into a gruesome end. Otherwise, I would surely shatter him myself, proving your caution today to be unnecessary. The fourth elder sighed. If you seek the position of high priest, strength and cunning are indispensable. The high priestess is ruthless and exceptionally talented. She is not to be trifled with. A domineering and seductive smile graced Huang Yan's face. The saintess will soon be mine. The high priestess? Ha! She shall not escape. Only such a woman is worthy of me. With a heavy hand, Huang Yin pressed down, closing his eyes, and the fourth elder followed suit. Just as they were about to indulge in their delight, a tremendous explosion erupted suddenly, startling both Huang Yin and the fourth elder into a shudder. In the next moment, A violent energy engulfed the entire carriage, shattering it to pieces. With splinters and gemstones shot outward, a small mushroom cloud rising from the wreckage. Boom! The fourth elder, charred and in disarray, emerged from the smoke, dragging the barely conscious Huang Yin with him, his fury boiling over as he scanned the surroundings. Who dares to be so audacious? It was a pity that the old dog and his pup had not been obliterated. Accompanied by a chilling female voice, a fiery and alluring figure materialized in the air, wrapped in a white fox fur that accentuated her voluptuous form, with long legs adorned with golden bells and bare feet. She possessed 9 pristine foxtails behind her and a captivating beauty that exuded both allure and lethal intent from her icy blue eyes. The 9-tailed celestial fox. You are the Empress of Qingqiu. With no grievance nor enmity, you dare provoke the temple's elder. Are you courting death? Boom! The fourth elder, consumed by rage, flames erupting from his back, conjured a red, 12-winged, angelic apparition. Below the angel, 9 distinct and powerful halos pulsed rhythmically, emanating a terrifying aura akin to a bottomless abyss. Such a lack of grievance or enmity, the Empress replied coldly, her murderous intent palpable. She had learned of the poison within the dragon's blood and could not tolerate the thought of someone plotting against her beloved. Having traveled 1,000 miles from Cloud Village to exact vengeance, she would not hesitate. Before the adversary could strike, she could no longer contain her fury and charged forward. Impudence. The fourth elder was interrupted at a critical moment, his son severely injured, causing his head to pound with fury. Today, I shall slay you and seize your soul ring and soul bone for my son. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce battle ensued, the earth trembling and energy surging violently. The Holy Sun was left on the brink of death, his vitality waning. 9-tailed Empress, you shall wait for this elder. The fourth elder's skull cracked as he spat blood, cursing madly and frantically fled with the charred remains of his son. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon rose high, Cloud Village lay enveloped in tranquility. Luo Fancheng personally prepared a feast, eager to celebrate the successful awakening of his martial soul with his longtime pseudo-aunt and true beloved. However, as the day turned into night, he awaited her return in vain, reheating the dishes multiple times. Sitting at the threshold, he gazed outside, lost in thought. Where's Aunt Sue gone? Surely she has not abandoned me. Her useless little husband? Luo Fancheng shook his head, believing Su Jiu'er would not act so callously. Yet a tinge of worry lingered. After 16 years of companionship, he had grown accustomed to her presence. Distracted, he retrieved a parchment from his pocket, the map he had obtained earlier that day, one of the 9 mysterious treasures of the Soul Martial Continent. It also conceals immense opportunities related to my martial soul. Luo Fancheng chuckled bitterly. The map depicted mountains and rivers with clarity, yet he recognized none of the locations. How could he possibly seek them out? Innocent of any crime, yet burdened by precious secrets, he dared not share the map with anyone but Su Jiu'er. Though his initial meeting with the High Priestess and the Saintess had been pleasant, they were still strangers. Suddenly, a sound broke the stillness, and a graceful figure descended into the courtyard. Luo Fancheng's expression brightened as he sprang to his feet, excitement bubbling within him, though he could not help but voice his grievance. Where have you been? Why did you take so long to return? Before he could finish, a cough interrupted him. Cough, cough. Under the moonlight, Su Jiu'er stumbled, and he could vaguely see a sharp wound etched across her pale arm. Little man, you must have been worried. Su Jiu'er's blue eyes dimmed as she hurried to explain, but she was interrupted by another cough. Thud, thud, thud. Upon seeing the injury on Jiu'er's arm, Luo Fancheng felt a ringing in his ears. The anxiety of waiting all day evaporated in an instant. There was no time to blame her as he rushed to her side, steadying her shoulder. Luo Fancheng could hardly fathom who had harmed the Empress. Who inflicted the injury upon you? His countenance was grim, and his voice was low. Setting. In this narrative, the Demon Emperor is akin to the chieftain of each Soul Beast clan. Su Jiu'er, renowned for her unparalleled beauty among the Soul Beast tribes, remains too youthful to yet break into the top 10 of the demon race's combatants, though her prowess will undoubtedly grow. The offerings are equivalent to the most formidable warriors of the human race. In the unfolding tale, there will emerge a human empress and a high priestess, both of whom are truly formidable. Chapter 12. The heart's stirring. Do not bully my man. It's all right, don't worry too much, Annie is fine. Sujio and Appos, gently reassured, her cool hand caressing Luo Fancheng and Appos, as handsome face as she spoke softly. How can everything be fine? Luo Fancheng clenched his teeth. TSK, TSK. You little rascal, you've truly grown up, showing concern for your dear aunt. It seems my affection for you over the years has not been in vain. Su Jiuer laughed melodiously, her chest quivering with delight. Luo Fancheng shook his head, his expression serious. I understand that you think I am weak, and telling me only serves to increase my worries. However, as long as you tell me who has harmed you, even if I am not their match today, I will settle the score in the future, making them pay with their blood. Su Jiuer was momentarily taken aback. The usually gentle boy was now solemn and earnest. Gazing into his resolute, deep black eyes, a warm current surged through her heart, and she could not help but smile radiantly. Our little man is becoming increasingly manly. My heart is racing. Yet, the usually pleasure-seeking Luo Fancheng remained unperturbed, his demeanor still grave. It must be those 4 offerings and that holy sun. I'll remember this. Now let us not waste any more time. You should return and tend to your injuries. How do you know it's them? Su Jiuer asked, astonished. Now it's certain, Luo Fancheng replied. Su Jiuer widened her eyes. Oh, look at you, getting all bold and trying to pry information from me. Luo Fancheng remained silent, his gaze heavy, fist clenched tightly. Hey, Su Jiuer poked his waist playfully with her delicate finger. You're making me look foolish and losing face, you know? Rest assured, it's just a minor injury. Nothing to worry about, Luo Fancheng said. Auntie, please stop trying to act cute with me. You, a demon emperor, are not cut out for such antics. Is it that awkward? Su Jiuer asked softly. Just a smidge, Luo Fancheng admitted candidly. Oh, fine then. Su Jiuer felt deflated. The atmosphere around them grew quiet as they walked in unison toward the room. Sitting on the bed, Su Jiuer couldn't help but voice her concern. I'm truly afraid of your impulsiveness, that you might recklessly rush out to confront the truth, heedless of the consequences. Luo Fancheng responded quietly. Being reckless only brings pain to loved ones and joy to enemies. Do I seem like the type to deliver myself as a sacrifice? I will train diligently. I must avenge this grievance. Su Jiuer, possessing remarkable insight, instantly discerned that Luo Fancheng's calm exterior belied the fury evident in his trembling fists beneath his sleeves. He truly cared for me, deeply so. Those 4 offerings had long surpassed a century in age, being retired elders of the temple, possessing boundless resources. They represented the pinnacle of human combat strength. If the ruler of the Spirit Beast clan, the Chilan Emperor, were to strike, eliminating those 4 would be effortless. Yet Auntie, as a mere Fox Clan's demon emperor, had limited resources and far less training time. Thus her strength could not compare. Moreover, that holy son possessed limitless potential, with at least a 90% chance of inheriting the Temple's leadership in the future. Are you truly certain you wish to oppose him? Luo Fancheng raised his head, locking eyes with Su Jiuer, his words calm yet resolute. I don't grasp grand philosophies. I adhere to one unyielding principle. It's permissible to bully me, as long as it's not excessive. However, anyone daring to bully my woman, even if they were the king of heaven himself, I would annihilate their entire lineage. If a year isn't enough, I will train for 3. If 3 years fail, I will train for 30. If I cannot overpower them, I will resort to poison. If poison fails, I will scheme. Su Jiuer's heart raced, her beautiful eyes shimmering with complex emotions. The man before her lacked grandiose speeches or frenzied oaths. Yet she felt an unwavering resolve crashing upon her like a tidal wave, stirring her heartstrings. At that moment, she began to recognize a woman's feelings for a man, distinct from familial affection. All right, don't be angry, don't be angry. I didn't truly suffer any injustice this time, Su Jiuer said tenderly. Fearing Luo Fancheng might doubt her, she pressed her finger to his forehead, and an intense vision of a breathtaking battle flashed through his mind. The 4 offerings' heads cracked and bled, their left arms shattered and mangled. The holy sun in her arms was charred beyond recognition, uncertain of his fate. Finally, as the furious cries of the four offerings echoed, Su Jiu'er slipped away into the void. This Luo Fancheng's gaze regained clarity, and his heart trembled. His little wife was far more ruthless than he had imagined. He had thought Su Jiu'er was the one at a disadvantage. Seeing Luo Fancheng's astonished expression, Su Jiu'er lifted her chin with pride, revealing the authority of a demon emperor. You can provoke me, but bullying my little man is out of the question. I, Su Jiu'er, will not tolerate such grievances. Luo Fancheng grasped her icy, delicate hands. A gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. Do not take risks for my sake again. It's far too dangerous. Oh my, look at you. Getting bold enough to hold Annie's hand. Su Jiu'er and oppose, teased, yet she did not pull away. Have you ever heard the latter part of that saying? Huh. A little woman seeks revenge, day and night. Su Jiu'er narrowed her beautiful eyes. That old dog had ulterior motives. It's a pity he couldn't be dispatched. She then relayed the conversation she had overheard between the four offerings and Huang Yan in the carriage to Luo Fancheng. The hearts of men are treacherous. These higher-ups view the common folk as mere weeds and ants. They truly deserve to be eradicated, Luo Fancheng scoffed. Isu Due Shuhit believed. That old dog's strength is unfathomable, and with the divine artifact of the bright temple in his possession, I was fortunate to have ambushed him. He also didn't anticipate that I would use a life-risking secret technique right from the start. Moreover, he was preoccupied with protecting his son, which led to his significant loss. However, had I not escaped, once the effects of the secret technique wore off and I entered a state of weakness, it would have been me left behind, facing him with a divine artifact in hand. How are your injuries? Luo Fancheng inquired with concern. No vital damage, but I will need some time to recuperate, Su Jiu'er replied. Now that you have taken the female pope as your teacher, you have protection, and it's clear she and the four offerings belong to different factions, so I can leave in peace. What? You're leaving? Luo Fancheng asked. Isu Dueasite. After all, I am a spirit beast. The human world is ultimately not my true home. The wild environment of Qingqiu is far more beneficial for my training. All these years, I remained here to ensure your healthy growth in human society. Now you are capable of standing on your own. Moreover, I sense that my 50,000-year ferocious beast tribulation is approaching. It's perilous, and I must enter seclusion to cultivate. Tribulation? Luo Fancheng was puzzled. Su Jiu'er said, now that you have awakened your martial soul, it is time to discuss the matters concerning soul masters. Luo Fancheng focused intently, listening earnestly. Su Jiu'er spoke softly. In the soul martial continent, humans undergo body tempering before the age of 16 to build a strong foundation. At 16, they can awaken their martial soul. Upon initial awakening, all individuals possess soul power at the first level, known as a soul scholar. You are currently a level 1 soul scholar. To advance to the next realm at level 10, one must acquire a soul ring, thus becoming a soul master at level 11. What is a soul ring? Luo Fancheng asked, puzzled. Su Jiu'er explained, after a soul beast dies, it can condense a soul ring for a short period. Special soul beasts may also produce soul bones. A soul master can draw the soul ring into themselves to achieve a breakthrough, and the function of soul bones will be revealed to you in due time. There are many intricacies involved, so I want to elaborate further. Your teacher will instruct you tomorrow. As a commoner, it's best you don't know too much, as it may expose my existence. Though Luo Fancheng was curious, he could only nod in agreement. Su Jiu'er continued, at level 11, one is considered a soul master, also known as a first-tier powerhouse. The tiers range from the first tier to the 9th tier, namely Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, and Soul Saint, with corresponding titles of extraordinary. The Holy Sun and Holy Maiden are both at the 4th rank of Soul Masters. Yet the Holy Maiden appears to have just attained her 4th soul ring, marking her breakthrough. The 4 offerings and the High Priestess, however, are extraordinary beings of the 9th rank, capable of shattering the void. Yet, even among 9th rank extraordinary beings, the disparity in strength can be vast. After all, the distinction between level 91 and level 95 is not merely nominal. What level are you? Luo Fancheng inquired further. I, Sujio and Apos, replied. I would roughly equate to a human of around level 95. Beschreibung Luo Fancheng's Confusion, Suyue elaborated. The cultivation of soul beasts is measured by their age rather than their rank. Ah, Luo Fancheng exclaimed, astonished. Soul beasts are generally categorized into those of 100 years. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years. A 100,000-year soul beast is comparable to a human of level 91. Upon reaching 100,000 years, it faces a significant decision in its existence. What decision? Luo Fancheng, aware that the knowledge he was receiving was far beyond that of an ordinary mortal, listened with great interest. It must contemplate whether to continue cultivating in its soul beast form or to seize the opportunity to transform entirely into a human, starting anew. Sujioer's tone grew grave. If one chooses to cultivate as a soul beast, they must endure a heavenly tribulation every 100,000 years, a perilous endeavor fraught with near-certain death. Surviving it grants life anew, but failure leads to obliteration. Luo Fancheng was captivated, pondering why the path of cultivation for soul beasts was so arduous, fraught with tribulations. By the way, Aunt, you mentioned that you will soon face a 500,000-year heavenly tribulation. You cannot possibly have survived for 500,000 years, can you? How rude. Su Jiuer retorted, her eyes narrowing. I suspect you are insulting me. Calling me an old hag. Unable to restrain herself, she pinched the soft flesh at Luo Fancheng's waist. Ouch! Wicked enchantress. Are you attempting to murder your own husband? He gasped. Bah! Su Jiuer exclaimed. Let me clarify. The age of a soul beast corresponds to your human rank classification, rather than merely years of existence. If it were based solely on years lived, high-ranking soul beasts would be exceedingly rare, having been hunted to extinction by generations of human soul masters seeking breakthroughs. I have cultivated under my mother's protection, secluded in a corner, so I am unsure of the exact duration of my training. I likely have not even reached 1/3 of that old hag's age. Otherwise, he would surely have perished today. Regardless, I am quite young. Su Jiuer emphasized, her words deliberate, her fierce blue eyes glaring. The icy demeanor of the elegant lady was utterly adorable, prompting Luo Fancheng to resist the urge to playfully ruffle her hair. That covers the essential points. The finer details shall await your teacher, the high priestess, to impart. Why do you keep mentioning the high priestess? Luo Fancheng teased. Aunt, are you perhaps envious of her beauty? Envious? Su Jiuer's gaze flashed, and she scoffed. Of whom should I be envious? Luo Fancheng felt an inexplicable aura of hostility. Kulme, little man, answer me. Who is more beautiful, your aunt or the high priestess? Su Jiuer asked with a playful smile. Two faces appeared in Luo Fancheng's mind. One was a bewitching beauty, alluring and irresistible, igniting primal desires. The other, a stunning figure of unparalleled elegance, exuding an aura of authority that commanded both admiration and trepidation. Wait, snap out of it. This isn't a multiple-choice question. Luo Fancheng reminded himself. Trusting his instincts, he declared without hesitation. Isn't it obvious? Of course. Aunt is the most beautiful. No matter how lovely the high priestess and holy maiden are, even combined, they cannot compare to a fraction of your beauty. Su Jiuer nodded in satisfaction. Internally, Luo Fancheng scoffed. Women, such creatures of contradictions. How can you claim not to feel envious? The corners of Su Jiuer's lips curled upwards. I'll let this one slide, but next time, I shall ask in front of your teacher. Luo Fancheng's heart thudded. Such malice from a woman. If you wish for my demise, just say so. Why complicate matters? Giggling, Su Jiuer reveled in Luo Fancheng's predicament, her true beauty radiating without disguise, captivating him wholly. His throat felt parched, yearning for the taste of her lips. She was simply breathtaking. As he leaned closer, expecting to be rebuffed once more, he was surprised to find Su Jiuer silently gazing at him with her enchanting blue eyes. Cautiously, he drew nearer, their faces mere inches apart, each breath palpable in the air. A delicate fragrance enveloped him, stirring his senses. Su Jiuer closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling gently, betraying the turmoil within her heart. The implication was unmistakable. This was the first time in 16 years that she had permitted such intimacy. With such a clear invitation, how could he possibly restrain himself? Yet, Luo Fancheng and Appo's past experiences made him resolute in his decision. Su Jiao and Appo's was anxious. In many respects, she was an enchanting emperor, yet in matters of romance, she was still a novice. This was to be her first kiss. How could she not feel nervous? What is the little man doing? Surely, he cannot be so oblivious to my signals. Chapter 13. Captivating the heart of the demon emperor, mapping the treasures. Anxiety surged within Su Jiao as she pouted, "Dogman, what are you waiting for?" Never had the illustrious nine-tailed, celestial fox demon emperor felt such trepidation, almost rivaling the fear she experienced 16 years ago when the three-headed demon dragon plotted against her. The silence was stifling. Peeking through a narrow gap, Su Jiao discovered that the man was not exuding an impatient, lustful demeanor. Instead, he gazed at her gently, his eyes clear and devoid of any wicked thoughts, as if he were admiring a masterpiece. A warm, jade-like smile graced his handsome features, leaving her utterly astonished. Naturally alluring, Su Jiao possessed a captivating charm that drew countless greedy gazes whenever she appeared in public, a fact she loathed. Yet, she understood that all men, to some extent, were prone to desire, and few could maintain their composure in the presence of such beauty. Despite her distaste for sentimentality, she could not escape it. Moreover, with her lips offered like a ripe fruit, it seemed there was no man capable of resisting. Yet, the man before her managed to do just that. Her heart filled with disbelief as she asked, What are you doing? Aunt, you are too beautiful, flawless as white jade. To kiss you would be the greatest sacrilege, Luo Fancheng remarked, neither humble nor arrogant, but sincerely praising her. Thump, thump. Su Jiao's heart raced, her gaze faltering, unable to meet his brilliant, sincere, star-like eyes. Yet, some said she was a bewitching demon who wreaked havoc upon the world, a vixen. Whoever said that, I shall kill them. Luo Fancheng and Appo's handsome face revealed a fierce expression. They are simply envious of your enchanting beauty. The words of men are deceitful. You desire my body too. Don't think I am unaware. Su Jiao retorted, her tone lacking any real malice, more akin to a bashful woman's playful protest. Luo Fancheng shrugged innocently. If I had ill intentions, why did I not kiss you when I had the chance? Su Jiao paused, pondering, indeed, why didn't you? I never said I would kiss you. You shameless young man, she countered. Yet you close your eyes, he pointed out. I was merely tired, taking a moment to rest. She insisted, her voice firm. All right, he surrendered, raising his hands with a smile. If you help me take a look at the treasure, I will let you rest. What treasure? Su Jiao asked, her cheeks flushing crimson as she shot up, her beautiful legs kicking out, her bell-like laughter ringing. You little rascal, learn to behave. Suddenly, Luo Fancheng found himself kicked beneath the bed, rubbing his backside as he exclaimed, Aunt, how am I a rascal for being kicked by you? Su Jiao glared. After all these years, do I not know your true weight? What treasure could you possibly hide? I meant to ask you to help me examine this map. Luo Fancheng replied, standing up and retrieving a parchment from his pocket. Ah, this. Su Jiao fell silent, though she maintained a composed facade. Luo Fancheng noticed her dainty toes, resembling white jade, curling tightly beneath her fox fur. Clearing her throat, she commanded, Hand it over, let me see. Recognizing her attempt to divert the conversation, Luo Fancheng chuckled inwardly, but refrained from exposing her ploy. Upon receiving the map, Su Jiao glanced over it nonchalantly, initially doubting that Luo Fancheng possessed anything truly astonishing. However, after a cursory glance, her posture stiffened in shock. How do you have such a detailed map of the sole Martial continent? This could not have been drawn by an ordinary person. The continent is vast and fraught with peril. No commoner could traverse even a single nation in their lifetime. The more she examined it, the more alarmed she became. Suddenly, she pointed at a marker on the map, exclaiming, Is this not the route to my home? What? To your home? Luo Fancheng echoed, equally astonished, unable to believe that it was supposed to lead to a treasure. How could it lead straight to her family? Su Jiao stared at him in disbelief. as if she had seen a ghost, prompting Luo Fancheng to feel an eerie chill. Is it not simply pointing to your home? Why the surprise? Is it not? Su Jiuer exclaimed excitedly. Qingxiu is the hidden refuge of my celestial fox clan, a true paradise unknown to anyone but our kind. And yet this map marks its location so clearly. Even the beautiful fox maidens of my clan, betrayed by the three-headed demon dragon, dare not disclose the location of Qingxiu due to their oaths of secrecy. Luo Fancheng understood the gravity of the situation instantly. Where did you acquire this map? Would you believe me if I said I found it? He shrugged. Su Jiuer gazed deeply into his eyes, aware that he was unwilling to disclose more. So she continued to scrutinize the map. This route leads not only to Qingxiu, but ultimately to our forbidden area. Su Jiuer inhaled sharply, her heart racing. The forbidden area of Qingxiu? Seeing your bewildered expression, let me explain. You are one of us, so it is fine to tell you. The forbidden area is said to enclose a terrifying existence, forbidding any member of the Fox clan from entering. Has no one ever ventured inside? Luo Fancheng questioned. Su Jiuer shook her head. My clan values rules and oaths above all. Yet someone must have betrayed them. Luo Fancheng muttered. Are you looking for a fight? Must you bring up such topics? Su Jiuer kicked out playfully, but her long, graceful leg ultimately rested against Luo Fancheng's chest, unwilling to strike. This map is of great importance to you? Luo Fancheng mused, trusting that the system would not send him to his doom. He nodded earnestly. Yes, it is crucial. Fine. Once I return to Qingxiu, I shall find a way to investigate further. Be cautious. If it proves too dangerous, do not proceed. Shall I return the map to you? No need. I have memorized it. Su Jiuer gasped. Why would you memorize the map if you have nothing to do with it? Nothing at all, Luo Fancheng replied. Is it not easy to remember after a glance? Are you not boasting? Su Jiuer questioned skeptically. Luo Fancheng then traced lines in the air with his finger, demonstrating his remarkable memory. His extraordinary aptitude allowed him to remember anything he saw effortlessly. Su Jiuer was genuinely astonished. Although her own spiritual strength enabled her to memorize things easily, for Luo Fancheng, who had just awakened his martial soul, to achieve such a feat was nothing short of extraordinary. The quality of a martial soul represented only one facet: spiritual strength, physique, and comprehension of various paths, such as sword and spear, all depended on innate talent. Generally, those with powerful martial souls excelled in other areas as well. Luo Fancheng's ability to memorize so effortlessly indicated that his spiritual strength was far superior to that of his peers. His physical prowess was equally impressive, easily reaching the pinnacle of body refinement, a feat that had initially shocked Su Jiuer. With a unique martial soul capable of evolution, combined with these talents, the young man was bound for greatness. Su Jiuer felt a sense of foreboding. By the way, although you have memorized the map, you likely remain unclear about these locations. Indeed, he admitted. Very well. Allow me to briefly explain, so you can act with more convenience in the future. Su Jiuer patiently pointed to the map, explaining. The Soul Martial Continent encompasses 4 major gathering places for soul beasts: the Eastern Oasis, the Southern Death Desert, the Western Coast, and the Northern Icy Wasteland. The Western Coast is a paradise for sea soul beasts, unfathomable and seldom trodden. The Eastern Oasis is the most prosperous, hosting the greatest variety of soul beasts, making it the prime location for soul masters to hunt for soul rings. It is also the closest to us. Currently, we find ourselves in the Songlong Empire, with the Baihu Empire to the west, the Shanwang Empire to the south, and the Xuanwu Empire to the north, each standing in contention, holding the most elite soul beasts of the continent. 10 prestigious sects, each possessing supreme martial souls, are supported by various empires, scattered across the territories of the 4 great empires. Meanwhile, the temple and other forces reside beyond these realms. Many secrets are too lengthy to recount at this moment. You will come to learn of them in due time. As Luo Fancheng's eyes grew increasingly bright, it felt as if a grand and enigmatic tapestry was unfurling before him. The once unfamiliar world began to crystallize through Su Jiuer's explanations, igniting a sense of eagerness within him to venture forth and explore. Luo Fancheng collected his thoughts and remarked, well, It's getting late. I shall not disturb your aunt's rest. Have you forgotten something? Su Jiu'er retorted with a playful huff. Not at all, Luo Fancheng quickly replied as he exited the room. Su Jiu'er, watching the door close, bit her lip in frustration. You scoundrel. You can't even give me a kiss? She simmered with indignation, her clever eyes darting as a plan formed in her mind. I have a way to make you pay for this. Just wait and see how long you can keep up the pretense. She leapt from her bed and began rummaging through her belongings. Back in his room, Luo Fancheng patted his chest in relief. Phew, that was close. If she had shown any hint of allure, I might have succumbed to temptation. His restraint from taking Su Jiu'er's first kiss was deliberate. He surmised that her desire for intimacy arose from their imminent separation. However, indulging in that kiss would only seal their fate, and she would undoubtedly revert to her aloof demeanor afterward. Thus, in moments like this, he felt it imperative to exercise patience and devise a strategy to cultivate their burgeoning feelings. Although he had not kissed her, he could sense that her affections for him had undeniably intensified. Desire begets delay, he mused. A temporary forbearance would surely yield greater rewards. A smirk graced his lips as he imagined Su Jiu'er likely scratching her head in confusion, pondering whether to pursue him. Regardless, he resolved to remain composed, fully aware of a woman's heart. Was his approach misguided? Absolutely not. Luo Fancheng believed that all his actions were aimed at hastening the flame of love, a sentiment steeped in sincerity, which he regarded as romantic. In contrast, men who deceived women, leaving them in tears, were the true scoundrels. He removed his shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed, clearing his mind and emptying his thoughts as he endeavored to practice the ancestral dragon swallowing heaven technique. Suddenly, Luo Fancheng felt a disconnection from reality, as if an indescribable and magnificent dragon shadow was soaring through the void, letting out a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens. As it opened its mouth to consume, it seemed to draw in the sun, moon, and stars. Simultaneously, a peculiar force emanated from Luo Fancheng's body, attracting the surrounding spiritual energy which swiftly entered him. This energy traversed intricate pathways within his meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian. Boom! Boom! A series of unique sounds resonated within his body. After a while, Luo Fancheng opened his eyes, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He had initially possessed only one cyclone in his dantian, but now there were four. He was unsure of what this signified, but presumed it to be a positive development. His strength and spirit were palpably magnified compared to before his practice, affirming the extraordinary nature of the ancestral dragon swallowing heaven technique. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted his thoughts, prompting Luo Fancheng to respond. Come in. The door is unlocked. As he impeccably dressed, Su Jiu'er entered. Luo Fancheng was captivated, nearly losing control of his senses. In turn, Su Jiu'er sensed the aura of his recent breakthrough, her mouth agape in astonishment. You! The striking pair locked eyes, exclaiming in unison. Chapter 14. Shocked, breaking 5 realms overnight. A beauty bestows a treasure Luo Fancheng swallowed hard, anticipating Su Jiu'er's arrival. Yet he could never have imagined it would be so overwhelming. The enchanting fairy had completely transformed from her usual aloof demeanor into a vision of ultimate sensuality. With adorable fox ears and alluring features, her fiery red skirt accentuated her curvaceous figure, revealing her fair, smooth shoulders. As the hem of her skirt swayed, long, beautiful legs peeked through, encased in gossamer stockings, black on the left and white on the right. Her delicate feet adorned strappy high heels, with slender ribbons winding up her calves. Each step elicited a gentle chime from the bells tied around her ankles. Across from her, Su Jiu'er fixed her gaze on Luo Fancheng, astonished. What on earth did you do in your room? I didn't do anything. I was just trying to practice a bit, Luo Fancheng replied, puzzled. Shouldn't he be the one reacting so strongly? Why was she more agitated than himself? Just practicing? Su Jiu'er's voice rose with urgency. In a flash, a fragrant breeze swept past as Su Jiu'er appeared before him, grasping his wrist. The breathtaking allure of her presence left Luo Fancheng dizzy, his mouth dry. Hey, stop messing around. Who can withstand such a test right off the bat? Seemingly incredulous, Su Jiu'er used her spiritual energy to sense him several times before finally releasing him. Her cerulean eyes made Luo Fancheng feel a shiver down his spine. Did you consume any heavenly treasures? No. Luo Fancheng shook his head, feeling perplexed. I was just casually practicing. Is that really such a big deal? Casually practicing? Su Jiu'er's voice sharply escalated, her reaction intense. In less than 3 incense sticks worth of time apart, you've skyrocketed from a level 1 soul master to a level 5 soul master. Such a terrifying rate of breakthrough. And you claim it was merely casual practice? Oh well. Luo Fancheng began to grasp her meaning. She was referring to the spirals of energy in his dantian. If that was the case, it did seem like there were indeed 4 more than before. Su Jiu'er's lips parted in disbelief. How could he state such a thing so calmly? While breaking through as a soul master was the easiest, it shouldn't happen at such an astonishing pace. Breaking 4 levels in such a short time was simply absurd. The young man appeared oblivious to the severity of the situation. Are you truly not using any heavenly treasures to assist you? Su Jiu'er couldn't help but inquire. Luo Fancheng, exasperated, responded, What s with that suspicious look? Would you like me to demonstrate again? It's not suspicion. Before Su Jiu'er could finish, she saw Luo Fancheng already sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes. This can be demonstrated? Su Jiu'er was taken aback, then sighed in resignation, resting her chin on her palm. This is nonsense. Breakthroughs are not easily achieved, and they cannot be forced. As if conjured, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Spiritual energy converged within the room, surging towards Luo Fancheng, flooding into his body and coursing through his limbs and veins into his dantian. A 6-petaled azure lotus subtly manifested beneath him. A small, monochromatic spirit resembling a mudfish hovered above his head, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy. Su Jiu'er's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the kind of commotion a novice soul master can create? Boom! A soft sound erupted, causing Su Jiu'er's pupils to constrict as she witnessed Luo Fancheng's soul energy surge upward. In mere moments, he had indeed achieved a breakthrough. This guy. Su Jiu'er was left speechless, her jaw agape. Luo Fancheng opened his eyes, the mystical azure lotus and spirit vanishing, and shrugged at Su Jiu'er, sighing. Do you finally believe me? Su Jiu'er fell silent. By the way, what were you saying earlier? I was too busy practicing to hear clearly. Luo Fancheng scratched his head. What was it about not being able to demonstrate, and how difficult it is? Su Jiu'er's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling embarrassed as she fidgeted with her red-painted toenails. Encased in stockings, scraping against the shoe's sole. Luo Fancheng pointed out, Aunt, what are you doing? Stop that, or you'll rip your stockings. Are you intentionally trying to embarrass me? You little rascal, I'll get you for this. Su Jiu'er retorted, her teeth clenched as she raised her leg to kick him. Calm down, esteemed lady of Qingxiu. Do take a moment to compose yourself. Luo Fancheng raised his hands in defense, embracing her lovely leg in the process. Luo Fancheng felt a rush of sensation. Had he grown bold enough to offend his aunt? Su Jiu'er nearly executed a standing split, but her agility was remarkable. In the dead of night, dressed as she wasn't just waiting to be. Before he could finish his thought, Su Jiu'er twisted her long leg, breaking free of his grasp and delivering a swift kick. You little rascal, I'll make you pay. Boom. Luo Fancheng was struck in the chest, stumbling back onto the bed. Attempted murder, he exclaimed, clutching his chest in agony. Don't pretend, Su Jiu'er scoffed. I only used my toes, not the heel. You'll be just fine. I knew you couldn't bear to hurt me. Luo Fancheng chuckled as he rose, realizing that the presence of an additional spiral indicated a level increase in his soul power. So, I'm now a level 6 soul master, right? Upon hearing this, Su Jiu'er perked up, realizing the young man was utterly clueless, not even aware of the significance of the soul power spirals. She gazed at Luo Fancheng, pondering what a peculiar being he truly was. Oh, indeed, he was extraordinary, dropped from the heavens. There was no one more unique than he. With this thought, Su Jiu'er found herself more accepting of him. Truly, your rate of breakthrough is something I have never witnessed before, Su Jiu'er marveled. By the way, as a soul beast, how many human soul masters have you encountered? Luo Fancheng. Su Jiwer shot him a disdainful glance. Who do you think I am? Just because I haven't seen a pig run doesn't mean I haven't heard about the speed of some prodigies. I suspect you're mocking me, and I have evidence. Luo Fancheng muttered under his breath, envisioning a future where he would once again assert his authority and sing songs of triumph. Suddenly, Su Jiwer laughed, her laughter blossoming like a flower, embodying the essence of a captivating beauty. Luo Fancheng's throat tightened. What are you laughing about all of a sudden? Su Jiwer, with her lips curved into a smile, replied, I was just thinking about how the female pope and the saintess will react when they see that you've broken through to level 6 overnight. Well, it's not certain I'm at level 6 yet. The night isn't over. Luo Fancheng shrugged. Su Jiwer's smile faltered, and silence enveloped the air. Gazing at the ethereal and handsome figure before her, whose talents had begun to reveal themselves, Su Jiwer couldn't help but reflect. When she first brought him back, all she hoped was that he wouldn't grow up to be too ugly or too weak. She never anticipated the surprises he would bring, even at times causing her heart to race. Could it truly be that heaven had favored them, bestowing a fateful encounter? Su Jiwer's heart gradually underwent a subtle transformation. Aunt, did you come here so late because you missed me? Bah, shameless, stop dreaming. Who would miss you? Su Jiwer retorted lightly. All right. Luo Fancheng, undeterred by the interruption, internally mused about the woman's contradictory nature. Her haughty little quirks were far from new. Here, this is for you. Su Jiwer, unable to withstand Luo Fancheng's seemingly all-knowing gaze, felt her face heat up. With a delicate finger, she retrieved an item from her bosom and tossed it toward him. Chapter 15. Token of Affection? Farewell to the High Priestess. Luo Fancheng instinctively caught it. It was a delicate white fox jade pendant, translucent and exquisite, still warm to the touch, as if imbued with a unique fragrance. A token of affection, perhaps? Luo Fancheng chuckled. In your dreams. Su Jiwer, with a serious expression, exuded an air of coolness, her lips curling into a disdainful hum. Don't think too much of yourself. You, a mere 6-level soul master, are no match for me. The illustrious 9-tailed fox empress. There are countless suitors vying for my attention. Ah, right. Luo Fancheng nodded, a mere gesture shattering the empress's composure. He lifted the jade pendant to his nose and inhaled deeply, exclaiming delightful. Ah, I could strangle you, you rogue. Su Jiwer bit her lip, lunging at him. After a brief tussle, she sensed something was off. Why was he growing increasingly excited? Glancing down, she found herself perched on his lap in a rather intimate position, resembling a playful exchange rather than an act of aggression. She hesitated to grip his neck too tightly, realizing it would only benefit him. Rogue. Su Jiwer swiftly stood, delivering a sharp pinch to Luo Fancheng's waist. Ouch. Luo Fancheng winced. You pinched me, yet you call me a rogue. How unreasonable. I am the empress, and I embody reason, Su Jiwer replied, tilting her delicate face with a proud charm. Fine, you're right. Luo Fancheng said earnestly. Couples are like birds in the same forest. Yet tomorrow we must part ways. As a man, I shall be magnanimous tonight and yield to you. Mentioning their impending separation dimmed Su Jiwer's expression, her voice dropping a notch, yet she retorted stubbornly. If we must part, so be it. What of it? I have longed to return to my home in Qingxiu. Luo Fancheng gazed at her intently. Speaking with sincerity, I know not your feelings, but I cannot bear to part from you. Su Jiwer trembled slightly, having expected him to retort with bravado, claiming he had had enough of her. His words stirred memories of their years together, filling her heart with nostalgia. Initially, she had intended to give him her first kiss to ease her feelings, but when he unexpectedly retreated, it left her flustered, prompting her to chase after him. Luo Fancheng grasped her delicate hands. This time, the typically assertive Su Jiwer offered no resistance, allowing him to hold her. I understand you need to recuperate and face the trials ahead, so I shall not detain you or make things difficult. I, too, need to grow stronger to protect those I hold dear. Relying on my woman for protection leaves me feeling uneasy. Su Jiwer lifted her gaze, saying, Do not burden yourself with too much pressure. I do not mind your weaknesses. Luo Fancheng smiled, his deep black eyes shimmering with fervor as he looked out the window. No, you're not a burden. You are my motivation. A true man should strive to be remarkable during his lifetime. To live aimlessly for 1,000 years is a fate worse than death. You have grown, Su Jiuer mused, sensing a captivating aura emanating from Luo Fancheng. Not every beauty is paired with a hero, but she desires a man of stature. The proud empress, surrounded by countless exceptional beings, had rarely regarded anyone with such favor. Yet now, her gaze grew increasingly entranced. Fancheng, the starlight spilled into the wooden cabin, casting reflections upon the stone floor. The maiden murmured softly, her body leaning close, her rose-petal lips inching towards the man. Luo Fancheng lowered his head, his demeanor tender. In the darkness, their first kiss faded, but their emotions flourished in secret. "Please do not leave tonight," Luo Fancheng asked, his tone firm yet tinged with an irresistible insistence as he held her hand tightly. Su Jiuer initially straightened, ready to retort, but ultimately softened. "All right, I won't leave." Luo Fancheng's eyes ignited with fervor. Su Jiuer pressed her delicate hand against her crimson dress, biting her lip as she whispered, "You can touch my legs, but nothing more, or you'll be in trouble." "I am strong enough to handle it," Luo Fancheng replied. "That is definitely not allowed." Su Jiuer's piercing blue eyes, usually icy, now held a hint of pleading. "Wait until you reach level 70 and become a 7th level soul saint. And it might be permissible." Luo Fancheng responded quietly. "Level 70, you say? How long will that take? You've already stolen my first kiss. What else isn't yours? With your talent, reaching level 70 will be swift, perhaps in 15 or 20 years, Su Jiuer reassured him. "What? That is considered fast?" Luo Fancheng felt as though a bucket of ice water had been thrown over him. "Will it truly take that long?" Su Jiuer rolled her eyes. "This is already a remarkable pace. The higher you climb, the harder it becomes. Becoming a 7th level soul saint signifies mastery. I cannot oppose. Afford be a eunuch for 20 years. Luo Fancheng lamented, clutching his head in despair. Su Jiuer and oppose, or bit her lip, that is not an option. But you may find another woman. What? Luo Fancheng stared at the enchanting beauty in disbelief. Is that really allowed? Su Jiuer scoffed. Why are you so surprised? In the Soul Martial continent, having multiple wives is quite normal. The Soul Beast clan doesn't adhere to monogamy either. Powerful males can even possess the rights to breed within their group. I'm not worried about you finding someone. I worry about your capabilities and whether anyone would wish to be with you. Luo Fancheng coughed repeatedly, feeling his worldview shaken. Yet upon reflection, this was not Earth. Even on Earth, best not to dwell on it. He needed to grow stronger. His martial soul must be elevated, his abilities enhanced. 20 years was too long. He could not afford to waste time. Luo Fancheng clenched his fists, realizing the harsh reality of this world where the strong consume while the weak are left with scraps. Leave me be. This is no time for frivolities, Su Jiuer chided playfully, kicking at him. Luo Fancheng, quick to react, caught her foot effortlessly, nearly losing his composure at the sight of her alluring form. Su Jiuer had expected him to continue his antics, yet to her astonishment, Luo Fancheng sat upright, resuming his cultivation. She watched in awe. Is he truly this dedicated? Luo Fancheng, unable to bear the torment of desire without fulfillment, resolved to focus on his training instead. Boom, boom. The sounds of breakthroughs echoed throughout the night. Su Jiuer's jaw dropped further in astonishment before she decided to avert her gaze, crossing her legs to recover from her injuries. The following morning, before dawn, Luo Fancheng rose, his bones cracking with each movement. Quick, wash up. Breakfast is ready, Fancheng. Su Jiuer called, her slender waist cinched in an apron, resembling a skilled cook. The table was adorned with delicate dishes, white porridge, and soft buns. Up so early? Luo Fancheng was taken aback, having awakened much earlier than usual. After all, it was the first day he would meet his teacher, and he wanted to be courteous, ensuring he wouldn't keep them waiting. He was surprised to find Su Jiuer had also risen early, preparing a meal. At the dining table, Luo Fancheng felt slightly uneasy under Su Jiuer's direct gaze. What are you staring at? Is that so? Su Jiuer rested her chin on her hand, marveling. When you meet the high priestess, You might just startle her. I have already begun to anticipate their expressions. You are overthinking. It won't happen. The prodigious geniuses must have seen plenty in the temple. Luo Fancheng remained unfazed, calmly taking a bite of the steamed bun. Su Jiuer shook her head. It appears this young man is still unaware of the extraordinary pace at which he cultivates, a revelation that had genuinely startled her the previous night. By the way, Aunt, what is this for? You forgot to tell me yesterday. After finishing his meal, Luo Fancheng took out the white fox jade pendant from his pocket and inquired. Chapter 16. The Reluctance of the Fairy. The villagers bestow treasures. The awakening of martial spirits. Try dripping your blood, and you will know, Su Jiuer said. All right. Luo Fancheng extended his finger. Su Jiuer glared. Drip it. What are you doing? Help me bite it, he replied. Go away. Su Jiuer pursed her crimson lips in disdain. That's filthy, absolutely not. Luo Fancheng provoked her further. Actually, I find your saliva distasteful as well. But who told you that fox fangs are sharp? I simply cannot bring myself to bite it myself. Who are you mocking? Su Jiuer, infuriated, seized Luo Fancheng's finger and opened her delicate mouth to bite down. A wave of moisture enveloped him. Hiss, it's going to break. It's going to break. Luo Fancheng grimaced in pain. This woman had no good intentions. She was indeed willing to bite down hard. If she thought to take advantage, she was mistaken. Su Jiuer let out a proud, cold laugh, wiping the blood from her lips, which only made her already alluring mouth appear even more enchanting. Luo Fancheng let his blood drip onto the white fox jade pendant. The blood seeped in and soon vanished, causing the entire pendant to emit a faint glow. Luo Fancheng felt a peculiar connection forming between himself and the jade. He infused it with his soul power. Whoosh! Luo Fancheng sensed a unique space within the pendant, roughly the size of a storage room. Inside was a solitary bronze box, its contents unknown. With a thought, he commanded it. Bang! The bronze box fell to the ground with a thud. This! Luo Fancheng was astonished. Was this not the legendary storage space? Su Jiuer smiled and said, Not bad. Your comprehension is quite quick. This is a treasure of my Qingxiu Fox clan, containing a space for storage. Even a soul saint of the 7th rank would strive to seize such an artifact. It has been passed down from ancient times, and few can forge it in modern times, so you must be cautious in your use. It truly is a marvelous item, Luo Fancheng nodded. He cherished the pendant, but still handed it back. A gentleman does not take what belongs to others. This treasure, I believe you possess only one of, so I cannot accept it. Su Jiuer was somewhat surprised. Most would have claimed the treasure immediately upon hearing of its value. Her lips curled into a smile. Her mood evidently uplifted. You are my little lover. I am pleased to give you something. I know you are currently impoverished, so just wait until you have a means to return a splendid gift. Moreover, Su Jiuer gestured towards the bronze box on the ground. Without a storage space, you cannot take this with you. What is it? Luo Fancheng inquired with curiosity. Su Jiuer explained, I have sealed 2 soul rings and a soul bone using special methods, but their levels are too high for you to absorb at present. You may use them once you have the capability to break the seal on the box. Luo Fancheng immediately recalled the 3-headed demon dragons and the celestial fox beauty that he had struck down when descending as golden lightning. These must be the legacies of those 2 unfortunate souls. Here, let me adorn you. Su Jiuer took several strands of her long, silken hair, twisted them together, and threaded them through the pendant's hollow, personally placing it around Luo Fancheng's neck. Aunt, Luo Fancheng softly called, having spent 16 years in this unfamiliar world. Su Jiuer had been his constant companion. Now, as they were parting, he felt a deep sense of reluctance. I've told you countless times, outside you must call me aunt, but once home, you must call me wife. Su Jiuer corrected him fiercely, her lips biting down in silence thereafter. Just as Luo Fancheng was about to speak, she abruptly stood, her expression cold. It's time. You must leave. She mercilessly pushed him toward the exit, the bronze box following suit. Bang! The door closed behind him. Outside, Luo Fancheng stood in silence, his gaze distant. After a long moment, he bent down to retrieve the bronze box, carefully cradling the jade pendant close to his heart. He turned and departed, stepping resolutely into a harsh world filled with formidable individuals, as if harboring an unyielding determination to reach the pinnacle of greatness. He said nothing, yet it felt as though he had expressed everything. Inside, Su Jiao and Appos covered her face with her delicate hand, her beautiful eyes glistening. Watching the man's silhouette disappear the path's end, she opened the door and whispered softly, "You must strive harder, my little man." Had it not been for her need to heal and prepare for the impending tribulation, Su Jiao would have been loath to part ways. Furthermore, she held only a 50% certainty of overcoming the catastrophic beast tribulation that occurred once every 500,000 years, naturally feeling even more reluctant. This was something she dared not disclose to Luo Fancheng. Even if she did, it would only serve to burden him further without offering any assistance. As dawn broke and the sun ascended, a beam of morning light fell upon the ethereal youth as he made his way toward the village square. Buzz! The aura of the soul surged, and the six-petal green lotus martial spirit manifested spontaneously. Luo Fancheng halted, somewhat astonished. The green lotus twirled gracefully, releasing a fragrant aroma, and a beam of green light burst forth from its petals, descending upon his fingertip. Looking down, he noticed that the finger previously bitten had begun to heal at a visible rate under the green light. Soon, his finger returned to its original state, leaving no trace of the injury. This healing ability is truly remarkable, Luo Fancheng marveled, simultaneously noting the consumption of his soul power. It appeared that this healing light was not limitless and was indeed tied to his own reserves. He retracted his martial spirit and was about to reach the village square when he suddenly paused. On either side of the dirt path stood clusters of villagers from Yun village, their familiar, unpretentious faces filling his sight. Though not the entirety of the village, at least 7 or 8 out of 10 had evidently been waiting here for some time. "Village chief, what brings you and everyone here?" Luo Fancheng spotted the elderly village chief, Lu Run, stooped in the middle of the road, his gnarled hands tightly clutching 2 packages. "My dear child, you have truly grown." Lu Ren's weathered face broke into a benevolent smile. "Everyone knows you are leaving, and we have come to send you off." Luo Fancheng glanced around, clasping his hands in gratitude. Fancheng, thank everyone for their years of care." Lu Ren shook his head. "My dear child, over the years, you owe nothing to the village. Rather, it is we who owe you. You have consistently ventured out to hunt and support the village. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it." The village chief pressed the 2 packages into Luo Fancheng's hands. Upon touching one with his right hand, he suddenly felt a tremor of desire from within his green lotus martial spirit. "Village chief, what is this?" Luo Fancheng inquired. Lu Ren replied, "The left package contains a bit of money we pooled together. As our own child, you should not appear too destitute when you venture out into the world. The right package contains a piece of black stone I found 30 years ago. It cannot be scratched by knife or axe. I thought it might be of use to you, so I brought along. Village chief, please, you must accept it. Otherwise, we will be heartbroken. We have all benefited from the many times you have shared your hunts with us." Luo Fancheng held the 2 packages his heart touched. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, growing up alone in a welfare institution. Perhaps due to his childhood loneliness and lack of love, he had attracted many girls. Yet now, in this foreign world, he felt the warmth of familial care. The village chief gently patted his shoulder. "Work hard. May the soaring eagle fly ever higher, striving never to return to this barren land. Your success brings pride to Yun village. Go on. We are too humble to accompany you further. We fear that our presence would be a hindrance to the esteemed figures." "Not a hindrance at all," Luo Fancheng earnestly replied, etching the sincere, sun-kissed faces of all present into his memory. The village chief and the villagers insisted on not following him, watching him leave the village. Luo Fancheng arrived at the square. Here, the space tore apart, and darkness loomed vast. The imposing figure of the regal pope clad in golden robes stepped forth, accompanied by the resplendent saintess, whose slender legs adorned in black boots and purple ponytail swayed gracefully. The saintess, by Ingwe, raised her hand to gently wave, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she spoke. "Good morning, dashing junior brother. It appears you are quite well liked. So many villagers have come from afar to bid you farewell. Truly captivating." The normally stoic pope offered a slight, nod in agreement. Talent coupled with humility and respect for the weaker garners the affection of the people. This is commendable. Luo Fancheng silently pondered, bemused by how the two women, having just arrived, seemed to have witnessed the earlier scene at the village entrance. "Let's proceed," spoke Di Weiyang with an air of indifference. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Luo Fancheng, scrutinizing him closely, she could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. A stark contrast to her earlier composure. Chapter 17. The astonished high priestess and the bashful saintess. "What is it, master? Is there something wrong with junior brother?" Bai Yingwei, who understood the high priestess well, knew that very few things could evoke surprise from her. Di Weiyang glanced at Luo Fancheng, her expression one of astonishment. "You have made a breakthrough?" Luo Fancheng nodded in acknowledgement. "Your insight is remarkable, master." Bai Yingwei chuckled lightly. "Well done, junior brother. Achieving a breakthrough in just one night is quite impressive." "Indeed," Luo Fancheng replied modestly with a smile. The high priestess exuded an icy and commanding presence that naturally instilled a sense of restraint, yet Bai Yingwei's vivacious personality allowed Luo Fancheng to feel considerably more at ease. Bai Yingwei looked at the high priestess with a puzzled expression. "Master, a breakthrough like that shouldn't be such a surprise, right?" The high priestess cast a sidelong glance at her, her lips parting as her voice rang out like a phoenix's song. "It is indeed not a trivial matter. He has ascended 9 ranks in a single night." "Oh, 9 ranks?" Bai Yingwei nodded instinctively, then suddenly raised her head, her large eyes wide with disbelief. "Is it possible? Did junior brother really ascend from a level 1 soul master to a level 10 soul master overnight?" Di Weiyang turned to Luo Fancheng and said, "Fancheng, release your soul power." With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng unleashed his latent soul energy. Although the aura was not overwhelming, it left Bai Yingwei's mouth agape, as if she could fit a banana inside. "How could you have grown so quickly? This is outrageous. Junior brother, you aren't using any substances, are you?" "Not all." Before Luo Fancheng could respond, Di Weiyang interjected confidently. "There is no trace of any medicinal residue on him." "Wow. Junior brother is far more impressive than I was at that age," Bai Yingwei exclaimed, devoid of jealousy. She rested her finger on her lips, reminiscing. "When I awakened, I only broke through 5 ranks in a single night. If the 4 elders and the saint's son knew of junior brother's talent, they would surely regret their decisions." Luo Fancheng shook his head, thinking they would not regret not taking him as a disciple. Rather, they would lament not having struck him down. Bai Yingwei waved her delicate fist. "Junior brother, strive to one day accompany sister and defeat the saint's son and the elders." Luo Fancheng couldn't help but smirk. He realized that the holy maiden was quite the chatterbox, yet her charm made her endearing. "May I ask, as a holy maiden, how does it make sense for you to talk about defeating the elders and the saint's son?" Bai Yingwei huffed lightly. "Those 2 scoundrels, one plots against master, and the other wishes to marry me, are nothing but trouble. They think I'm naive, but my eyes are wide open." It seemed the temple was not as unified as it appeared. Luo Fancheng mused thoughtfully. "Of course, where there is power and interest, there will be conflict. It's quite bothersome." Bai Yingwei replied, her lips pouting playfully, her eyes sparkling with youthful exuberance. "However, junior brother, it's truly brave of you to practice alone without guidance." Luo Fancheng scratched his head, smiling shyly. "I merely absorbed the external spiritual energy into my dantian, and to my surprise, it transformed into a cyclone. I was initially worried I was doing something wrong, but now I understand that each cyclone represents a rank increase." Bai Yingwei was astonished. Is cultivation truly that simple? Just inhale, absorb, and break through? Yet, it seems too simplistic. "Are you sure you want to go astray?" "Fancheng," Di Weiyang interjected. "There were 2 significant disturbances in the heavens nearby the last 2 days. They must be linked to you." Startled, Luo Fancheng contemplated before admitting, "Yes, it was me." "The first disturbance was a beam of golden light that entered my body, yet I felt nothing. The second was a thunderstorm that struck me when my martial soul awakened. It was painful, yet I suffered no injuries afterward." "How intriguing," Di Weiyang mused, a smile gracing her lips. Bai Yingwei, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, "Master, with thunder entering his body. Is junior brother truly safe? With a graceful sweep of her gown, Wei Yang approached Luo Fancheng, taking his wrist in her cool grasp. After a moment of perception, she shook her head. There are no hidden dangers. Your junior brother and Appo's condition is excellent, even surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Not junior brother, but junior brother. Bai Yingwei corrected, pouting. But what about the two phenomena? I've never heard of anything like it. Wei Yang sighed. I do not know. Even you, master? Bai Yingwei gasped. The world is vast, full of wonders. One must never be complacent, Wei Yang cautioned her, then added. I cannot decide for the first phenomenon, but the second thunderstorm likely signifies that Fancheng's martial soul is extraordinarily powerful, perhaps even something that should not exist in this world, thus inviting divine retribution. Fortunately, Fancheng's martial soul remains intact, indicating a chance for evolution. It remains uncertain, however, to what extent it may evolve. Bai Yingwei's curiosity surged, eager to question Luo Fancheng further, but was halted by the high priestess's voice. Everyone must have their own opportunities and secrets. Do not inquire further. After a lingering gaze at Luo Fancheng, Wei Yang did not concern herself with the veracity of his claims. Luo Fancheng felt fortunate, realizing he had encountered a high priestess and holy maiden of undeniable character. It seems I am blessed with extraordinary fortune. Very well, let us proceed, Wei Yang commanded. Curiously, Luo Fancheng asked, Master, where are we headed? Wei Yang's tranquil gaze flickered with a hint of exasperation. She had not anticipated Luo Fancheng's exceptional talents, which disrupted her initial plans. I had intended to first impart fundamental cultivation knowledge before commencing your training, but now, we must swiftly secure your first soul ring. Is it happening so soon? Luo Fancheng expressed his surprise. Why not? Wei Yang countered. Luo Fancheng experienced Wei Yang's decisive approach to her tasks. With a rip, the space tore open, revealing a dark void. Hesitant, Luo Fancheng refrained from taking the high priestess's hand, fearing retribution, and instead reached for Bai Yingwei's hand. As the three entered, Luo Fancheng felt a golden shield envelop them, traversing through the darkness. Bai Yingwei's cheeks flushed as she softly protested. There's no need to hold hands. Master can take us directly. Luo Fancheng withdrew his hand as if shocked, meeting the high priestess's frosty gaze, his embarrassment palpable. Why didn't you dodge? Bai Yingwei replied, feeling aggrieved. I just didn't want to make things awkward between us as siblings. Thank you. Luo Fancheng's lips twitched, and he felt even more embarrassed. This is the first time I've held hands with a male, Bai Yingwei murmured softly. Uncertain of her feelings, she found herself inexplicably drawn to this junior brother, whose charm was undeniable, and felt no aversion to the contact. Is it truly so? You've never held hands before? Luo Fancheng was astonished. Bai Yingwei shook her head, her ponytail swaying. No, I'm an orphan, taken in by the master. I see, Luo Fancheng replied thoughtfully. Bai Yingwei, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Does your conscience not ache? Look at my plight, and you cannot offer a single word of comfort? Well, I too am an orphan. In his heart, Luo Fancheng added silently, not just in this life, but in the last one as well. 2 lifetimes as an orphan. Does that not qualify as truly tragic? He pondered, could this be what is known as parents sacrificing to the heavens with boundless powers? Bai Yingwei, suppressing her emotions, responded with concern. Then little junior brother, you are far more pitiful than I. At least I have a teacher who cares for me. In the future, I shall cherish you. And if anyone bullies you, I will help you teach them a lesson. Saint's son, Luo Fancheng replied. This. Bai Yingwei fell silent for a few seconds, then, in a huff, retorted, Hey, I am your junior sister, not your senior sister. Junior sisters are meant to be cherished. How can you truly use me as a thug? All right, it seems evident that you cannot defeat him, Luo Fancheng admitted candidly. Bai Yingwei turned to the female pope, pointing at Luo Fancheng in a state of mock frenzy. Teacher, is it too late for me to strangle him now? He is infuriating. The female pope replied, coolly. You chose your junior brother. Even with tears, you must learn to coexist. Bai Yingwei felt as though struck by lightning, clutching her chest, utterly heartbroken. Luo Fancheng, equally stunned, had not anticipated that the female pope possessed a sense of dark humor. Suddenly, the space tore apart once more, as Di Weiyang emerged from the shadows, accompanied by a group of handsome men and beautiful women. Chapter 18. The Soul Beast Oasis, once again astonishing, breaking limits of genius? Luo Fancheng uttered a gasp of surprise, surrounded by an expanse of emptiness, devoid of anything. Look below, little senior brother, Bai Ingwe chimed in with a melodious voice. Luo Fancheng glanced down, his heart surging with trepidation. He found himself suspended 1,000 meters in the air, his body buoyed by an unseen force. And below him stretched an endless sea of green. An expansive primordial forest lay beneath his feet. Bai Ingwe elucidated, little senior brother, this is the Eastern Oasis, the largest gathering place for soul beasts in the entire soul martial continent. It was here that I acquired my 4th soul ring just days ago. Now it's your turn. Luo Fancheng inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with astonishment. Such a vast jungle can be called an oasis? Its coverage likely surpasses that of an entire nation from my previous life. With a swift motion, Di Weiyang guided them downward. Bai Ingwe continued, our teacher intends to take us to the outskirts of the oasis for hunting. Is there a distinction between the inner and outer regions? Luo Fancheng inquired with interest. Bai Ingwe patiently explained, the outer circle is home to weaker soul beasts. As one ventures inward, the spiritual energy becomes more abundant, and the strength of the soul beasts increases correspondingly. The outer area primarily hosts soul beasts of 100 to 1,000 years, while the weakest in the inner area are at least 10,000 years old. The very center is known as the core region, an absolute forbidden zone for humans. She paused, a look of apprehension gracing her beautiful eyes. For it is there that the 8 great soul beast emperors reside, each one a fearsome creature surpassing 100,000 years in age. What emperors are present? Luo Fancheng asked curiously. Bai Ingwe chuckled lightly. Such formidable beings are far beyond our current reach, so let us not dwell on them. Luo Fancheng silently mused. Is it truly so distant? We have already shared a kiss. We are almost at the threshold of intimacy. Yet, it occurred to him that his own enchanting demon emperor was not from this oasis, though her power might be comparable. Suddenly, Di Weiyang spoke. Currently, there should be 7 great soul beast emperors. The 8th, the demon emperor, has been missing for over a decade, with no sign of him. The human authorities suspect he may have perished. Bai Ingwe gasped. I recall that the 3-headed demon dragon was a beast of 400,000 years, who could possess such capability to silently slay the demon emperor. Their cultivation must be extraordinary. A peculiar glint flickered in Luo Fancheng's eyes as he thought, could it be that unfortunate creature I had crushed back then? Indeed, he mused, the person you refer to as extraordinary is none other than myself. Di Weiyang furrowed her brows, her expression grave. Should the demon emperor be dead? The 40,000-year-old soul bones and soul rings he left behind are top-tier treasures. If absorbed by a level 90 soul master, they could undoubtedly birth a terrifying 9th-tier extraordinary being, brimming with potential. However, if absorbed by an evil soul master, it would spell disaster for all living beings. Bai Ingwe's radiant smile vanished in an instant, replaced with a serious demeanor. Luo Fancheng's expression was peculiar. Through the reactions of the Pope and the Saintess, he realized that the soul ring and soul bones resting within the pendant were far more precious than he had imagined. He had no doubt that if he were to extract the demon emperor and Oppos as soul bones from the pendant now, it would surely startle the 2 women. But such thoughts were best kept to himself. To act on them would not only be pretentious but foolish, making him more of a fool than the demon emperor himself. Bai Ingwe noticed the change in Luo Fancheng's expression, but dismissed it without a second thought. The realm of the demon emperor was far too elevated. Having just emerged from a barren mountain village, how could her little senior brother comprehend such extraordinary matters? Little senior brother, you probably still don't understand what soul rings and soul bones are, do you? Allow me to explain. Towering ancient trees cast shadows that obscured the sun. As Luo Fancheng followed Di Weiyang along the outskirts of the Soul Beast Oasis, the underbrush crunched underfoot. Thanks to Bai Ingwe's earlier elucidation, He no longer held a vague understanding of soul rings and soul bones. Once a soul master reaches every 10th level, they must absorb a soul ring to achieve a breakthrough. Upon the death of a soul beast, a soul ring will inevitably manifest. Yellow represents 100 years, purple for 1,000, black for 10,000, and red for 100,000. The color for those exceeding 100,000 years is uncertain due to their rarity. Bai Yingwe likely deemed such a level too distant for Luo Fancheng to grasp, hence she refrained from mentioning it. But Luo Fancheng had already deduced it, orange red. The soul ring of the demon emperor was indeed orange red. It seemed that the beautiful fox spirit he encountered was a soul beast of 10,000 years, with a red soul ring. However, according to Bai Yingwe, the absorption of soul rings also depended on one's strength and physique. Different levels of soul masters could withstand varying years of soul rings. A soul ring exceeding 10,000 years could only be absorbed by those with the physique of a level 90 master. Lower-level soul masters who recklessly attempted to absorb such rings would meet with a grim fate. Boom. They would explode and perish. At this moment, Luo Fancheng began to comprehend Su Jiuer's good intentions regarding the sealing of the demon emperor's soul bones and soul rings. Beyond assisting soul masters in breaking through, soul rings also bestow usable skills upon the masters, enhancing their combat prowess. However, these skills are not random. They are intrinsically linked to the innate abilities of the soul beast in life. Thus, when selecting a soul ring, a soul master must exercise utmost caution, striving to hunt soul beasts that align with their own martial spirit attributes. Furthermore, the age of the soul ring must not be excessively high, lest the body cannot endure it. Conversely, if it is too low, the skills acquired may be too weak, squandering one's potential. Now, Di Weiyang led him through the forest, seeking a suitable soul beast to hunt. When Bai Yingwe mentioned soul bones, her eyes sparkled with excitement. It would not be an exaggeration to declare soul bones as the highest treasure of the soul martial continent, for they can be absorbed by soul masters, merging with their skeletal structure. This significantly enhances physical strength and soul power, and soul bones also come with a soul skill for the master to utilize. Yet, unlike soul rings, soul bones are randomly produced upon the death of a soul beast. The probability of 100 or 1,000-year soul beast yielding a soul bone is nearly zero, akin to a miraculous occurrence. A 10,000-year soul beast has a slightly higher chance, yet still exceedingly rare. For soul beasts aged 50,000 years or more, the odds drop drastically. Uniquely, a soul beast aged 100,000 years will invariably produce a soul bone, and these bones far surpass those from ordinary soul beasts in strength. Luo Fancheng understood well that the rarity of soul bones stemmed from the formidable nature of the soul beasts, which made them difficult to kill, coupled with the low drop rates, making luck a critical factor. Speaking of luck, Luo Fancheng's expression turned somewhat uneasy. If luck were the topic, he would not feel tired at all. At that moment, a fortuitous individual could not help but reveal a charming smile. Roar! A fierce howl startled Luo Fancheng from his contemplation. With a swift motion, a shadow sprang forth from the underbrush. Ironback Kangwolf? Bai Yingwe's voice rang out from beside him as Luo Fancheng focused his gaze. Before them, a menacing wolf obstructed their path, its green eyes shimmering with a ghostly light. Drool dripping from its sharp teeth onto the ground. Its body was covered in gray, fur resembling steel needles, but its back was particularly unique, displaying a leaden hue that emanated a solid, dark luster. The ferocious wolf, having not tasted human flesh in ages, detected the faint soul power emanating from the three seemingly weak humans and immediately pursued them. Fancheng, you go, Di Weiyang commanded. All right, Luo Fancheng responded with unusual eagerness, his face betraying no hint of fear, which left both Di Weiyang and Bai Yingwe astonished. Bai Yingwe could not help but ask, little senior brother, this ironback Kangwolf possesses an aura equivalent to 200 years of cultivation, comparable to a peak soul master. Aren't you afraid? Luo Fancheng set down the two packages gifted by the village chief, rolling up his sleeves as he advanced while smiling. The Pope has asked me to take action. There must be a reason for it. Besides, I am accustomed to hunting for my days in the village. Bai Yingwe was taken aback. wondering if her little senior brother had always been this wild at heart. She hastily reminded, "Do not be careless. These are not the ordinary beasts of the village, but rather soul beasts that have cultivated soul power for 200 years. Whoosh! Luo Fancheng had already dashed out. The iron-backed wolf, taken aback by the seemingly frail human who not only did not flee but dared to take the initiative, roared in retaliation. Bai Yingwei remarked, "Teacher, is it too hasty to let junior brother face a 200-year soul beast right from the start? Moreover, he is being quite reckless and will likely suffer for it." Di Weiyang glanced at her, her voice cold. "It is not about winning. I merely wish to test his foundation with this wolf and ascertain his limits. With me here, will anything happen to him?" Her words seemed to imply, "Are you instructing me?" Bai Yingwei stuck out her tongue and turned her attention to the battlefield. The sight that met her eyes was startling. The wolf leapt high, aiming for Luo Fancheng's throat. However, his gaze sharpened as he executed a swift maneuver, sliding beneath the iron-backed wolf and delivering a powerful upward punch to its soft underbelly. Bang! The wolf let out a mournful cry as it fell to the ground. Luo Fancheng pursued, pushing up on the wolf's jaw with one hand while delivering a fierce blow to its neck with the other. "Teacher, he and Appo's s. This is too exaggerated," Bai Yingwei exclaimed, her hand covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. It would be effortless for her to slay a 200-year soul beast. But for someone who had just awakened their martial soul a day prior, it was utterly implausible. Yet, Luo Fancheng had delivered a resounding slap to her face, demonstrating what true skill looked like. His movements were indeed rough and lacked finesse, reminiscent of a rustic style, yet they were swift, fierce, and precise, remarkably practical. No, it was not merely a matter of strength. Bai Yingwei mused that her junior brother had a keen eye. His attacks intentionally avoided the wolf's hardest parts, the head and back, targeting only its softer areas. She glanced at her teacher and noticed a brief pause in the usually cold gaze of the female pope, clearly taken aback and surprised. Soon, Luo Fancheng approached, dragging one of the iron-backed wolf's legs. The once ferocious beast was now on the brink of death. "All done, teacher." Junior's sister was right. This creature is indeed tougher than the ordinary beasts of the village. Seeing Luo Fancheng shake his head with a sigh, Bai Yingwei felt an urge to hit him. "Brother, we just awakened our martial souls and can already take down a 200-year soul beast. Is such ferocity not enough for you?" Unable to contain herself, Bai Yingwei exclaimed, "You call this difficult? You didn't even sustain a scratch." Luo Fancheng shook his head. "When I used to hunt in the mountains, it was always a one-hit kill. Now it feels exceedingly strenuous." Bai Yingwei glared, realizing that his definition of difficulty meant he could no longer achieve instant kills. What kind of illogical reasoning was this? Di Weiyang's eyes flickered as she spoke. "Your foundation is quite solid. You have accumulated considerable combat experience. If it were not for your lack of combat skills, I might even suspect you were specially trained by a master." Many overlook the body refining prior to awakening their martial souls, believing soul power reigns supreme. Yet you have evidently reached the pinnacle of body refining. This is commendable. In the future, you will understand the benefits of continuous body refinement. Luo Fancheng felt a jolt in his heart. Truly, she was a renowned female pope, her insight piercingly accurate. He even suspected that she refrained from probing into his secrets out of a broad-mindedness. Di Weiyang continued, "Yingwei did not provide enough specifics earlier. The first soul ring a soul master obtains has an absorption limit of 400 years. Exceeding this limit poses a risk of explosion. How do you determine this limit?" Luo Fancheng inquired. Di Weiyang explained, "Through combat, without external assistance. The strength of the soul beast you can defeat will dictate the strength of the soul ring you can absorb. I intended to use this wolf to gauge your foundation. If it were unstable, you would need to spend time solidifying it before seeking a breakthrough. My disciple's first soul ring must be 400 years to forge the strongest foundation." Luo Fancheng tentatively asked, "Is it possible for the first soul ring to exceed 400 years?" "Yes," the female pope affirmed. "The world is not devoid of prodigies with special fortuitous encounters. Such individuals often transcend limits. Historically, The highest recorded age for a first soul ring exceeds 600 years. Only 200 years more. That is not an insurmountable difference. Luo Fancheng murmured instinctively. The female pope's expression remained unchanged, while Bai Yingwei gritted her teeth in frustration. Do you know what you're saying? 200 years is a significant increase. That is half again what is typical. It was akin to running to the brink of exhaustion. Pushing through for just one more breath is a torturous ordeal. A year's excess on the soul ring limit exerts a similar burden on the body. Luo Fancheng suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. If this is the first soul ring, and it is already exceeded by 1.5 times, then if each subsequent soul ring also surpasses the average by that margin, the overall enhancement to his strength would be staggering. After all, later soul rings often reach thousands or tens of thousands of years. A mere 50% advantage in years would amount to an overwhelming lead. Ah, you catch on quickly. Bai Yingwei nodded. For instance, upon reaching level 90 with 9 soul rings, the earlier rings would serve primarily as support. The true reliance would be on the 9th soul ring. If yours is 100,000 years while another's is 150,000, the disparity in power is terrifying. Luo Fancheng realized. So, if the earlier absorbed soul rings are of too low an age, it would also affect the age of the later absorbed rings? Exactly, Bai Yingwei confirmed. There exist 10-year soul beasts with white soul rings. But if the first soul ring is white, one could never hope to break through to level 20 in this lifetime. Luo Fancheng queried. Then if I spend additional time at level 10, focusing on refining my body to the point of defeating soul beasts of 700 or 800 years, wouldn't I be able to absorb a soul ring beyond the limit? This question left Bai Yingwei momentarily speechless. She had always followed her teacher's directives during her training and had never considered such queries. Di Weiyang interjected. A bottle filled to the brim cannot hold more. The human body is akin to a bottle. One must either gain a special opportunity to expand it or break through to the next realm. The capacity of the bottle will not increase merely through effort. Thus, one must break through when the time is right. Those with innate talent possess larger bottles. A 300-year first soul ring in top-tier forces is regarded as a genius. 400 years is the level of a saint like Yingwei. Given your training speed and the strength demonstrated in battle, I believe you can challenge limits. Achieving 500 years would be an extraordinary feat. 600 years would be historic, while 700 or 800 years. The female pope shook her head, her meaning clear. Luo Fancheng had received high praise from the female pope, and Bai Yingwei shared her sentiments, both astonished by the impressive performance of this handsome junior brother from a mountain village. Bai Yingwei remarked, "Junior brother, you might feel that what you are encountering with me and the teacher at this pinnacle level is commonplace, but once you meet other soul masters outside, you will realize how exceptional you truly are. In many soul master academies, having a first soul ring over 200 years is regarded as a highly sought-after genius. Even both the teacher and I are astonished by your talent. Once you truly venture out, you will surely make a name for yourself and astonish many. Am I truly that extraordinary?" Luo Fancheng pondered. He didn't intend to boast, but he had encountered so few soul masters that he genuinely lacked a sense of strength and talent. Surrounded by formidable figures like the Demon Emperor, the Offerings, and the female pope, he felt rather insignificant. He had begun to look forward to the day he would leave the mountains. Whoosh! A pale yellow soul ring coalesced upon the surface of the iron-backed songlong, and after prolonged discourse among the 2 women and 1 man, the old wolf ultimately breathed its last. "Let us depart," suggested Di Wei. Luo Fancheng nodded, bending down to retrieve the bundle from the ground when suddenly 2 soul entities within him stirred almost simultaneously, resonating with an exhilarating emotion. The little loach soul manifested itself forthwith, having previously absorbed the venom of the vengeful dragon. It had grown from the size of a palm to that of a forearm, its surface now adorned with scales resembling a diminutive serpent. It swiftly darted towards the deceased iron-backed songlong, generating a vacuum as it opened its mouth. With a swish, the songlong's carcass quivered, and crimson vitality surged forth, along with the yellow soul ring, both being drawn into the mouth of the little loach. Chapter 19. The Evolution of the Martial Soul. Astonishing Achievements. The azure lotus stir's Luo Fancheng felt an uncanny familiarity with the scene before him, recalling the last time the little mudfish had behaved in such a manner. The holy maiden, the Pope's disciple, was momentarily taken aback, preparing to depart when unexpectedly, Luo Fancheng's martial soul exhibited a sudden change. As the little mudfish consumed the soul ring, Bai Yingwei exclaimed in distress, "This is bad. Junior brother, quickly control your martial soul. If you absorb that 200-year soul ring, your potential will be squandered." It was too late. Di Wei Yang sighed, noting that the little mudfish was consuming too rapidly for even her to react. It seemed that Luo Fancheng could only absorb the 200-year soul ring now. With a flash, the little mudfish radiated a monochromatic glow. The light intensified and deepened, and its form rapidly expanded, scales proliferating across its surface as its rank ascended. Bai Yingwei remarked, This does not resemble the addition of a soul ring." Di Wei Yang, with her phoenix eyes narrowed, observed intently. Boom! The little mudfish's size doubled, now exceeding a meter in length, projecting an imposing presence that transformed it from a mere mudfish into an azure-scaled serpent, emanating a dual-colored brilliance instead of the previous single hue. Luo Fancheng could clearly sense the jubilant emotions emanating from the azure-scaled serpent, a realization blossoming within him. It had grown longer and stronger. However, he mused, "Brother, you are not being fair, indulging yourself without sharing with your master." Bai Yingwei was astonished. "Junior brother, your martial soul can truly continue to evolve, and the speed of this evolution is simply extraordinary." Intrigued, Di Wei Yang smiled. "Such a martial soul exists in this world. I wonder where its evolution will culminate." "What did you say?" Luo Fancheng had been focused on the little mudfish and Appo's advancement. "Oh dear." Bai Yingwei and Appo's lovely face reflected regret. "It and Appo's pity that your martial soul, with such remarkable potential, can only attach to a 200-year soul ring for the first time." Luo Fancheng sensed something and shook his head. "No. I don and Appo's. Feel the soul ring you mentioned." "How can that be?" Bai Yingwei stamped her elegant black-booted leg, demonstrating as a purple cold moon rose behind her, exuding chilling air, causing the temperature around them to plummet. Luo Fancheng felt a shiver run through him, realizing that Bai Yingwei's martial soul was indeed formidable as she restrained her aura, yet still conveyed an undeniable chill. Swish! 4 rings of yellow and purple emerged from within the purple moon, oscillating rhythmically. Bai Yingwei explained, "Look, this is my top-tier martial soul, the Taiyin Yuing, which has already attached 4 soul rings." Luo Fancheng mimicked her, channeling his soul power, but the azure-scaled serpent merely glided through the air without any soul rings appearing. He stated confidently, "There truly are none. That soul ring must have been absorbed as nourishment by my martial soul." Bai Yingwei gasped, "How is that possible?" It is universally acknowledged that soul rings can only attach to martial souls and cannot be absorbed for personal power. Di Wei Yang interjected, "Indeed, Fancheng's martial soul has yet to attach a soul ring. There is no trace of the iron-backed Songlong's soul ring within. Could it really be that he has absorbed the soul ring as nourishment?" Bai Yingwei's eyes sparkled with disbelief. "Many prodigies are born to defy conventions, and, as a saintess, you ought to maintain composure," Di Wei Yang thought, shaking her head at Bai Yingwei's exuberance. However, as Bai Yingwei turned to see Luo Fancheng standing there, calm as ever, she felt an overwhelming urge to scream. "Hey, do you even realize how extraordinary your martial soul is? If word gets out, it would terrify everyone. Others, after attaching their soul rings, could hunt countless soul beasts yet still watch as their soul rings ultimately dissipated into the void. But Luo Fancheng's martial soul wasted none of the resources, voraciously absorbing and visibly growing stronger. Moreover, it seemed that this was not the limit. With Bai Yingwei's saintly insight, she easily deduced that Luo Fancheng's martial soul required energy for evolution. If his martial soul were to evolve to its ultimate form, could it not then return the absorbed power to its master, accelerating the master's cultivation? While other powerful beings could only absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, Luo Fancheng could absorb both spiritual energy and soul rings for his training. Gasping at this revelation, Bai Ingwe regarded the handsome junior brother as if he were a monster. This was indeed extraordinary. Luo Fancheng, however, was oblivious to these thoughts as he stored his martial soul and retrieved 2 packages from the ground. The azure lotus martial soul was still in motion, showing no interest in the ironback Songlong, but rather a desperate hunger for the contents of the packages. Yet, he decided to refrain from opening them, fearing any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed that both Bai Ingwe and Di Wei Yang were silent, frowning as they stared intently in the same direction. Following their gaze, Luo Fancheng's pupils constricted. The once mighty ironback Songlong now lay like a desiccated corpse, as if all its lifeblood had been drained, withered, and emaciated. Luo Fancheng's heart raced. Surely the holy maiden would not eliminate him in his infancy, as if he were some malevolent force. Even without a predetermined script, he felt a chill as if he were merely an innocuous bystander, overwhelmed by a desire for self-destruction. He cautiously observed the expressions of the 2 women. Bai Ingwe, her long legs swaying, hopped over with a sweet smile. Junior brother, almost forgot. Your martial soul can not only absorb soul rings for evolution, but also consume life force. Indeed, Luo Fancheng nodded, his tension slightly easing, relieved that she did not proclaim his demise. However, his keen intuition caught a fleeting, unnatural glint in her beautiful eyes. Let us proceed. Di Wei Yang maintained her icy demeanor, moving deeper into the forest. Come on, junior brother. Bai Ingwe waved her hand. Luo Fancheng was genuinely surprised. Even after witnessing such a scene, the holy maiden did not inquire further, displaying her trust. Amidst the rustling of leaves, Luo Fancheng found himself facing a mantis nearly half his height, something he had never imagined could grow to such proportions. The mantis's scythe-like forearms gleamed with a diamond-like brilliance, beautiful yet brimming with lethal intent. From a distance, Bai Ingwe voiced her concern. Teacher, is it too much to have junior brother battle the 400-year diamond mantis? You did not teach me this way before. Di Wei Yang replied coolly. An inferior teacher's erratic methods lead to misguided students. Traditional teaching methods only cultivate mediocrity. I teach according to the talents of my students. Great potential can be realized. Bai Ingwe nodded, though her anxiety remained evident. She understood the reasoning, yet sending someone who had only awakened their martial soul for a day to face a 400-year soul beast seemed excessively arduous, especially since she had yet to impart special battle techniques unique to soul masters to Luo Fancheng. She suspected her teacher had not forgotten such crucial lessons, but was intentionally withholding them for some purpose. With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng evaded an attack, narrowly escaping to the side, gritting his teeth in pain. This creature was ferocious. It had already left him with several gashes, but fortunately, he had avoided critical areas. He had no doubt that had the iron-backed Songlong been here, it would have been cleaved in 2 by this diamond mantis's scythe. Earlier, when he attempted to command the little mudfish martial soul to attack, it had clearly struggled to absorb living beings, presenting a deadly flaw. In that moment, he was distracted by controlling the little loach to attack, causing his own movements to slow down, almost falling victim to the diamond mantis's sweeping strike. As the diamond mantis charged again, Luo Fancheng gritted his teeth and met the attack head-on, simultaneously summoning the blue lotus martial soul. The 6-petaled blue lotus twirled, releasing a fragrant aroma, and a beam of azure light shot forth, enveloping Luo Fancheng. In an instant, his wounds healed rapidly. Boom! Witnessing the remarkable efficacy of the healing, Luo Fancheng adopted a reckless strategy of trading injuries for injuries, fiercely striking the diamond mantis, targeting its abdomen and head. In the distance, Bai Ingwe observed as the diamond mantis's aura grew increasingly feeble, and Luo Fancheng's attacks intensified, her delicate lips parting in disbelief. Could it be he was truly about to conquer it? A 400-year-old diamond mantis. Her junior brother had yet to master the true combat techniques of controlling a martial soul. Moreover, the healing ability of his blue lotus martial soul seemed extraordinarily formidable. Shouldn't such prowess belong to a top-tier support soul master? Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Luo Fancheng delivered a punch that drove the mantis and Appo's head deep into the ground, shattering it, and he continued to strike relentlessly, as if fearing it might revive. Bai Yingyue pressed her lips tightly together, no longer daring to utter a word about support. Despite his striking good looks, this fellow fought with a ferocity akin to that of a fearsome beast, entirely unlike those feeble support types who cowered in the rear, merely offering healing. Panting heavily, Luo Fancheng rose, his garments tattered and stained with blood, yet he bore no injuries. The price paid for invoking the Blue Lotus martial soul had drained much of his soul power. With a flash, a bright yellow soul ring emerged from the corpse of the diamond mantis. The little loach darted forward, opening its mouth to consume, drawing in the yellow soul ring along with wisps of blood energy. Luo Fancheng chuckled, reliant during battles, but quick to scavenge. Boom! The little loach expanded in size, undergoing another evolution. Its length surged from 1 meter to 1.3 meters, its girth now akin to that of a fist. Its azure scales shimmering with an ethereal glow. The emitted dual-colored radiance deepened in intensity. Observing closely, Luo Fancheng noted that it should have absorbed a 400-year-old soul beast, resulting in a more significant growth than that of a 200-year-old. However, the increase was not as pronounced. It appeared that growth became increasingly challenging as time progressed, though the speed of evolution remained swift. Eventually, the mantis's corpse shriveled, its gleaming diamond forelimbs dulling to the color of stone. Just as the little loach settled, the Blue Lotus martial soul soared forth, hovering above one of the packages, spinning with a whimsical grace. What was happening? Bai Yingyue was taken aback. Her senior brother's little loach martial soul was special enough. But what about this Blue Lotus martial soul? Emperor Wei Yan's expression also revealed her astonishment. Luo Fancheng was at a loss for words. These two rebellious children, none of them offered him a moment's peace. He understood their eagerness. But couldn't they wait until they reached a secluded place? Nevertheless, he sensed that the martial soul was merely instinctively reacting in a manner advantageous to its host, devoid of sentience, and thus he could not place blame. He approached, no longer concealing his intentions, and opened the cherished package of the Blue Lotus martial soul. Chapter 20. The Source Stone and the Transformation of the Martial Spirit. The heart's quake of the saintess as the package was opened. A stone as black as ink, roughly the size of a fist, was revealed. Luo Fancheng studied it closely, contemplating whether this was indeed the indestructible oddity the village chief had described. Source Stone? Bai Yingyue exclaimed in surprise, clearly recognizing the origin of the peculiar stone. Before Luo Fancheng could inquire further, the six-petal Qinglian martial spirit swiftly descended, its base attaching itself to the stone. With a swish, the Qinglian martial spirit emanated a gentle radiance, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance that filled the air. As the stone's inky hue rapidly faded, waves of rich spiritual energy surged into the Qinglian martial spirit. The Pope, the Saintess, and Luo Fancheng all widened their eyes in observation. An astonishing scene unfolded. Initially possessing 6 petals, the Qinglian martial spirit began to sprout new petals, nourished by the influx of spiritual energy. The 7th petal emerged, followed by the 8th. As it grew to the 9th, the pace of growth noticeably slowed, for the black surface of the stone had significantly lightened. Remarkable, Bai Yingyue gasped. Isn't the martial spirit supposed to be inanimate? Yet, your Qinglian is truly growing like a plant. The 10th petal blossomed. With a crack, the stone at the base of the Qinglian turned gray, ultimately transforming into white and splitting apart. With a flick of his hand, Luo Fancheng summoned the Qinglian martial spirit, which swiftly shrank in size and settled into his palm. Spinning playfully, the original 6 petals remained a vibrant azure, brimming with life, while the newly formed 4 petals were tinged with a faint red hue, exuding a hint of warmth. How intriguing! Is there a change? Bai Yingyue, brimming with curiosity, leaned closer, her large eyes sparkling. I'll give it a try. Luo Fancheng activated the Qinglian martial spirit, sending forth healing light from the 6 azure petals, while the newly appeared 4 petals remained unresponsive. Strange. I cannot seem to control these new petals. Luo Fancheng hesitated. How can that be? Bai Yingwei was equally puzzled. After observing silently, Di Weiyang spoke up. The newly formed 4 petals evidently harbor a power distinct from the first 6. Perhaps they're not fully developed, hence the lack of control. Bai Yingwei's eyes sparkled with realization. Teacher, do you mean that the first 6 petals of my junior brother's martial spirit possess healing abilities, while the latter 4 do not? They must fully mature before they can be utilized? Di Weiyang nodded sagely. Perhaps, but this is merely my conjecture. Bai Yingwei couldn't help but exclaim, your martial spirits are truly extraordinary, each more peculiar than the last, defying conventions. Luo Fancheng pondered her words, sensing a certain incompleteness to the current Qinglian martial spirit. Previously, he could wield healing powers with 6 petals. Did he need another 6 to unlock new abilities? It seemed quite plausible. The System S description also indicated that the Qinglian martial spirit was incomplete and required restoration. Thus, if he could find a way to encourage the Qinglian to grow 2 more petals, he could validate this hypothesis. The stone that had incited such changes was the key. Luo Fancheng cast his gaze to the ground, where the once indomitable black stone had crumbled into ordinary gravel, clearly drained of its essence. He looked up and asked, Junior sister, do you recognize this stone? Bai Yingwei nodded, offering her explanation without hesitation. This is a source stone, containing condensed spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, which can aid soul masters in their cultivation. Where can one obtain this in abundance? Luo Fancheng inquired. Realizing that while the little mudfish could absorb blood energy and soul rings, the Qinglian martial spirit evidently required a significant amount of source stone to advance. Abundance? Bai Yingwei rolled her eyes, scoffing. To say that 1 or 2 pieces would cause a frenzy at major auctions is an understatement. Really? Luo Fancheng was taken aback. With a dismissive glance, Bai Yingwei replied, you didn't think these stones were as common as iron or, did you? To this day, no one has figured out how they are formed or where they come from. When a lucky soul master stumbles upon one, they absorb it immediately, never letting it go to waste. Do you know how much a common soul master could improve their cultivation by absorbing that piece of source stone? Luo Fancheng shook his head. Bai Yingwei explained, at least a 25-level boost in soul power, and not just any low-level soul power. Such a significant increase? Luo Fancheng was instantly astounded, followed by a pang of regret. The Qinglian martial spirit seemed extravagant, nothing like the little mudfish that was easy to care for and unpicky. Junior brother, is your village chief either ignorant of value or overly generous to part with such a treasure? Bai Yingwei marveled. Luo Fancheng's body jolted, his mind stirred. He was not naive enough to believe the village chief was simply ignorant. If that were the case, why had he concealed it for 30 years? Given only to him? Perhaps the village chief did not know it was called a source stone. But one could easily deduce the rarity of something that could not be marked by a knife or axe. In the end, he had been given it as a parting gift. Luo Fancheng gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with resolve. This kindness would not be forgotten, nor could it be. He, Luo Fancheng, would repay any debts owed. He would seek to inquire with the village chief about the origins of the source stone. Unbeknownst to him, the village chief's willingness to part with the treasure stemmed from his fondness for this charming young man, as well as the fact that he had no children of his own. Over the years, Luo Fancheng had occasionally assisted him in hunting and farming. Human hearts are tender, and the old man, Lu Renjin, had never considered talent or expectations of repayment. He simply hoped Luo Fancheng would soar higher. Luo Fancheng picked up the cloth that had wrapped the stone, refusing to discard it. Bai Yingwei questioned, Junior brother, why keep this rag now that the source stone is gone? Luo Fancheng shook his head, folding the cloth neatly. The source stone may have value, but friendship is priceless. Bai Yingwei was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the handsome young man before her. She realized that upon closer contact, he was far more captivating than she had initially imagined. Handsome, gifted, and deeply loyal, such a man, if he were to venture into the world, would surely captivate countless hearts. A sudden flutter stirred within her. Di Weiyang's beautiful, icy visage remained unchanged, yet a glimmer of approval shone in her phoenix-like eyes. She spoke, Fancheng, before sunset today. Defeat a soul beast of 500 years. Luo Fancheng trembled at the sudden demand. What? Isn't this progress too rapid? I barely managed to survive the 400-year diamond mantis, a 500-year soul beast. Isn't this asking too much of me? With a chuckle, Bai Ingwe remarked, I thought after Teacher S declaration, you would immediately set off in search of a 500-year soul beast, but it seems you are not merely reckless. Luo Fancheng shot her an exasperated glance. What gives you the impression that I am reckless? I am determined, not foolish. Di Weiyong interjected coldly. Enough, Ingwe. Do not tease your junior brother. Now, instruct him on the proper methods to control his martial spirit in battle. The proper methods for controlling the martial spirit in battle? Luo Fancheng replied with astonishment, his face lighting up with curiosity. Chapter 21. The Unity of Human and Soul? The Diary of the Sea King. The thoughts of the saintess indeed. Upon mentioning the matter at hand, Bai Ingwe retracted her playful demeanor and revealed a serious expression. The manipulation of martial souls requires proper techniques to unleash their true power. You must have experienced this during your recent battle. Luo Fancheng nodded. Indeed, while utilizing the healing abilities of the Qinglian martial soul, I managed well. However, coordinating the little mudfish to attack simultaneously proved to be a distraction, rendering it ineffective. Bai Ingwe explained, Senior brother, the Qinglian is classified as a tool martial soul, which can be commanded with but a thought, whereas the little mudfish is a beast martial soul. Naturally, dividing one's attention during combat prevents the latter from showcasing its full potential. Is the Qinglian a tool martial soul? Luo Fancheng inquired, astonished. Shouldn't it be categorized as a plant martial soul? Bai Ingwe responded patiently. Grasses, woods, vines, and lotuses indeed belong to the plant martial souls. Celestial phenomena, such as the sun, moon, thunder, and lightning are classified as celestial martial souls. The world of martial souls is filled with countless varieties, and upon closer examination, the classifications become exceedingly complex. However, fundamentally, martial souls can be divided into two categories. What are those two? Luo Fancheng pressed for clarification. Bai Ingwe answered, Beast martial souls and tool martial souls. Those that can achieve unity with the soul master are classified as beast martial souls. Those that cannot are tool martial souls. This distinction is quite simple, wouldn't you agree? Feeling she might have come off too stern, Bai Ingwe shyly stuck out her delicate tongue. Little junior brother, please don't be frightened. I tend to be rather serious when discussing important matters. It's nothing. Please continue, Luo Fancheng replied, shaking his head, unperturbed by her demeanor. The knowledge possessed by the Holy Maiden was undoubtedly derived from the invaluable experiences of countless formidable predecessors. Standing on the shoulders of giants certainly accelerates the journey of self-improvement compared to fumbling in the dark. As the topic of unity between human and soul was raised, he felt a spark of insight, as if on the verge of unlocking a new realm of understanding. Just a step away, Bai Ingwe returned to her serious tone and elaborated. In simple terms, the unity of human and soul involves drawing the soul into the body, allowing your beast martial soul to merge with you, thus greatly amplifying your strength. With a swift motion, a violet moon rose behind Bai Ingwe, and she let out a soft cry. Martial soul, manifest! The violet moon instantly expanded to a height matching her figure, merging seamlessly with her delicate form. Boom! A violet light enveloped Bai Ingwe's exterior, and a crescent moon appeared on her brow. Frost formed on her eyelashes, and her fair skin radiated an icy chill. Her already stunning beauty was further enhanced by an ethereal, chilling allure, making her irresistibly captivating. The Holy Maiden's teachings struck Luo Fancheng like a bolt of lightning, dispelling the fog in his mind. The unity of human and soul was indeed the correct path. How foolish he had been to blame the little mudfish. It was his own ineptitude for treating it like a mere dog. Observing the radiant, frost-emitting figure of the beautiful Holy Maiden, he pondered, if martial soul manifestation enhances the host's power, do different types of martial souls amplify different aspects of strength? Bai Ingwe appeared surprised, seemingly not expecting Luo Fancheng to grasp the concept so quickly. She nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my tying Yuing martial soul upon manifestation significantly increases my resistance to water and ice attributes while enhancing my control over water, ice, and moon energies. The aspect of amplification for you will need to be discovered once you experience the manifestation yourself. Luo Fancheng was astonished. So, when fighting in an environment rich in ice, water, and moonlight, your combat strength will be greatly augmented? Precisely, by Yingwei confirmed, and Luo Fancheng couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying potential of her martial soul. After all, when night falls, where is there not moonlight? Wait, Luo Fancheng suddenly realized an issue. The son of a dog, the Holy Sun, seemed to possess a martial soul known as the Great Sun Candlelight. Wouldn't that mean his power would be infinitely amplified in the presence of flames and sunlight? This was only one of his martial souls. No wonder he carried himself with such arrogance. Luo Fancheng lamented silently. Such a magnificent martial soul was wasted on that individual. It would have suited him perfectly, harmonizing with his junior sister's moonlight. What am I thinking? Luo Fancheng shook his head internally, understanding that others' martial souls could never become his. It was utterly impossible. Yet, he could strive to cultivate his skills, determined to surpass his rivals. Clenching his fists, he felt an even greater urgency to enhance his strength. As time passed, the Empress of the Holy Church, Di Weiyong, remained absent, her whereabouts unknown. In the lush green grass, the handsome young man and the beautiful young woman sat opposite each other, with Bai Yingwei imparting her teachings on how to draw the soul into the body and achieve unity. All right, you now understand the details. Although it's not particularly difficult, mastering the nuances will take at least half a day. Bai Yingwei stretched lazily, appearing quite relaxed, her ample figure enticingly prominent. Luo Fancheng found it hard not to notice and marveled at her transformation from a naive girl to this extraordinary state. Is it pleasing to the eye? A soft voice chimed in his ear, causing his heart to race. Yet, he remained composed, lifting his gaze to meet her inscrutable expression. Junior sister, your natural beauty and fair, icy skin are indeed captivating. Bai Yingwei smiled sweetly. Little senior brother must not lie. It seemed you were not merely gazing at my face earlier. I was contemplating the details of martial soul manifestation. Luo Fancheng replied, maintaining eye contact with the holy maiden, his demeanor steady and unflustered. After all, he was the Sea King in his past life. How could he falter before this girl? To speak honestly, senior brother, Yingwei wouldn't mind. After all, they were meant to be admired. It's just that if others look, Yingwei may not be pleased. If senior brother likes to look, then Yingwei would be happy to oblige. However, if you wish to touch, Bai Yingwei and Appo's expression turned suggestive, her words laced with temptation. Luo Fancheng instinctively felt the urge to concede, but upon noticing a glimmer of mischief in her beautiful eyes, his heart jolted. That was close. He almost fell into her trap. A lesson from the Sea King's dating journal reminded him that the most critical rule when interacting with women is to avoid letting the rhythm fall into their hands. One must elicit and control their emotions, rather than be manipulated. Weak nations lack diplomacy, and weak men lack allure. Women are often drawn to those who can stir their emotions. Luo Fancheng's principle was to invest sincerity in his interactions with women, but never to be overly honest. Yingwei, Luo Fancheng adopted a serious demeanor, catching Bai Yingwei off guard, as she had anticipated him to fall for a ploy. She had intended to use his admission as leverage, thinking, if you misbehave, I will tell the teacher you were teasing me. Her mischievous intentions were not malicious. Which girl doesn't enjoy teasing? Such antics are usually reserved for those she holds a fondness for, much like boys in school who playfully tug on girls' braids. Luo Fancheng stated, if you call me senior brother, I shall call you junior sister, maintaining a clear relationship. Yet how can you now attempt to entice your senior brother? Who? Who is trying to entice you? Bai Yingwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Luo Fancheng feigned innocence. Senior brother is focused on cultivation, uninterested in trifles. Yet you insist on drawing his attention to them. Trifles. Bai Yingwei felt as if struck by lightning. How could he turn the tables on her like this? Just moments ago, his gaze seemed to pierce through her very soul, and now he was acting the saint. Bai Yingwei was exasperated. You are such a despicable man. No longer wishing to tease, Bai Yingwei opened her lips to retort. but was interrupted by Luo Fancheng. Junior sister, you surely would not want Master to be aware of such matters, would you? Let us refrain from further discussion. Elder brother is a paragon of virtue. Huh? Is this not her ultimate objective? Bai Yingwei felt a sense of numbness. She could not fathom how her meticulously crafted plans had been so easily thwarted. I shall attempt to achieve unity of soul and spirit. Luo Fancheng, radiating righteousness, rose and departed with decisive strides, effortlessly shifting the dynamics of their exchange. Bai Yingwei gazed at his elegant silhouette, her teeth clenched in frustration, fiercely tearing a blade of grass in two. Bah, a man of words and not of deeds. What a boorish oaf. I may believe many things, but I refuse to accept that you are not a man of lust. Just wait. I shall expose your lascivious side. Bai Yingwei puffed out her cheeks, her expression one of defiance. Practice. I shall exhaust you, you foul elder brother. Do not expect to master anything in less than 2 hours. Bai Yingwei's words were not without foundation. Not to mention that she herself had spent 4 hours honing her skills. Even the prodigious Saint Sun, Huang Yin, had taken over 2 hours to fully grasp the embodiment of his martial soul. Boom! A distant explosion interrupted her thoughts, and Bai Yingwei turned her gaze, her lips parting in astonishment, her tongue frozen in place. Chapter 22. Junior sister, is this speed normal? The surge of power emanating from Luo Fancheng was astonishing. His handsome, masculine visage now carried an aura of sinister nobility. The charm he exuded had become even more captivating. The exposed skin on his body was adorned with a layer of glistening blue scales, and an overwhelming vitality surged around him, amplifying his presence to more than double its previous might. Is this for real? How could it happen so fast? Bai Yingwei gasped, nearly biting her tongue in astonishment. It was evident that her senior brother had successfully manifested his martial spirit, but the speed at which it occurred was utterly unbelievable. Just moments after she had briefly explained the essentials to him, he had already achieved it. Hadn't they agreed that it would require at least 2 hours? For a moment, Bai Yingwei felt somewhat dazed. As the revered saintess of the temple, her esteemed status and profound knowledge should not have led her to display such a lack of composure. Yet, this individual was indeed an extraordinary prodigy, consistently defying expectations and leaving her in awe. Boom! While Bai Yingwei was momentarily lost in thought, Luo Fancheng suddenly charged towards her like a cannonball, crashing into her and pinning her down in the grass. Ah, senior brother, what are you doing? Bai Yingwei's face flushed a deep crimson as she bit her silver teeth and exclaimed, her soul power surging within her. Junior sister, please don't misunderstand. It was unintentional. Luo Fancheng hastily clarified. You and Oppos. V knocked me down, and you expect me to believe it was accidental? Bai Yingwei glared at him, her breath catching in her throat. Although she held a favorable impression of her handsome senior brother, this progression felt far too rapid. Listen to my defense. No, listen to my explanation. Luo Fancheng stammered, equally bewildered. He had merely intended to leap over to show Bai Yingwei that there was no issue with his martial spirit manifestation. Yet, as he pushed off the ground, his body surged forward uncontrollably. In an attempt to rise, his hands inadvertently brushed against Bai Yingwei and Oppos' long, white legs clad in black leather boots. His heart sank. This is bad. There's no way to explain this now. Is it not enough to pin me down? You must also touch. Bai Yingwei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at his noble yet mischievous face, as if to say, I never expected my seemingly upright senior brother to be so bold. Get up. The teacher might return at any moment. Bai Yingwei was infuriated, nearly ready to unleash her soul power and blast Luo Fancheng away. But her heart softened, transforming her indignation into a flustered protest. Over here, a cold, regal voice echoed nearby, causing Luo Fancheng and Bai Yingwei to shudder, their expressions freezing in place. They turned their heads like wooden puppets toward the source of the voice. Perched atop a sturdy tree branch, the high priestess, Di Weiyang, looked down at the entwined pair with her arms crossed, her gaze piercing. They had no idea how long she had been watching. Luo Fancheng felt mortified. Surely, their master could not consider him a beast. Bai Yingwei felt a chill run down her spine, fearing that their teacher might think she was willingly embracing him. "Never mind. You may continue," the high priestess remarked, exacerbating the awkwardness in their hearts to its zenith. The two sprang apart like lightning. Bai Yue's fair legs were still dusted with grass, and with a flushed face, she asserted, "Teacher, it was senior brother who came at me first." "Yes, I came at her first." Luo Fancheng nodded initially, then shook his head, adding, "But it was unintentional." "I understand. No need for further explanation," the high priestess replied slowly. "It is quite normal for Fancheng to experience a surge of power during his first martial spirit manifestation, leading to a loss of control." Bai Yue's expression shifted to one of realization. She had almost forgotten that this was a common occurrence, and nearly assumed her senior brother had succumbed to the beastly instincts of his martial spirit. Luo Fancheng felt tears welling up. He was grateful that the high priestess had spoken on his behalf, or else his reputation would have been irreparably tarnished. Wait, he suddenly realized that the high priestess was quite cunning. She might have returned long ago and had been enjoying the spectacle. "Teacher, is there any issue with my soul unity?" he inquired. "Is there a problem?" Bai Yue scoffed. Though she understood Luo Fancheng's earlier behavior, she still felt irked by the unwarranted touch on her thigh. "This is so unfair. No, I must find an opportunity to retaliate." Luo Fancheng hesitated. "Junior sister mentioned it would take at least half a day to master soul unity, yet I achieved it in one attempt. I'm worried that this rapid success might come with flaws." Bai Yue was taken aback. "Did you not hear what people say? There is no need to chase after someone and slap them in the face." Di Weiyang shook her head in agreement. "There are no flaws. Your comprehension speed is remarkable." She understood the nature of geniuses, but had little insight into him. Bai Yue's expression fell, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of grievance. "Dear teacher, must you truly be so harsh? Have I fallen out of favor?" Only then did Luo Fancheng take the time to carefully perceive the changes following his martial spirit manifestation. He felt an incredible surge of power coursing through him. His strength had multiplied by at least 3 or 4 times. As he gently touched the glistening blue scales covering his skin, they felt as hard as diamonds, evidencing a significant increase in defense. The soul power accumulated in his dantian was steadily depleting, yet the rate of consumption was not alarming, suggesting that maintaining the martial spirit manifestation for a considerable duration would pose no issue. Bai Yue bounced over. Her curiosity piqued as she examined Luo Fancheng. "Wow, senior brother. I've seen other snake-type soul masters manifest their martial spirits, and they turned into grotesque serpents, looking frightful and ghastly. But you're different, like a ghost?" Luo Fancheng rolled his eyes. No. Bai Yue shook her head, beaming. "You look incredibly handsome. Truly, you are very handsome." Luo Fancheng suddenly felt a newfound admiration for Bai Yue. Just moments ago, she had appeared on the verge of tears, and now she was all smiles, vibrant and enchanting. "Your transformation resembles that of a dragon. There's no trace of a snake-like martial spirit in your essence," the high priestess interjected. "Fancheng, your martial spirit has yet to fully evolve and remains in its preliminary stage, which is why the transformation during manifestation is not very pronounced. As your martial spirit grows stronger, the extent of your draconic transformation will increase, and the enhancement of your power will naturally follow." "I understand, teacher," Luo Fancheng nodded, then curiously asked, "Teacher, were you just leaving?" Di Weiyang's eyes flickered slightly. "It is time." "Huh?" Luo Fancheng was initially puzzled when suddenly, rustling sounds echoed from the forest, followed by the emergence of 3 beastly figures. To his astonishment, they were 3 half-human-sized diamond mantises, roughly the same size as the 400-year-old diamond mantis he had previously battled. Clang, clang. The diamond mantises screeched, their small eyes glowing red. Luo Fancheng understood. The high priestess had been biding her time, finding him some small monsters to engage. Combat is the best way to test your breakthroughs. "Go forth, Fancheng," the high priestess encouraged. With a swish, Luo Fancheng did not hesitate. As the 3 diamond mantises wielded their scythes to attack, forming a triangular encirclement, he felt invigorated and ready to unleash his newfound powers. "Come at me," he declared, a grin spreading across his face as he leaped into action, throwing a punch to meet the oncoming assault. Clang, clang, clang. The side scraped across his scaled skin, creating sparks, but he retaliated by delivering a punch that shattered the head of one of the mantises. Oh, what a thrill! The satisfaction he felt from that punch was indescribable, especially compared to the frustration he had experienced while battling the previous mantis. Watching from beside the High Priestess, Bai Ingwe remarked, "Senior brother's speed in mastering this new combat style is astonishing." The High Priestess cast her a sidelong glance and inquired, "Are you still not accustomed to it?" Bai Ingwe opened her mouth to respond. "Is this something one can simply become accustomed to? She is indeed a rare genius. Yet I have never encountered such an anomaly. I believed you had already grown accustomed to it." The High Priestess's words nearly broke Bai Ingwe's composure, prompting a silent sigh within her. She was adapting. Indeed she was. Bang, bang, bang. The battle concluded as Luo Fancheng landed a decisive blow, burying 3 mantises in the moist earth. 3 brilliant yellow soul rings emerged. Heaving a sigh of relief, Luo Fancheng exclaimed in exhilaration. In less than half a day's time, he could effortlessly defeat 3 diamond mantises that previously required all his strength to vanquish. His progress was nothing short of remarkable. As the martial spirit's manifestation dissipated, the little loach eagerly darted towards the 3 trophies. With a swift motion, it consumed them, its size swelling from an impressive 3 meters to a towering 8 meters, its girth now akin to that of a sapling. The azure scales on its surface expanded, becoming denser and more dragon-like, with a vibrant 2-toned luster intensifying. Observing the returning loach, Luo Fancheng noted how far it had evolved from its initial diminutive form, now becoming increasingly majestic. However, he astutely recognized that the enhancement from soul beasts of the same level was diminishing. "Let us depart. The sun is on the verge of setting," the High Priestess stated. Luo Fancheng recalled the task assigned by his teacher, to slay a 500-year-old soul beast before dusk. What once seemed impossible now filled him with confidence. Unbeknownst to him, Diwei Yang and Bai Ingwe exchanged grave glances at the withered remains of the 3 mantises before their departure, their expressions laden with concern and unspoken apprehension. Moo! The jungle trembled as a soul beast roared. A slender young figure was engaged in combat with a formidable bull. The bull exuded a fierce aura, its massive frame adorned with horns that glimmered like pure gold in the setting sun, reminiscent of a golden forge. A 500-year-old soul beast, the golden bull was unrivaled in strength among its kind. Thud, thud, thud. The bull, with eyes of flame, charged forward, trampling the ground with its hooves. Its golden horns aimed directly at Luo Fancheng. "Huh!" Luo Fancheng shouted, his blood surging. His hands, now shrouded in azure scales, lunged forth and grasped the bull's horns. The impact was staggering. Luo Fancheng's feet carved into the earth, skidding several meters before he could counter the force, entering a stalemate. "Moo!" The golden bull bellowed in derision, seemingly mocking the audacity of the diminutive human who dared to contest with it at its strongest suit. "Is my junior brother becoming overconfident?" Bai Ingwe, perched on a tree, felt her body tense, ready to intervene. She was astonished by Luo Fancheng's reckless approach, direct and unyielding. The High Priestess observed with calm, phoenix-like eyes, intrigued, showing no inclination to assist. Swish! The two remained locked in a stalemate. Luo Fancheng's starry eyes sparkled as he felt a vortex forming in his grasp around the golden horns, drawing strength from the bull while replenishing his own. The beast's vigor waned as it surged. Realizing its peril, the bull let out a terrified roar, thrashing its head in a desperate attempt to break free. But it was too late. "Join me." Luo Fancheng tightened his grip on the horns, bending his knees and forcibly lifting the heavy bull, slamming it to the ground with a resounding crash. The earth quaked beneath them. The last rays of sunlight cast a golden hue upon his resolute profile as night descended. The 500-year-old golden bull was defeated. Bai Ingwe shook her head. She had been mesmerized by the spectacle. A saintess ought not to be so easily swayed. Yet this man was undeniably captivating. As he released his martial spirit, the little loach rushed toward the bull's carcass, opening its mouth to consume it. "Junior brother, what was that technique you just employed?" Bai Yingwei recalled the moment she saw the swirling energy in Luo Fancheng's hands. I discovered that I can harness the Loch's devouring ability after manifesting my martial spirit, Luo Fancheng explained. I absorb the opponent's vitality and convert it to my own, a mutual exchange of strength. With his unique physique allowing him to see in the dark, he noticed that Bai Yingwei appeared unsettled by the revelation, her complexion paling as she cautiously glanced at the high priestess beside her. An ominous premonition surged within him. "Junior brother, look at your martial spirit," Bai Yingwei exclaimed, pointing toward the bull's remains, unable to contain her astonishment. Chapter 23. Turning adversity into prosperity. The saintess's jealousy. Is there a problem? Luo Fancheng was perplexed upon hearing Bai Yingwei's exclamation and turned to look. His pupils constricted in shock. The little loach, originally slender and standing at 1 meter 8, was now grotesquely swollen, resembling an overinflated balloon that could burst at any moment. Its surface flickered with dual-colored soul light, and its aura was in utter chaos. Luo Fancheng felt a tingling dread. "Brother, you're not evolving. You're about to explode, aren't you? And you want to take me with you?" A grave voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. "This is troublesome. Your martial soul has absorbed too much blood energy and soul rings, and it cannot digest it all." Luo Fancheng's gaze fell upon the large, dried barbarian cow on the ground, his lips twitching. Even if he was tempted, he couldn't oppose. He possibly consume such a large feast in one bite. Swallowing an elephant whole is simply courting death. But he quickly realized that the little loach lacked intelligence, so it could not comprehend restraint. It required his conscious control, a fact he had overlooked. "Master, what should senior brother do in this situation?" Bai Yingwei asked anxiously, biting her delicate lips. Di Weiyang remained composed, calmly assessing the situation. His martial soul cannot be assisted by outsiders. He must handle it himself. The only method is for his body to help the martial soul alleviate the absorption pressure, but the corresponding crisis will also shift to him. Without the resolve to sacrifice oneself, one can only allow the martial soul to perish on its own. "I understand." Luo Fancheng nodded after listening, and with a decisive stride, he rushed forward. With determination shining in his eyes, he pressed his palm against the loach's swelling body. The little loach was a vital asset in his martial soul. He could not abandon it. A surge of turbulent blood, energy, and soul power rapidly flowed through his palm and into his body. The loach's inflated form began to shrink, the imminent explosion crisis alleviated. However, Luo Fancheng's own body began to swell, his soul power in disarray. Cough! Luo Fancheng stifled a groan as blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. Foreign blood energy coursed chaotically through his bones, and excess soul power surged within his meridians. Bai Yingwei clasped her fingers tightly, worry etched on her face. "Master, can junior brother withstand this?" Di Weiyang's lips moved. "It's fine. I am here." Bai Yingwei felt a sense of reassurance. If the master said it was all right, then it must be. Yet, "Master, didn't you just say outsiders can't help?" Di Weiyang cast her a sidelong glance, coolly replying, "It seems you have a lot to say." Bai Yingwei dared not speak further, pouting her soft lips in discontent. Upon noticing Di Weiyang's appreciative gaze towards Luo Fancheng, she understood. The master was clearly using this opportunity to test her senior brother. Di Weiyang spoke again. In the face of crisis, remained composed and decisive. "Yingwei, you should learn from your senior brother's steadiness and resolve." Luo Fancheng was nearing his limits, about to spill over, when Di Weiyang stepped forward to intervene. Buzz! The azure lotus martial soul quietly manifested, automatically shielding its master. A wave of fragrant, healing light enveloped Luo Fancheng. His bones and meridians, on the verge of bursting, rapidly began to mend. The blood energy that threatened to destroy his bones also began to integrate with them, as they strengthened through this cycle of damage and repair. The soul power surging within his meridians followed suit, under the extraordinary healing ability of the azure lotus. The soul power not only failed to rupture the meridians, but instead widened them. The situation reversed, transforming peril into safety. This scene brought a smile of joy to Bai Yingwei's face. Di Weiyang was surprised. She had prepared to assist Luo Fancheng in resolving the chaotic blood energy and soul power, but he had managed to overcome the crisis on his own, truly deserving of admiration. For an ordinary person, such an immense influx of energy could spell disaster, but he had navigated through it remarkably well. Boom! The little Locha's aura intensified, its serpentine body expanding from 1 meter 8 to 2 meters, ascending further in rank, and a new hue emerged within its dual-colored radiance. It transformed into a tricolored being, exuding even greater majesty. Bai Ingwed discerned the implications, exclaiming in astonishment, "Master, could it be that junior brother's martial soul is about to transform into a dragon?" Indeed, Di Weiyang nodded. His martial soul faintly exudes a pure dragon-esque might. It is likely more than a mere transformation into a dragon. What? It might be transforming into a true dragon? Bai Ingwe shook her head in disbelief. There are countless hybrid dragon martial souls in the world, but true dragon martial souls are exclusively the royal heritage of the Azure Dragon Empire, the ancient Azure Dragon. Junior brother lacks royal blood. Where could this true dragon martial soul come from? Di Weiyang responded, "I do not know either. His martial soul has only just begun to evolve. The dragon-esque might within him remains latent, not yet fully revealed. When it eventually manifests, it will likely be earth-shattering, perhaps even shaking the status of the Azure Dragon martial soul as the foremost dragon-type martial soul." Bai Ingwe's lips parted in shock. She understood how economical her master was with words. The fact that she could speak so much indicated that her senior brother's martial soul held far greater potential than she had imagined. Boom! Luo Fancheng erupted with blood energy, his soul power more robust and solid than before, his opened eyes gleaming with vitality. "Not bad, junior brother. It seems your gains are substantial." Bai Ingwe, lively and youthful, hopped over puzzled. "Hey, you've turned misfortune into fortune. Why do you still look troubled?" Luo Fancheng hesitated. "Strange. My soul power and blood energy have significantly improved compared to before, yet there are no signs of any breakthrough." "Oh, come on." Bai Ingwe shot him a look. "Fool. Didn't I say before that without a soul ring, a breakthrough is impossible? That's also why the master said you should break through when the time is right. Otherwise, you'll delay your cultivation. The fastest age range for soul masters to break through is between 16 and 25. If one lingers in a level for too long to obtain a higher age soul ring, it is unwise." "I understand." Luo Fancheng listened attentively, his demeanor serious, which made Bai Ingwe feel a bit embarrassed. "Junior brother, your enhanced bones and widened meridians will not only benefit your future, but likely elevate the age range for acquiring a soul ring as well." Di Weiyang interjected, "Fancheng, you are still too conservative. Even with a 600-year history, you should attempt to break through." 600 years? Bai Ingwe's beautiful eyes widened. For ordinary factions, a 300-year first soul ring is considered genius, while only for top-tier factions is a 400-year soul ring regarded as exceptional. A 600-year first soul ring. Even she had never dared to imagine it when she was younger, and even the self-proclaimed genius, Saint Sun Huangyan, would not have dared. In the annals of history, there has only been one rare instance of extraordinary fortune. Now, the young apprentice nonchalantly intends to break historical records. Bai Ingwe felt a surreal sensation and pinched herself. Luo Fancheng chuckled wryly. "Master, I fear that my martial soul might cause some unforeseen trouble and absorb the soul rings, leaving me with nothing to augment." Di Weiyang's expression turned serious as she admonished, "You must learn to control your martial soul. Do not allow it to recklessly absorb vitality and soul rings. As you have seen today, while rapid absorption may seem advantageous, excess can lead to dire consequences. Once a certain threshold is reached, you must pause to digest for a time. Do not let the growth of your martial soul exceed your capacity for control, or it may spiral out of hand. Everything must remain within your grasp. The level of soul power is the foundation." Luo Fancheng nodded, deeply resonating with her words. He had felt the moment when his martial soul threatened to explode, and it filled him with dread. "Let's rest here for today," Di Weiyang stated. "Ah, right here?" Luo Fancheng surveyed his surroundings, the forest having succumbed to darkness, with rustling leaves and distant, peculiar cries echoing through the night. Bai Yingwe teased. What's the matter? With two stunning beauties, your master and me, by your side, is it not enough? Do you long for the hard bed in your village? Luo Fancheng replied, Indeed, my master is a great beauty. But as for you, dear apprentice, do you believe that a single punch from me could be your undoing? Bai Yingwe brandished her delicate fist, scrunching her dainty nose. I merely find this place rather rudimentary. Luo Fancheng mused that the high priestess and the holy maiden should be accustomed to finer comforts. The holy maiden understood his implication and waved her hand dismissively. Neither my master nor I are so delicate. Wherever we practice is our home. Even sleeping outdoors, we shall still be fragrant and delightful. All right, Yingwe, Di Weiyang instructed, go hunt some game and let your senior brother have taste. What? Bai Yingwe pouted. In the past, I would go, but now that we have a senior brother, do I still need to toil? Your senior brother needs to solidify his cultivation. Di Weiyang did. By the way, before you hunt, first get the bonfire going. Bai Yingwe felt as if struck by lightning. She was quite upset, sensing a loss of favor. Master, will you not love me any longer? Have you forgotten your old disciple for a new affection? After indulging in her inner turmoil, she stomped her fair, delicate legs, swaying her pert backside, and shot a fierce glance at Luo Fancheng. What use is this senior brother to me? Abandon you? Do not expect me to return. As night fell, the bonfire crackled in the woods, the sound of burning wood filling the air, while the holy maiden provided a seamless service. Squatting there, with her little rear end perched, she tended to the skewers, applying oil and sprinkling spices, the latter being treasures stored by the high priestess. The aroma of roasting meat soon wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. The high priestess intentionally exuded a few strands of formidable presence, ensuring that no soul beasts dared to approach. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. He had assumed the holy maiden was the sort to avoid manual labor, yet her skills appeared as if she were a master of barbecue. She could cook both savory and sweet dishes, demonstrating remarkable domesticity. How many such exceptional maidens existed in the Soul Martial Continent? If only some of the celestial maidens from his past life could compare. Luo Fancheng shook his head, and as the meat continued to roast, he sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state, heeding the high priestess's advice to solidify his cultivation. In the midst of his practice, he noticed a slight movement. Bai Yingwe, while tending to the roasting meat, appeared to deliberately avoid disturbing Luo Fancheng as she approached the distant high priestess to engage in hushed conversation. With his unique constitution, Luo Fancheng inadvertently overheard their whispered exchange, despite the soft tones resembling a mere buzzing of mosquitoes. Chapter 24. The Malevolent Soul Master, the Concerns of the Saintess. In the heart of the high priestess teacher, will you kill junior brother? Bai Yingwe inquired in a hushed tone, casting a furtive glance at Luo Fancheng, who was seated by the campfire, diligently consolidating his cultivation. She ensured he wouldn't overhear her. Oh, under the moonlit sky, Di Weiyang's lips curled into a coldly alluring smile. Why do you ask such a question? Why indeed? Luo Fancheng thought, his heart racing upon overhearing Bai Yingwe's words. He had sensed something amiss in the way the two women had been looking at him throughout the day. It was indeed a matter of life and death. Bai Yingwe spoke cautiously. The ability to devour the life essence of beings and replenish oneself is a technique exclusive to malevolent soul masters. Given your disdain for evil, teacher, I fear that upon witnessing junior brother's cruel martial spirit, you might act out of righteous indignation and eliminate him prematurely. Di Weiyang did not respond, her stunning features remaining cold and regal, betraying no emotion as she countered. Yingwe, what are your thoughts on this matter? Bai Yingwe faltered, lowering her gaze to the ground. The high priestess was decisive and harbored an intense hatred for malevolent soul masters. She too had suffered deeply in the past. 15 years prior, her parents and grandparents were brutally drained of their life essence by malevolent soul master, their bodies withering away amidst their agonized cries. Her brother had hidden her in a cellar, yet they were discovered and nearly devoured alive, saved only by the high priestess's timely intervention. Outwardly, she appeared youthful and vibrant, but beneath that sunny exterior lay years of lingering pain and shadows. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ingwe raised her head, her eyes already reddened. Teacher, junior brother and Appo's martial spirit indeed bears an uncanny resemblance to that of a malevolent soul master, perhaps even more tyrannical. Oh no, have I become a malevolent soul master? Luo Fancheng thought, alarmed. Although he did not fully grasp what a malevolent soul master entailed, it was evident that it was not a title to be taken lightly. Please, do not hastily label him. Such accusations could cost lives. Bai Ingwe's words felt like a death sentence for him. Di Weiyang nodded. Indeed, Fancheng's martial spirit is even more sinister than that of a malevolent soul master, preying upon vitality for self-gain. Luo Fancheng's heart raced at her confirmation. It felt as though the lid of his coffin had been sealed, with nails driven in for good measure. He had to stay calm. Stifling the urge to leap up and defend himself, he continued to listen, eager to discover how the two women intended to handle him. Bai Ingwe hesitated for several moments, biting her lip before speaking. Teacher, could you spare junior brother? Oh, Di Weiyang raised an eyebrow. Are you pleading for him? Bai Ingwe nodded, summoning her courage. Though junior brother's martial spirit bears similarities to those of malevolent soul masters, I believe he is a good person. Please listen to me. Luo Fancheng felt deeply moved. It was the first time in his life he had felt such warmth from a girl-less acknowledgement. Di Weiyang's voice turned cold. Being good now does not guarantee future goodness. Most malevolent soul masters do not begin their lives as villains. If his martial spirit can absorb spirit beasts, it can just as easily absorb human beings. The vitality he consumes could enhance his martial spirit and propel his own advancement. If he becomes addicted to this rapid ascent, how many will remain steadfast in their cultivation? Luo Fancheng fell silent. Truth be told, aside from his own survival, he found no fault in the high priestess's reasoning. Who did not know the hazards of smoking? Yet how many could genuinely quit? Moreover, in his current predicament, absorbing life was more pleasurable than smoking, and it posed no harm to his body. As long as he was devoid of moral qualms, he could rise swiftly. Teacher, although our time together has been short, I believe junior brother is different from those vile beings. You often praise his resolute character and extraordinary nature, Bai Ingwe argued, casting a glance in Luo Fancheng's direction, her lips pouting in frustration. This foolish junior brother, oblivious to the fact that his fate was being debated, continued to train diligently. Di Weiyang replied, Ingwe, you must understand. With his talent, if he were to stray and become a malevolent soul master, it would spell disaster for the world. Luo Fancheng felt touched by Bai Ingwe's plea. Yet he dared not move, sensing that the beautiful high priestess was determined to pass judgment on him. Step by step, Bai Ingwe's beautiful eyes widened as she witnessed Di Weiyang approaching Luo Fancheng. Would she truly strike? She was well aware of her teacher's ruthless nature. She never hesitated to take a life. Luo Fancheng's heart raced. Oh no, how cruel! Just as I became her disciple, must I face execution? Drawing from her understanding of the mindset of authoritative women, he felt that the high priestess should not act so hastily. Please no, Bai Ingwe interjected, stepping between them, her delicate face displaying a defiant expression as she voiced her thoughts. Teacher, should we not target those malevolent soul masters who commit heinous acts instead? If we condemn a person who has yet to commit evil based solely on our subjective assumptions, are we not akin to the very malevolent beings we despise? Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one guilty person escape. Does this not make our actions indistinguishable from theirs? Di Weiyang halted, her phoenix-like gaze resting upon Bai Ingwe, who stood her ground, resolutely expressing her stance. She had never defied her teacher before, yet she believed in junior brother's goodness and felt he should not meet an untimely end. Silence enveloped the air, punctuated only by the crackling of the campfire. As both siblings felt their hearts pounding, the high priestess finally moved. She nodded slowly, her voice cool and authoritative. Well said. This is the demeanor expected of a saintess. How could one who merely laughs and plays be taken seriously? Bai Ingwe, taken aback by the approving gaze of her teacher, stammered, Teacher, you do not intend to kill junior brother? Di Weiyang's lips curled into a teasing smile, her beauty both cold and captivating as she replied. When did I ever state that I would kill your junior brother? Bai Ingwe blinked, momentarily at a loss. It seemed she had misunderstood. Her assumptions had led her astray. But you have always been uncompromising, Bai Ingwe protested. Di Weiyang shook her head, her tone commanding. He is my disciple, the junior brother. He is not a mere grain of sand. I possess the vision to encompass the myriad lives of this world. Surely I can embrace one disciple of my own. Bai Ingwe was astonished. You are not concerned at all about junior brother's martial spirit? Di Weiyang replied. Methods are not inherently good or evil. It depends upon their application. A blade is not at fault. It is the wielder who determines its purpose. Moreover, if a teacher fails to instruct, it is the teacher's shortcoming. I have faith that I can guide him well. Bai Ingwe's mouth fell open, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Luo Fancheng felt as though he were on a roller coaster, marveling at the high priestess's magnanimity, which many men could only aspire to. The high priestess continued, most importantly, I trust in my disciple. Otherwise, why would I have taken him in? Isn't that right, Fancheng? Luo Fancheng's heart jolted as Di Weiyang suddenly called his name. Had she known he was awake this entire time, eavesdropping on their conversation? Oh no, I'm alive but socially dead. Chapter 25, The Blood Demon's Sect. The Knights of Seven Sins, an unimaginable breakthrough. The teacher's insight was as sharp as a hawk's gaze. Luo Fancheng opened his eyes and rose, realizing that there was no point in feigning ignorance. It was better to acknowledge the truth candidly. Di Weiyang, with her stunningly beautiful and crystal-clear eyes, teased. You've been listening for quite a while, haven't you? You certainly have a remarkable composure. Are you implying that my senior brother has been eavesdropping? Bai Ingwe asked in astonishment. Ah, your senior brother is quite clever, Di Weiyang replied with a smile that showed no sign of anger. So, many of the things you just said were meant for him to hear. Bai Ingwe, quick-witted, realized the implication. Di Weiyang nodded. It is directed at him, but also at you. As a saintess, you should not indulge in frivolity all day. You must possess your own judgment and not be swayed by outsiders. My disciple is quite astute, Bai Ingwe beamed. I, for one, would never be deceived. As the conversation unfolded, Di Weiyang turned her gaze. Fancheng, your martial soul is magnificent and devoid of malice. However, if misused, it can recklessly absorb blood energy and soul rings, leading one down the path of darkness. While it is acceptable to use it in front of me and Ingwe, try to avoid letting outsiders discover its ability to devour life forms for evolution. Many who claim to uphold justice do so rigidly or for their personal gain. Their voices may be cold, but Luo Fancheng, you are not a child. You can discern the concern hidden within. Luo Fancheng nodded. Rest assured, teacher, I understand. While shortcuts may seem expedient, they often lead to a dead end. True cultivation may be arduous, but the most challenging paths in this world often lead to greater distances. Upon hearing this, Di Weiyang was momentarily taken aback, her gaze increasingly peculiar as she regarded Luo Fancheng. Such words did not seem to stem from a mere 16-year-old. Each phrase was thought-provoking, far beyond the comprehension of a youth from mountains. Di Weiyang reflected inwardly, realizing she could not view her disciple as a mere child. He was far more mature than many elders within the temple. Bai Ingwe, however, was unbothered by these thoughts. Her cheeks flushed as she recalled how fiercely she had defended Luo Fancheng, fearing he had overheard everything. That insufferable senior brother, eavesdropping. Thank you for your righteous words just now, junior sister, Luo Fancheng said with a smile. Seeing the charming smile playing on Luo Fancheng's lips, Bai Ingwe's face turned even redder. Clenching her small fist, she feigned seriousness. Don't overthink it. I only spoke up because you are my senior brother. Not because I hold any particular fondness for you. Of course. How could the esteemed saintess possibly like a mere wild boy like me? Luo Fancheng teased. Oomph. Just know that, Bai Ingwe replied, tilting her chin defiantly. The meat is almost burnt. This saintess currently has no time for you. After Bai Ingwe departed, Luo Fancheng could not help but inquire, Teacher, what exactly is an evil soul master? Di Weiyang explained, Evil soul masters are all individuals with extreme personalities, prone to bloodshed, possessing a variety of bizarre, martial souls. Yet, they share a common trait. Their martial souls can absorb life energy and devour souls to enhance their own power. The more they kill, the more deranged they become. Luo Fancheng mused to himself. Aren't they merely a group of powerful lunatics? The thought was indeed chilling. If they discovered their martial souls also possessed blood-sucking capabilities, they would no longer see themselves as comrades. Knowing one's own abilities, he recognized that he possessed the chaos ancestral dragon martial soul. He had no need to associate with such evil soul masters. They should keep their distance, lest they find themselves on the wrong end of a confrontation. Di Weiyang, her expression serious, warned, once you leave to hone your skills, you must exercise caution. Ordinary evil soul masters are not a major concern, but if you encounter those from the Blood Demon sect, be particularly wary. The Blood Demon sect? Luo Fancheng exclaimed, incredulous. Are you telling me that a group of lunatics can organize and maintain discipline? Di Weiyang nodded, her expression grave. The foremost righteous faction in the soul and martial continent is still a matter of debate, but the Blood Demon sect is undeniably the leading evil faction. The 3 Blood Demon seeds possess strength and talent comparable to that of holy sons and daughters. Each of the Knights of 7 Sins possesses peak 8th tier strength, around levels 88 to 90. The legendary 10 Elders of the Round Table all exceed level 90. Their identities remain mysterious, each cloaked in black with blood-red masks. Goodness, they are that powerful? Luo Fancheng was genuinely startled. It seemed absurdly formidable, perhaps even more ferocious than any righteous faction. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, wondering if the righteous factions were simply complacent. How could they allow such a group of lunatics to thrive? Unless, of course, there were traitors within the righteous order. Wait. Observing Di Weiyang's demeanor, which hinted at unspoken words, a terrifying thought flickered through Luo Fancheng's mind. The 10 Elders of the Round Table, concealing their identities. Surely there couldn't be a leader from the righteous factions among them? His palms grew clammy. The world was perilous. He must hasten to strengthen himself. Otherwise, he would feel utterly vulnerable. Fortunately, he still had formidable allies by his side. Let's begin, by Ingwe called, presenting golden, crispy roasted game wrapped in clean green leaves. She first offered it to Di Weiyang before handing a piece to Luo Fancheng. Bai Ingwe blinked her beautiful eyes. My teacher and I won't eat too much. So you must finish it all, senior brother. I despise wasting food. Of course, Luo Fancheng replied without hesitation, taking a hearty bite. The roasted meat was perfectly charred on the outside, yet tender inside, the savory juices bursting on his taste buds. It was delicious. He gave a thumbs up, and Bai Ingwe, shyly smiling, settled down gracefully to partake in her meal. The female pope opened her crimson lips, her movements dignified and elegant. In the deep night of the forest, with a beautiful companion and roasted meat, Luo Fancheng felt a sense of comfort wash over him, prompting thoughts of his longtime companion, Sujor. He wondered how his little wife was faring in her recovery and how long it would take her to overcome her tribulations. He wished he could assist her, yet his own strength was insufficient. After finishing their meal, as Luo Fancheng rose to tidy up, Bai Ingwe pushed him back down. Allow me. You should focus on consolidating your cultivation. Tomorrow, you must procure a suitable soul ring. Otherwise, you'll remain stuck at the 10th level of Soul Master and find it impossible to break through. Luo Fancheng, not one to be stubborn, recognized the urgency of enhancing his strength. He had come to understand that in this world, lacking power meant his dignity could be trampled at any moment by the strong. And with ill fortune, he might even fall victim to an evil soul master. Flirting? Without power, no amount of charm would suffice. Even good looks could lead to being snatched away by powerful women as mere playthings. The truth resides solely within the realm of strength. As the night deepened, the forest grew increasingly dark, save for the flickering light of the campfire. Luo Fancheng sat cross-legged, meditating. Bai Ingwe reclined gracefully on a slender rope, while Di Weiyang leaned elegantly against a large tree, her eyes closed in repose. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Di Weiyang and Bai Ingwe jolted awake, their gazes locking onto Luo Fancheng, who was the source of the strange sound. A breakthrough? Di Weiyang exclaimed in astonishment. How is that possible? Bai Ingwe gasped. Senior brother is a 10th level soul master, with 10 soul power whirlpools perfectly formed within him. He cannot break through without a soul ring. Luo Fancheng had just opened his eyes, his heart racing. The two stunningly beautiful faces were mere inches from his, both staring intently at him. Chapter 26. The astonishing female pope, the saintess, and the limit-breaking genius teacher, junior sister. What are you doing so close? Luo Fancheng could detect the faint fragrance emanating from the two women's delicate forms. By Ingwe's breath quickened. Senior brother, what did you just do? Nothing much. Didn't the teacher ask me to consolidate my cultivation? Luo Fancheng replied, bewildered, failing to comprehend the unusual behavior of the two women. Have you experienced any unusual changes in your body? Bai Ingwe pressed on, convinced that her teacher wouldn't make baseless claims. Luo Fancheng shook his head. There hasn't been any significant change. It's just that while consolidating my cultivation, I accidentally gained an additional soul power vortex in my dantian. What did you say? Bai Ingwe's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard something utterly unfathomable. This is impossible. It simply cannot be. Hearing Bai Ingwe's exclamation, Luo Fancheng was puzzled. Junior sister, the extra vortex is just like the previous 10. There's nothing particularly special about it. Seeing Luo Fancheng's usual calm demeanor, Bai Ingwe felt she might lose her mind. This guy still had not realized the astonishing feat he had inadvertently accomplished. Junior sister? Don't call me that. Call me trash, you prodigy, Bai Ingwe bit her lip. Feeling mentally struck, Luo Fancheng turned his gaze toward the female pope, momentarily entranced. She was breathtaking. The silvery moonlight streamed through the leaves, illuminating her exquisite beauty even further. With her ample bosom, alluring curves, and elongated legs, she radiated an irresistible charm that mere mortals could hardly withstand. Yet, few dared to approach the illustrious female pope so closely, ignoring her imposing presence. Teacher, what is going on with junior sister? Luo Fancheng felt he could not overstep. Quickly adjusting his mindset, Bai Ingwe glared at him. What's wrong? You are the one who is frightening with your extraordinary abilities. Fancheng, are you certain there are now 11 soul power vortices in your dantian? Di Weiyang seemed somewhat incredulous. Indeed, Luo Fancheng nodded. Both the teacher and I are astounded. Yet you remain so nonchalant? Bai Ingwe felt it necessary to enlighten her oblivious senior brother. Senior brother, one soul power vortex represents level 1, Bai Ingwe explained. Luo Fancheng nodded, aware of this fact. 10 soul power vortices in the dantian indicated a soul master of level 10. And reaching this pinnacle without additional soul rings would be impossible. Understood, Luo Fancheng smiled. So you're shocked because I've reached level 11 without needing a soul ring? You don't understand at all, Bai Ingwe exclaimed. If that were the case, I, a dignified saintess, wouldn't be this astonished. Then what is it? Luo Fancheng asked. Perplexed, Bai Ingwe sighed. A soul master can only cultivate 10 soul power vortices at most. To signify level 11, one of those vortices must liquefy. 2 liquefied vortices would indicate level 12. When all 10 vortices liquefy, one reaches level 20. Your kind of breakthrough is simply unheard of. I, as a saintess, have never even heard of it. Di Weiyang's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she spoke. I never expected to have a limit-breaking genius as my disciple. Limit-breaking genius? Both Luo Fancheng and Bai Ingwe looked over with curiosity. Di Weiyang nodded. It is said that those with special opportunities can transcend the limits of ordinary individuals, achieving breakthroughs in certain realms that even exceptional talents cannot reach. A common person can possess only one martial soul. Possessing 2 is already considered a limit-breaking genius. Bai Ingwe affirmed, among the millions of souls in the soul martial continent, it is rare to awaken a twin martial soul. Luo Fancheng's achievement of 11 vortices signifies that, in the realm of soul masters, he is indeed a limit-breaking genius. Moreover, starting with an additional vortex gives him an edge in the next realm when those vortices liquefy. As she spoke, Di Weiyang was also moved. The primary reason she chose to accept Luo Fancheng as her disciple was her admiration for him. She believed that talent could be compensated for, but if one's character was lacking, no amount of resources could help. Yet, was this truly a lack of talent? Di Weiyang's usually calm heart was stirred. realizing she had stumbled upon a golden phoenix. Bai Ingwe exclaimed, "Senior brother's combat prowess has always been evidently superior to his peers. Now that his soul power has broken limits, isn't he invincible among his equals?" As she spoke, the young beauty cast a jealous glance at Luo Fancheng, emitting an adorable growl of frustration. "Darn it, I told you to consolidate your cultivation, not to break through again. This is infuriating." Luo Fancheng scratched his head. "I feel like I haven't reached my limit yet. I can still consolidate further." Bai Ingwe's cheeks puffed up in anger. "Do you hear yourself? Is this even humanly possible? Hey, senior brother, you're being insufferably arrogant. Once is enough. How many times do you think you can break through? It's impossible. Go dream." Di Weiyang, of noble status, found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. Bai Ingwe looked at the handsome man who had returned to his meditative posture, her beautiful eyes blinking in confusion. "Teacher, senior brother's demeanor is far too nonchalant. If it were that Huang Yin, he would probably be boasting to the heavens by now." Di Weiyang praised. "Ingwe, this is the steadiness a man should possess. I can see he harbors ambition. This is a good thing. The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. The hidden dragon will soar to great heights." The cool and composed voice of the alluring teacher echoed gently. Bai Ingwe never expected her teacher to hold such high regard for her senior brother. Her gaze instinctively darted toward the focused figure, a hint of crimson blooming on her cheeks. Indeed, Luo Fancheng was infinitely superior to that irritating saint's son. Will the teacher take senior brother back to the divine hall to contend for the position of saint's son? No, I have my own plans. Di Weiyang gazed toward Luo Fancheng, seemingly lost in thought, as if weighing something. Bai Ingwe found this curious, sensing her teacher had unspoken intentions. "By the way, teacher, doesn't T senior brother's limit breaking mean the duration of the first soul ring can be extended?" Of course, Di Weiyang nodded. Previously, it was possible to surpass the 400-year limit and challenge the record of 600 years for soul rings. Now that he has broken limits, to what extent can it reach? Bai Ingwe felt hesitant to ponder further. It was simply too monstrous. This guy was a monster disguised in human skin. She stealthily glanced at Luo Fancheng once more. Ugh, darn it. This limit-breaking senior brother is truly handsome. I wonder how many girls he will captivate when he emerges after his training. The night passed in silence, with the moon obscured and the sun rising. The morning dew adorned the leaves, and peculiar bird calls echoed from the forest. The trio remained quiet, with the female pope exuding an aura that deterred any soul beast from approaching. Luo Fancheng concluded his meditation, stretching lazily while reveling in the fresh morning air, which was undeniably superior to that of his previous life. "Time for breakfast, senior brother," Bai Ingwe cheerfully announced, using a spoon to serve the creamy beast milk from the iron pot into a crystal bowl. On a nearby square table, there were also exquisite date cakes cut into small pieces, arranged on clean green leaves. Luo Fancheng was astonished. His junior sister was exceptionally considerate, and the two lovely ladies had brought an impressive array of provisions. As he savored the soft, sweet date cake and sipped the rich beast milk, sitting across from him were two stunning beauties. Luo Fancheng felt a profound sense of tranquility. "Junior sister, why do you keep staring at me? Oomph. Is it wrong to look?" Bai Ingwe pouted and sighed. "I'm just glad you really only consolidated your cultivation this time, and didn't break through again. Otherwise, someone might truly be frightened to death." Luo Fancheng leisurely took a sip of milk, a charming smile gracing his lips. "Who informed you that I have not made any breakthroughs?" Chapter 27. 700-year soul beast, exceeding limits in battle. Senior brother is astonishing. With a sudden spray, Bai Ingwe expelled a mouthful of milky liquid. Fortunately, Luo Fancheng dodged swiftly, or he would have been drenched. "Have you truly broken through again?" he asked leisurely, popping the last piece of date cake into his mouth, nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed, my Dantian now harbors 12 swirling soul energies." Bai Ingwe, with remnants of milk adorning her crimson lips, was too astonished to care, her shock reaching unimaginable heights. "This is utterly terrifying. For an ordinary person, Breaking limits is an arduous task, yet you managed to surpass it twice in a single night? Surely, you are not the legendary 10,000-year soul beast transformed into a human? She shook her head, dismissing the notion. Impossible. A soul beast in its initial transformation would be detectable by our master-esque prowess. You truly are a remarkable person. Bai Yingwei quipped, her tone playful. Luo Fancheng, with a bemused expression, smiled. Junior sister, let us converse more if you can speak so well. Humph. Bai Yingwei pouted, aware that he was deliberately teasing her. Otherwise, why would his fists be clenched so tightly, as if ready to strike? Master, senior brother, cannot possibly continue breaking limits indefinitely. Otherwise, what would become of the other soul masters? Bai Yingwei inquired. Before Emperor Wei Yang could respond, Luo Fancheng interjected, I have already detected the boundaries of my limits. I can break through just once more before I must ascend to the next realm. What? Bai Yingwei sprang to her feet, her slender, alabaster legs straightened, her enchanting eyes wide with astonishment. Twice was insufficient, and now there's a third time? What is this regretful expression on your face? Explain yourself. Are you dissatisfied with your own prowess? Deeply provoked, Bai Yingwei, a gifted talent, had never before experienced such overwhelming pressure, as she was accustomed to others being astounded by her abilities. Emperor Wei Yang elegantly dabbed her mouth with a napkin and spoke. All right, tidy yourselves up. We are preparing to depart. Where to? Luo Fancheng inquired. To find you a sparring partner, Emperor Wei Yang replied. Roar. In the depths of the forest, a nearly 3-meter-tall black-furred savage ape pounded its chest, its sharp fangs bared, drool dripping. Its blood-red eyes glinted with ferocity, fixated on the young man before it. Little senior brother, this is no ordinary monkey. This is a 700-year soul beast, the great strength demon ape. If you cannot defeat it, just call for junior sister's help, and I shall rescue you. Bai Yingwei teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Boom! As this was Luo Fancheng's first encounter with such a formidable soul beast, he dared not act recklessly and immediately summoned his martial spirit. The sound of cracking bones echoed as his vitality surged, his body enveloped in green scales, exuding an air of sinister nobility. He did not rush to attack, but cautiously observed the demon ape, searching for weaknesses. Bai Yingwei analyzed, Master, this 700-year soul beast should be beyond the capability of a weak 16th or 17th level soul master. Even if little senior brother has surpassed his limits twice. Vanquishing this great strength demon ape will not be easy. A fierce battle awaits. Emperor Wei Yang remained silent, her demeanor cool and composed. Roar. The great strength demon ape could no longer contain itself, roaring as it charged forward, trampling the ground with ferocious speed. It swung its fists, creating a sound that pierced the air, aimed directly at Luo Fancheng's head, viewing the seemingly feeble human as an easy target. The ape's disdainful gaze contrasted sharply with Luo Fancheng's unwavering determination as he braced himself for the confrontation. Bai Yingwei, vigilant, prepared to assist at a moment's notice. Bang! At the moment their fists clashed, the confidence in the ape's expression evaporated, its demeanor shifting dramatically as its massive form was sent careening backward. It crashed into a tree trunk, sending splinters flying, the tree swaying precariously. How can this be? A single blow, and it's defeated? Bai Yingwei stared in disbelief at Luo Fancheng. To her surprise, Luo Fancheng mirrored her astonishment, his expression filled with confusion. Junior sister, are you certain this creature is indeed a 700-year soul beast? I barely struck and it fell. Bai Yingwei was momentarily speechless, her mind racing as if 1,000 thoughts were stampeding through it. Roar. The great strength demon ape, rising from the ground, seemed unfazed. A typical soul beast would have bolted in fear. Yet, infused with demonic blood, it charged back with renewed ferocity, pounding its chest as it rushed forth once more. Step aside. Luo Fancheng advanced, delivering a powerful uppercut to the demon ape and Appo's jaw, sending it crashing to the ground. You foolish creature, he remarked, incredulous at the ease with which he dispatched it. Bang, bang, bang. With another punch, he struck the ape's eyes closed, gripping its fur, dragging it across the ground to where the two young women stood. Junior sister? Is it possible that this is truly a 700-year soul beast? It seems weaker than the previous golden bull. Bai Ingwe retorted, could it be that it is not weak, but rather you have suddenly grown too strong? At that moment, a deep yellow soul ring materialized around the ape, significantly darker than the bright yellow ring of the bull. Luo Fancheng and Appo's doubts dissipated instantly. Recalling his previous encounter with the golden bull, where he and the little eel had absorbed its essence and soul ring, he understood how he had attained such strength after breaking limits twice. As he released his martial spirit, the 2-meter-long, imposing little eel prepared to fly over to absorb the great strength demon ape. However, Luo Fancheng quickly restrained it. Still wish to absorb? Can you even handle it? You must digest before you can consume again. Absorbing before reaching the next realm will lead to disaster. Impressed by Luo Fancheng's ability to control his martial spirit and suppress its thirst for blood, Emperor Wei Yang's satisfaction was evident. It appeared that his record of breaking the first soul ring's 600-year limit was now a certainty. Bai Ingwe quietly marveled, realizing that many soul masters never reached 600 years for their second soul rings. Even she only managed to attach a 900-year ring. 900 years was already the pinnacle for a soul master's second ring. Currently, although Luo Fancheng had yet to attach a soul ring, he was evidently nearing the level of others' second rings, which was astonishing. What would happen when he reached level 20? How many years could he attach to his ring then? Bai Ingwe dared not imagine, pressing her forehead in frustration, wishing he would hurry back, fearing he might overwhelm many with his prowess, leaving her to shoulder the burden of this crushing realization alone. As Luo Fancheng and Bai Ingwe turned to leave, Emperor Wei Yang suddenly halted, a soft gasp escaping her lips. Wait, what is it, master? Luo Fancheng asked, with a look of wonder. Emperor Wei Yang ignited a small flame of golden fire at her fingertips, sending a shiver down Luo Fancheng's spine. In an instant, the flame consumed the great strength demon ape. Among the ashes, a striking yellow light emerged, captivating the trio's gaze. Could it be? Bai Ingwe exclaimed, her mouth forming an O shape, shaking her head in disbelief. How could a 700-year soul beast possibly yield this? Chapter 28. Unprecedented Fortune, the Blushing Beauty, and the limit of first-level soul power. Wei Yang's phoenix eyes revealed an unusual hue. With swift strides, Bai Ingwe approached, her black boots accentuating her graceful legs, and her hot pants hugging her alluring figure. She bent down to retrieve a yellow orb from the ashes, her dewy cherry lips agape in astonishment. It was indeed a soul bone. How could a soul bone possibly emerge from a soul beast that had lived for 700 years? While theoretically, a soul bone could be produced by a century-old soul beast, it was merely a theory, one that had never been substantiated. Bai Ingwe turned her bewildered gaze towards the Pope, seeking a rational explanation. However, the Pope merely shook her head, equally taken aback. Luo Fancheng discerned that the yellow orb contained a miniature arm bone, entirely black and translucent, radiating waves of soul power. Junior sister, it seems we are quite fortunate, he remarked. Bai Ingwe shook her head. No, it is not we, but rather you. Your fortune is not just good, it is extraordinary. She was astounded, struggling to contain her excitement. The probability of a century-old soul beast yielding a soul bone is less than 1 in 10,000. What does that imply? It's merely a stroke of luck. Luo Fancheng waved his hand dismissively, choosing to remain modest. He pondered, as this incident corroborated his previous conjecture. Ever since Bai Ingwe had informed him of the exceedingly low probability of soul bones manifesting from soul beasts under 10,000 years old, he had chuckled. As an emperor, how could he be compared to those cursed by misfortune? Unless the probability was 0, as long as there was a chance, fortune would favor him. Brother, why does your expression suddenly darken? Bai Ingwe exclaimed, astonished. Others are overjoyed to receive a soul bone, yet you appear as if you might weep. Indeed, Luo Fancheng felt a pang of sorrow. He suddenly realized why he had not obtained any soul bones from the previous soul beasts they had battled. One possibility was that the soul beasts were too young, and the other was that his little mudfish had absorbed all the essence, leaving no chance for the soul bone to manifest. How much wealth had this wayward child consumed? Bai Ingwe gazed at Luo Fancheng intently, realizing that he was not merely pretending to be aloof. He genuinely seemed displeased. Ugh, this is infuriating. Brother, this is a soul bone. Although it was merely the left arm bone of a 700-year-old magic ape, if sold, it would attract countless soul masters vying for it. Even I, the saintess of the temple, cannot directly acquire a soul bone. I must complete tasks for the temple and contribute to earn the right to exchange for one. Luo Fancheng wished to express more excitement, but he found it difficult. Setting aside the two exquisite soul bones hidden within the storage space of the white fox jade pendant, given his luck, obtaining even higher quality soul bones in the future would likely not be a challenge. However, he needed to restrain the gluttonous appetite of his rebellious offspring. Otherwise, all precious things would be squandered. Noticing the saintess's fascination with the soul bone, Luo Fancheng waved his hand and chuckled. If you desire it, junior sister, I shall gift it to you. Gift it to me? Bai Yingyu gasped in disbelief. Brother, you truly do not understand the value of this item, do you? Ha ha ha. Luo Fancheng replied nonchalantly. Wealth is easily acquired, but genuine affection is rare. Junior sister, my teacher treats me sincerely. This mere soul bone is of little significance. A bold smile graced the handsome youth's face, exuding charm that momentarily left Bai Yingyu entranced, her heart racing in a flurry. A delicate blush tinted her fair cheeks. Even the Pope discreetly nodded, casting a sidelong glance at him. Disputes in the world often arise from the pursuit of fame and fortune. How many brothers and friends have turned against each other for the sake of interests? As she pondered, Wei Yang's sharp, icy phoenix eyes softened slightly. Ah, Bai Yingyu said with a sweet smile, stepping forward to unhesitatingly thrust the soul bone back toward Luo Fancheng. Brother, you are truly magnanimous. I am deeply touched. However, as a younger sister, how can I covet my brother's treasure? What I desire, I shall strive for myself. With that, she playfully stuck out her soft tongue at Wei Yang. Teacher, see? I did not err in calling him brother. Fancheng exudes such masculinity. Wei Yang nodded. Indeed, Fancheng is somewhat more mature than you. Ah, you wound my heart, Bai Yingyu teased, clutching her full chest, biting her lip in a way that made her appear all the more endearing. Luo Fancheng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, and stored the soul bone away. Through her earlier actions, he discerned that his little sister, while exuberant on the surface, was actually a stubborn girl who preferred to rely on her own efforts rather than take advantage of others. Wei Yang cautioned, Fancheng, although this soul bone is a treasure, given your talent, absorbing a 700-year-old soul bone would be too much of a waste. What do you mean? Luo Fancheng inquired. Wei Yang glanced at Bai Yingyu, who understood and replied, soul bones are categorized into head bones, torso bones, and limb bones, totaling 6 pieces. Among these, head bones and torso bones are the most precious. There are also exceptionally rare external soul bones, but none have been reported to have been obtained in recent times. It is likely just a rumor, so it is better not to dwell on it. Once a soul bone is absorbed, while it enhances one's combat power, it cannot be replaced. Luo Fancheng comprehended. So, if I absorb this left arm bone of the magic ape, I would be unable to replace it with a superior left arm soul bone in the future? Correct. Bai Yingyu blinked her beautiful eyes. Unless you sever your left arm, this soul bone will merge with you, and you can never remove it. However, it is customary for individuals to absorb a soul bone upon obtaining it, as they are exceedingly rare. Many 9th-level powerhouses cannot even assemble a complete set, often possessing only 2 or 3 pieces. Thus, you now understand its value. By the way, I did not refuse it earlier out of disdain for its age. I simply did not wish to take advantage of my brother. The soul bone could easily be auctioned off for substantial treasures. I see, Luo Fancheng nodded, recognizing the wisdom in his judgments. He was not overly generous. Those who were ungrateful should be dealt with decisively. How many soul bones do you currently possess, junior sister? Luo Fancheng curiously asked. Not a single one. What? Bai Yingyu exclaimed, her frustration evident. Hey, what's with that disdainful look? Surely, the saintess cannot have failed to acquire even one soul bone? Luo Fancheng was quite surprised. Bai Yingyu clarified, the higher the quality of the soul bone, the more challenging it is to absorb. My current cultivation at the 41st level of the soul sect is insufficient. Di-Wei Yang interjected, Fancheng. You may sell the left arm bone of the magic ape to acquire resources later on. I happen to know the whereabouts of a superb dragon offspring left arm soul bone. When the time comes, I shall procure it for you as a token of your apprenticeship. Thank you, teacher. Luo Fancheng felt no need to be modest. How could anyone not appreciate a teacher who was both beautiful and commanding, and whose generosity was beyond compare? Teacher, the exquisite dragon offspring soul bone you mentioned, could it possibly be the one treasured by the Grand Priest? Bai Yingyu asked, astonished. That old miser has never been generous, and he has always conspired with the four priests against you. Di-Wei Yang's cold eyes flickered slightly. Do not speak carelessly. Bai Yingyu immediately covered her mouth. Astonished internally, how much did the teacher value Brother Fancheng to consider extracting it from the Grand Priest? Luo Fancheng listened intently, contemplating. The temple seemed to be divided into two major factions, one led by the Pope and the other by the group of priests. This faction of priests possessed formidable strength. Otherwise, given the Pope's iron-fisted and ruthless nature, they would have been eradicated long ago rather than left to thrive. Teacher, if things cannot be achieved, then let it be. Luo Fancheng mused, fully aware of the difficulties the high priestess faced in acquiring the soul bone from the grand offering. There was no need for further discussion. Di-Wei Yang stated coldly, what I say, I shall accomplish. Luo Fancheng fell silent, pondering the high priestess's prideful nature, which seemed ingrained in her very essence. As day turned to night and the interplay of light and shadow danced through the forest, time flowed unceasingly. Boom! Luo Fancheng rose, his starry eyes shimmering with brilliance. Had he broken through another limit? Bai Yingyu, also meditating nearby, was startled awake. Luo Fancheng sighed. This time it took longer than expected. Generating the 13th vortex of soul power consumed 2 whole days. Bai Yingyu remained silent for a moment before exclaiming, I feel an overwhelming urge to strangle you. Are you out of your mind? 2 days is not long. Swish! In an instant, the high priestess materialized before him. Her exquisite features exuded a cold and commanding grace, instilling a sense of reverence that forbade any thoughts of disrespect. Beneath her golden gown lay a figure of devilish perfection, her long legs encased in golden thigh-high boots, radiating an alluring sensuality. Indeed, it is time for you to acquire your first soul ring, Di-Wei Yang remarked, a satisfied smile gracing her crimson lips. Hiss! Luo Fancheng felt an electric thrill coursing through him. She was breathtaking, utterly mesmerizing. To have not recognized the high priestess today would render his past encounters with beauty completely futile. Those alluring women of his previous life, be they sultry in black stockings, innocent in white school uniforms, or alluring mature beauties, were unworthy of even carrying the high priestess's shoes. He reflected inwardly, taking a deep breath, as he recalled the enchanting visage of his aunt, Su Jiur, attempting to quell the flames of desire within. With his current inadequate strength, harboring thoughts of vengeance against his clan was foolish. Acquiring the soul ring was of utmost importance. Very well, teacher. Chapter 29, The Two-Faced High Priestess. An encounter in the jungle. Di-Wei Yang nodded, her voice resembling that of a cold, regal queen, soothingly flowing from her lips. Since you are prepared, then go forth. I and Yingyu shall await you here. Luo Fancheng initially nodded, but soon realized, wide-eyed in surprise, you are not coming with me? Di-Wei Yang replied, you now possess the strength to protect yourself, and this is merely the forest periphery, devoid of high-level soul beasts. If one were to rely on others for protection at all times and avoid challenges, how can one hope to grow into a formidable force? A bitter taste lingered in Luo Fancheng's mouth. He understood the logic well enough, but the vastness of the forest instilled fear in anyone. Bai Yingyu, feeling anxious, interjected, teacher, ISN and amp, oppose, it too rash to let senior brother go alone? He hasn't amp, oppose, even learned the secret skills yet. Secret skills? Luo Fancheng pondered, curious about the difference between these and the soul skills attached to soul rings. Before he could ask, Di Wei Yang cast a frosty glance at Bai Yingyu. Silence. Bai Yingyu bit her lip, feeling aggrieved. Di Wei Yang coldly admonished. Fancheng, your physique is extraordinary, having broken through 3 limits, granting you 3 additional soul power whirlpools. Such fortunate talent is indeed astonishing, even to me. It is evident now that the 400-year limit of the first soul ring is trivial for you, and surpassing the 600-year record is merely a matter of time. Previously, you defeated a 700-year soul beast after breaking 2 limits. Now, with 3, defeating an 800-year soul beast should pose no challenge. As you seek your soul ring, I advise you to consider those between 800 to 1,000 years. 800 years is the safest option, with no life-threatening risks. Most individuals only reach around 700 years for their second soul rings. You are already well ahead and need not take unnecessary risks. Of course, if you are ambitious, you may attempt to absorb a 900-year soul ring, but such a feat is fraught with danger and could even threaten your life. Bai Yingyu's mouth fell agape, her heart racing at the thought of such terrifying achievements. An 800-year first soul ring, an unprecedented feat, would surely send shockwaves through the world. In fact, even as the high priestess uttered these words, she felt a tumult within, for her disciple was indeed extraordinary. Yet, due to his limited interactions with soul masters, he remained unaware of the extent of his own prowess. Luo Fancheng listened intently, realizing that while the high priestess appeared domineering, she respected her disciple's autonomy, never imposing her will, but rather articulating the pros and cons, allowing him to choose for himself. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Teacher, may I attempt to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring?" "Absolutely not," Di Wei Yang asserted firmly. "Why not?" Bai Yingyu exclaimed, her face displaying a flurry of question marks. "Senior brother, is living not a good thing? Are you out of your mind? Is there a problem?" Luo Fancheng queried, puzzled. Bai Yingyu explained, "The leap in strength from 100 to 1,000 years is akin to a qualitative transformation, just as humans break through their own limitations. A 1,000-year soul beast could easily overpower 5 or 6 soul beasts at 999 years. Most 30-level soul masters with a yellow third soul ring cannot break the 1,000-year barrier. Only a select few elite soul masters can absorb 1,000 or even 12 or 1,300-year purple soul rings." Luo Fancheng, observing Bai Yingyu's exasperated expression, seemed to silently convey, "You think to break 1,000 years with your first soul ring? Are you mad? What age is your third soul ring?" Luo Fancheng inquired curiously. 1,700 years, but I am a saintess, a rare talent, so it's only natural," Bai Yingyu retorted, her usual confidence waning in the presence of this extraordinary senior brother. "It's quite unfair." "Go," Di Wei Yang urged. "One final matter to remember. Strive to acquire a soul ring that harmonizes with your martial soul. This will depend upon your own judgment." "Understood." Luo Fancheng recognized the high priestess's intention to use this opportunity to test and challenge him, and he welcomed the challenge with open arms. He turned briskly and leaped into the depths of the jungle. Bai Yingyu felt uneasy, but with the high priestess forbidding her to follow, she dared not defy. "Teacher, senior brother's clothes are too tattered. I shall hunt some fine beast skins to mend them." Di Wei Yang's expression remained cold, offering no reply as she watched Luo Fancheng's figure vanish completely into the trees. "Let's go." The high priestess's sudden command startled Bai Yingyu. "Where to? Aren't we waiting for senior brother?" Di Wei Yang cast her a dispassionate glance, her golden boots lightly touching the ground as she gracefully ascended to the treetops. "Wait for me," Bai Yingyu called, hastening to follow. "Rustle." The verdant leaves whispered as Luo Fancheng navigated cautiously through the dense canopy, ever vigilant for suitable prey. In such a wild environment, teeming with serpents, insects, and venomous creatures, wandering carelessly would render him an easy target. "Leave me be. You too. Do not linger so close to this princess. Go far away." A youthful voice echoed from afar, sharp yet melodious, laced with a hint of audacity. Someone, upon hearing the voice, Luo Fancheng halted, crouching within the foliage, utilizing the green leaves to conceal himself, observing closely. Praying mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He failed to notice that, Further away, two exquisite silhouettes were keenly watching him from the treetops. Not bad, a quick response. Wei Yang nodded in approval. Bai Ingyu murmured, Teacher, didn't Tu say to wait here and not protect senior brother? Wei Yang scoffed, Surely. You do not believe I would allow him to venture out alone, unprotected? Bai Ingyu was taken aback, realizing the depth of the High Priestess's strategy. Your words imply that I appear rather foolish. I have long considered creating a secondary identity. Your senior brother is quite suitable. Bai Ingyu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. How can you be so cruel? She had always known the stern and aloof High Priestess harbored a cunning side. As Bai Ingyu opened her mouth to lament, the High Priestess interrupted mercilessly. Shoo! Someone approaches your senior brother's direction. The High Priestess seemed to sense the impending figures before Luo Fancheng did, her crimson lips curling into a smile. Eager to witness the unfolding scene. A team of 7, led by a 5th-level Soul King. He will undoubtedly notice your senior brother. Let us see how he handles it. Chapter 30. The willful princess and the enigmatic temptress Luo Fancheng remained oblivious to the presence of the female pope, who was stealthily concealed among the treetops, patiently awaiting the arrival of the individuals ahead. Rustling sounds soon emerged as a party of 7 materialized, a venerable elder accompanied by 6 young nobles, all adorned in opulent garments, indicative of their aristocratic status. Among them were 2 maidens, one unnoticed and unremarkable, while the other was surrounded by 2 noble youths, one bearing a jade vial and the other a square box. Princess Xiang, having traveled for quite some time. You must be parched. This exquisite wine, cherished by my father, has been borrowed for your enjoyment. Would you care to sit and savor it? Young Wei, we have come to hunt soul beasts. Do you wish to distract the princess with wine? Princess, I heard you have a fondness for pastries. Before we departed, I instructed the chef at home to prepare peach crisps especially for you. Ugh! Luo Fancheng, hidden in the tree, listened intently to the sycophantic remarks of the 2 young men, a shiver of distaste running down his spine. Their words were nothing short of the epitome of obsequiousness. He scrutinized the 2 youths. They were strikingly handsome, dressed in fine attire, clearly not of common lineage. Behind them, 3 other young men lingered, casting furtive glances at the enchanting figure ahead. It appeared they possessed commendable attributes. What manner of woman could compel them to debase themselves in such a manner? Just as Luo Fancheng pondered this, the figure, adorned with youthful allure, turned, her voice laced with indignation. Li Hongpeng, Yang Wei, you 2 hideous brutes, take that wretched trinket and distance yourselves. Your incessant pestering is insufferable. The 2 noble youths, chastised and humiliated, could only retreat in silence, their heads hung low. The remaining youths averted their eyes, too intimidated to steal another glance at the princess. These 2 young men were evidently not unattractive. In fact, they were rather dashing. Was the princess perhaps a member of an exclusive beauty guild, overly selective in her affections? Indeed, it seemed that the sycophants were doomed to a miserable fate. Luo Fancheng could not help but mock inwardly. But he seized this opportunity to clearly observe the princess's countenance, and was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a sultry beauty with long, straight black hair. Her almond-shaped eyes, accentuated by smoky makeup, framed her luscious, crimson lips, adorned with silver tassel earrings. She wore a fitted black camisole that embraced her ample curves, exuding sensuality, paired with a loose-fitting windbreaker. Her legs, encased in sheer black stockings that clung like a second skin, revealed a tantalizing hint of pale flesh. The black stockings seamlessly transitioned into ankle-high stiletto boots. It was evident why these 2 young men had chosen to play the role of sycophants. In a previous life, she would undoubtedly have been the reigning queen of the nightclub, capable of inciting a cacophony of screams and adoration from the male populace. Could this audacious attire truly belong to a princess? Luo Fancheng found it hard to believe. The princess he envisioned was draped in a modest yellow gown, embodying poise and decorum, far removed from such provocative allure. This realm of soul warriors was consistently at odds with his imaginings. Who was the audacious soul that introduced stockings and high heels into this world? The fiery princess declared, Uncle Tai, should these 2 continue to harass me, do not hesitate to break their legs I shall bear the consequences. The elder, the sole white-haired figure in their midst, appeared conflicted, clearly aware of the noble lineage of the two young men. Does my princess's decree hold no weight? The princess's piercing gaze bore into him. Of course not. The elder replied, I shall heed your command. Luo Fancheng appraised the elder closely. Though he was hunched and appeared frail, there was an air of strength about him. Without this elder's protection, the 6 noble youths would likely lack the courage to traverse the soul beast oasis, indicating that his capabilities were far from trivial. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The elder's hands, partially concealed beneath his sleeves, were as dark as iron, emanating an ominous gleam. Were they prosthetics or the result of some extraordinary practice? Luo Fancheng chose to remain inconspicuous, waiting for the 7 to continue their journey so he could seek a suitable soul ring. As for the princess, her allure held no relevance to him. One could indulge in carnal desires, but only after satisfying basic needs and possessing strength. At present, his sole focus was on obtaining a soul ring, eager to hone his skills and emerge from seclusion. As the 7 passed beneath his tree, Luo Fancheng held his breath, remaining motionless to avoid detection. The alluring princess and her companions appeared utterly unaware, yet the elder's sharp gaze suddenly pierced through the surroundings. Who goes there? Step forth immediately. To his astonishment, the princess and her companions did not question the elder's command. They instinctively gathered, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Clearly, they were well-trained and not mere ordinary soul masters. Luo Fancheng's heart raced. How could this elder, despite his apparent frailty, have detected him? Was he mistaken in believing he was concealed? Just as he entertained the possibility of being overlooked, the elder abruptly directed his gaze upward. There, in the tree, the elder struck with the swiftness of lightning, his palm crashing against the sturdy trunk, splintering wood in every direction. Boom! The ancient tree shuddered, its leaves rustling violently, and Luo Fancheng could no longer maintain his position, tumbling down from the branches. As he fell, Luo Fancheng gathered his thoughts, calling out just before impact, "Do not strike. I am merely passing through." Thud! The elder, upon hearing the youthful voice, retracted his strike, allowing Luo Fancheng to land safely. However, the 7 now encircled him, leaving him no avenue of escape. Who are you? The elder demanded. Why were you concealed in the tree? If I had not restrained myself, you would be dead by now. The elder believed he had spared Luo Fancheng's life, unaware that the female pope had also withdrawn her hand from her concealed position. Buying scoffed, It's fortunate that my senior brother remains unharmed. Otherwise, you would be the one facing death. I see your demeanor is upright, not resembling those who strike without reason. This young man merely sought to hunt for a soul ring and fortuitously passed through, hiding upon hearing your voices. He means no harm. I hope you will grant him some leniency. Luo Fancheng spoke with composure, exhibiting neither fear nor subservience. Having spent time in the company of formidable beings, such as the demon emperor and the female pope, how could he be intimidated by the elder's imposing presence? His tactful response intrigued the elder, who nodded in acknowledgement. The other young nobles regarded Luo Fancheng with curiosity. Upon observing his humble village attire, dusty and worn, their initial wariness dissipated, replaced by disdain and condescension. Yet, Luo Fancheng's ethereal handsomeness could not be concealed by his rough clothing, inciting a hint of jealousy among the youths. Though they were reluctant to admit it, how could this man be more attractive than any of them, the noble class? Unbeknownst to them, the haughty princess, initially indifferent, had cast a lingering gaze upon Luo Fancheng. In an instant, her beautiful eyes focused intently, captivated, unable to divert her attention. Ah, what a waste, she mused, to possess such a striking appearance, yet be a mere rustic villager. Luo Fancheng turned to see the first of the sycophants, Yang Wei, who had offered the wine, sneering as he spoke. Goodness, you startled us. We thought you were a dangerous assassin. Turns out you're nothing but a country bumpkin struggling to awaken a proper martial spirit. What harm could you possibly inflict? The second sycophant, Li Hongpeng, chimed in, indeed. It's clear that you lack any notable capabilities. The elder maintained his vigilance, not permitting himself to relax. Young man, where are your family and teachers? Have you ventured out alone into such peril? Luo Fancheng shook his head. I have no family, only a distant aunt who has left. As for a teacher, Yang Wei interjected, Iron Elder, there is no need to inquire further. Look at his ragged appearance. What respectable teacher would take him under their wing? He is clearly a solitary wanderer. The mere commoners hold little significance. Any one of us could easily crush him. Even if we allowed him the use of one hand, he would still be incapable of harming us. He directed his arrogant gaze towards Luo Fancheng and declared, All right, you may leave. Do not worry. We nobles shall not stoop to your level. Indeed, there is no need to fear. We may look down upon commoners, but we will not bully you simply because you are weak. Go on. Li Hongpeng, the sycophant, chimed in. In the distance, by Ying Yue, who was observing discreetly, clenched her teeth in frustration, her fists tightly balled. Ah, how infuriating. I wish to annihilate this trash. What are they pretending to be? Do they truly think they can provoke my senior brother, given his background and influence? Teacher, please allow me to confront them. Di Weiyang shook her head. Yingwei, to become a great tree, do not contend with the grass. A sovereign possesses a sword but does not slay flies. As a saintess, you must exhibit the demeanor befitting your status. If mere words from others can disturb your peace of mind, how can you achieve greatness? Observe how your senior brother conducts himself. By Yingwei redirected her gaze. Luo Fancheng was smiling. Having lived 2 lives, he would not recklessly engage in a brawl simply because another spoke harshly, nor would he resort to sarcasm, proclaiming, My teacher is the Pope. Such behavior would be equally juvenile and absurd. With a shake of his head, Luo Fancheng turned to depart, casting no further glance at the fiery princess. Wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble, observing his retreat, the others could not help but express their astonishment. It seems this fellow possesses a certain pride, which is indeed admirable. However, he likely remains oblivious to the fact that commoners possess inferior bloodlines, with their martial spirits and other talents inevitably limited, rendering them incomparable to nobles. He is evidently a pitiful soul, lacking talent, family, and influence, destined to struggle alone without even a supportive teacher. How tragic. Indeed, it is true. Enough. Why do you all feel sympathy for this commoner? Our ancestors have toiled for generations to establish our noble lineage. Why should they think they can catch up with us through a lifetime of effort? Such disparities are only natural. At that moment, a voice as melodious as a lark yet brimming with audacity rang out. Hey, you there, stop. The crowd turned, puzzled, gazing at the princess who had called out, unsure why she would impede that ragged commoner. Rather than halting, Luo Fancheng quickened his pace, eager to distance himself from this place of contention. The indignant princess stomped her elegantly long legs, clad in black stockings. Hey, are you deaf? Can you not hear me speaking? Yang Wei leaned in and remarked, Princess Yang, that fellow is clearly of no consequence. He belongs to a different world than ours. What merit is there in acknowledging him? Let him be. Be quiet. You should be the one to leave. The princess shot back before rushing forward, leaving Yang Wei standing there, dumbfounded. Luo Fancheng was compelled to halt, casting a resigned glance at the alluring princess blocking his path. Up close, she appeared even more beautiful, particularly her captivating phoenix eyes, brimming with vitality. He inwardly sighed, considering that she wasted her potential with such a provocative style. If she donned a horse-faced skirt and tied her hair in a high ponytail, she would undoubtedly exude an enchanting aura. This fleeting thought passed, and he inquired, Might I ask why the princess has stopped me? I commanded you to halt. Did you not hear? The fiery princess glared at him. Well, I have been hard of hearing since childhood. Luo Fancheng responded with feigned innocence, leaving the princess momentarily speechless. Her reprimanding words caught in her throat. Hey, you cannot leave. Luo Fancheng and Amp, Oppos, SK sharpened. A few words were one thing, but if she intended to provoke him, he would not remain passive. He sensed that the female pope would not genuinely permit him to walk alone. It was likely a test. If these individuals were not excessively overbearing, he wished to avoid gambling with his life on whether the female pope was indeed watching from the shadows. My lady, first and foremost, no one calls me Hey here, I have a name. Secondly, why can I not leave? Luo Fancheng spoke with unwavering confidence. The youths behind him inhaled sharply, silently mourning for this oblivious commoner, who was unaware that Princess Xiang was the cherished daughter of the Lord of Qianlong City. Raised with a sense of entitlement and accustomed to having her way, the entire city sought to curry favor with her. Who would dare oppose her? Princess Xiang was taken aback. The man's deep, penetrating black eyes met hers without flinching. In all of Qianlong City, he was the only man bold enough to maintain eye contact with her. "You scoundrel! Are you not afraid I will have Tai Lao kill you?" Luo Fancheng nodded and replied candidly, "I am afraid. But does that mean I should kneel and flatter others to appease them?" Such a response left Princess Xiang further astonished. She smirked. "You do not seem to fear death." Luo Fancheng smiled. "After all, there are some things more intolerable than death, such as living as a dog for someone else." Princess Xiang was momentarily stunned. She had heard many flattering words, but this was a refreshing change. There was something particularly captivating about the speaker, who was strikingly handsome, exuding charm to the core. Boldness. "How dare you speak to the princess in such a manner?" The young men, fervent admirers of Princess Xiang, who inherently looked down upon commoners, grew incensed and approached Luo Fancheng with queries. Princess Xiang's gaze turned fierce as she addressed them. "Yang Wei, Li Hongpeng, this princess is engaged in conversation with someone else. You have no place to interrupt." "What?" Both noble youths were left dumbfounded, their faces marked with confusion. "Your Highness, we were speaking on your behalf," they stammered. Princess Xiang, growing impatient, retorted, "Noisy. Do not bark here. Get lost. You are quite bothersome." With that, she ignored the two stunned youths and turned her attention back to Luo Fancheng. And her next words left everyone astounded. "This princess will not make things difficult for you. You are quite handsome. You're my type. If you are wise, come along with me from now on. What do you say?" Chapter 31. Infatuation and Obsession. What kind of woman is she? Luo Fancheng was somewhat taken aback by the revelation. He had previously conjectured numerous reasons for the other party's interest in him. Humiliation, bullying, but never imagined it was merely lustful desire. While concealed behind a tree, he had sensed that the willful princess resembled a love-struck fool, and indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. This fiery beauty clad in black stockings was truly a connoisseur of looks. "How absurd, dear princess! Such an indignity. How could a mere rustic man ever be worthy of your admiration?" Before Luo Fancheng could utter a word, the previously scorned Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng surged forward again, their expressions akin to those who had been grievously wronged. With a crack, Princess Xiang brandished a whip, striking the two noble youths without mercy. "Princess, you actually struck us for him?" Yang Wei gasped, wincing in pain, their eyes wide with despair. Good heavens! The sycophantic behavior exhibited by the two was beyond belief. Luo Fancheng could hardly bear to watch. Was their adulation not excessive? They had been ruthlessly chastised, and instead of retaliating, they lamented their fate. Where was their dignity as men? Princess Xiang's phoenix eyes glimmered with fierce determination. This princess acts according to her own will. Your opinions are of no consequence. Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng, having once again been chastised by their dreamlike goddess, wore expressions twisted in agony, as though masks of torment had been affixed to their faces. In unison, they turned their fiery gazes towards Luo Fancheng, their eyes brimming with jealousy and hatred. The other two youths also harbored secret animosity towards Luo Fancheng, though they attempted to conceal it, yet he remained perceptive to their disdain. Absurd. The one who harmed you is this young lady. If you have grievances, direct them towards her, not me. How irrational. When Princess Xiang turned to behold Luo Fancheng's ethereal beauty, her previously furrowed brows began to soften. "Come with me. I shall not treat you poorly. To be a kept man? Dream on." Luo Fancheng shook his head. "Your kindness is appreciated, but I am quite wild at heart and do not wish to be beneath anyone. I must refuse." "You refuse me? I have set my sights on you. Yet you dare to decline?" Princess Xiang glared, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Luo Fancheng was speechless. This woman seemed to embody more than mere willfulness. Could she be a Yandere? He shuddered at the thought. Such individuals could oscillate from professing love to wielding a knife in an instant. Pointing at Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng behind him, he said, "Princess, I am but a commoner, a mere mortal. These two behind you are quite distinguished, hailing from esteemed families. Why must you trouble yourself with me?" Upon hearing the flattery, Yang Wei and his companion assumed Luo Fancheng spoke from a place of insecurity, puffing their chests with pride, eager for the princess's approval. Yet, did their unattractive faces truly merit comparison? Princess Xieying curled her lip in disdain, her gaze fixated on the captivating man before her, unwilling to spare the others a glance. The proud expressions on Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng's faces abruptly vanished, as if struck by lightning, their bodies freezing in disbelief, akin to being trapped in a wintry blizzard. Seeing that the alluring beauty was impervious to their charms, Luo Fancheng sighed in resignation, recognizing the truth in the ancient adage, "Beauty is indeed a burden." Who could fathom the torment he now endured, ensnared by this obsessive temptress? "Princess, please let me go. A fruit that is forced is never sweet." He smiled ruefully, attempting to reason with her. However, Princess Xieying's eyes sparkled with an unsettling excitement that made even Luo Fancheng, who was no stranger to eccentricities, feel uncomfortable. In this world, power and influence reign supreme. You possess nothing, yet I have everything. If you choose to accompany me, I can bestow upon you all that I possess. A true man rides high, never beneath another. Luo Fancheng shook his head, resolutely declining. "No, I possess a strong constitution and prefer to fight for what I desire. I have no need for the charity of another." The onlookers, including Yang Wei and his companions, were utterly flabbergasted. They had not anticipated such a blunt refusal. Did this fool not fear for his life? Did he not realize the advantages that came with aligning himself with a princess? For a commoner, securing the favor of a noble could elevate one to greatness. Instead, this man dismissed her outright. Truly a simpleton, unaware of the esteem a princess commanded. How audacious to defy her. Surely, her patience had limits, and they were fast approaching. In their minds, the crowd had unanimously condemned Luo Fancheng to his fate. "You!" Princess Xieying gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes brimming with fury, her luscious lips quivering. "No one has ever dared to refuse me. Never. Do not presume that your charm will allow you to act with impunity." The fiery beauty raised her whip, poised to strike, her voice sharp as a blade. "I offer you one final opportunity. Will you accompany me or not?" The anxiety among Yang Wei and the others reached a fever pitch. "Do not agree. Strike him. Strike him now." Luo Fancheng felt the heat of anger rising within him. Recalling the traits of the Yandere archetype, he shouted, "Go to hell. Is it truly enjoyable to be so obstinate? If you possess the courage, in me today, but do not expect me to ever admire you. Do you think your title grants you the right to be worshipped by all? I regard you as a princess only if I choose. Otherwise, you amount to nothing. Come on, take your best shot. I can hardly wait." His outburst left the headstrong princess dumbfounded. With her head bowed, her expression remained hidden, but a palpable tension enveloped her. Never before had she been subjected to such harsh words. From the moment of her birth, she had only known soft-spoken adoration. No one had ever dared to raise their voice against her. Yang Wei and his companions stood frozen, mouths agape, shivering with dread. Had this man truly lost his mind? To dare insult the princess, it was the end for him. Beside them, the composed old man with white hair was equally astonished, his beard trembling in disbelief as he gazed at Luo Fancheng. Good heavens! This youth! Are young people today truly this audacious? Truthfully, Luo Fancheng himself felt a pang of regret for his outburst. Oh no, I acted impulsively. The crux of the matter was that throughout both of his lives, he had always held the upper hand with women and had never been threatened by one. Now all he could do was hope that his understanding of the Yandere psyche was accurate, or that the goddess would watch over him from the shadows. If both assumptions proved false, perhaps he could still plead for mercy with his somewhat handsome face. An eerie silence enveloped the air, as if the melodies of the surrounding forest had ceased. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from the bowed head of Princess Xieying. Chapter 32. This soft-rice guy will not be consumed. You cannot possibly like him, can you? Then, they beheld the fiery young princess from head to toe, her alluring black stockings accentuating her sensual legs, her short shorts hugging her pert backside and her ample bosom. Her shoulders trembled unnaturally, sending a shiver through those behind her. What could have provoked such fury in the princess? Drip! Several tears cascaded onto the white boots of Princess Xieying. Everyone, including old Tai, inhaled sharply. Yang Wei was utterly certain. This situation had turned icy. The young man had truly upset her to the point of tears. No one could save him now. Yang Wei stormed forward, declaring, "Princess, allow me to deal with this scoundrel for you." Li Hongpeng, unwilling to let his rival seize the moment, interjected, "You dare to bully the princess? I'm coming for you." Luo Fancheng immediately braced himself for a counterattack. He sensed that the two before him lacked the imposing aura he felt when confronting Bai Yingwei. He believed he could prevail against them. Crack! A whip lashed out, and Luo instinctively prepared to defend himself, only to realize it was not aimed at him, but rather at the rear. Yang Wei and his companion rushed forward, eager to claim victory over Luo Fancheng, only to be met with an unforeseen betrayal as one of them received a sharp smack, causing him to grimace in pain while clutching his swollen arm. Yang Wei and his companion gazed in disbelief at the whip-wielding Princess Xieying, who now lifted her head, her eyes red but fierce, resembling a protective beast guarding its territory. "Do not overstep your bounds. You dare to lay a finger on my people?" Li Hongpeng exclaimed in shock. "Princess, this fool does not recognize his own folly. Has he not upset you to tears? Whether I cry or not is of no concern to you," Princess Xieying retorted, her chin held high, a look of haughty defiance painted across her face. Yang Wei and the others, enamored with their crush, were at a loss. They could not fathom why their daily efforts to show concern were dismissed, while this young man could elicit such a reaction from the princess. What had gone awry? Luo Fancheng surmised that Princess Xieying likely harbored a hint of a twisted affection, leaning more toward a submissive demeanor. He had wagered correctly, and now, addressing her peculiarities would be much simpler. Princess Xieying glared at the handsome man before her. Despite her clenched jaw and the urge to strike him, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him, far more appealing than the fawning sycophants surrounding her. "Speak. How might I persuade you to accompany me? I possess wealth and influence. You, an ordinary person, lack merit and recognition, but should you win my favor, I can lavish you with resources." Yang Wei attempted to interject, but the sting from the whip on his body silenced him. Li Hongpeng, too, refrained from speaking further, wary of provoking the princess's notorious temper and incurring old Tai's wrath. Luo Fancheng smirked. "You are utterly absurd. Do you genuinely believe that money is omnipotent? One day, when you find yourself bereft of wealth and power, those around you will abandon you. Such a pitiable girl, feared and loathed by many. Yet you stand alone without a single true friend." The group of noble youths fell silent. One young woman among them felt a glimmer of attraction toward the charming man, recognizing him as far more masculine than the others. Yet, knowing he hailed from humble beginnings, she dismissed any notion of a romantic connection, preferring the company of those from affluent backgrounds. Princess Xieying's body continued to tremble, her voice sharp as a whip. "Dare you utter another insult?" Luo Fancheng shook his head, seemingly disinterested in further discourse. Princess Xieying bit her luscious lip, staring intently at him. "I am Yi Xieying." "Oh," Luo Fancheng responded nonchalantly. "You scoundrel!" Princess Yi Xieying exclaimed, stomping her petite boot. "I am attempting to converse civilly, yet you disregard me? Apologies, but I find it difficult to harbor any fondness for those who threaten me. However, sharing names is inconsequential," Luo Fancheng replied. Princess Yi Xieying huffed. "Now that we are acquainted, let us consider ourselves friends. I wish for you to remain, surely." A friend would not refuse such a request. Luo Fancheng's eyes widened. "Is this what your notion of friendship entails?" He could no longer contain his incredulity. This was an absurd interpretation. "Indeed," Yi Xieying affirmed. "My friends never reject my requests." Luo Fancheng retorted, "Are you truly so naive? If a friendship is founded on coercion, then it is not friendship at all." Yi Xieying felt a surge of anger, but refrained from lashing out. "Then what, in your opinion, constitutes a true friend?" Luo replied, "A friend is one who can effortlessly decline a request without jeopardizing the sincerity of their relationship." Yi Xiang stared at him, bewildered. Luo chuckled. I did not expect you to grasp this, considering you have never experienced genuine friendship. You imply I am foolish. Yi Xiang's eyes narrowed. Not at all, he countered. Yes, you do, she insisted. Luo shook his head. I'm not implying, I'm stating. Infuriating. Yi Xiang's long legs tightened as she raised her whip, then lowered it. She found herself reluctant to strike him, feeling oddly masochistic. Become my friend. That is unacceptable. Wouldn't that be a slight to you? I am preoccupied with acquiring a soul ring and do not wish to squander time with a pampered princess. You could be in peril alone. Join our team. No, I feel more endangered in your company. Yi Xiang fumed. Am I a threat to you? Luo nodded. It is a possibility. Yi Xiang's eyes flared with determination. Uncle Tai, keep a close watch on this fellow. Do not allow him to escape. Yes, princess, the elderly man complied, positioning himself before Luo Fancheng. Yi Xiang fixed her gaze on Luo, her lips curling into a smile. Rest assured, once we have assisted you in obtaining your soul ring, I shall allow you to depart. I merely worry you might perish in the jungle while hunting. A man as dashing and intriguing as you should not meet such a fate. Should you reject my kindness, I may command Old Tai to dispose of you. Luo's lips twitched, ultimately yielding. He recognized Old Tai's restless hand beneath his sleeve. However, joining such a group was undeniably safer than venturing alone, and it would provide insight into the prowess of the aristocratic soul masters. Reluctantly accepting the situation, he felt cornered. With his destiny intertwined with fortune, he could not possibly succumb to the whims of this fiery princess. Meanwhile, Yang Wei and his companions glared daggers at Luo Fancheng. Patience, he thought. We are all here to obtain soul rings. Once the princess witnesses the disparity in our accomplishments, she will realize you are nothing but a waste. In the shadows, Bai Yingyue trembled with fury. Had it not been for the restraint of the high priestess, she would have lunged forward. That little vixen dares to covet my master? She has no right. Do not impede me. Teacher, I shall tear her apart. Di Weiyang shot her a cold glance, inquiring, Your reaction is rather intense. Do you harbor feelings for your master after only a few days? Bai Yingyue's body shuddered, momentarily frozen. Chapter 33. Proposal? Amusing, is this what you call coercion? It pierces the heart. She stiffly turned her delicate face. Teacher, what are you saying? I am a saintess, quite different from that superficial and capricious princess. Di Weiyang gazed at her with calm, phoenix eyes, finally nodding, her crimson lips parting softly. Very well. I shall find an opportunity to introduce a marriage prospect for your senior brother. You may assist me in selecting which noble lady from the prominent sex would be suitable. Bai Yingyue's cherry lips fell agape, stammering you. You want to introduce a marriage for senior brother? He's still young. Isn't it a bit too early? Come, keep up. They have already departed, Di Weiyang said coolly, taking the lead. Teacher, please clarify. Those noble ladies from esteemed families have peculiar temperaments. You cannot throw senior brother into the fire pit. Bai Yingyue hurriedly followed, her words tumbling out as she failed to notice the subtle smile at the corners of Di Weiyang's lips. Roar. On the outskirts of the verdant oasis, a chilling roar echoed as a gigantic black panther, towering at 2 meters, fell lifelessly to the ground. Its body was marred with wounds, a fatal gash in its chest oozing blood that stained the green grass and dark soil. Slaying a 350-year-old soul beast. The Wind Shadow Panther. Such an achievement at the 10th level of Soul Masters is rare, indeed. Yang Wei stood triumphantly, brandishing a spear that radiated a dark golden glow, his foot planted atop the fallen beast. His luxurious attire lay tattered, yet pride radiated from him, exuding the spirit of a conqueror. Young Master Yang is exceedingly ruthless. With his 10th level prowess, he can slay a 350-year-old soul beast. He is merely 50 years shy of rivaling the top talents of great powers. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Several young men from the group swiftly gathered around, gazing at the soul beast beneath Yang Wei's feet with awe. Even the usually stoic Iron Old displayed a hint of a smile. Young Master Yang indeed lives up to the Yang family's legacy. His foundation is undeniably solid. Iron Old, you flatter me. Yang Wei waved dismissively, Slaying a mere 350-year-old soul beast is nothing compared to the 400-year level of top-tier prodigies. Though he said this, delight sparkled in his eyes as he lifted his chin, contentedly accepting the praise. His gaze then shifted towards the fiery and willful princess. To his dismay, the goddess of his heart merely cast him a fleeting glance before directing her brilliant gaze towards the handsome Luo Fancheng beside her. Damn it! Yang Wei gritted his teeth, the joy within him dissipating in an instant. Why? Is he just a slightly handsome pretty boy? What use is good looks if he cannot fight? Luo Fancheng, oblivious to Yang Wei's murderous glare, found himself utterly bewildered and confounded. What is this? I merely hunted a 350-year-old soul beast. Is such excitement truly warranted? Listening to the praises and flattery directed at Yang Wei, Luo Fancheng's confusion deepened. He could discern that the admiration was sincere, not mere flattery. It was absurd. He could confidently defeat an 800-year-soul beast with one hand at this point. As they journeyed, Luo Fancheng gleaned some understanding of this group. The 7 individuals hailed from the potential dragon city of the Songlong Empire, 6 of whom were students from the elite Soul Master Academy in the royal city, while Ironold served as their mentor. The rest possessed strength, not exceeding level 30, requiring soul rings, while only Ironold was a 5th-tier expert, a 54th level Soul King. Upon realizing Ironold's level, Luo Fancheng understood why the mentor had been the first to notice him. Throughout the journey, these envious youths had subtly flaunted their noble superiority, attempting to make Luo Fancheng feel inferior. And yet, was this all? Luo Fancheng had yet to witness the true caliber of others, but Yang Wei, the sycophant, had indeed managed to make him feel inadequate. Hey, Chen, you're not intimidated by this guy's prowess, are you? Princess Xiying chuckled, revealing a tantalizing smile. Luo Fancheng, taken aback, replied me. Intimidated? Yi Xiying continued. Although this princess does not favor him, I must admit, his talent is commendable. You also seek to enhance your first soul ring. Do you dare to challenge a 350-year soul beast? Luo Fancheng was momentarily speechless, nearly bursting into laughter. Was this a jest at his expense? He had no intention of engaging with this black-haired vixen of a princess, choosing instead to observe Yang Wei as he absorbed the soul ring. It was his first time witnessing someone absorb a soul ring. Seeing Luo Fancheng's silence, Yi Xiying's beautiful eyes narrowed in irritation, ready to retort, but she bit her lip, refraining from further comment, this time for the sake of appearances. Chen, do not feel pressured. Yang Wei's level is already quite high in potential Dragon City. Only the top talents from great powers can attach their first soul ring to a 400-year beast. I trust you understand. You come from a common background and have suffered the disadvantages of a latent bloodline. If you can attach a 200-year soul ring, I would consider that remarkable. I assure you, no one will mock you then. Should anyone dare, I will deal with them. Luo Fancheng. 200-year ring? Who are you belittling? I wouldn't even consider a 350-year beast. What if this girl had never consoled anyone before? If he were truly an ordinary person, such consolation would undoubtedly be more painful. Yi Xiying, observing her handsome companion's silence, assumed he was feeling pressure from Yang Wei's display of strength. Just as she was about to speak again, Luo Fancheng interrupted. Princess, might I request that we avoid repeating words? It is rather grating to the ears, akin to gazing at the vast ocean. What does the ocean feel like? Yi Xiying pondered, perplexed. Want to vomit. You. Yi Xiying's teeth clenched in frustration, her legs clad in white boots, her beauty subtly quivering. Are you scolding me? Luo Fancheng's keen eyes caught the slight tremor in her form, a flush creeping onto his face. This woman cannot possibly be a masochist. Speak properly. Would I dare scold you? Luo Fancheng retorted. If you find me annoying, feel free to let me go. I shall end you. Aside from Yang Wei, who was focused on absorbing the soul ring, the others turned their attention towards Princess Xiying's outburst. Yi Xiying raised her elegant wrist, gripping her whip tightly, her phoenix-like eyes glaring fiercely, as if to say, submit or face my wrath. Yet, Luo Fancheng had quickly discerned her tactics. He was not one to be easily cowed. Sycophants meet their demise. True strength is the path. Luo Fancheng and Appo's gaze was sharp, his words resolute. Come, strike harder. Today, you shall either defeat me or apologize. What is this, Chin Chun? That is simply effeminate. Yi Shiying's form visibly quivered, her fellow youths retreating in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Will you submit or not? Submit? Not chance, you headstrong girl. Without Iron Old's backing, I wonder if I might reduce you to tears. Iron Old, witnessing this exchange, was utterly astounded. This young master was notoriously difficult to manage. Have you lost your mind? This is madness. Yi Shiying's face flushed with anger. She swung her whip, the sound echoing sharply. Crack! Luo Fancheng remained unscathed, while the earth beneath him erupted, deep furrows marking the ground. As fragments of grass scattered, Yi Xing pointed a finger at Luo Fancheng, seething, you rogue. No more Chin Chun. From now on, you shall be called Luo Fancheng. This scene left Iron Old and the other youths utterly speechless, their minds reeling in disbelief. How could this fellow withstand such provocations? Would the princess truly tolerate his insolence? Li Hongpong was equally baffled, struggling to comprehend the situation. Was it truly possible to act with such impunity simply because of looks? With a swift motion, Yang Wei, who had been silent until now, stood up, revealing a dark golden spear that glimmered with a dark yellow ring. Wind Shadow Kill, he exclaimed, thrusting his spear towards the corpse of the Black Panther. The newly manifested dark yellow soul ring shimmered, and the spearhead unleashed invisible blades of wind. Boom! The Black Panther's remains exploded, shredded by multiple wind blades. Luo Fancheng's eyes sparkled. This was indeed the soul skill conferred by the soul ring, and it was quite fascinating. Yang Wei's combat prowess had evidently increased. However, despite this enhancement, he still appeared somewhat feeble, as if a mere slap could dispatch him. Congratulations, young Master Yang, on absorbing the soul ring and officially becoming a level 11 soul master. The soul skill was undeniably formidable. The wind blades were intangible and nearly impossible to defend against. Yang Wei basked in the flattery from those around him. Yet, it was disheartening that his idol, the alluring princess, paid him no heed. Her focus solely on that insufferable man. His chest felt constricted with frustration. Iron Lao spoke up. Let us move swiftly. Before nightfall, the others must also find suitable soul rings. We cannot linger here, as the uncertainties are too perilous. Princess Yang kept close to Luo Fancheng, while Yang Wei and the other youths trailed behind, their fists clenched tightly beneath their sleeves, trembling with anticipation. Patience, my young brother. Just hold on a little longer. Li Hongpong whispered, patting Yang Wei and Appo's shoulder. When the princess sees that young man and Appo's inferior soul ring, she will surely comprehend the disparity between him and us, and recognize the merits of our brotherhood. Yang Wei voiced his concerns. What if that young man strikes luck and possesses some talent? Wouldn't we then lose our opportunity? I sense that he seems rather confident. Li Hongpong chuckled softly. You're letting your worries cloud your judgment. I've heard of the most remarkable commoner soul masters, and their first soul ring merely adds 300 years. Does he dare to compare himself to us? Besides, did you not notice how his expression faltered when he witnessed you vanquish the 350-year-old soul beast? He was clearly terrified. Yang Wei smirked, retorting, let us hope that young man does not disappoint the princess too much. It would be truly embarrassing if he were to possess a 100-year soul ring. That would diminish our victory's worth. Li Hongpong shook his head. Do you not grasp the bigger picture? Your outlook is dismal. I would never stoop to compare myself with a worthless commoner. There is simply no basis for comparison. Suddenly, a crisp and assertive voice rang out from the front of the group. Yang Wei, you two come here. Yang Wei and Li Hongpong exchanged astonished glances, both eyes bright with surprise. Had the princess reconsidered? Was she finally acknowledging their worth? Yi Xiang halted and coldly scolded. What are you two whispering about? Hurry up. Yes, we're coming. The two hastily rushed to stand before Yi Xiang. What can we do for you, princess? Li Hongpong spoke, casting a provocative glance at Luo Fancheng, as if to imply, hey, your moment of glory is fleeting. Luo Fancheng chose to ignore them, dismissing the two noble youths with a single word, sycophants. They had been clamoring for attention moments ago, Yet now they scurried over at a mere call. Was the princess truly that remarkable? Did she possess some unique charm? He simply did not care. However, Luo Fancheng was curious as to why Yi Xiang had summoned these two. Yang Wei, where's the wine you promised to give me? Present now. Here it is. Yang Wei's heart leapt with joy. The princess was finally willing to accept his gift. A delicate emerald bottle appeared in his hand. Li Hongpeng, eager, produced a jade box tied with a ribbon. Princess, I have also prepared the peach pastries you requested. Yi Xiang extended her hand. Yes, I know. Bring them both here. Luo Fancheng thought to himself. Well, these two young masters possess storage treasures. I thought such items were rare in the outside world. Yet, their abilities, observed from afar, they did not seem particularly impressive. As Yi Xiang, who had repeatedly rejected their gifts, now accepted theirs. The two felt an exhilarating rush of emotions, struggling to contain their delight. However, they found it peculiar. If the princess had affections for them, surely she would only accept one of their offerings. Did she truly desire both? Just as their hearts swelled with excitement, Yi Xiang abruptly thrust the exquisite wine bottle and pastry box towards Luo Fancheng. Here, this is for you. Yang Wei. Li Hongpeng. Their joyful expressions vanished in an instant, their hearts seemingly halting, eyes wide in disbelief. No, thank you, Luo Fancheng declined, showing no interest. The high priestess and his junior sister were likely watching from the shadows. Accepting gifts from another woman could jeopardize his meals prepared by her. The craftsmanship of the holy maiden Ingwe was truly exquisite, leaving Luo Fancheng craving more. Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? We painstakingly prepared gifts and eagerly offered them to the princess, only to be rejected time and again. Now she presents gifts to someone else, and you dare to refuse? Yi Xiang's fierce gaze brimmed with menace as she sharply retorted, You impertinent fool! Do not be so ungrateful. I acknowledged your solitary ventures through the jungle, hunting soul beasts, and surmised you were weary and thirsty. I offered you sustenance, and you do not appreciate it? Ah, solitary ventures? No storage treasures? Tired and thirsty? Luo Fancheng's expression turned peculiar. He mused that she could not possibly fathom his joy. He glanced at the fuming duo, shaking his head. This is someone else's goodwill. And if you give it to me, they would be heartbroken. Ah, the unmistakable scent of insincerity wafted through the air. Luo Fancheng suddenly realized that his previous words had an oddly disingenuous tone. Yi Xiang nodded. Perfect, let us hurry along. You need not trouble me further. I have had my fill. Were it not for our father's long-standing friendship, I would have dealt with them long ago. It will be better for them, too, to no longer hang around my tree. The sound of Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng's hearts shattering echoed in the air. Luo Fancheng noticed the fury in their eyes. Veins throbbing, fists clenched tightly. Ah, TSK. Are these sycophants finally ready to rise? Chapter 34. The Soft Rice Eater and the Stubborn One. 800 years of soul rings. Cherry Dragon martial spirit Luo Fancheng, with his arms crossed, appeared to be waiting for a spectacle. As anticipated, the two brothers, having accumulated their ire, directed their crimson eyes toward him instead of the princess. Yang Wei bellowed, Kid, don't get too cocky. It is an honor for you to receive gifts from the princess. Accept it quickly, or we shall not be courteous. Li Hongpeng echoed loudly. Luo Fancheng was utterly speechless. He had initially thought that these sycophants had awakened their manly spirits and would finally dare to confront the fiery and willful princess. In the end, they only dared to bicker with him, and even assisted the princess in persuading him to accept the gift. How is this any different from gifting a luxurious bed to a goddess and a rival for an intimate exchange? Luo Fancheng would not indulge their bad habits and retorted coldly, Accept what? Get lost? I have no interest. Li Hongpeng's face twisted in anger. How dare you speak to me like that? Who do you think you are? Come, let's settle this one-on-one. Yang Wei was equally infuriated. Luo Fancheng shook his head, unfazed by their provocations. Childish. Just as Yang Wei and his companion were about to explode with rage, two resounding slaps echoed, dousing their fury like a cold bucket of water. They turned stiffly, astonished. Had they lost their minds, or were they emboldened? Who dared to threaten the princess? Yi Xiang. with a pink handkerchief in hand, was wiping her hands, her brows knitted in disdain. Princess. Yang Wei covered his face, bitterness filling his mouth. Li Hongpeng felt even more distressed. Princess, you must not be deceived. This kid has looks and talent. But what else does he have to offer? Yi Xiang replied with a cold smile. Strength, talent, influence. I possess them all. For the individual I admire, good looks are sufficient. Luo Fancheng silently observed the unfolding drama, noting that Yi Xiang's finger pointed toward him. What was wrong with being weaker? Should he blame himself for not trying harder? They might be stronger, but their lineage and resources were inherited from their forebears. Challenging a commoner one-on-one, how shameless. Yi Xiang turned to the elderly Iron Taoist. If they approach me within 3 paces, you have my permission to act. With a swoosh, the Iron Taoist appeared, placing himself between the heartbroken Yang Wei and his companion. Yi Xiang retrieved fine wine and pastries from her storage space, dismissing the bothersome duo. Accepted already, Yi Xiang insisted. Luo Fancheng shook his head, not interested. Keep it for yourself. You must refuse my goodwill, Yi Xiang said, exasperated. What will it take for you to accept? My patience is limited. Luo Fancheng thought to himself that this princess must have a compulsive nature. Refusing her was not an option. He had gradually discerned her character, spoiled from a young age, accustomed to being coddled and possessing a masochistic streak. The more one indulged her, the worse it would become. He had to take the opposite approach while employing a strategic method. Am I not allowed to refuse? Luo Fancheng asked. Correct, she replied. Luo Fancheng continued. I might accept, but on my terms. Yi Xiang glared. You dare to propose conditions to me? You should be begging. Luo Fancheng met her gaze without flinching. The surrounding onlookers, who had been secretly observing, gasped in shock. Was this kid out his mind? Testing the boundaries of recklessness. Did he fear for his life? You are dreaming, Yi Xiang retorted, her face flushed with anger. In this lifetime, only others will plead with me. If you don't accept, you shall starve. With that, she strode away, taking her jade bottle and box, her steps defiant and unyielding. Luo Fancheng remained calm, even smiling. Sooner or later, this woman would return to seek him out. He just needed to bide his time. After all, given her fiery temperament, if she truly were angry, she would have lashed out at him. Looking ahead, the midday sun illuminated her alluring figure, her cascading hair reflecting the warm light. Her shapely form swayed enticingly, clad in black silk, her long legs enchantingly rounded, complemented by white boots. Luo Fancheng shook his head. It must be said that setting aside her personality, this woman was indeed both beautiful and captivating. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the forest. Yi Xiang, the black silk enchantress, was locked in combat with a massive vine adorned with dark star patterns. The Iron Taoist stood guard, while Luo Fancheng and 5 others watched the battle unfold. From their conversation, it became clear that this was an 800-year-old plant-type soul beast. The dark star vine. Yi Xiang, now at level 20, aimed to choose this dark star vine as her second soul ring. With a roar, a dragon's cry resonated within Yi Xiang, and a shimmering white dragon phantom emerged, its form resembling that of a tree rather than flesh. A circle of bright yellow soul rings pulsed around the dragon's body. Martial spirit manifestation. Boom! Yi Xiang merged with the dragon phantom, her arms and cheeks adorned with white crystalline scales, her eyes transforming into vertical pupils. The 8th grade martial spirit of Princess Xiang, the ancient cherry dragon. Yang Wei and the others gazed in rapture, unable to tear their eyes away from the formidable display of Yi Xiang's prowess. The dark star vine lashed out with its 9 tendrils, akin to a chaotic dance of demons, striking at Yi Xiang. She deftly maneuvered, executing a series of intricate movements to evade the vine's assault. With a dragon's roar, as the yellow soul rings shimmered, Yi Xiang opened her lips and unleashed a deafening scream. The dark star vine hesitated, momentarily immobilized. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xiang struck the base of the dark star vine, defeating it, as a circle of deep yellow soul rings emerged. Panting, Yi Xiang exhaled gracefully, glancing at Luo Fancheng amidst the congratulatory praises of others, raising her chin in triumph. Her proud gaze seemed to say, did you witness my strength? She then retrieved a cushion, crossed her black silk-clad legs, and began to absorb the soul ring with closed eyes. Luo Fancheng was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that this willful and capricious princess possessed such remarkable strength. Clearly, she had dedicated herself to serious training. An 8th-grade cherry dragon martial spirit was only a hair's breadth away from the 9th-grade martial spirits of the Saintess and that fiery dog prince. At that moment, seeing the princess with her eyes closed, Yang Wei approached, mockingly saying, "Kid, did you see? This is the princess's talent and strength. You, a worthless nobody. How dare you aspire to reach her level? The gap is far too vast. You are destined to inhabit different worlds." Luo Fancheng cast him a sidelong glance. "Which of your dog eyes saw me, trying to climb the princess's branch? Have you not noticed that she is the one pursuing me?" Yang Wei was momentarily taken aback. Luo Fancheng continued, "Could you please persuade her to stop bothering me and set me free?" "You." Yang Wei felt his blood boil. "Do you think I won't beat you? Bring it on." Luo Fancheng smirked, beckoning with his finger. He had no fear of Yang Wei. After all, he could barely handle a 350-year-old soul beast. Yang Wei suddenly relaxed his fists and laughed. "Ha! Don and Oppos, do you think you can trick me into fighting? You'll only beg the princess to pester me again. I am far too clever to fall for your schemes." "Oh!" Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow, sensing that Yang Wei's imagination was running wild. The princess was merely whimsically entertained by him. Once he acquired the additional soul ring, everyone would see him for the rubbish he truly was. Without the princess's backing, he would amount to nothing. Yang Wei's jealousy surged, especially after witnessing Yi Xieying's impressive battle. "Hey, princess, are you awake?" Luo Fancheng called out. Yang Wei leaped back in fright, quickly turning to explain, "Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. I was merely joking with this fellow." Yet he soon realized that Yi Xieying had not yet opened her eyes, and it dawned on him that he had been the subject of a prank. "Ah, how infuriating. Do you only possess the ability to wield your tongue?" Luo Fancheng reminded him. "The princess is awake." "Nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? I would never fall for your tricks again," Yang Wei retorted angrily. "What are you doing, Yang Wei?" A sharp and indignant female voice rang out from behind, causing Yang Wei to flinch. Yi Xieying stood up, her white boots stepping down as a deep yellow soul ring shimmered beneath her. Second soul skill, Spiral Dragon. Whoosh! 2 slender dragon figures emerged from the ground, entwining around Yang Wei and tossing him aside, leaving him in a rather undignified position. Luo Fancheng shrugged helplessly. "Foolish child, I warned you." Ignoring advice, alas. On the ground, Yang Wei, almost spitting blood in anger, heard the words and was filled with rage. Soon, the group settled in a clearing among the trees, resting and enjoying the packed lunches and snacks they had brought. Naturally, Luo Fancheng had none, but he didn't mind, closing his eyes to adjust his cultivation state, preparing to augment his soul ring. This area was home to soul beasts that had existed for 800 years. Venturing deeper should reveal a suitable soul beast for him. "Hey, are you going to eat the snacks?" Yi Xieying nudged Luo Fancheng, waking him. "You've disturbed my cultivation," he replied with annoyance. "Humph." Yi Xieying rolled her eyes. "If your bloodline is inadequate, practicing 1 tea yield much benefit. But if you don't eat, you'll end up hungry." "I'm not eating." "You really 1 tea? Get lost. Are you cursing me?" Yi Xieying trembled with anger. Luo Fancheng nodded. "Yes, you deserve it. With 2 infatuated fools around. Why do you keep bothering me?" "It's quite bothersome." Yi Xieying trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes locking onto him, sending a shiver down one's spine. In a fragile voice, she pleaded, "I beg you. Surely I can appeal to you this way." "What did you say?" "I didn't hear you," Luo Fancheng replied. "Don't go too far." Yi Xieying glared. "Then go find someone who isn't excessive." Luo Fancheng's handsome visage took on a cold demeanor. "Fine, I beg you," Yi Xieying shouted, startling the others. Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng, who had been quietly observing, felt a pang of heartbreak. "Ouch! It hurts. Everything I eat seems to have lost its flavor. What more do you want from me?" Yi Xieying had already drawn her whip, ready to act if he dared to continue his taunts. Luo Fancheng sensed the moment was ripe. To continue would be perilous. "All right, hand it over." Pop! Luo Fancheng opened an emerald jade bottle, a rich fragrance of liquor wafting out, bringing a lightness to his body. This is exquisite wine, perhaps even spirit wine. He glanced at the pastry box Yi Xiang had opened, the aroma of the delicacies wafting into his nostrils, beautifully crafted and exquisite. Leaning against a tree, he took a bite of the soft, sweet pastry and sipped the fine wine, feeling elated and carefree. Yi Xiang raised her chin with a cold smile. Ha! You claim to refuse, yet your body betrays you. Luo Fancheng ignored her, leaping up a tall tree, breathing in the fresh air of the forest and admiring the verdant scenery. This infuriated Yi Xiang, who stamped her foot below. You scoundrel, how dare you? I shall see you fed to the dogs one day. From a distance, Tai Lao and the others were utterly astonished by Luo Fancheng's actions, unable to comprehend. Yang Wei felt tears welling up. What in the world? This guy can be so brash while living off others? Perhaps we should adopt his manner of speaking. Maybe the princess would respond to that. Li Hongpeng pondered, his eyes gleaming with insight. Meanwhile, Bai Yingwei, who had been covertly observing, felt her delicate nose crinkle in frustration, her fingers viciously tugging at a cluster of leaves. How infuriating! I should be happy for my senior brother's success, yet I feel so angry. That wretched princess wants to steal him away. Di Wei Yang was similarly surprised, never expecting Luo Fancheng to thrive within the opposing team, managing to act so audaciously without consequence. Bai Yingwei glared in Yang Wei and Appo's direction, snorting, those fools still believe my senior brother is worthless, thinking themselves so superior as noble heirs. Just wait until my brother encounters a suitable soul ring. I can only imagine how frightened they will become. Di Wei Yang, intrigued, asked, how many years do you think your brother will aim for in soul rings? Bai Yingwei considered, 900 years, surely. My brother's character 1T allow him to settle for 800 as a guarantee. What do you think, teacher? Di Wei Yang replied, your brother appears indifferent to many matters, yet he harbors great ambition. He will likely seek a soul ring as close to 1,000 years as possible. Bai Yingwei gasped, surely not. Many do not even reach 1,000 for their third soul ring. This is unrealistic. Just wait and see. Di Wei Yang expressed confidence in her prediction. After a brief respite, the group ventured deeper into the outskirts of the Soul Beast Oasis. Throughout the journey, Yi Xiang persistently attempted to provoke Luo Fancheng, yet he remained unfazed, leading her to doubt her own allure. In Longyuan City, many young men pursued her, all boasting excellent backgrounds, beauty, and physique. Their talents were beyond reproach, especially with her recently acquired 800-year second soul ring nearing the limit of 900. Yi Xiang felt immensely proud, yet this man maintained a dismissive air. Perhaps he simply lacks the experience of augmenting soul rings and does not comprehend the difficulty. Unaware of my prowess. Fuming, Yi Xiang approached Luo Fancheng, stating, the soul beasts here are nearly 1,000 years old, unsuitable for you at present. It would suffice for your fourth soul ring. Once Li Hongpeng completes his third ring, I shall lead the team back to the 100-year soul beast area to select a suitable one for you. Luo Fancheng shook his head. I believe the 1,000-year ones are quite fitting. Yi Xiang pouted. I know you're deliberately boasting to amuse me. I won't hold it against you. But mind you, if you dare attempt to augment a 400-year ring, it might just explode. Luo Fancheng, uninterested in her taunts, scanned the surroundings of trees and grass. He sensed he was nearing his first soul ring and was eager to challenge the limit of 999 years, feeling a thrill of excitement. Suddenly, two distinctive roars from unusual beasts echoed ahead, instantly alerting and capturing the attention of the entire team. Chapter 35, The Stunning Goddess. In a verdant shade of the oasis, two soul beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. One was a half-man tall, gray-furred monkey, its tail and claws ablaze with brilliant red flames, leaping energetically. It relentlessly attacked a 3-meter-long crimson-scaled python, whose scales seemed to flow with molten lava, emanating intense heat as it retaliated with a powerful whip of its tail. The fiery monkey and the flame-scaled python. What could have ignited such a confrontation? Yi Xiang felt a flicker of surprise as she and her companions, 8 in total, parted the dense grass to observe the scene discreetly. Beside her, Luo Fancheng had intended to point out that Yi Xiang's black stockings had snagged, revealing her smooth, fair thigh, but the fierce struggle before them captivated his attention. What man would neglect a flame-wielding monkey and a fiery-scaled python for an inconsequential detail like stockings? Old Tai lowered his voice, addressing the group, judging by its size. That fiery monkey is approximately 1,100 years old, while the flame-scaled python possesses a considerably stronger cultivation level, easily capable of overpowering the monkey. He turned to Li Hongpeng. Young Master Li, your second soul ring is 600 years old. I believe this fiery monkey would suffice for your third soul ring. Li Hongpeng frowned, unwilling to accept this. The flame-scaled python clearly outclassed the fiery monkey in both power and appearance, promising superior quality in soul ring and skills. Old Tai chuckled. I've gauged this based on your combat prowess, young Master Li. If you truly harbor ambition, you might as well attempt to hunt that flame-scaled python. Li Hongpeng gritted his teeth, wavering in his decision. He coveted the flame-scaled python, but lacked confidence in defeating it, especially with so many eyes upon him. The thought of embarrassing himself before the goddess was unbearable. Let us go with the fiery monkey. The group remained concealed, not far off, and Luo Fancheng, having overheard the conversation, wore a peculiar expression. Brother, you're already at level 30, yet you hesitate to hunt a 1,000-year-soul beast and choose to prey on the weak? Luo Fancheng's gaze swept through the grass, landing on the dazzling crimson scales of the flame-scaled python, which appeared far more majestic than the fiery monkey, stirring his thoughts. His first soul ring was yet to be determined. Should he perhaps consider that one? However, the warning from his teacher, the priestess, against acquiring a soul ring over 1,000 years due to potential life-threatening risks, lingered in his mind. Look over there, Yang Wei suddenly exclaimed. The group followed his gaze to discover a small puddle, barely half a meter in diameter, extending from which a verdant sapling bore several small, enticingly red fruits. Crimson fruits? Old Tai's eyes lit up. It seemed these two beasts had clashed over this spiritual fruit. Our luck is quite good. These beasts pose little threat. He turned to Li Hongpeng. I will hold off the fiery monkey for you. The rest is up to you. With a swift motion, Old Tai led the group out of the grass, and the two battling beasts noticed their presence from a distance. The flame-scaled python, its triangular eyes glinting, promptly abandoned the fight and hastily retreated. The scorched fiery monkey, however, was exceedingly agitated, roaring defiantly at the 8 intruders. You dare challenge me? Li Hongpeng charged forward, a phantom of a great bird appearing behind him, embodying his martial spirit. Feathers sprouted from his cheeks, and his mouth elongated like a bird's beak. His entire being shimmering with a radiant electric fire, 2 circles of yellow soul rings swirling beneath him. The fiery monkey leaped high, claws ablaze, ready to strike. First soul skill, Thunder Flash. In an instant, Li Hongpeng accelerated, appearing behind the fiery monkey, his arms sweeping like a wing as he sent the creature flying. A triumphant, savage smile spread across his face. Not only do you not flee, but you also dare to retaliate? What gives you such confidence? Second soul skill, Heavenly Thunder Strike. As the fiery monkey lashed out in fury, Li Hongpeng unleashed a surge of electric energy, colliding with the beast amidst a storm of sparks. Are you stunned? Yi Xiang waved her hand before Luo Fancheng's eyes. This guy possesses the Thunder Flame Rock as his martial spirit, a 7th grade martial spirit. Not quite as potent as Yang Wei's 8th grade Dragon Scale Spear. You're not intimidated, are you? Intimidated? Not all. Although this fellow was level 30, he exchanged blows with the 1,000-year fiery monkey with considerable skill. Luo Fancheng felt a pang of regret for the flame-scaled python that had fled. It had been too cunning to abandon the fight at the mere sight of humans. Receiving no response, Yi Xiang became frustrated, realizing her earlier slip with the stockings had been intentional. While other men admired her, this one seemed oblivious to her charms. She questioned her allure and resorted to minor tricks, yet he remained as indifferent as ever. What future could a talentless commoner have? Did he not wish to cling to her for support? Luo Fancheng suddenly interjected, something feels off. The fiery monkey may be problematic. What do you mean? Yi Xiang, still fixated on him in annoyance, failed to pay attention to the battle, while Yang Wei and the others grew displeased at the interruption. Luo Fancheng continued, We are a group of 8, and Old Tai has made no effort to conceal his 5th-level Soul King's aura. Why isn't this monkey fleeing? Young Wei retorted. It simply has a bad temper. Can you stop being so dramatic? Can you possibly understand soul beasts better than we do? The other youths seized the opportunity to voice their disdain for Luo Fancheng, who had monopolized Yi Xieying's attention throughout their journey. Yi Xieying snapped, "Silence. Only I may scold my servant." The others fell silent, unwilling to provoke her. Yang Wei glared at Luo Fancheng, thinking to himself, how long can you remain smug? Once the princess realizes your true worthlessness, your favor will vanish. A talented commoner would surely have a mentor's favor. What prowess could a lonely hunter in the oasis possess? At that moment, a piercing, mournful cry rang out. The fiery monkey's head exploded under Li Hongpong's strike, blood splattering as its headless body crashed to the ground. Soon, a circle of pale, purple soul rings appeared. Damn it! Though Li Hongpong had slain the fiery monkey, his expression soured. He had exerted all his strength, yet only barely managed to defeat the fiery monkey, confirming Old Tai's earlier assessment that absorbing this soul ring could bring him misfortune. Despite having 3 soul rings, his talent was evidently inferior to both Yi Xieying and Yang Wei. His gaze fell upon the tattered Luo Fancheng, and a smirk broke through his frustration, lifting his spirits considerably. Compared to true noble science, he might be lacking, but next to this fellow, he was leagues ahead. Damn it! Li Hongpong cursed inwardly, realizing his folly in comparing himself to this boy. No matter how far he had fallen, he could not allow his perspective to diminish. Never forget your ambitions. Li Hongpong's haughty demeanor did not escape Luo Fancheng's keen observation, yet he paid it no mind. To him, such individuals were mere jesters, sheltered and unworthy of attention. Meanwhile, the verdant plants and crimson fruits in the puddle piqued his curiosity. Old Tai was cautiously plucking the red fruits from the tree, placing them into a jade box. Sensing Luo Fancheng's interest, Yi Xieying explained, "These are crimson fruits, rare spiritual fruits that flourish in places rich with spiritual energy. Consuming them can detoxify 100 poisons and enhance a soul master's cultivation. Truly a precious treasure." Luo Fancheng nodded, surprised at beyond her brash demeanor. The princess possessed considerable knowledge, far surpassing his own. "Want some?" Yi Xieying offered, her face radiant. "Beg me, and I might consider gifting you a few. Uncle Tai will heed my words." Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. "These must be quite valuable." Yi Xieying smiled playfully. The crimson fruit holds immeasurable worth for any ordinary soul master, yet it pales in comparison to the delight it brings to this princess. "If you merely ask, I shall bestow it upon you." TSK, how I disdain the pretentiousness of the wealthy. Luo Fancheng chuckled. "Keep it for yourself. I have no need for it." "No need?" Ye Ling exclaimed in disbelief. Not only was this man unmoved by beauty, but he also showed no interest in this rare treasure. "Impossible. You must be playing hard to get," she concluded with certainty. Luo Fancheng shook his head, his expression unchanging. Although the pure immortal body granted to him by the system had yet to demonstrate its overwhelming prowess, it naturally connected to the 8 meridians, opened the 9 orifices, and was immune to all toxins, rendering any antidote unnecessary. Moreover, there was no need to hasten his cultivation. If he wished to progress swiftly, he could simply allow the little mudfish to voraciously absorb it. His only concern was that excessive speed might jeopardize his foundation. Yi Xieying, astonished, found it hard to fathom. The surrounding noble youths were fixated on the jade box containing the crimson fruit, their eyes ablaze with desire, while this man's countenance remained utterly placid. Curiosity bubbled within her. Disbelieving, she asserted, "I, the princess, am always true to my word. There's no need for concern." Then she observed the annoyance flickering in his handsome black eyes as a cold voice escaped his lips. "Princess, take your tricks elsewhere. To be frank, my cultivation speed does not require such trinkets." Yi Xieying was taken aback, her mind reeling. For years, those around her had feigned affection, flattering her, indulging her, whether due to her status, beauty, or martial soul talent. This was the first time someone had exhibited such blatant disdain towards her and her treasures. Wait. She suddenly snapped back to reality. Your cultivation speed does not require this? What nonsense! Even I, with my 8th grade martial soul talent, would never utter such a thing. Luo Fancheng's mind was flooded with images of the previously encountered burning scale python. The iridescent red scales seemed to harbor blazing flames, like molten lava flowing within, captivating him immensely. It was a perfect match for his little mudfish. Missing out on a favored spirit beast, while this princess continued to chatter, was becoming increasingly irksome. He turned to her, his voice icy. Is an 8th grade martial soul truly formidable? What audacity! Is an 8th grade martial soul not strong? Yi Xiang glared at him. Then a thought crossed her mind, causing her anger to dissipate, her beautiful eyes now glimmering with a hint of pity. I forgot. Someone in your background likely lacks a mentor and has never been informed of the distinctions involved. Once I escort you outside to attempt to add a century-old spirit ring, you shall comprehend the challenges. Boom! A resounding noise erupted as Li Hongpeng rose gracefully. His lightning flame, Peng martial soul, twirling around him with 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Meanwhile, the surrounding grass rustled ominously. Hiss! Dozens of red-scaled pythons surged forth. Leading the charge was the previously fled burning scale python, returning to reclaim its territory. The crowd watched warily as Luo Fancheng found amusement in the spectacle. Were they attempting to rally allies, or rather, summon serpents? Still, it appeared that the most powerful among them remained the earlier burning scale python, displaying a semblance of intelligence, albeit limited. Old Tai shook his head. These creatures are not strong. You 6 handle them, as it's a perfect opportunity for training. Li Hongpeng, eager to prove himself after absorbing the spirit ring, charged toward the burning scale python he had previously lacked confidence to confront. Stand back. Let me handle the strongest. Yi Xiang, brimming with excitement, turned to Luo Fancheng and declared, You cannot intervene in such a battle. Stay put. Boom! The black-haired princess summoned her cherry dragon martial soul and rushed out, shouting, Uncle Tai, protect this fellow. If he gets hurt, you shall answer for it. Boom! The 6 noble youths engaged the encroaching red pythons. Old Tai approached to shield Luo Fancheng. Observing the battlefield, Luo Fancheng noted that they were all at the 2nd and 1st rings, with only Li Hongpeng at the 3rd. After absorbing the spirit ring, Li Hongpeng had reached the 31st rank, yet he was only evenly matched against the burning scale python. This demonstrated the formidable bloodline of the millennium-old creature, far surpassing that of the blazing fire monkey. Having assessed the combatant's strengths without feeling any pressure, Luo Fancheng felt the stirring of energy beneath his feet. Old Tai seemed to sense this, warning, You're not thinking of intervening, are you? Don't act recklessly. 3rd spirit skill, Blazing Fire Claw. Li Hongpeng's claws erupted in flames, aiming for the burning scale python's vulnerable spot. Sizzle. The scale shattered, and blood spurted forth. However, the python evaded at the critical moment, causing Li Hongpeng's strike to miss by a fraction. The python's triangular eyes glinted with malice as its entire body radiated searing heat. Its tail coiled around Li Hongpeng's arm, inflicting grievous burns as it ensnared him. Li Hongpeng screamed in agony, realizing he had fallen for the creature's ruse, allowing it to trap him to launch a counterattack. Desperately struggling against the constricting serpent, he was met with the creature's head whipping back to unleash a torrent of fire and venom upon his chest, sending him flying as he cried out in terror, I can't take it. Old Tai, save me. You better not run off. I'll be right back. Old Tai called out as he prepared to assist, only to be caught off guard by a thunderous explosion nearby, the ground erupting, a commanding voice ringing out, Old Tai, allow me. Seeing Luo Fancheng charge forth, Old Tai opened his mouth to chastise him, but was instantly silenced, his eyes wide with astonishment. What? How can this boy's speed surpass even that of the princess? Whoosh! Luo Fancheng leaped into the fray, positioning himself between the burning scale python and the fleeing Li Hongpeng, summoning his little mudfish martial soul. The python, with its gaping crimson maw, lunged to bite him. Everyone engaged in battle turned their attention to this unfolding scene. What the hell? Yang Wei exclaimed, astonished. Is he insane, rushing to meet his demise? Others echoed their surprise, questioning his reckless bravery. What is he doing? Is he courting death by confronting a titan? Li Hongpeng was bewildered, utterly dumbfounded. The commoner he least respected was willing to risk his life to save him? What a twist of virtue in exchange for resentment. Luo Fancheng, oblivious to his thoughts, would merely state that he sought to claim the spirit ring. Yi Xiang scolded furiously, Luo Fancheng, retreat. That is a millennium-old spirit beast. Do you wish to die? Old Tai, stop him. Drowning out the surrounding shouts, Luo Fancheng merged with his spirit, his form transcending ordinary bounds. Without flinching or dodging, he raised his hand and struck the gaping maw of the burning scale python. Boom! His fist unleashed a radiant force, piercing through the python's massive mouth. Hot serpent blood raining down from above, sizzling upon contact with the ground. Yi Xiang's unfinished words lodged in her throat, disbelief etched across her face. Li Hongpeng gaped, momentarily forgetting the pain of the burning venom. Yang Wei and the others stared wide-eyed in shock. Old Tai, too, was rendered speechless. Chapter 36. Incredible, stunning talent. The leader of the Millennium Burning Scale Python crashed to the ground, causing dozens of its serpentine followers to scatter in panic at the sight of their leader's demise. In the dappled shadows of the forest, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Everyone's gaze was fixed in one direction, their eyes brimming with disbelief. The ethereal youth, standing resolutely, had his already handsome visage adorned with shimmering azure scales, enhancing his otherworldly allure. His tattered, blood-stained garments did little to diminish his extraordinary presence, while the crimson scales of the fallen python gradually dimmed and extinguished. Had the 1,000-year-old burning scale python truly been defeated by him? Yang Wei's lips trembled, stuttering in disbelief. One punch? He only used one punch? He could hardly fathom that this seemingly harmless, unremarkable commoner could unleash such terrifying power. How could this be possible? Li Hongpeng, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of this uniquely bloodline python, was utterly astonished. As a sole master of level 31, he had nearly perished against such a creature, yet this common youth had effortlessly dispatched it in an instant. Did this not imply that the very commoner he had scorned possessed strength surpassing his own? Impossible. This cannot be true. He shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept the reality before him, questioning whether he was hallucinating, but there stood Luo Fancheng, undeniably formidable. The other noble youths could scarcely contain their astonishment, gasping in disbelief. How could this young commoner have achieved such a feat, decimating the burning scale python with a single blow? Princess Yi Xiang, poised with her sleek black stockings, stood still, her enchanting phoenix eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Her plump, alluring lips parted slightly as she realized that the already striking Luo Fancheng now exuded an even more compelling masculinity, a sickly flush creeping onto her flawless face. Her breath quickening. This fellow, not only was he handsome, but he also possessed such incredible power, ignoring the astonished gazes and exclamations of those around him. Luo Fancheng remained unfazed, dismissing their reactions with indifference. It was the inexperienced who sought to flaunt their prowess. True power lay in steady cultivation. He focused intently on adjusting his mental state and the soul power within, awaiting the emergence of the burning scale python soul ring. With an impressive cultivation level exceeding 1,100, even Li Hongpeng, at level 30, dared not absorb this soul ring. The fact that he had struggled against the fiery monkey's soul ring only underscored the exceptional nature of this python. For Luo Fancheng, absorbing the soul ring of the burning scale python posed significant risks. However, high risk often begets high reward. With his extraordinary healing abilities granted by his blue lotus martial soul, he yearned to push the boundaries of his true potential. Hey, young friend, Iron Elder began, but he quickly corrected himself, sensing something ominous. Luo Fancheng turned to him, a smile gracing his lips. What wisdom do you wish to impart, Iron Elder? Shaking his head, Iron Elder replied, I dare not presume to offer guidance. I never anticipated I had underestimated your capabilities. Surely, you're not merely a level 10 soul master, as previously claimed. Please, enlighten me as to your true strength. Others nodded in agreement, their intrigue piqued. There was no way this individual, who appeared to be deliberately concealing his power, could be merely a level 10 soul master. Yang Wei clenched his fists in indignation, exclaiming, "This strength clearly exceeds level 30. He was lying to us all along. Indeed, how much better it would have been had he been forthright from the start. Claiming to seek the first soul ring, what a jest. To be able to defeat a Millennium Soul beast without even having absorbed a soul ring? I refuse to believe it. It is utterly absurd." "Silence," Princess Yi Xiang reprimanded. "Is it not normal for someone traversing the wilderness alone to conceal their true power when encountering strangers? Speak another word, and I will show you the consequences." Amidst the clamor, Luo Fancheng found the noise intolerable. He shrugged and spread his hands in a gesture of indifference. "Yes, you. I have come to hunt the first soul ring. Believe it or not, that is up to you." The collective disbelief etched on their faces was palpable, their expressions revealing dissatisfaction. Did he truly take them for fools? Surely they were well aware of what a soul master could achieve. How could he claim to be merely a soul master after pulverizing a 1,000-year-old soul beast? "Such pettiness," remarked a golden-haired girl in the group, her lips pursed in disdain. Princess Yi Xiang cast a sidelong glance at the bickering crowd, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "It seems you are merely jealous of this fellow's strength, venting your envy." "I am not jealous," Yang Wei retorted, his expression darkening. "Nor am I," Li Hongpeng added, feeling a mix of gratitude and resentment as he witnessed Yi Xiang defend Luo Fancheng. The noble youths, proud and gifted, were unwilling to concede, especially given their belief that Luo Fancheng was concealing his true level. Suddenly, the surface of the burning scale python began to shimmer with countless purple dots, coalescing into a deep purple soul ring, far surpassing the quality of the fiery monkey's soul ring. "This soul ring's quality is incomparable," Li Hongpeng lamented, glancing at his burned arms and scorched chest. It felt like a tragic waste. Iron Elder shook his head, recognizing that no one in the group was a level 30 soul master. With a graceful stride, Princess Yi Xiang approached Luo Fancheng, her fitted black stockings accentuating her form. "What are you waiting for? Let us depart." Luo Fancheng shook his head, gazing into her striking, spirited eyes. "Princess, may I trust you? Ah, have you finally come to your senses? Ready to cling to my grace?" Yi Xiang replied, a hint of pride in her tone. Not receiving a response, she noticed his intense gaze lingering on her, causing her confidence to waver. "I confess, I'm quite taken by handsome faces. I assure you, I mean you no harm. Speak your desires." Luo Fancheng nodded, directing his attention to the exquisite Millennium Soul Ring. "I wish to absorb this soul ring and request your protection, Princess." "Very well, I shall grant your request," Yi Xiang replied, her surprise evident. "But are you certain? What is your level, 30 or 40? The others overheard their exchange, and Yang Wei could not contain himself. "Luo Fancheng, if you insist you haven't hidden your strength, a soul master cannot absorb a Millennium Soul Ring." Luo Fancheng merely rolled his eyes, dismissing Yang Wei's ignorance. "Your lack of experience does not negate the existence of possibilities. No one in this world has ever absorbed a Millennium Soul Beast as their first soul ring." Yang Wei was adamant, and others nodded in agreement, their knowledge from the academy forbidding such blatant deceit. It was an affront to their intelligence and understanding. "Ah, you shall see," Luo Fancheng uttered calmly, releasing his martial soul. His body transformed, revealing a majestic 2-meter-long azure-scaled serpent, radiating a tricolored brilliance. He swiftly suppressed the urge of the small eel within him to consume the flesh of the burning scale python for evolution. He seated himself cross-legged, shutting his eyes, readying himself to draw the soul ring into his being. Suddenly, exclamations erupted. The short-haired girl in the group pointed at Luo Fancheng, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Look, he truly possesses not a single soul ring upon his martial spirit. He is a soul master." Chapter 37. The High Priestess, Respecting a Man's Choice. In a moment of crisis, everyone suddenly came to this realization, their minds in turmoil, utterly astonished. Could it be true? Had this individual truly deceived them? Yang Wei's mouth fell agape, as if he had been struck hard across the face. Li Hongpeng stared blankly, murmuring in disbelief. He is still a spirit master? How can this be? It's impossible for a spirit master to possess the strength to slay a millennium-old burning scale python. Yi Xiang was equally shocked. This man was neither at level 30 nor 40. He was still at level 10? The crowd held their heads, overwhelmed with confusion, unable to comprehend how Luo Fancheng had managed to defeat the burning scale python as a spirit master. This was entirely inconsistent with the knowledge they had acquired at the Spirit Master Academy. I understand now, Elder Tai exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with insight as he addressed the onlookers. It is common knowledge that no matter how powerful a spirit master may be, they can only contend with spirit beasts up to 400 years old. A millennium is simply unattainable. Yi Xiang and the others nodded in agreement. Elder Tai continued. He merely took advantage of Li Hongpeng's efforts. Li Hongpeng had already exhausted himself in battle against the burning scale python, depleting nearly all of his strength, which allowed Luo Xiaoyu to deliver a single fatal blow. Yet, even so, Luo Xiaoyu's prowess is undoubtedly formidable. Li Hongpeng breathed a sigh of relief, realizing, I thought his battle power could possibly reach a millennium. That would be far too exaggerated. So he merely seized an opportunity. With a reasonable explanation, Yang Wei's furrowed brow eased, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. If we are both at the same ring level, I refuse to believe he could surpass my 350-year soul ring. Even if he were stronger, it would be limited, for the 400-year threshold is absolute. Wait, he shuddered, recalling that Luo Fancheng had mentioned he would absorb the Millennium Soul Ring. His gaze snapped back to the scene, just in time to see the purple Millennium Soul Ring flying toward Luo Fancheng, merging with his body. What the hell? Is he out his mind? Does he really dare to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring as his first? Yang Wei was astounded, his finger trembling as he pointed at Luo Fancheng. This was not merely audacious, it was pure folly. Stop him. Absorbing a Millennium Soul Ring would mean certain death. Li Hongpeng shouted sharply. Despite his jealousy and disdain for Luo Fancheng's commoner status, he did not wish harm upon the one who had saved him. Yi Xiang recognized the gravity of the situation, raising her hand to channel her soul power to intervene. However, purple light was already surging from within Luo Fancheng. Her fair face turned pale. It was too late. Elder Tai has already rushed forward, his expression grim. We cannot halt this. Does this young friend have no mentor? Is this a soul ring suitable for a mere level 10 to absorb? What we do, Uncle Tai? You must save him. Yi Xiang bit her lip, her face contorted with distress, akin to a child who had just broken a beloved toy. No, this was even more alarming than losing a toy. The merging process was irreversible. There was no way to salvage it. Elder Tai shook his head repeatedly, letting out a long sigh. I can sense that this is a rare talent among commoners. What a pity. Yang Wei clenched his fists, exasperated. Is he not using his brain? A level 10 spirit master absorbing a Millennium Soul Ring is absurd. I was hoping to defeat him with one punch before the princess, not see him die in such a foolish manner. The crowd silently watched Luo Fancheng, seated beside the serpent's carcass, as if witnessing a corpse. Yi Xiang could no longer contain herself, her previously willful demeanor crumbling into despair as she shouted, You fool! You absolute fool! Why would you risk your life like this? Wouldn't it be better to serve me as a servant? I wouldn't mistreat you. Elder Tai murmured, Princess, lower your voice. It may affect him. He is already in a precarious situation, and now it may be beyond saving. Let him die. It's none of your concern. Yi Xiang retorted, though her tone dropped to a whisper barely audible. In the shadows of the forest, Bai Yue's eyes were red, her delicate arms and beautiful legs thrashing in desperation. Teacher, why are you holding me back? Hurry and save senior brother. How could he possibly absorb the 1,000-year burning scale python soul ring? Do not interfere, Di Weiyang replied, her golden gown exuding elegance and beauty, her cold demeanor unyielding as ice. You must understand, Yue, all implications have been made clear to Fancheng. This is his choice, and no one has the right to intervene. We are all close to him. We should respect his decision. But, Bai Yue fidgeted. understanding the reasoning, yet unable to bear watching her senior brother perish. Di Weiyang replied coldly, "He is not reckless. Since this is his decision, all we can do is trust him." Suddenly, Di Weiyang seemed to sense something, her icy eyes narrowing as they fixated on a distant direction. A group of menacing creatures was approaching. The forest erupted with a cacophony of rustling sounds, ancient trees swaying, startling flocks of birds into flight. "This is bad. Something is coming," Elder Tai exclaimed, swiftly positioning himself beside Yi Xieying, while Li Hongpong and the others quickly formed a defensive circle. From the lush emerald canopy, towering shadows emerged. They were a tribe of formidable, sharp-toothed, gray-furred monkeys, over 20 in number. They encircled the group, emitting shrill screeches. Fire monkeys? How could there be so many? Yang Wei swore instinctively. "Do we poke the damn monkey nest?" Li Hongpong noted. "Fortunately, most of them are under 1,000 years old. With Elder Tai here, we have nothing to fear." Suddenly, two colossal monkey figures crashed down from above, their size exceeding that of a 1,000-year fire monkey by at least 5-fold. Li Hongpeng's smile froze, his body trembling. This size, is an 8,000-year fire monkey? Or two? The two giant fire monkeys caught sight of the desiccated corpse of the monkey, the very one Li Hongpeng had absorbed. They beat their chests, releasing anguished roars that echoed through the forest, their brown eyes overflowing with crimson tears, filled with hatred and vengeance. Roar! The giant monkeys howled in fury. In an instant, the 20 or more surrounding fire monkeys ignited their claws with searing flames, their presence utterly terrifying. The youths trembled, and Yang Wei stammered, "Princess, we must retreat. This is too frightening. It seems these two monkey kings are here seeking revenge for their fallen kin." Ye Ving retorted sharply, "Retreat. I, the princess, fear not a horde of monkeys." A weak voice from the ranks suggested, "You. Perhaps it's to protect that young man?" Yi Xieying shot a glare. "Nonsense. If anyone is scared, they can leave immediately." Elder Tai, with worry etched on his face, cautioned, "Princess, for the sake of your well-being, we should retreat. These two 8,000-year monkey kings possess strength rivaling that of a fifth-ring spirit master. I could be held back by them, leaving you vulnerable to the monkey horde." "Not retreating," Yi Xieying asserted firmly, her phoenix eyes radiating determination and defiance, casting a fleeting glance toward Luo Fancheng in the distance. At that moment, Luo Fancheng let out a muffled groan, his body engulfed in a tempest of purple light, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. His flesh seemed on the brink of collapse. "Princess, this guy is surely doomed. Protecting a corpse serves no purpose." "Indeed, Your Highness. We cannot sacrifice ourselves in a futile struggle against this frenzied horde of monkeys for the sake of one individual. It is not that we are unwilling to save him. Rather, he is beyond salvation, and remaining here would serve no purpose. These monkeys are agile and swift, and even if we attempt to carry him away, escape would be futile." Iron Lao could not help but interject. "The 1,000-year spirit ring is indeed beyond the capacity of a 10th-level spirit master to absorb. It is nothing short of a miracle that Luo Xiaoyu has endured thus far without succumbing. We must retreat. If anything were to happen to you, I would find it impossible to explain myself to the city lord." Yi Xieying clenched her silver teeth, her life hanging in the balance. Two formidable 8,000-year monkey kings stood before them, exuding a menacing aura, while the surrounding monkeys watched with predatory intent, steadily building their momentum. They surrounded without attacking, seemingly intent on breaking the morale of the group. Behind her, Luo Fancheng and Oppos, as fate hung in the balance. His body swayed precariously, blood seeping from his skin. All her companions looked to her with urgency, awaiting her command to retreat. Yi Xieying's delicate fingers trembled as she found herself ensnared in a true dilemma. Chapter 38. The Dominant and Daring Princess. The master and the servant's lady, Yi Xieying bit her jade-like lips tightly. Afraid? While others trembled in fear, was she, Yi Xieying, made of iron and devoid of fear? Growing up in luxury, she had never encountered such life-threatening peril. How could she not feel a sense of panic? Roar! Flames soared into the sky. Two colossal monkey kings bellowed frantically, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty malice, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle ominously. The 20 or so blazing monkeys encircling them let out a collective roar, instilling terror. The young men felt their eardrums throb, their psychological defenses crumbling under the monkeys' intimidation. Their expressions turning frantic. "Princess, we must retreat. These monkeys are clearly toying with us. They will charge in soon. Indeed, if we do not leave now, it will be too late. Your precious life cannot be compared to that of the dying man behind us. He is beyond saving. Abandoning him is only natural." Listening to the urgent pleas, Yi Xieying felt her fear intensifying, as if a voice echoed in her mind. Staying might indeed lead to death. Yes, what others said was true. He was doomed, and remaining would only result in unnecessary sacrifice. Was it truly worth risking everything for someone merely because of their handsome appearance? Not at all. It was utterly unworthy. Her furrowed brows began to relax, her slender jade fingers gradually loosening their grip as she exhaled softly and turned away. Casting a glance at the blood-soaked and trembling Luo Fancheng, she shook her head. Iron Elder, Yang Wei, and the others, witnessing Yi Xieying's emotional turmoil dissipate into acceptance, breathed a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with joy. The princess has come to her senses. Splendid. How wise of her. Roar. The distant monkey kings, realizing the group intended to flee, lost their patience, their ferocity erupting completely. They commanded all the blazing monkeys to attack, fiery shadows darting forth, mercilessly charging towards the group. Boom! The cherry dragon martial soul instantly enveloped Yi Xieying, her cheeks adorned with white crystalline scales, her eyes resembling deep pink shadows, transformed into alluring slitted pupils that radiated heroism. 2 circles of yellow soul rings pulsated at her feet. As the group prepared to abandon Luo Fancheng and escape, they suddenly noticed Yi Xieying turning in the opposite direction, confronting the charging monkey kings and their horde. Yang Wei anxiously reminded her, "Princess, you're going the wrong way. We need to break through where the monkey horde is weakest." "Break through?" Yi Xieying scoffed, her red lips curling into a proud smile. "Flee if you're afraid of death, but don't linger here as a hindrance." The others stood dazed, their eyes wide in disbelief. Who would have thought Yi Xieying would make such an unexpected move? Fleeing or not, wasn't that a decision even a fool could make? First soul skill, Dragon Roar. Yi Xieying opened her lips, the sound of a white dragon emerging from her throat, reverberating towards the approaching blazing monkeys. There was no time for the others to contemplate. The monkey horde was upon them, and they activated their martial souls to defend themselves. Seeing the princess, refused to flee. Iron Elder immediately positioned himself against the 2 8,000-year-old blazing monkey kings, a black iron-armored dragon shadow appearing behind him, with 5 soul rings, 3 yellow and 2 purple, circling him, exuding an aura even stronger than that of a single monkey king. Bang! As Yang Wei wielded his dragon scale spear against the enemy. He had just broken through to the 11th level Soul Master, and facing a 700-year-old blazing monkey was already a daunting challenge, fraught with danger. Foolish princess, is it worth risking your life for one who is bound to perish? The others echoed their grievances, wishing to flee, but without Iron Elder's protection, escape was impossible. Yet the princess would not leave, and neither would Iron Elder. After all, Iron Elder was not only a mentor at the Royal City's Soul Master Academy, but also a loyal retainer to the princess. Boom! Iron Elder fought valiantly against the 2 8,000-year-old blazing monkey kings, showing no signs of faltering, even managing to find opportunities to assist the others. He shouted, "Princess, there are too many of these beasts. If the battle continues, it will be difficult for me to protect you. You must consider carefully. Dragon Coil." Yi Xieying pointed her jade hand. Several vine-like cherry dragon shadows surged from the ground, entangling the limbs of the blazing monkeys, but they were quickly torn free by their fiery claws. Simultaneously, another blazing monkey charged towards her chest. She swiftly dodged, her mind flashing with the image of the man's serious, deep black eyes as that voice echoed in her ears. "Princess, can I trust you?" "Of course you can." Yi Xieying revealed a proud smirk, her delicate form twisting in air as she kicked the incoming blazing monkey away with her black stockinged leg. At the same time, her rosy lips unleashed a commanding shout. Iron Elder, I will protect this man. I permit him to perish by his own hand. But he shall not die because we abandon him, nor shall he fall to these beasts. Upon hearing this, Iron Elder let out a hearty laugh. All right, I'm coming in. You take care. His arms, clad in long sleeves, suddenly exploded, revealing two arms as dark as iron. As they clashed, a sound of metal striking metal rang out. Third soul skill, Iron Fist. His once stooped and slender figure straightened, muscles bulging explosively as he swung his iron fists fiercely at the two mighty monkey kings. A true retainer would never question the decisions of their master, even if it meant facing death. Roar! Iron Elder unleashed his strength, the two ferocious monkey kings struggling under his might, emitting howls that summoned reinforcements. 6 robust, blazing monkeys rushed to their aid, alleviating some pressure from the others, but the 6 young men still faced over a dozen blazing monkeys. Relying on the formations trained at the academy, they barely held their ground. As their soul power waned, they grew increasingly fatigued, their bodies marked by scorched scratches. Madness! Madness! Yang Wei, who believed himself exceptionally gifted, found himself the weakest link in the team. After a claw struck his arm, his composure shattered. The princess's usual capriciousness is one thing, but why is she now so reckless as to disregard her life for someone who is destined to die? Has that fool died yet? Yang Wei glanced back at Luo Fancheng, whose flesh appeared on the verge of tearing, his breath growing increasingly shallow. Finally, he was about to die. They could retreat. Hearing the voice, Yi Xiang turned to see the dying Luo Fancheng, her heart jolting, her silver teeth clenched. Bastard! I've staked my life, and you still wish to die. Momentarily dazed, she was suddenly clawed by a blazing monkey from behind, her clothing torn, a claw mark searing into her delicate back. Princess! The others gasped in horror, while Iron Elder, furious, fought desperately, ensnared by the monkey kings and their minions. The princess winced in pain, her brows furrowing tightly. Blood from her lips stained her mouth of bright crimson, her soul power depleted, her breath weak. Suddenly, a phantom of a green lotus appeared above Luo Fancheng's head, 10 lotus petals unfurling, 6 emerald green and 4 tinged with red. A fragrant aroma enveloped the surroundings. Swish! The green lotus spun and glimmered with a radiant light, one petal flying towards Luo Fancheng, instantly healing his wounds. The absorption of the soul rings was nearing completion. Simultaneously, the green lotus emitted 7 beams of vibrant green light, infused with rich vitality, swiftly traversing the air and entering the bodies of the princess and the others. Chapter 39. Twin Martial Spirits. Has it truly succeeded? The 7 individuals, caught off guard, barely had time to react before Qingwang had already merged with their bodies. What is this? Before Li Hongpeng could finish his sentence, he felt an intense surge of vitality erupting from within, rapidly healing his injuries and restoring his stamina. His eyes were filled with disbelief, echoed by the astonished gasps of the others. How is this possible? What kind of extraordinary healing ability is this? My stamina has returned? Yang Wei gasped in surprise, staring at his arm. My injured limb has healed so swiftly? Yi Xiang and Appo's beautiful eyes were brimming with shock. The unbearable burning sensation in her back had vanished, replaced by a cool, soothing relief. Exhausted from battling the millennial fire monkey, she found herself rapidly rejuvenating. Iron Elder, standing against the odds, was invigorated by Qingwang's infusion and unleashed his powerful black-gold iron fists, forcing the Monkey King back. Turning to glance at Luo Fancheng, his pupils constricted in disbelief as he shouted, "Twin martial spirits? He possesses a twin martial spirit?" As the battle continued, the group couldn't help but gaze over, witnessing the resplendent blue lotus swirling above Luo Fancheng's head. Their hearts trembled violently. Yang Wei was utterly astonished. How could this be? He has another martial spirit? Li Hongpeng, with his mouth agape, stammered incomprehensibly. Is he the one aiding me? Yi Xiang was equally shocked, her eyes wide in disbelief at the martial spirit emanating from Luo Fancheng. He has concealed another martial spirit. Furthermore, its healing prowess is so formidable. It almost instantaneously alleviated her physical pain while simultaneously tending to 7 individuals. How incredibly powerful! The group was engulfed in astonishment, yet there was no time to express it, as the monkey horde relentlessly pressed their assault, offering no respite. The Monkey King, frustrated by their inability to prevail, let out a furious roar. The Millennial Fire Monkey Horde, driven by rage, launched a desperate attack, vowing to devour the humans who had caused the demise of the Monkey King's offspring, leaving them forever entangled in this jungle. The pressure on everyone intensified. Iron Elder was ensnared, lacking the means to divide his attention, while the 6 noble youths found themselves in increasingly perilous circumstances. Your Highness, be careful. Yi Xiang, straining against the assault of 2 millennial fire monkeys, was suddenly ambushed by another from the side. Li Hongpeng's eyes widened in alarm, his mind blank as he rushed to intercept the attack meant for the princess. The cost was a limp right arm, his shoulder torn and bleeding. Li Hongpeng, Yi Xiang turned just in time to witness his act of valor. Do not worry, Your Highness. A mere flesh wound. It is of no consequence. Li Hongpeng laughed heartily, defiantly raising his middle finger at the monkeys. Damn it, have you crazy monkeys lost your minds? Several millennial fire monkeys, provoked, seemed to realize the significance of the woman among the youthful humans. If they could eliminate her, they could disrupt that elder, temporarily abandoning their assault on the other youths to converge on her. How foolish I am! Li Hongpeng's expression shifted in terror, regretting his bravado, feeling far from the confidence he had moments ago. Don't come any closer. The millennial fire monkeys charged toward Li Hongpeng and Yi Xiang, their claws ablaze with searing red flames. Princess, Iron Elder shouted anxiously, but the 2 formidable monkey kings and their kin would not allow him to escape unscathed. Attacking with reckless abandon, Yang Wei and the others pursued the millennial fire monkeys, launching their own counterattacks, yet the monkeys paid no heed, determined to capture the human woman at all costs. Get away! Yi Xiang clenched her crimson lips, channeling her soul power to its peak, desperately wielding her whip. However, facing the overwhelming monkey onslaught, despair began to swell within her, and she cried out in fury, Damn it! Ensnared by a worthless bastard. I'm going to pay with my life for this folly. It anapos. S over. I can anapos. T hold him off. Li Hongpeng, terrified, murmured hurriedly, before finally screaming in madness. Ha ha. If I must die, let me alongside the goddess. I, Li Hongpeng, shall not regret this, a blood prophet. In his final moments, he unleashed long-held sentiments. Your Highness, you've never looked kindly upon me. If you would just smile at me once, I would be content to serve you like a dog. Iron Elder's face contorted with strain, attempting desperately to break free, while Yang Wei and the others were filled with helplessness. The millennial fire monkeys, on the verge of triumph, wore expressions of cruel satisfaction, their anger palpable. In the shadows, the ever-watchful Di Weiyang could no longer remain still, raising her flawless jade finger, aiming at the battlefield. Yet, just as she was about to strike, she hesitated, her gaze shifting to the side, her icy voice laced with astonishment. Has it succeeded? Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the ground shattered. A dazzling figure, like a meteor, rushed into the fray, emanating an overwhelming force from the direction Yi Xiang had steadfastly defended. Stand down. Accompanied by the man's commanding voice, a shadow of his fist soared through the air with unparalleled ferocity. The ferocious millennial fire monkeys that had been attacking Yi Xiang were sent flying, crashing into the trees or tumbling across the ground. In an instant, the imminent threat had been neutralized. The furious, red-eyed Iron Elder was momentarily stunned. The attacking Monkey Kings and their kin halted, and Yang Wei and the others stood agape. Li Hongpeng was left speechless. Yi Xiang's beautiful eyes froze, her fiery visage filled with incredulity. All gazes turned toward the figure who had unexpectedly turned the tide. The millennial fire monkeys, also curious about the audacious disruptor of their plans. They beheld a strikingly handsome youth, standing tall and proud, as if a spear piercing the heavens. Clad in tattered, blood-stained garments, His unique aura could not be concealed. His resolute features radiated an allure that could captivate the world. His deep black eyes shimmering with an intensity that seemed to pierce through everything. What truly astonished everyone was the circle of pure purple soul rings beneath Luo Fancheng's feet. Possessing a first soul ring was hardly remarkable. In the realm of martial spirits, it was rather commonplace. Even a 1,000-year soul ring was not extraordinary, as many soul masters possessed them. However, the first soul ring beneath Luo Fancheng was purple, a hue that rendered all present unable to maintain their composure. No one could. Not only were the princess and the noble youths utterly astonished, but even the hidden saint by Ying Yue and the high priestess Di Weiyang felt their hearts tremble. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000 years. Yang Wei's lips quivered. Li Hongpeng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The first soul ring, 1,000 years? He actually accomplished it. Iron Elder swallowed hard. This is terrifying. My heavens, how could this be possible? It's too horrifying. How did he succeed? This cannot be. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted, their astonishment palpable, even causing them to forget the looming threat of the millennial fire monkeys. In the shadows, Bai Yingwei stood frozen, her face a mask of shock, murmuring in a daze, "Master, you were right. Senior brother truly did it. He achieved what no one before him could, a groundbreaking breakthrough." Di Weiyang, an ice-cold beauty that had never thawed, revealed a faint, satisfied smile. Quite impressive. Chirrup. The millennial fire monkeys in the jungle snapped back to reality, realizing that this was not a formidable adversary. Although their earlier display had been remarkable, he was merely an ordinary soul master with one soul ring, no cause for alarm. They resumed their assault, claws ablaze, charging forward once more. Yi Xiang seemed to forget the world around her, immersed in a peculiar mood. She swallowed hard and gazed at Luo Fancheng as if he were a creature from a nightmare, exclaiming, "You truly succeeded." A charming smile graced Luo Fancheng's lips as he chuckled softly, sidestepping her inquiry. "Indeed, I can trust the princess." The princess felt a surge of emotions, momentarily lost in thought. A unique sensation coursed through her entire being, akin to an electric shock. It seemed this rascal was not cold towards me for the first time, but instead offered a smile. Bah! What is there to be joyful about a mere smile? Oomph. Suddenly, a 1,000-year-old fire monkey let out a fierce roar as it charged towards them. Luo Fancheng, engaged in conversation with the princess, furrowed his brow at the disturbance. How annoying! Without a glance, he unleashed a powerful punch to the side. The ferocious fire monkey's razor-sharp claws were instantly obliterated, its arms exploding into a mist of blood, while its entire body was sent flying like a tattered sack. The spectacle left the audience in awe, their hearts racing once more. Chapter 40. The Armor Fusion. The strikingly powerful first soul skill, a stunning blow, invincible talent in a single move. The 1,000-year-old fire monkey was incapacitated. Astonishing. Without even a glance, the fire monkey was sent flying. Li Hongpeng and the others gasped in disbelief, their faces displaying sheer astonishment. They were acutely aware of the combat prowess of these fire monkeys. If these creatures were truly weaklings, how could they have forced seasoned soul masters like them into such dire straits, facing life-threatening dangers? Yet, with a casual punch, the formidable claws of the 1,000-year-old fire monkey were shattered. Yang Wei, who had just achieved a breakthrough, was no exception. His mouth hung agape, and his scalp tingled. Was this the kind of power a soul ring should possess? I'm also at level 11. He felt as though Luo Fancheng could dispatch him with a mere finger, causing him to question his very existence. Yi Xiang's enchanting eyes sparkled with shock as she recognized the fire monkey that had just been sent flying by Luo Fancheng, the very one that had put her in numerous perilous situations. As a level 21 Great Soul Master, she had been unable to deal with this monkey, only to see it effortlessly dispatched by Luo Fancheng. How impressive! Just as Yi Xiang was about to speak, she was abruptly interrupted by Luo Fancheng, who lacked any sense of romance. "Princess, now is not the time for idle chatter." He turned to face the horde of fire monkeys. Roar! Startled, the group of fire monkeys hesitated to advance. However, upon witnessing their fallen comrade on the ground. Lifeless and surrounded by a ring of thousand-year soul rings, and hearing the urgent roars of the two monkey kings battling with old Tai, their ferocity was ignited, and they charged forward in a frenzy. Fear was etched on the faces of Yang Wei and the others as they were repeatedly intimidated by the relentless onslaught of the fire monkeys. I'm out of energy. Despite having been healed once by Luo Fancheng's Blue Lotus martial soul, Yang Wei's soul power had once again depleted, and the others wore expressions of helpless resignation. Even though Luo Fancheng appeared overwhelmingly powerful, how much could he withstand against such a multitude of frenzied monkeys? It was impossible for him to protect everyone. Li Hongpeng's arm hung limply, bleeding, while the other trembled with a mix of fear and exhaustion. If they did not break through soon, they would not last much longer. Did these beasts not tire? Hearing the defeatist sentiments around him, Luo Fancheng calmly declared, "It matters not. I shall intervene." Swish! As the Blue Lotus martial soul whirled, 6 beams of light illuminated the expressions of the astonished 6, once again restoring their vitality. Luo Fancheng surged forth from their defensive formation, charging toward the heart of the throng of fire monkeys. Squeak! The red-eyed fire monkeys, witnessing the audacity of the human who had slain their companion, instinctively rushed forward in a challenge, abandoning their other targets to converge upon him. A smile crept upon Luo Fancheng's lips. He had achieved his goal of drawing their fire to relieve the pressure on his companions. The monkeys possessed intelligence, albeit limited. As he braved the perilous breakthrough, he felt a surge of overwhelming power that clamored to be unleashed. Though the number of monkeys was vast, their strongest only reached a millennium in age, perfect targets to test his newly acquired strength. Swish! A dozen fire monkeys charged simultaneously, claws slashing in every direction, surrounding Luo Fancheng with an impenetrable wall of fury. The scene was heart-stopping. Retreat. You will perish out there. 2 fists cannot withstand 4 hands. Do not be careless. You cannot face so many monkeys alone. Return to formation. Li Hongpeng and the others cried out in alarm, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads from the tension. Fearing that Luo Fancheng, blinded by his newfound strength, was being recklessly impulsive. They could no longer see Luo Fancheng, completely enveloped by the swarm of fire monkeys. First soul skill, burning armor. Boom! Threads of purple light erupted from the gaps between the encircling monkeys, sending them flying with a tremendous force from within. The figure of Luo Fancheng emerged from the chaos. He had achieved a harmonious fusion of man and soul, his body transforming, revealing azure crystalline scales that exuded an alluring, sinister beauty. The purple soul ring beneath him radiated light, surging into his being. Boom! The azure scales covering Luo Fancheng's body began to morph, turning into a fiery crimson. It was as if magma flowed within, flames erupting forth. The fire spread upward, engulfing him. With a whoosh, all the azure scales that had been touched by the flames transformed into burning scarlet scales, cloaking Luo Fancheng in fire. Let us begin. Luo Fancheng leapt into action, colliding fiercely with the fire monkeys. The flames that posed a challenge to others did not faze him in the slightest. He even restrained the devouring power of the little mudfish, feeling that he could absorb the enemy's firepower for himself. Seizing a 900-year-old fire monkey by the hind leg, he swung it like a weapon, smashing it into 2 charging monkeys, then swiftly darted in, his legs striking out like steel whips, smashing into the abdomen of a 1,000-year fire monkey and sending it crashing into a distant tree trunk. Wow! The Crimson Scales armor fusion? This soul skill is absolutely stunning. Incredible. It's too magnificent. This soul skill seemed not only to enhance defense and strength, but also to bestow fiery damage and immunity to certain fire attacks. A truly exceptional soul skill. Could it be even more monstrous? Amid the continuous exclamations of awe, Luo Fancheng grew more valiant in battle, countering the fire monkey's fire attacks with precision. Li Hongpeng watched enviously, his mouth watering, while Yixiang was astonished by the perfect synergy between the burning scale python's soul ring and Luo Fancheng's martial soul. Otherwise, such an effect would have been unattainable. Haha, what a remarkable lad. You have truly surprised me. Old Tai, locked in a fierce battle with an 8,000-year monkey king, burst into hearty laughter, his previous worries evaporating as he unleashed his might. Boom! Numerous bursts of crimson mist erupted in the forest, quickly evaporated by the flames. After Luo Fancheng obliterated 3,000-year fire monkeys, the crazed horde was doused with cold water, finally grasping the essence of primal fear. Roar! The two monkey kings, witnessing the devastation wrought upon their ranks, let out unwilling roars of retreat, realizing that their onslaught had yielded no results and their losses were grave. Forcing Old Tai back momentarily, they fled with their kin, leaving behind their fallen comrades, unable to even gather their remains. We have won. It is finally over. The young souls, still inexperienced, erupted into jubilant cheers at the sight of the retreating horde, then collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, still haunted by the earlier events. Everyone understood that Old Tai bore the greatest responsibility for their victory, but had it not been for Luo Fancheng's explosive combat power, the monkeys would have likely slaughtered them first and then launched a suicidal assault on Old Tai, leading to everyone's demise. As for the notion that it was Luo Fancheng who had led them into danger, no one dared to voice such thoughts. Though prideful, they had been trained at a Soul Master Academy. None were foolish. The horde of fire monkeys had clearly targeted the one that Li Hongpeng had nearly lost to. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon him. Moreover, even if they had abandoned Luo Fancheng to flee, escaping in the jungle would have been impossible against the determined pursuers. Old Tai lacked the capacity to lead them all to safety and would inevitably be caught. At most, only those who could run faster than their comrades would survive. Huffing and puffing, Luo Fancheng took deep breaths, his chest heaving. His crimson scales bore numerous damages, some even seeping blood, yet his blood surged with exhilaration, having tasted the thrill of battle. What a rush! How exhilarating! He turned to face his companions, meeting their complex gazes. Chapter 41. The Dual Reversal. The Scene of Social Death. The Curious Princess. How could it be? Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. Is it possible that you no longer recognize me, after such a short time? The crowd stood frozen, resembling wooden stakes, with no one daring to utter a word. Their gazes were complex as they observed the striking young man exuding a metallic scent of blood. Among the myriad of emotions reflected in their eyes were gratitude, astonishment, shock, envy, and most notably shame. It was difficult to confront the reality that the individual before them was a top-tier genius. Witnessing Luo Fancheng's extraordinary prowess, the remnants of their past memories began to resurface, bombarding them with regret. Yang Wei's previous arrogant derision echoed in his ears. Born into poverty, a country bumpkin, lacking talent and strength, only capable of relying on women to assert dominance. How ironic it was, as it became evident who truly lacked talent and strength. Yang Wei felt as if he were losing his mind. Even though Luo Fancheng had not lifted a finger, the purple soul ring at his feet, the blood stains on his body, and the corpses surrounding him were all resounding slaps to his face, each echoing with a deafening clarity. Li Hongpeng recalled how he had boasted in front of Luo Fancheng just half a day earlier. You and the princess belong to different worlds, you worthless snack. Without the princess's backing, you are nothing. The essence of his own soul ring's ineptitude was now laid bare. He should have had the foresight to avoid comparing himself to such trash. What a disgrace! Who was truly lacking in perspective, and who was the real waste? Li Hongpeng felt a wave of nausea, almost moved to tears. He had never anticipated that a seemingly worthless commoner, devoid of any apparent strengths, would unleash such an astonishing display of might. The notion of perspective was utterly meaningless. He had always been the one beneath the heap of refuse. The princess, Yi Xiang, whose stockings were almost completely torn, could not forget her earlier words to Luo Fancheng. Don't bother trying. Even with your commoner bloodline, you could only absorb soul rings up to 200 years at most. The 800-year ones are beyond you. We'll take you to the outskirts to search. Yi Xiang now understood the truth of his words. Indeed, an 8-rank martial spirit was not remarkable at all. She had taken pride in her second soul ring, which was 800 years old, only for Luo Fancheng to casually attach a millennium-old first soul ring and he did so with such understated grace. Time seemed to rewind as everyone involuntarily recalled their previous mockeries directed at Luo Fancheng. They remembered their reckless displays of superiority as members of the elite class, their disdain for those of common bloodlines. Yet that young man had remained aloof, never once retaliating verbally. They had always assumed his silence was due to cowardice or insecurity, afraid to confront them, the noble geniuses. It was only now that they realized the true fools were themselves. He was not afraid, nor was he hesitant. He simply stood upon a lofty pedestal, gazing down upon them with indifference, considering it a waste of sentiment to engage them further. Li Hongpong suddenly recalled a saying, "True pride is indifference." The real poverty lies in the ostentation of wealth, flaunting riches at every opportunity, always boasting of noble connections. His face flushed with embarrassment, and the physical pain he felt was dwarfed by the overwhelming sense of shame swelling within him. The others, too, felt utterly humiliated, wishing they could vanish into the ground. Yang Wei's face ached, lacking the courage to meet the radiant gaze of Luo Fancheng. He felt exposed and devoid of confidence. Yi Xiang was no better off. Her beautiful, sultry face was flushed, and her delicate toes, wrapped in black stockings, were tightly curled, as if the fabric might tear from the pressure. She was too embarrassed to meet Luo Fancheng's eyes directly, yet her curiosity compelled her to steal glances at him. Overwhelmed by wonder, how could someone so striking possess such formidable talent? Was it truly possible for someone of common birth to have such terrifying potential for growth? Initially, she had been captivated solely by Luo Fancheng's handsome appearance, but now an insatiable curiosity and desire for exploration filled her, enough to make her body tremble. The once inflated muscles of Iron Uncle shrank back to a withered state, his hunched frame burdened by a pair of black hands. Though he appeared calm, his heart raced with anxiety, frantically recalling whether he had ever mocked this young man. At his age, to be dealt such a blow would be an unbearable disgrace. Phew, perhaps he hadn't said anything too outrageous. That was a relief. The old man instinctively withdrew his hand from his chest, sighing in relief, only to find Luo Fancheng's gaze fixed upon him. The hand he had raised froze in place, seeking refuge. Cough, cough. Young friend Luo, one must never judge a book by its cover. You conceal such terrifying talent and strength. As he spoke, Iron Uncle discreetly returned his hand to behind his back, pretending nothing had occurred. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiang and the other youths turned their eyes toward him, their expressions exceedingly strange. Iron Uncle glared. "What are you all staring at me for?" Li Hongpong scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Iron Uncle, how can you dismiss Luo's stunning appearance? Isn't this handsome visage enough?" Iron Uncle was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, this young man possessed an otherworldly beauty, but he had previously dressed so poorly, venturing out alone to brave the dangers. What great power would allow such a prodigy to embark on solitary adventures? Wasn't he that rather reckless? He glared at Li Hongpong, scolding, "You, boy, have no shame, calling him a mere commoner, and now you're addressing him as brother?" Li Hongpong's face twitched, adopting a pleading demeanor. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, spare me some face. I still have to navigate this continent." As for his change of heart, even a blind person could see Luo Fancheng's talent. His capabilities were so terrifying that it rendered his commoner status trivial. If one didn't take advantage of Luo Fancheng's unrefined state to curry favor, they would be left behind in a queue once he truly emerged. Iron Uncle scoffed internally. "Now you understand the importance of face, but where was that concern when you were mocking me earlier? Moreover, the best way to avoid social death was to drag others down with him. Speaking of which, what was it you yelled at the princess earlier?" Yang Wei, feeling the pressure of social death with no outlet for his frustration, seized the opportunity to chime in. "If the princess is willing to smile at you, would you be willing to be her dog? I'll beat you to death." Li Hongpong kicked out, catching Yang Wei off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground, followed by a flurry of kicks. If he dared not confront Luo Fancheng or Iron Uncle, why should he hold back against Yang Wei? Luo Fancheng disregarded the farce unfolding before him, his gaze scanning the surroundings, yet he found no familiar figures, a flicker of doubt creeping in. Had he misjudged? Had the high priestess and his junior sister truly not followed him? Would he be left to fend for himself? A sense of unease gripped his heart. Thud, as Li Hongpeng continued to rain kicks upon Yang Wei. He heard footsteps approaching and turned to see the alluring and graceful Yi Xiang standing before him. Princess? Li Hongpeng immediately ceased his actions, nervously brushing off the dust from his attire with one arm. Yi Xiang fixed her gaze upon him, her tone earnest. You saved me, and I am truly grateful. A smile crept across Li Hongpeng's face. Could it be that his springtime had arrived, having moved the heart of the princess? However, hearing the word however, Li Hongpeng's heart sank. Yi Xiang shook her head. I truly have no feelings for you, not even a shred of fondness. However, I cannot ignore your kindness. I can ask my father to ensure your safety for life, even help you heal your arm, but I hope you will keep your distance from me. Princess. Li Hongpeng's smile vanished, as if his heart had shattered into pieces. Yi Xiang pressed her lips together, fully aware of the distress her words would cause him, yet her fiery nature compelled her to speak plainly. Leave now. I fear Luo Fancheng may misunderstand. No. A heart-wrenching cry echoed within Li Hongpeng's soul. As Luo Fancheng approached him, he turned to Yi Xiang and retorted, Hey, don't involve me in everything. We have no relationship. Li Hongpeng felt as though he had been stabbed once more. His heart filled with the bitter sensation of witnessing his beloved goddess reduced to a mere sycophant for another. Tears cascaded down his cheeks uncontrollably. The others gazed at him with sympathy, their eyes drawn to his limp arm. A tragic sight that suggested it would be beyond salvation by the time they returned to the royal city. It was likely already beyond repair. At that moment, Luo Fancheng suddenly slammed his hand down upon Li Hongpeng's arm, which was barely held together by flesh, eliciting a scream that resonated like that of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 42. A shocking revelation. The rebirth of a broken bone. Is this what you call an offensive soul master? A scream startled everyone. None could have anticipated that Luo Fancheng would suddenly strike at Li Hongpeng at this moment. Yang Wei had just risen from the ground, nearly collapsing again in shock. His face pale with fear. Was a reckoning for previous mockeries beginning so soon? What are you doing? Stop! Other youths interjected sternly, frowning as they defended Li Hongpeng, fearing that they might be the next target of revenge. The prowess of Luo Fancheng filled them with trepidation, despite the presence of Iron Lao as their backing. It was evident that the princess, who commanded Iron Lao's loyalty, was not leaning towards their side. How could they not be afraid? Silence! Yi Xiang exclaimed sharply, her gaze fixed on Luo Fancheng, believing he would not prove to be as incompetent as others presumed. In a flash, the azure lotus martial soul reappeared, radiating beams of healing light that surged into Li Hongpeng's shattered shoulder. Luo Fancheng's expression was cold, his hand firmly pressed on Li Hongpeng's shoulder. The anguished cries of Li Hongpeng ceased abruptly, confusion, astonishment, and surprise washing over his pale face. What was happening? He felt no longer the piercing pain in his shoulder, but rather a tingling, itchy sensation, as if his arm was regenerating. The onlookers gaped in disbelief, witnessing Liu Beng's sunken Schulde visibly sway. The broken bone was regenerating? How could this be possible? It was utterly inconceivable that his martial soul could facilitate such miraculous healing. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Even Iron Lao stared wide-eyed, intently observing the healing process. It was not that they were unknowledgeable. Their extensive education had only heightened their understanding of what healing martial souls could achieve. They could staunch bleeding and heal superficial wounds. But to regenerate bones was the realm of extraordinary healing martial souls. Such rare martial souls were a rarity in the entire soul martial continent, sought after by various factions and treated as esteemed guests. To accomplish what Luo Fancheng had done, reshaping bones with a mere gesture, required not only a premier healing martial soul, but also formidable cultivation. Yet, Luo Fancheng was merely at the first ring, and his azure lotus martial soul had yet to manifest any soul rings. This indicated that the quality of his azure lotus martial soul had reached an unprecedented level. As the healing neared completion, with Li Hongpeng's arm on the brink of restoration, the astonishment within the crowd peaked. This healing ability was utterly extraordinary. They had witnessed abnormalities before, but nothing compared to this. Was he truly a support-type soul master or an offensive one? Such a question prompted the noble elite to exchange incredulous glances, and they could see the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. What a remarkable inquiry! To classify him as a support type would be misleading, for his first ring cultivation surpassed even the third ring Li Hongping's prowess, shattering a millennium-old fire monkey with a single punch. Engaging in battles beyond 1S level was frighteningly impressive. Yet, to label him an offensive soul master seemed equally absurd, as he had just effortlessly healed 7 individuals and was now regenerating broken bones. He could heal and he could fight. How could anyone be so gifted? The crowd in Apos, morale crumbled. They felt their once prided noble lineage and talents had been ruthlessly crushed, leaving their sense of superiority in tatters. Who was this monster that had emerged from nowhere? In their minds, commoners were synonymous with inferior bloodlines and poor talents. How could he stand out so magnificently? Perhaps the soul masters outside were still unaware of such a prodigy. Yang Wei gasped in realization, regretting his previous insolence toward Luo Fancheng. Iron Lao remained silent, but he wholeheartedly agreed with the murmurs of the surrounding youths, his emotions in turmoil. A terrifying thought took root in his mind. Would such a prodigy truly venture out alone? Were there no experts shadowing him in secrecy? Instantly, he felt as though countless eyes were observing him from the surrounding forest, sending shivers down his spine. Yi Xiang bit her luscious peach-like lips in surprise and delight, but soon felt an inexplicable frustration. This devilishly talented man would surely be treated like a treasure wherever he went, making it impossible for her to take him home and pamper him. Damn it! She clenched her delicate fist, glaring at Luo Fancheng, muttering, "Why must you be so extraordinary? You're already so handsome. Just lay back and be mediocre." Suddenly, Luo Fancheng concluded the healing, retracting his martial soul and lifting his hand from Li Hongping's shoulder. The surrounding discussion ceased, and all attention turned to him. Tentatively, Li Hongping tested his arm, gently moving it, and an indescribable joy spread across his face. When he swung his arm around his body, tears of joy streamed down his face, and he grinned from ear to ear. "I'm healed. I can't believe it. I'm truly healed." Witnessing Li Hongping's overwhelming joy, no one dared mock his elation. In the savage world of the Soul Martial continent, losing an arm meant a significant reduction in combat capability, forever leaving one at a disadvantage. The disappearance of the arm's meridians would also hinder the cultivation of soul power. Luo Fancheng's miraculous healing ability had pulled him back from the brink of becoming a waste. How could he not be ecstatic? Luo Fancheng, however, remained indifferent, his expression cold and detached from the jubilant crowd. A sneer escaped his lips, causing everyone's faces to stiffen. He turned to Yang Wei and the others, remarking, "A bunch of fools, utterly ignorant. If you don't completely realign the broken bones before healing, the result will only be deformity." Those who had previously questioned him, including Yang Wei, flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. They had never anticipated that Luo Fancheng possessed such terrifying healing capabilities, and their earlier transgressions against him loomed heavily in their minds. Iron Lao, stern-faced, reprimanded them. "You've ignored my teachings, acting as if you were above all. Now you understand that there are greater powers beyond your comprehension. Apologize to young friend Fancheng at once." The crowd hastily turned toward Luo Fancheng, eager to speak, but he cut them off. No need. He shook his head, uninterested in casting another glance at them. These were merely sheltered, noble offspring, not worth his concern. Luo, brother Luo, I previously spoke out of turn. Why do you still choose to repay kindness with kindness and save me? Li Hongping asked, his face burning with shame. Reflecting on his previous actions and contrasting them with Luo Fancheng's benevolence, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Repaying kindness with kindness? Luo Fancheng stepped forward, turning to face him, raising an eyebrow with a hint of amusement curling at the corner of his mouth. He lifted his hand, rubbing his wrist. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Li Hongping's face flushed crimson from the blow, contorted in pain, and he was sent spiraling away, spinning through the air. Chapter 43. Repaying Grievances with Virtue. How to Embrace Virtue. A commanding proclamation echoed until Li Hongpeng landed heavily in the grass with a dull thud, prompting the others to finally react. All were left bewildered, their expressions a tapestry of confusion, unable to grasp how Luo Fancheng, who had been so fervently rescuing, had suddenly turned to such violence. That powerful slap appeared to carry immense weight. Merely witnessing it was enough to evoke discomfort. Could it be that this fellow possessed a dual personality, or perhaps, like the princess, was subject to unpredictable whims, a madman in disguise? Li Hongpeng staggered to his feet from the foliage, his vision clouded with stars, feeling as though the world was spinning around him. His face swelled visibly, becoming red and inflamed, with streams of blood trickling from his nose, painting a grim picture. Luo, brother Luo? He was genuinely dazed by the unexpected blow, tears welling up from the pain, convinced that his cheekbone had been fractured. Luo Fancheng's eyes betrayed no hint of sympathy. His lips parted slowly to counter. Repaying grievances with virtue. How then do we repay virtue? This inquiry rendered Li Hongpeng speechless, leaving the others deep in contemplation, their gazes clouded with perplexity. Luo Fancheng continued. To save you was to acknowledge your bravery, for you dared to shield the princess from harm, while her peril was a consequence of protecting me. As for striking you, it is simply because your tongue has been unclean and deserves a reprimand. He believed in settling debts and avenging wrongs. To repay grievances with virtue? Absolutely not. Merely refraining from delivering another blow was already a show of mercy. The crowd stood in astonishment, rooted to the spot, gaining a profound understanding of Luo Fancheng's character. Yi Xiang's beautiful eyes sparkled, her body trembling in an unusual manner, and rather than feeling disgust, she found herself experiencing an unsettling flutter in her heart. But why do you only strike me and not the others? Li Hongpeng lamented, on the verge of tears. Although he recognized his deserving of punishment, he couldn't fathom why he alone bore the brunt of it. This was simply too cruel. Luo Fancheng shook his head, casting a sidelong glance at the frightened yet curious Yang Wei and the others, and replied slowly, because they do not deserve it. Upon hearing this response, Li Hongpeng was rendered utterly speechless, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Was this a compliment? It should perhaps be considered so. He glanced around, seeking clarity. Suddenly, Luo Fancheng smiled and remarked casually, "You wouldn't be angered by a mad dog barking at the village's edge, but if it were to approach and bite you, that would be an entirely different matter." Huh? The others realized they were being subtly insulted. Yang Wei and the others felt a chill creep up their spines. Though Luo Fancheng appeared to be jesting, they sensed an underlying warning. Should they continue in their ignorance, they might find themselves facing dire consequences. Tai Lao, observing from the side, understood everything clearly and felt a deep sense of trepidation. Such talent, such presence, such temperament. Could this genuinely belong to a mere village youth? Even a most gifted noble, trained by esteemed mentors, would likely pale in comparison. After concluding his remarks, Luo Fancheng sat cross-legged, seemingly oblivious to those around him, and swiftly began to absorb spiritual energy to restore his soul power, solidifying his recent breakthrough to the 11th level as a soul master. His battle with the blazing fire monkeys had depleted a significant portion of his soul power. Assisting the others was manageable, but healing Li Hongpeng's broken bones had nearly drained him entirely. Thankfully, the healing abilities of the Blue Lotus martial spirit were exceptional, but they still required his soul power for support. Fortunately, Li Hongpeng had only suffered a fracture that needed reattachment. Otherwise, his current reserves might have proven insufficient. Within his dantian, 13 swirling soul power vortices spun, one of which had completely transitioned from gaseous to liquid form, marking his official entry into the 11th level. According to his teacher, the High Priestess, an ordinary person required all 10 vortices to liquefy to ascend to the 20th level and acquire a second soul ring. However, due to his surpassing limits thrice, he possessed 13 vortices, making his advancement more challenging than that of others. Nevertheless, the difficulty was proportional to the rewards. Without the additional 3 vortices, Even with his exceptional martial spirit and unique physique, he could only hope to absorb soul rings of 8 or 900 years at best. It would be utterly impossible to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring at his current 10th level, achieving an unprecedented miracle. It was widely acknowledged across the continent that the absorption limit for a Soul Master's first soul ring was 400 years, while the second was 900. Yet, Luo Fancheng had already reached the level others achieved when absorbing their third soul ring. Curiosity and anticipation burgeoned within him. If he were to liquefy all 13 soul power vortices, how formidable would his second soul ring be, surpassing other prodigious soul masters by leaps and bounds? Moreover, upon completing this breakthrough, he should no longer need to restrain the little mudfish and could indulge in a wave of evolution. Time gradually pressed onward. The fiery sun began its descent in the west, casting a shadow over the lush greenery. Even if Yi Xiang remained silent, Tai Lao and the others could not abandon Luo Fancheng. These nobles understood the importance of seizing opportunities, striving to avoid offending those with potential, and climbing the ladder of power. The area had been cleared by Tai Lao and his team to prevent corpses and the scent of blood from attracting other soul beasts. The young men either remained vigilant or engaged in recuperation, while the stunningly beautiful Yi Xiang squatted nearby, her delicate arms resting on her knees, her jade hands cradling her cheeks as she gazed intently at Luo Fancheng's serene face. Her eyes sparkled, lost in thought. She wore a crimson cloak adorned with golden patterns that concealed her tattered top, enhancing her captivating allure. Her white boots were stained with dirt, and her black stockings were thoroughly tattered, barely clinging to her fair legs. Alas, this was not the time to remove them. She had to endure. Thankful that her shorts remained intact. As Yi Xiang's gaze drifted downwards, she noticed Luo Fancheng still clad in his ragged, blood-stained attire. She softly scoffed, "Pa, I've never seen someone so shabby. You poor thing." Her words dripped with disdain, yet her hands began to remove the luxurious crimson cloak from her figure, rising to drape it around Luo Fancheng. From a distance, Yang Wei and the others, who appeared to be practicing, were secretly observing this scene and felt a chill in their hearts. This was the goddess they had pursued for years. Yi Xiang may have been a bit eccentric and wild, yet her beauty was undeniable, her talent exceptional, and her lineage impeccable. Witnessing their goddess express concern for another was enough to pierce their hearts. Boom! Just as Yi Xiang placed her cloak upon Luo Fancheng, an extraordinary aura surged from within him, startling everyone around. Faced with the collective gaze, Yi Xiang found herself frozen in place, clutching the garment mid-air, utterly at a loss. When Tai Lao sensed the soul power emanating from Luo Fancheng, his eyes widened in astonishment. 12th level? This young man has broken through? Breakthrough? Surely you jest. How could this be possible? The crowd gasped, their mouths agape, instinctively dismissing Tielao's claim. Chapter 44. The incongruity of the charming princess. Are you pretending to be someone you're not, princess? Iron Old shot a disbelieving glance at Yang Wei and the others, furrowing his brow, visibly displeased. I have not yet reached the age of dimming eyesight. I cannot be mistaken. Li Hongpeng quickly grinned. Iron Old, how could we dare to question you? It was just this afternoon that Brother Luo broke through to the 11th level, and now, just a few hours later, he has broken through again. Indeed, Iron Old, such a pace of cultivation is simply unheard of, utterly contrary to reason. The young men nodded vigorously, their faces etched with incredulity. It was not that they were unwilling to believe, it was simply beyond comprehension. A soul master, upon awakening, finds it relatively easy to break through at the first level, but as one progresses, the soul power required for subsequent breakthroughs increases, resulting in a slower pace of advancement. Yang Wei wore a look of utter astonishment, having just reached the 11th level himself, and he had even surpassed Luo Fancheng in the process. Yet, while he was barely consolidating his newfound strength, Luo Fancheng had already achieved another breakthrough. Even accounting for differences, such a gap was unfathomable. As the incredulous voices of the young men echoed around him, even Iron Old began to doubt himself. Had he truly grown old and lost his discernment? Just then, Luo Fancheng concluded his meditation, rising from the ground, his fatigue dissipating, eyes sparkling with vitality. He noticed everyone staring at him with wide eyes, feeling quite perplexed by their strange gazes. Surely, they weren't all infatuated with his looks like the princess, were they? Luo Fancheng shuddered slightly. At that moment, a waft of fragrance brushed past his nose. Turning around, he discovered the audacious princess, clad in black stockings and beautiful legs, standing close behind him. Princess, what brings you here? Yi Xiang's cheeks flushed crimson as her delicate hands clutched her bright red cloak, unsure whether to raise it or let it drop. She couldn't exactly admit that she was concerned about him feeling cold due to his thin attire, as that would be quite embarrassing. Straightening her slender waist, she revealed an astonishingly beautiful figure. Do not misinterpret. I am not worried about your coldness, she declared haughtily. Luo Fancheng, bewildered, replied, but princess, I haven't even asked anything yet. As he gazed into his bright, dark eyes, Yi Xiang felt increasingly flustered, her words tumbling out in a nervous rush. I was just thinking of covering your head and knocking you unconscious to bring you back to the city as a servant. But you woke up? Consider it your good fortune. Yes, Luo Fancheng nodded. I know. The princess would never be so kind as to cover me with a cloak. You know nothing. All her modesty transformed into exasperation. Her cheeks flushed, radiating a unique allure. Luo Fancheng couldn't help but marvel internally at how stunning the princess was, a true beauty, albeit with a rather tempestuous temperament. If only she could be tamed, she would be utterly perfect. Iron Old approached with a friendly smile. Young brother Luo, I hear you have just broken through to the 12th level? Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. How swiftly the titles had changed from that little punk to young friend Luo, and now he was young brother Luo. Was Iron Old the legendary master of transformation? Yes, the second vortex of soul power has liquefied, achieving the 12th level, Luo Fancheng acknowledged, not hiding his accomplishments. Gasp. Others present inhaled sharply, astonished that he had truly reached the 12th level. This was simply too rapid, preposterous. It was impossible to cheat at such a pace. Iron Old, his suspicions confirmed, chuckled wryly. It seems I've been blind. I failed to recognize such extraordinary talent in young brother Luo before. Luo Fancheng, noting the astonished reactions, remarked with an odd expression. So you all were not cultivating just to stare at me? Such a statement, young friend, Iron Old replied, to break through 2 realms in one day. Is that not worth our attention? I have always done this. There is nothing surprising about it. Luo Fancheng replied, bemused. Is this not a standard practice? You claim to be elite nobles, yet you act like startled chickens. What? Always like this? Goodness, are you listening to yourself? The group felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them at his apparent disdain. Sighing, Luo Fancheng recalled the sensations during his cultivation, releasing a deep breath that silenced the others. Question marks seemed to float above their heads. Sighing? Brother, ancestors, what do you have to sigh about? You just obtained a Millennium Soul Ring, shattered the historical record for the first soul ring of the Soul Martial continent, and swiftly broke through a level. What more is there to sigh about? Honestly, are you trying to frustrate us? To make us feel inferior? Li Hongpong raged, ruffling his disheveled hair, his eyes bloodshot. Yang Wei felt a sharp bitterness in his throat, nearly choking on his disbelief. This was infuriating. Yi Xiang, proud by nature, found herself feeling a twinge of insecurity in Luo Fancheng's presence. Faced with the frenzied expressions of the crowd, Luo Fancheng shook his head earnestly. A true hero does not dwell on past glories. Since the breakthrough has concluded, it is now a matter of the past. There is little sense in revisiting it. I noticed during my cultivation that my pace has slowed considerably compared to before. How could I not sigh? Slow? Li Hongpeng's jaw dropped, utterly petrified. Brother, we've seen arrogance, but never have we witnessed such earnest display of pretentiousness. Unable to contain himself, Iron Old inquired, young brother Luo, if I may ask, what was your pace of cultivation before? Luo Fancheng shook his head, unwilling to elaborate. He had come to realize that the joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate with one another. This group resembled students who were simply content to pass an exam. ecstatic with an 80, and elated at achieving a 90, forever oblivious to the anguish of a scholar who falls just short of perfection. The situation reminded him of a gathering of underperforming students celebrating passing grades while a top student lamented over their near-perfect score, sighing in regret. Yi Xiang, curious, noticed Luo Fancheng's silence and pouted. Why are you not speaking? What is there to hide? We are now comrades in adversity. Li Hongpeng patted his chest. Is Brother Luo afraid of scaring us? We are all professionally trained with strong mental resilience. Luo Fancheng waved his hand, lacking any interest in discussing it, surveying the surroundings. He sought the direction he had come from at dawn, intending to return to find the Pope and his junior sister. Iron Old speculated. The cultivation during the Soul Master phase is indeed somewhat easier. With young Brother Luo's talents, breaking through 4 levels in a day is certainly plausible. Li Hongpeng shook his head. I think we can be bolder in our assumptions. Perhaps 5 or 6 levels in a day is possible. Are you exaggerating? 6 levels in a day? I've never heard of such a thing. Yang Wei shook his head repeatedly. Yi Xiang pouted, feeling neglected. Why wouldn't he even glance her way? Did the scraggly trees and weeds around them compare to her beauty? Irked, she stomped her foot, hurling her red cloak at Luo Fancheng. What a miser. Truly inconsiderate. Hearing the wind whip around him, Luo Fancheng extended his arm to catch the cloak, turning with a resigned expression. If you insist on hearing it, I can share but just a day at level 9. Chapter 45. A day of 9 levels? Joyful saintess, Yi Xiang. Come home with me. Elder Tai resolved to maintain an air of composure this time, intending to present himself with a dignity befitting a 5th-tier powerhouse. It was unbecoming to be perpetually astonished by a younger generation. Such reactions lacked sophistication and pride. Thus, upon hearing Luo Fancheng speak, he instinctively nodded and casually remarked, "Oh, so it's 9 levels in a day? Quite impressive indeed." The others quivered, their bodies stiffening as they turned their heads in unison to gaze at Elder Tai, their wide eyes seemingly questioning. "Do you even realize what you just said? Would you care to repeat that? What nonsense have you just uttered?" Elder Tai initially appeared bewildered, but soon grasped the gravity of his words, muttering to himself, "What did he just say? 9 levels in a day? Goodness, what on earth?" A surge of fiery emotion ignited within him, nearly propelling him to leap forward, his breath heavy with urgency. "Brother Luo, are you certain you're not jesting? Is it truly 9 levels in a day?" Luo Fancheng, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Well, it could be considered a day, I suppose." "What do you mean could be considered?" Elder Tai's mind raced, unable to find peace until he delved deeper into this revelation. He feared sleepless nights if he did not uncover the truth. Yi Xiang interjected, her tone laced with astonishment. If it were 9 levels in 2 days, that would still be terrifying. Luo Fancheng shook his head, recalling, "I trained tirelessly through that night, so calling it a day I senti quite accurate. It should be half a day." Half a day. Yi Xiang's complexion paled, while Elder Tai and the others stood immobilized, their throats dry and speechless. In the summer night, a warm breeze swept through the jungle, yet the group of 7 noblemen from the royal city felt an involuntary shiver. An indescribable sense of dread surged within them. The more they learned about this ruggedly handsome commoner, the more they grasped the sheer magnitude of his terrifying talent. Yet, he bore an air of nonchalance, devoid of arrogance. They finally comprehended why he sighed despite achieving 2 levels in a single day. Their perspectives were simply worlds apart. What is perspective? This, indeed, is what one calls true perspective. Li Hongpeng's eyes sparkled with fervor as if witnessing the very essence of life's beliefs. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. "Brother Luo, are you sure you're human?" Luo Fancheng stared incredulously at him. "Your shock is one thing, but must you resort to insults?" Realizing his faux pas, Li Hongpeng quickly clarified, "Brother Luo, it's just that you are so extraordinary that I can't help but wonder if you were a reincarnated soul beast from 100,000 years ago." The others nodded in agreement, increasingly convinced that Luo Fancheng resembled a legendary beast reborn rather than a mere human. They instinctively took a step back. "Huh." In the shadows of the jungle, Bai Ingyue laughed heartily, her chime-like laughter echoing, her charm undeniable. She wiped away tears of mirth. It's too amusing, teacher. Finally, I'm not the only one bearing the brunt of my junior's shocking prowess. Just look at their dumbfounded expressions. I remain far more composed. Indeed, they even suspect my junior is a soul beast. It's absurd. Di Weiyang, with her breathtaking phoenix-like eyes, remained silent under the moonlight. Yet the corners of her lips subtly curled upwards, hinting at her good spirits. Luo Fancheng shook his head in resignation. Surely, not all nobles can be this foolish. In the blink of an eye, they've mistaken me for a soul beast. I can't very well shout, I am human. I am human. That would be utterly ridiculous. An epic dilemma arose. How does one prove their humanity when others doubt it? Luo Fancheng's expression darkened. Could you all please behave normally? Don't embarrass the nobility. Li Hongpeng took another step back. Brother, it's not that we doubt you. It's just that this talent seems beyond what a mere human could possess. The others nodded in agreement. Legends say that when a soul beast from 100,000 years chooses to take human form, they may start anew, yet their power surges to astonishing heights. Enough of this nonsense. Elder Tai interjected seriously. 100,000-year soul beast becoming human will awaken only its original martial soul. It cannot possess dual martial souls. The group understood, but when recalling that Luo Fancheng indeed had dual martial souls, their lips twitched uncontrollably. This was even more terrifying than a soul beast transforming into a human in the entire soul martial continent. Those blessed with dual martial souls were exceedingly rare, one in millions, standing at the pinnacle of true genius. And now they had encountered one. Seeing their doubts dissipate, Luo Fancheng breathed a sigh of relief. He was grateful for Elder Tai's intervention. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words. However, through their brief conversation, he gained further insight into the matter of 100,000-year soul beasts taking human form. His enchanting Aunt Gio, with her beguiling charm, had transformed into a human. Yet that was not the same as truly becoming one. Luo Fancheng pondered silently, curious if he would ever encounter a soul beast that had taken human form. However, he quickly shook his head, realizing the improbability. There were so few 100,000-year soul beasts, and even fewer that had transformed. He still had no concept of the vastness of the soul martial continent. Could he expect to stumble upon one? The odds were exceedingly slim. At that moment, Yi Xiang approached, her graceful legs gliding forward as she patted his shoulder, her beautiful eyes locking onto his with a serious inquiry. Are you truly a commoner? Or are you merely jesting with us? Having already spoken, whether she believed him was of little consequence. Luo Fancheng shrugged, wearing an expression of indifference. He found her not particularly strange, but even a hint of her submissive nature warranted caution. One mustn't show her excessive kindness. Yi Xiang shook her head, her silky hair swaying. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that the strength of your martial soul rivals that of the core descendants awakened from the bloodlines of the 4 great empires and the 10 major sections. Like me, although I hail from the royal bloodline of the Songlong Empire, my lineage lacks purity, resulting in the awakening of an 8th-grade Sakura dragon martial soul. In contrast, the most refined royal bloodlines can awaken the 9th-grade supreme ancient Songlong martial soul, one of the 4 mightiest beast martial souls in the soul martial continent. Luo Fancheng considered the implications of the system's sporadic encouragement, which seemed to manifest only after he accomplished something remarkable. Was this a veiled encouragement for him to become self-reliant? He mused aloud, you nobles rely on bloodlines. We commoners must depend on mutations. Fortunately, mine turned out rather well. The surrounding Elder Tai and others fell into a contemplative silence. Accustomed to the blows to their pride, their mentalities now resigned. As silence enveloped the jungle, Luo Fancheng draped his arm over his crimson cloak, standing opposite the alluring Yi Xiang. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. In a remarkable synchronicity, the beautiful Yi Xiang raised her head and earnestly stated, Come home with me, Chapter 46. The princess's oath impossible, Your Highness. What? You want me to go home with you? Luo Fancheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Why such an exaggerated reaction? Yi Xiang retorted, but soon realized the ambiguity in her words. making it sound as if they were returning together to meet her parents. She proudly lifted her exquisite features and huffed, "Do not misunderstand. Did you not mention that you are an orphan? I, being inherently kind-hearted, merely wish to offer you shelter since you are homeless." Kind-hearted? Generous? Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. With your spoiled and willful temperament, it would be a miracle if you didn't bully others. So, your family must have taken in many handsome orphans around 18 years old, right? How dare you? Yi Xieying scolded, her voice laced with indignation. Open your eyes and tell me, does this princess strike you as someone so indiscriminate? Her expression softened as she gazed earnestly at Luo Fancheng. If you were to come with me, you would be the first man I have ever taken in, and indeed the only one. Luo Fancheng recoiled slightly, scoffing. So much for your alleged kindness. Nonsense. You don't wish to shelter me. It's clear you are merely attracted to my physique. With her secret laid bare in front of him, Yi Xieying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet a peculiar thrill surged within her, causing her skin to shimmer with a faint rosy hue. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "What are you babbling about? Stop being so conceited. This princess has countless suitors and feels nothing for you." "Ha ha," Luo Fancheng chuckled nonchalantly. "That is splendid news. Since the princess feels no affection for me, please let me go. I was just thinking of saying farewell." Nearby, Li Hongpeng was almost in tears from envy, wishing to rush over and shake Luo Fancheng by the collar, exclaiming, "Brother, my dear brother, I assent it wonderful to be desired. What a splendid thing." He wanted to be coveted himself, yet here he was unwanted and treated like refuse. Yang Wei's eyes glimmered with jealousy, his heart burning with bitterness, as he reflected on how he had been overly attentive to the princess only to be spurned, while this fellow openly rejected her, and yet she still pursued him. Old Tai, seasoned in the ways of the world, was bewildered. He had encountered countless individuals, but could not fathom this striking young man before him. The princess's intentions were unmistakable. He merely needed to play coy, and the opportunity would present itself. Clinging to the princess's coattails would lead to prosperity. What shame was there in it? To kneel behind a woman was to stand before the world. Resources for cultivation would be at his disposal, a powerful backing secured, and a beautiful wife arranged. Though she was a bit headstrong, her beauty and allure were undeniable. Establishing a family and a career would elevate his life to its pinnacle. Was that not enticing? To capture the princess's favor was a dream for many, yet Luo Fancheng, without a second thought, rejected it outright. Did he truly have no interest? Not even a flicker of desire? In the realm of power struggles, Old Tai had witnessed too many who forsook loved ones for power and status, even turning against friends. Yet he had never encountered such an enigmatic youth. He shook his head repeatedly, sighing inwardly, "I cannot comprehend. I cannot see through him." Others shared Old Tai's sentiments, pondering if there truly existed someone indifferent to wealth and status. "Are you determined to leave?" Yi Xieying inquired. "Indeed," Luo Fancheng nodded. "The princess previously promised that I would be allowed to depart after receiving an additional spirit ring." Yi Xieying fixed her gaze on him, finding not a hint of hesitation in his profound black eyes, only tranquility. It seemed he craved neither her beauty, figure, status, nor anything else. Yet, the more he rejected her, the more her heart raced, and the more she wished to keep him close, a strong possessiveness welling up within her. Yi Xieying's expression darkened gradually, her delicate fist clenched as she spoke coldly. "What if I refuse to let you go?" Luo Fancheng replied with a smile. "Then we would no longer be friends, but rather enemies." Yi Xieying extended her slender hand, a silvery moonbeam filtering through the leaves to rest in her palm as she slowly closed her fingers around it. "Luo Fancheng, do you know? From childhood to now, there has been nothing I wished for that I could not obtain. My father dotes on me. Everything I desire appears before me." Luo Fancheng sensed a dangerous aura, his body tensing. "So, the princess intends for Old Tai to forcefully keep me here?" "Ha!" Yi Xieying suddenly chuckled coldly, her beautiful eyes glancing at him, her red lips curling into a smile that radiated an indescribable pride. "You are indeed quite remarkable, but do not underestimate me. I won't trouble you. I will let you go." Luo Fancheng was taken aback, as were Old Tai, Li Hongpeng, and the others. well aware of Yi Xiang's stubborn nature. Upon witnessing the astonishment on Luo Fancheng's face, Yi Xiang felt a wave of delight and let out a bright, melodious laugh. Surprised, are you? Luo Fancheng admitted. I truly did not expect that. Yi Xiang's gaze turned complex. Do you know? Although I have always gotten what I wanted, I was not happy every day. My heart felt empty, so empty it drove me mad. I did not understand what was wrong, especially when so many envied my life. It was not until I saw you striving alone that I realized the truth. What others give is ultimately what they have acquired. Only what one earns through their own efforts can yield true joy. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. Please, I strive because I do not have a father like yours. What are you learning from me? Yi Xiang inhaled deeply, finally releasing her breath slowly, her striking phoenix eyes radiating a stubborn brilliance. I have made my decision. This time, I will not let anyone interfere with what I want. I will strive to obtain you and truly savor this unique joy. I refuse, Luo Fancheng protested. Refusal is in vain. Noticing the peculiar excitement flashing in Yi Xiang's beautiful eyes, Luo Fancheng's mouth twitched. Good heavens, just when he thought the princess's temperament had normalized, the familiar scent returned all too quickly. If it were another woman, he might think she would pursue him in a conventional manner. But with the masochistic Yi Xiang, well, that was another story entirely. One could never predict what chaos she might unleash. Surely you won't drug me, right? Luo Fancheng. You just referred to us as friends, did you not? Yi Xiang's eyes sparkled with mischief. Huh? Luo Fancheng scratched his head. Did I say that? Do not play the fool with me. Yi Xiang glared. Otherwise, I shall call Old Tai to knock you out and take you away. Yes, yes, friends it is. That S settled. Luo Fancheng sighed in resignation. However, he recalled her words when he absorbed the spirit ring. He had heard everything she said and fully acknowledged her true nature. Yi Xiang's sparkling eyes twinkled. Then, as friends, it is only fitting that I gift you something, right? Suddenly, she retrieved a package from her storage space and thrust it into Luo Fancheng's empty left hand. What is this? Luo Fancheng asked, bewildered, while Old Tai's face turned pale with shock, exclaiming in agony, Little ancestor, no. Chapter 47. A gift, a lady and Appo's request. And the audacity to steal a glance before the high priestess before Luo Fancheng could unseal the package. Tai Lao rushed over, intent on reclaiming it. With a swift movement, Yi Xiang positioned herself in front of Luo Fancheng, preventing Tai Lao from advancing. He halted abruptly, anxiety bubbling within him as he pleaded, Your Highness, we cannot accept these items. At this moment, Li Hongpeng and the others also beheld the contents of the package, their bodies trembling as they voiced their objections in unison. This is unacceptable. Your Highness, you cannot do this. How outrageous. Yi Xiang furrowed her brows, her voice laced with defiance. Am I not the princess here? Or are you? The sharpness of her retort sent shivers through the crowd, reminding them of the trepidation they felt when encountering Luo Fancheng. It seemed that ever since meeting him, the princess had become significantly more docile, yet the memory of their previous fears lingered. Of course, it is you, Your Highness, Tai Lao replied, lowering his gaze. The others fell silent, standing obediently. Luo Fancheng, having formed a suspicion in his mind, opened the package to reveal several plump red fruits, exuding a refreshing aroma that invigorated him, as if enhancing the flow of his soul power. There were 9 fruits in total, precisely as many as when they were harvested, explaining the tension and excitement among Tai Lao and the others. Yi Xiang stood protectively in front of Luo Fancheng, her fierce gaze sweeping over the others. She then pointed at the package and declared, Are you intending to teach me how to conduct myself? I would dare to gift not only these fruits, but even my father's royal city. Gift the royal city? Tai Lao and the others trembled, their scalps tingling. If anyone else had made such a claim, they would have dismissed it outright, but Yi Xiang was different. If she dared to offer it, her father might very well comply. Everyone knew that the lord of Qianlong City, King Tianwu, was utterly devoted to his daughter, renowned for his ruthless conquests, yet indulging her to an extreme degree. As the others held their breath, A male voice suddenly broke the tension. Your Highness, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. Luo Fancheng tied the package securely and attempted to return it, aware of the fruit's worth through the reactions of Tai Lao and the others. Yi Xieying turned, her fierce demeanor softening as a proud smile graced her lips. It is priceless when it comes to my happiness. If you refuse it, it means you do not regard me as a friend. Luo Fancheng, not one to dawdle, replied decisively. Very well, I shall accept it, but I cannot consume them all. I must leave some for you. Excellent. In the night, Yi Xieying's smile blossomed like a vibrant rose, enchanting and delightful. Then, you may keep a few, and I shall crush a few. Tai Lao and the others exchanged glances, resigned. The princess's mischievous spirit had returned. Luo Fancheng shook his head, accepting his fate. Just as it should be, Yi Xieying pouted playfully. How could you refuse someone's heartfelt gesture? Luo Fancheng felt a chill. It seemed the princess's condition had worsened. He resolved to make a swift exit, especially if the high priestess and his junior had not followed him. Brother Fancheng, Yi Xieying called softly as friends. It is only right that I offer you a small gift. So, Luo Fancheng felt a shiver run down his spine. Speak normally. Who's to say who is older between us? Okay, dear brother. Yi Xieying leaned closer, her voluptuous figure brushing against him as she whispered enticingly, then, as a friend, if I were to face difficulties, would you assist me? Luo Fancheng felt a surge of irritation, wanting to question her audacity. But with the fruits in hand and the cloak draped over him, he found himself unable to respond. He could even catch glimpses of the alluring scenery before him. Assist you? Naturally, I would, he conceded, recalling how she had risked herself to support him earlier. Yi Xieying and Appo's eyes sparkled with mischief as she withdrew slightly, grinning. Then, Brother Fancheng, you must visit Qianlong City in 3 months. I have an important task that requires your help. Realizing he had been ensnared in her scheme, Luo Fancheng retorted, You do not simply wish to lure me there to see you, do you? Yi Xieying shook her head vehemently. No. There is indeed a significant matter that needs your assistance. Very well, he nodded, as long as it does not involve aiding you in childbirth. I shall help with whatever I can. Yi Xieying's eyes widened in disbelief. Her cheeks flushed crimson. What are you saying? Forced fruits are not sweet, Luo Fancheng shrugged. You once told me this, so I must express my reservations up front. You. Yi Xieying stamped her foot, flustered. Now, do tell me what this task is. I do not believe there is anything within your realm that I could possibly assist with. Luo Fancheng, self-aware, recognized that while he possessed slightly more charm, luck, and talent than others, his current abilities were insufficient. Yi Xieying shook her head. Every year in the 11th month, my father, the ruler of Qianlong City, organizes a soul master combat competition with the 2 adjacent royal cities. Participants are young soul masters under the age of 19, and the outcomes determine the allocation of resources and mining rights in the vicinity of the 3 major cities. You have such remarkable talent, and I wish to invite you to assist us in the contest. The rewards are substantial. Luo Fancheng paused, sensing something amiss. Why not simply seize the mines if one city is stronger than the others? Why complicate matters with a competition? Yi Xieying explained. Firstly, the Songlong Emperor prohibits conflicts among the 9 royal cities under his command. Furthermore, battles among the powerful are difficult to control and often result in casualties, which no faction can afford. Selecting young soul masters for competition minimizes risks and ensures fairness, making it acceptable to all, while also serving as a means to train troops. Train troops? Luo Fancheng was puzzled. Yi Xieying continued. Why is there an age limit of 19? Because the following year, a continent-wide competition for young soul masters will occur, where the 4 great empires and all sects will participate, with a cap of 20 years for competitors. This is the grandest event on the continent. Even finishing in the top 100 is an unimaginable honor, bringing fame throughout the soul martial continent. Her eyes sparkled with longing, and Li Hongpeng and the others exhibited similar fervor, clearly excited. Luo Fancheng felt awkward, scratching his head. I've never heard of such an event in my village. Yi Xieying replied. That is why the imperial nobility and the main families look down upon commoners. They are too out of touch, as if living in 2 separate worlds. Luo Fancheng nodded, recognizing the strong information barrier that existed, with nobles monopolizing information and resources, making it exceedingly difficult for commoners to rise. Let's not dwell on this. The continent-wide competition is still far off. Suddenly, Yi Xiang leaned closer, whispering secrets meant only for their ears. What I mentioned earlier was merely the official reason for the contest among the three major cities. There is a significant secret hidden within. What secret? Luo Fancheng inquired, curiosity piqued. I cannot reveal it now. Wait until you come in 3 months. She teased. It will surely be beneficial for you. She produced a bronze token and tucked it into the package containing the fruits. Behold, this is the token of the princess of our county. Upon your arrival in Qianlong City, simply utter my name, and it shall suffice, no matter the circumstance. Luo Fancheng was rendered speechless, as if she feared he might not come. Her words trailed off, and he refrained from pursuing that thought further. Luo Fancheng gracefully draped the crimson cloak over Yi Xiang's delicate form. Then, clutching his bundle, he turned to depart without lingering. The rustling of leaves echoed as Yi Xiang bit her lip, her gaze lingering on the receding figure clad in crimson against the backdrop of the forest nightfall. Unable to contain herself, she called out, "Hey, stop!" Luo Fancheng paused and turned back. Yi Xiang continued, rather than wandering alone in solitude. Why not return home with me? I shall enlist a renowned teacher for you. Luo Fancheng chuckled softly. Silly girl, who told you that I lack a teacher? You have a teacher? Yi Xiang was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, that must be an utterly incompetent teacher to allow you to venture forth alone into danger. Isn't that leading the students astray? Luo Fancheng felt a jolt within his heart. Oh, my little ancestor, such reckless criticism is ill-advised. Thankfully, the high priestess is not present. Otherwise, you would be in trouble. As Yi Xiang and oppose, as frustration mounted, her eyes filled with concern for the blood-stained attire adorning Luo Fancheng. Come with me. I shall find you a distinguished mentor. If all else fails, my father shall personally instruct you. With your talent, you should not be taught by the mediocre. At that moment, Tai Lao stepped forward, expressing his admiration. Brother Luo, the princess speaks truthfully. A responsible teacher would never permit you to embark on such perilous adventures alone. Is he not concerned for your safety? Join us, and with your innate abilities, we shall treasure and nurture you. With each word, Luo Fancheng's heart raced, a chill creeping down his spine, as though unseen eyes were upon him. Please, no more of this, he entreated. To be candid, my teacher is quite formidable. She is most likely lurking in the shadows, and uttering the wrong words could bring misfortune. Formidable? Yi Xiang challenged, raising her chin defiantly. How formidable can she be? Level 70? Level 80? Yet, she inquired further, Tai Lao, are there any hidden individuals nearby? Princess, Tai Lao affirmed, I have thoroughly swept this area, even driving off the soul beasts. If there were anyone here, even an 80-level expert, I would certainly have detected them. In the depths of the forest, the enchanting figure of the purple-haired maiden with striking legs clad in black boots stood alongside the regal and exquisite golden-clad high priestess. Teacher, it appears someone is attempting to undermine you, and rather brazenly at that. How amusing! Bai Yingyue chuckled, her laughter causing her chest to quiver. However, her mirth faded as she noticed the high priestess's expression was decidedly unfavorable. She tentatively asked, Teacher, you aren't angry, are you? Di Wei Yang remained silent, her exquisite and majestic demeanor devoid of emotion. Yet the surrounding air grew increasingly frigid. Oh no, this is bad. Someone is definitely in trouble. Bai Yingyue shivered involuntarily, pinching her cute lips in an effort to suppress her smile, lest she incur undeserved wrath. She cast a sympathetic glance at the distant figures of the princess and Tai Lao, who were still fervently trying to win over Luo Fancheng, daring to encroach upon the high priestess's domain. Such courage! I am utterly in awe of you. Chapter 48. A Reckless Demise? The high priestess takes action in the moonlit jungle. The county princess and Iron Elder continued to persuade with both reason and courtesy. The more Luo Fancheng listened, the more alarmed he became, and he hastily interrupted. Enough. Let me be frank with you. My mentor is a transcendent being of at least level 90. As for her identity, she has not disclosed it, so I shall not share it with you." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiang and the others were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances that betrayed their skepticism. Li Hongpeng spoke up, "Brother Luo, are you certain your mentor is a transcendent being above level 9? He quickly added, "Do not misunderstand. We do not doubt you, but we suspect you might have been deceived." Iron Elder also chimed in, "There are millions of soul masters across the continent. Yet those who reach the 7th level soul saint are exceedingly rare. 8th level title holders are formidable lords who govern regions, while 9th level transcendent beings rank among the pinnacle of power in the soul martial continent, representing the ultimate combat strength of major factions. It is exceedingly unlikely for such a being to wander among the common folk and take you as a disciple." Yi Xiang opened her mouth, attempting to dissuade him. "Fancheng, you are likely being misled. Look, it is late, and no one has come looking for you." Luo Fancheng shook his head. "Heed my advice. My silence is for your own good. I suspect my mentor is nearby, choosing not to reveal herself. However, should you continue to speak, you may provoke her, and I cannot guarantee your safety." "Oomph." Yi Xiang's pride surged once more. Hands on her hips, she declared nonchalantly, "You do not frighten me. If you have the ability, summon her to teach me a lesson. Whoever fears is a coward." She turned to the others, asking, "Are you afraid? With the princess here, what is there to fear?" Yang Wei and the others quickly shook their heads, smiling sheepishly. One among them hesitated, remaining silent. "Li Hongpeng, why are you not speaking?" Yi Xiang pressed. "How about we heed Brother Luo's counsel this time?" Li Hongpeng, having been humbled by Luo Fancheng numerous times, felt genuine fear creeping in. Yi Xiang pouted, boring. "No one has dared to confront me since my birth." "Oh, is that so?" A cold, authoritative voice resonated through the forest, echoing ominously and leaving a lingering silence in its wake. At the sound, everyone's bodies trembled. How could there be someone hidden here? I had meticulously searched the area. Iron Elder and Appo's expression shifted dramatically, while Yi Xiang and Appo's haughty demeanor froze. Li Hongpeng shivered. No way, is she really here? He felt on the verge of tears. "I told you not to doubt Luo Fancheng." Luo Fancheng and Appo's eyes brightened. She truly was present. Earlier, he had felt a twinge of disappointment, believing his mentor and sister were absent. Clearly, she was still concerned for him. A warmth enveloped his heart, but he sighed, realizing that with the high priestess revealing herself, this unruly princess was destined for trouble. Who is lurking in the shadows? Yi Xiang scanned her surroundings anxiously, recognizing that Iron Elder could not detect whoever was present, indicating their profound power. Iron Elder forced a bitter smile and bowed deeply. "We were just speaking foolishly, and we acknowledge our error. We sincerely apologize, esteemed one. Please forgive us." Forgiveness is not forthcoming. The cold, unfeeling voice rang out once more, and the air was filled with the sound of rending fabric. With a rumble, the void twisted, and enormous dark rifts split open, exuding a terrifying and violent aura reminiscent of ancient, man-eating beasts. As they beheld the spatial rifts sealing off all escape routes, Iron Elder felt his scalp prickle, his voice trembling as he stammered, "Be broken. Broken space. 9th level. Transcendent?" Thud. Yang Wei and the others, possessing lesser cultivation, could not withstand the pressure and fell to their knees. They had encountered many powerful soul masters, but never a scene so horrifying. The very space was fracturing. This was a feat achievable only by a being above level 90. Li Hongpeng's legs quaked, his face drawn in despair. This time, the princess has truly led us to disaster. Yi Xiang felt a primal shudder run through her body, biting her lip in horror, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. She had never anticipated that Luo Fancheng concealed such a terrifying powerhouse behind him. Iron Elder quivered as he spoke. "Princess, to be able to shatter the surrounding space so completely is no ordinary 9th level transcendent." His implication was a warning to Yi Xiang. Her stubbornness could lead to her untimely demise. With a tear, a larger rift split open, and a tall woman, enveloped in dazzling golden light, emerged. She was blindingly radiant. Luo Fancheng was puzzled. He recognized this to be the high priestess, Yet it seemed she intentionally obscured her visage. Why? That shouldn't be the case. With each step the radiant woman took, it felt as though she was treading upon the hearts of the others. Except for Luo Fancheng, who felt no pressure. The others were overwhelmed by a sensation akin to drowning. Faced with such a powerful being, they could utter not a single word, left only with the instinctive tremors of fear. Umph! Her cold laughter reverberated through the woods, silencing them all. Who dare not lift their heads? No words? Did you not wish to meet the real me? Iron Elder was nearly paralyzed by fear. He had lived a long life, yet never experienced such terrifying oppression. Even a ninth-level heavenly martial king paled in comparison. Who was this formidable figure? Among the continent's female peak powerhouses, was she the legendary young empress of the divine Phoenix Empire or the high priestess of the Temple of Light? Regardless of who she was, a mere glance could spell doom for him. He was utterly petrified. The sheer terror rendered him numb, his mind racing with thoughts of how Luo Fancheng had such a terrifying ally. True pinnacle power is not merely about having talent. One must align with the preferences of such great beings. Iron Elder finally grasped how ludicrous their previous assumptions had been. They had believed Luo Fancheng possessed no backing, only to discover his connections were leagues beyond their own. Yi Xiang, Li Hongpeng, and Yang Wei felt an indescribable sensation wash over them, realizing they were the true fools. They had assumed their talents were superior, but their lineage paled in comparison. Most importantly, the appearance of this fearsome woman wrapped in golden light indicated she had been lurking in the shadows all along. They were relieved they had not acted against Luo Fancheng. They had even offered a modicum of assistance. Otherwise, they might have faced instant annihilation. The fear was palpable. Every word they had spoken had likely been overheard. They had not shied away from discussing Luo Fancheng and Appo's origins, flaunting their own superiority. They felt utterly ridiculous before such a powerful ally standing behind Luo Fancheng. Boasting about their backgrounds was akin to a beggar flaunting a few coins before an emperor. Not speaking? Then there is no need for further words. The high priestess's cold snort snapped them back to reality, instilling profound terror within them. Compared to their previous concerns, the pressing issue now was the very real possibility of losing their lives. One by one, they cast pleading glances towards Luo Fancheng, akin to drowning souls yearning to grasp the final lifeline. Chapter 49. The High Priestess's intervention. As the High Priestess unleashed her wrath upon the princess, the atmosphere turned tense. When the onlookers, including Tai Lao and his comrades, cast desperate glances toward Luo Fancheng, he merely shrugged his shoulders, a picture of helplessness. Ignoring the sage advice of his elder brother had led to this predicament, and now they were left to face the consequences. At this moment, their hopes lay in vain. They had unwittingly provoked the wrath of a formidable figure. Li Hongpeng, innocent and detached from the chaos, felt the weight of despair as he realized he had become entangled in the foolishness of his companions. Respect, esteemed one, I did not, he began, but the high priestess, radiant and indifferent, interrupted him. Indeed, you did not. A flicker of relief crossed Li Hongpeng's face, but it was fleeting. However, you did refer to me as your masteress disciple. The blood drained from his face as realization dawned. She had been observing everything, and now he was ensnared in a web of his own making. Yang Wei, overwhelmed by fear, fainted, collapsing to the ground. What do you intend to do with us? Trembled Yi Xiang, her graceful form quivering under the immense pressure. Despite her beauty and poise, a flicker of defiance remained in her gaze. The high priestess paid her no heed. With a mere gesture, an abundance of spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into golden threads that ensnared the limbs of the 7 individuals, lifting them into the air. Yi Xiang, in particular, was treated with special attention, tightly bound and suspended. Luo Fancheng observed with an increasingly perplexed expression. Was this the fabled torturous binding? It closely resembled the legendary technique, save for the color of the threads. Even in his previous life as a youthful sea king, he had never encountered such a spectacle. He decided to remain a spectator. Release me. What do you intend to do? Yi Xiang struggled fiercely, but the more she fought, the tighter the bindings became. Luo Fancheng found himself captivated, marveling at her resilience. Unlike an ordinary girl who would have begged for mercy, the audacious princess persisted. Why am I devoid of sympathy? He mused for a moment before returning to his observation. He believed the high priestess had no intention of causing her harm. With a cold smile, the high priestess summoned whips from the gathered energy, striking towards the suspended Yi Xieying. The sound echoed ominously, sending shivers down Tai Lao's spine as he realized the princess had never endured such brutality. Esteemed one, if you harbor grievances, direct them towards me, not the princess. I would gladly take her place, Tai Lao pleaded. But his words were met with a sharp reprimand from the high priestess. Luo Fancheng stifled a laugh, for 6 more whips materialized, this time striking not only Yi Xieying, but also Tai Lao and others. He had warned them countless times, yet they had chosen to provoke fate. If you were wise, you would realize the high priestess is not targeting vital areas. Simply enduring this punishment might appease her wrath. Yet, Yi Xieying's plight took a peculiar turn. Her fair complexion flushed crimson, her fierce eyes glimmering with unexpected emotion. Was she finding joy in her suffering? But her moment of delight was short-lived as 3 more golden whips appeared, directed at her once again. Is there no sense of justice in this? Why am I the only one being punished? She cried, unable to contain her pain, prompting her companions to despair further. In this dire moment, she still thought of them, demanding fairness. The high priestess merely chuckled, her silence amplifying the severity of her strikes. Do not speak, princess. The more you talk, the harsher the punishment. Yi Xieying gritted her teeth, retaliating with defiance, yet ultimately tears streamed down her cheeks, her dignity preserved in her silence. Luo Fancheng nodded in respect. She possessed courage. As the moment of reckoning approached, he stepped forward. Esteemed teacher, shall we take a brief respite? The high priestess's icy gaze fell upon him, and he felt a chill. Had he inadvertently referred to her as old? He retreated cautiously, understanding the gravity of his words. Each for themselves, I must prioritize my own safety, he thought. However, he was startled to find Yi Xieying's intense gaze fixed upon him, as if she wished to pierce through him. Why do you look at me with such intensity? He wondered, perplexed by her expression. How do you find my capabilities as a mentor now? The high priestess inquired, surveying the 7 suspended individuals. Unquestionably competent. There is no one more capable than you. They chorused, utterly intimidated by her power. They had been healed even as they were punished, a devilish display of control. The once headstrong princess now resembled a timid quail, cowering before the unknown woman. I shall remain silent. I will not speak. Come, Fancheng, follow your teacher. The high priestess commanded, tearing open a portal that resembled a black hole. Nodding, Luo Fancheng stepped through the portal, just as Yi Xieying's urgent cries pierced the air. Do not forget our agreement. If you do not return, I shall not forgive you. Luo Fancheng, bemused, thought it remarkable that even after such an ordeal, she clung to their pact. We shall see, depending on my mood, he replied, waving as the portal sealed behind him, leaving Yi Xieying in a furious uproar. Suddenly, the enchanting high priestess stood beside him, and ahead, by Yingyue, adorned in black boots and a white dress, gazed intently at him. Brother, you have chosen to accompany the teacher so readily? I thought you would plead for the princess and oppose. As sake, she teased, a hint of jealousy lacing her words. Dear sister, your words carry a hint of bitterness. Are you envious? Luo Fancheng chuckled, shaking his head. I place my trust in the teachers. They are surely safe. TCH. Bai Yingyue curled her lip, rolling her eyes dramatically, as if to say, well, at least you can speak. Di Weiyang's lips curved slightly, seemingly pleased by this exchange. A night of suspension, a small lesson, a great warning. Fear not. With the aura of the mentor present, no spirit beast would dare to cause trouble. The teachers have considered every detail. Luo Fancheng smiled and voiced a lingering curiosity that had been present since earlier. It seemed that the Pope teacher was intentionally concealing her identity. Logically, their status should not warrant your concern. Di Weiyang raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Indeed, your intuition is quite sharp. Chapter 50. Self-taught? The shocked female pope and saintess, is this truly for my benefit? Luo Fancheng expressed his astonishment. Di Weiyang nodded, her crimson lips parting gently as she spoke. If others were to learn that you are my disciple, it would certainly be a source of pride for you. Yet it would also pose significant dangers. Dangers? Luo Fancheng queried, perplexed. Surely your might surpasses all others. Who would dare to lay a hand on your disciple? A soft chuckle escaped by Ying Yue's lips as she replied. Brother, if you were aware of the monumental deeds our teacher has accomplished, you would not be so naive. Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow, given our teacher's strength and stature. Even if her past actions were audacious, who would dare to retaliate? Not so. Bai Yingyue shook her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Brother, you must be cautious. Being the disciple of the female pope is indeed a perilous vocation. Luo Fancheng shrugged nonchalantly, jesting that he was not so easily frightened, though curiosity stirred within him. What has our teacher done? Pray enlighten me. With a playful grin, Bai Yingyue placed a delicate finger upon her glossy lips. Our teacher has merely stood up for the common folk and initiated some minor reforms. Yet the nobles of the temple, empire, and sects are far from pleased. How petty of them! Luo Fancheng was initially bewildered, but soon grasped the significant terms woven into her words. Commoners, nobles, reform? The realization struck him like thunder, sending a shiver down his spine. No way, he thought, could it truly be as I suspect? If so, the female pope is far more formidable than I imagined. It transcends mere recklessness. Noticing the alarmed expression on Luo Fancheng's face, Bai Yingyue's countenance reflected surprise. Brother, you can actually comprehend what I am saying? Of course I can, Luo Fancheng retorted. I hail from an era of countless revolutions. The so-called reforms you speak of have been enacted time and again in my world. As he caught the astonished gaze of the female pope, he realized the gravity of his situation. In my moment of fright, I nearly forgot. For me, as a traveler, such things are ordinary. Yet for the inhabitants of Seoul Marshall Continent, they are exceedingly rare. This land resembles a feudal society ruled by an aristocratic class, where reform is an exceptionally advanced concept. Commoners rarely encounter it, and, even when they do, they cannot fathom its profound implications. Thus, Luo Fancheng, as a mere commoner, expressed such astonishment at Bai Yingyue's casual remarks. It was only natural that the female pope and saintess would be taken aback. What should he say to elucidate his understanding? Luo Fancheng found himself at a loss. However, the two beautiful women gazed at him intently, demanding an explanation. It was time to showcase his eloquence. Of course I understand. What is there to misunderstand? Bai Yingyue appeared skeptical, questioning, Brother, are you certain you truly comprehend? Surely you are not feigning understanding, right? It took me ages under our teacher's guidance to grasp even the basics. Luo Fancheng shot a sideways glance at the saintess, smiling. Isn't the essence of what you said that our teacher seeks to advocate for the common folk and stand against the nobles? It is not that simple. Bai Yingyue shook her head, believing that the concept of reform was far too distant from Luo Fancheng's reality. Without proper tutelage and lacking a high vantage point, how could he possibly grasp its true meaning and essence? The female pope, intrigued by Luo Fancheng's confident demeanor, encouraged him. Fancheng, please elaborate. Nodding, Luo Fancheng continued. My sister mentioned commoners and nobles. These are two opposing sides, inevitably entangled in conflict. Regardless of where one stands, this conflict cannot be overlooked. Sister stated that our teacher stands with the commoners and has initiated minor reforms, which must address this very conflict. What then is the nature of the discord between commoners and nobles? It lies in the monopolization of vast resources by the nobility, the subjugation of commoners, and the stringent control of knowledge pertaining to soul cultivation by the elite. Bai Yingyue listened initially with indifference, believing that while her brother possessed extraordinary talent in cultivation, knowledge required time and effort to acquire. Surely, he could not articulate anything profound. Yet, as he spoke, her astonishment grew, her mouth agape in disbelief. As for Di Weiyang, she began with a smile, but gradually grew solemn, her expression increasingly grave. Continue, she urged, her voice tinged with urgency. Luo Fancheng's heart raced. Could it be that I have overstepped? But witnessing the female pope's insatiable curiosity, he pressed on. Having discerned the nature of the conflict, I have conceived a bold hypothesis. The reforms our teacher seeks to implement are. Bai Yue's eyes widened, and the female pope's slender fingers interlocked in anticipation. Luo Fancheng articulated each word with clarity. To dismantle the noble class's resource monopoly, shatter the chains of information control, and liberate the common folk from their fate of enslavement. Upon his conclusion, the female pope's fingers trembled in her palm. Bai Yue, overwhelmed, gasped, "How can this be? Brother, you truly understand. This is impossible. How could you grasp such concepts without guidance?" Well, in an age of information explosion, this knowledge is hardly extraordinary, dear naive foreigner, Luo Fancheng replied, rolling his eyes. I inferred it all from your words. You were present for the entire deductive process. But, Bai Yingwei was at a loss. Could such insights be deduced so easily? A commoner might not even fathom it. Luo Fancheng then turned to the female pope, her exquisite and commanding gaze piercing through him. Teacher, your determination to advocate for the common folk and pursue reform will undoubtedly threaten the interests and privileges of all nobles. This path is one of enmity against the entire noble class. Seeing the female pope's silence only solidified Luo Fancheng's conviction. He never anticipated her courage to be so profound. Truth be told, Luo Fancheng marveled at the fact that the female pope had yet to perish. It was nothing short of miraculous, a testament to her formidable strength. Such fortitude allowed her to brave the animosity of the entire noble class without fear of assassination. Merely through contemplation, he recognized the insurmountable challenges of enacting reform in this world. It was not merely a matter of eloquent speeches or shedding a few drops of blood. The formidable martial souls awakened within the noble bloodlines rendered them virtually invincible, affording them absolute power. He could not fathom that the female pope, though wielding immense power and enjoying boundless honor, would dare to risk her life in pursuit of such reforms. Luo Fancheng gazed deeply into the female pope's strikingly beautiful yet austere eyes, unable to suppress the question that lingered in his heart. Teacher, are you truly unafraid? Chapter 51. The Magnanimity of Di Wei Yang. Let us no longer remain as master and disciple. Fear? What is there to fear? Fear of losing status? Fear of death? Under the moonlight of the forest, Di Wei Yang spoke calmly. If I were afraid, I would have never become the high priestess in the first place. In this world, there are countless things far more terrifying than death. Di Wei Yang raised her gaze through the gaps in the trees, looking at the radiant moon in the dark night sky. The moonlight illuminated the high priestess and Apos' unparalleled elegance, making her appear even more majestic and imposing. Her crimson lips parted slightly. I am the high priestess, the one who governs the temple of light. As far as the eye can see, everything should belong to my people. How can there be distinctions of class or nobility? The evil soul masters harm hundreds, thousands. Yet the nobles who regard countless commoners as mere ants have also caused untold suffering. I am merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to the people from the nobility, but they are unwilling. Since they refuse, then we shall fight. Her voice, cold and commanding, was like the song of a phoenix. There was no oath, no roar, only an indescribable determination and dominance. Luo Fancheng felt a jolt of shock, yet could not help but sigh inwardly. The high priestess and Apos' desire to reform and protect the common folk would surely face opposition from the temple itself, let alone the other empires and sections. Even he, upon introspection, recognized his own selfishness. He would not relinquish resources or sacrifice himself for others. What could one expect from those already fat and complacent among the nobility? Luo Fancheng posed a pragmatic question. If you wish to fight, what if you cannot win? Di Wei Yang lowered her head, her eyes like phoenix eyes fixed on Luo Fancheng. Suddenly, she smiled, as if a millennia-old iceberg had begun to thaw. Even if one day I am alone, beset by millions of enemies, so what? My will cannot be obstructed. Even against thousands, I shall forge ahead. Di Wei Yang seemed reluctant to dwell on this topic further and stated, Fancheng, I did not expect you to possess not only exceptional talent, but also such profound insight. It truly astonishes me. However, I will not lead you and Inyu down my path. Bai Yu, perplexed, inquired, Why, teacher? You have never explained this to me. I am willing to assist you. Are you worried I might encounter danger? Di Wei Yang shook her head, offering no explanation. At that moment, a deep, magnetic voice interjected. For the teacher seeks not mere subordinates or helpers, but true companions who genuinely wish to walk this path together. Am I correct? Bai Yu remained bewildered. Di Wei Yang's delicate form trembled as she abruptly turned to the source of the voice, her icy phoenix eyes filled with disbelief. As if a long-buried thought had been unearthed. Her throat quivered, tinged with caution. Fancheng, what did you just say? Witnessing the High Priestess's unusual reaction, Luo Fancheng suddenly gained clarity. He had previously known only the cold and aloof Di Wei Yang, not the benevolent High Priestess who cared for the world. Now, he understood. At the most opportune moment, uttering the most fitting words could truly touch a woman's heart. Luo Fancheng's gaze deepened as he looked gently upon the High Priestess, refraining from answering her question, instead responding, Teacher, you must feel quite lonely. Bai Yu's heart skipped a beat. Her senior brother's sudden boldness was unexpected, and such words did not seem fitting for a disciple. Senior brother, the teacher has me and countless others from the temple by her side. How could she be lonely? Luo Fancheng shook his head, continuing to gaze intently at the High Priestess. The High Priestess regarded this young man, awaiting her response, her body trembling. The tranquil lake of her heart, which had remained still for years, suddenly rippled as if a small stone had been cast into it, sending waves of emotion outward. She had taught many thoughts of reform to Bai Yu and others with great care, yet they had only grasped them superficially. She was not happy. She had never been happy. There was an indescribable sense of loneliness within her, as if she were a solitary girl in an endless, dark world. No one had ever truly understood her, nor comprehended what she wished to achieve. Yet, this remarkably young disciple seemed to grasp it. How could he understand? The High Priestess was perplexed, her heart in disarray. But she did not wish to ponder further chaos. She only needed to confirm. Did he truly understand her? The High Priestess spoke, her past coldness and authority still intact, yet tinged with a fear she had not even realized she possessed. A fear of not receiving the answer she sought, a fear of it all being a fleeting joy. Fancheng, why do you think the teacher is lonely? Luo Fancheng smiled and replied, Because what the teacher lacks is companions, or rather, more accurately, comrades who share the same ideals. The High Priestess's expression shifted, her fingertips trembling, her heart racing. Luo Fancheng's words were like a warm ray of sunlight, piercing the endless darkness, illuminating the lonely little girl within. Comrades? This was the first time Di Wei Yang had heard such a term, yet it seemed imbued with an indescribable power, unraveling the deep-seated feelings of loss and solitude within her. Like-minded companions. Yes, what I've been missing all along is precisely such comrades. She smiled at Luo Fancheng, a smile that was utterly captivating. In that instant, ice and snow melted away, and the beauty of that moment left Luo Fancheng momentarily dazed. It was truly exquisite. Teacher, what is this? Bai Yu, confused, struggled to comprehend the scene before her. It was not her lack of intelligence, but rather her youth. She was far from grasping the breadth of the High Priestess and Appo's heart and vision. Luo Fancheng, however, was different. Inyu, the teacher will no longer be lonely. Di Wei Yang and Appo's radiant smile felt like a gentle spring breeze, revealing a landscape entirely different from her previously frigid demeanor. Huh? Bai Yu was taken aback. Di Wei Yang continued, Because the teacher will have your senior brother from now on. Bai Yu and Appo's mouth fell open in shock. Teacher, your words are quite ambiguous and could easily lead to wild interpretations. Luo Fancheng felt he might have overstepped. He had merely expressed thoughts from his past life, not expecting such profound, emotional resonance with the High Priestess. It seemed he was on the verge of proclaiming, I am not alone. Apart from you and me, the rest are mere beasts. Fancheng. Huh? The High Priestess gazed intently at Luo Fancheng, as if she were looking at an extraordinary gem. From today onward, we shall no longer be master and disciple. Bai Yu was stunned, her mind buzzing, feeling a rush of emotions. The teacher, usually so taciturn and cold, had suddenly changed after a few words from her senior brother. Luo Fancheng also looked astonished. No longer master and disciple? Then what will we be? Brothers? Surely this cannot be so absurd. Chapter 52. A Beautiful Confidant Amongst Heroes. Only You and I by Ingwe could no longer restrain herself and timidly inquired, Teacher, are you certain that you are being serious right now? Ingwe, Fancheng is different from you. He is not suited to be a disciple of the teacher, Di Weiyang replied, yet her cold and proud eyes never wavered, remaining fixed on Luo Fancheng. Different from me? By Ingwe was momentarily taken aback, and then began to grasp the implication. It was as if it was openly stated that she was inferior to her senior brother. Di Weiyang then posed a question, Fancheng, if we were not teacher and disciple, what kind of relationship would you desire with me? A sincere friendship akin to that of Guan and Bao. Luo Fancheng felt a jolt of surprise at her boldness, if she dared to voice such a thought. The female pope might directly teach him a lesson about life, or perhaps about femininity. He had a fair idea of her thoughts. When the eel is hungry, it eventually seeks out the bait. It was not that there was no chance, merely that the time had not yet come. He did not answer her directly, but countered. What I desire is less significant than what you, as the teacher, envision our relationship to be going forward. Bai Ingwe was astonished. It was a remarkable feat for anyone to dare to question the female pope. Di Weiyang's demeanor turned solemn, her expression grave. Before we can establish a relationship, you must first answer me one question. Of course, Luo Fancheng nodded, maintaining his composure. He understood that she intended to challenge him. But as long as he could perceive a woman and oppose, as heart and respond aptly, he would fear no inquiry. Di Weiyang spoke softly. If you were to summarize, what do you believe I have pursued throughout my life? What is the pursuit? Bai Ingwe fell into contemplation, her delicate fingers absent-mindedly smoothing her purple ponytail, when suddenly her eyes sparkled. Teacher, I know the answer. The girl's vibrant spirit shone through as she eagerly responded, to overthrow all nobility, elevate the common people, and carve out a new world for the masses. That is a rather superficial understanding, Luo Fancheng thought to himself, shaking his head inwardly. If the issue was not fundamentally resolved and merely involved the simple act of overthrowing, then as the old nobility fell, new ones would swiftly rise in their stead. This could not possibly be the outcome desired by a woman with such grand aspirations and ambitions as the female pope. As expected, the female pope and oppose, as Phoenix's eyes narrowed, revealing her stern teacher's demeanor. Ingwe, be silent. I am asking Fancheng. Bai Ingwe immediately pouted, feeling aggrieved and hesitant to anger her. Indeed, ever since her senior brother arrived, she felt forgotten, her long-held status diminished. Noticing the female pope was awaiting an answer, Luo Fancheng's handsome features radiated confidence as he slowly spoke. There is no need for a single phrase to summarize. In my view, for words suffice. The female Popenamp, Oppo's eyes flickered with surprise. For words? Indeed. Observing Luo Fancheng's unwavering confidence, the female pope felt both anticipation and anxiety, likely fearing that greater hopes would lead to greater disappointments. The aspirations of the pope in her lifetime can be summed up in 4 words. All lives are equal. His words were powerful, each syllable seeming to strike against the long-closed doors within the female pope, perhaps doors that had never opened to anyone. Now, those doors were loosening, on the verge of breaking down. Di Weiyang's expression softened, her phoenix eyes sparkling with a unique radiance. Recognition, emotion, joy. For a woman of her stature, whose heart was as hard as iron, such complex emotions had rarely been revealed. She suppressed her feelings and shook her head, denying, from the moment of birth, there are distinctions, talents, family background, physical attributes. How can all lives be equal? Luo Fancheng smiled, eloquently replying, because what you seek is not the superficial notion of absolute fairness in the eyes of the world. People may have disparities in wealth and strength, but they must possess freedom and the right to strive for improvement. Individuals should not be exploited or bullied. One cannot simply desire to work hard while others feast and block the door to opportunities, denying even the chance to try. It was as if he had unveiled a profound truth, and Di Weiyang's eyes grew brighter, a dazzling light that seemed to envelop him. Bai Yingwei stood there in awe, instinctively murmuring, "Senior brother. So impressive. How could he, seemingly younger than herself, possess such profound understanding? Truly remarkable." In that moment, Bai Yingwei not only admired Luo Fancheng and Appo's as cultivation talent, but also his astonishing insight into life. To rule the world requires more than mere martial prowess. It demands both literary and military skills, a truth that had often drawn her teacher and Appo's disapproval. "Well said." Di Weiyang expressed her utmost satisfaction with his response, her lips curving into a breathtaking smile that left even Bai Yingwei, also beautiful, spellbound. Suddenly, Bai Yingwei realized that the number of times the female pope had smiled since meeting her senior brother seemed to far exceed all the years combined prior. Was her senior brother truly so enchanting? She had only noticed his handsomeness and strength, while her teacher appeared to see something far deeper. With graceful steps, Di Weiyang approached Luo Fancheng, her movements as elegant as blooming lotus flowers. Her devilishly alluring figure resembled a proud and cold plum blossom, and as her skirt swayed, her long, slender legs, encased in knee-high golden boots, became partially visible. She stood close, so near that Luo Fancheng could even catch a whiff of the subtle fragrance unique to the female pope. Her physique, beauty, and aura seemed intoxicating, exuding a fatal allure. While others would revere her, fearing any thought of disrespect, Luo Fancheng felt audacious and captivated. Though figures like Tai Lao and Yi Xiang, along with the Holy Maiden, found him flawless, he was acutely aware of his own significant flaws inherent to every normal man. He had no desire to become a saint. He merely wished to be a capable and normal man. "Fancheng," Di Weiyang called softly, her voice a harmonious blend of ice and fire. She continued across the universe. "Countless strong individuals exist. Yet, in my eyes, they are merely a collection of commoners, fleeting as smoke. In all the world, the only one who holds a place in my heart is you. From this day forth, let us cease to speak of teacher and disciple. Fancheng, do you wish to be my confidant?" Most would be elated and ecstatic to receive such an invitation from the female pope, but Luo Fancheng remained composed, his demeanor steady as a rock. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. He was uncertain whether to feel joy or not. After all, this emotional connection was not the same as the usual kind. Luo Fancheng questioned his own sanity. A normal person would likely feel deep respect upon hearing of the female pope's grand ambitions. Yet, he felt an urge to embrace her tenderly. Looking into the female pope's expectant gaze, Luo Fancheng wore a mix of seriousness and a hint of a smile, extending his hand towards her. "I wish for this, and I dare not request it." The female pope smiled, while Bai Yingwei anxiously felt tears welling up. Chapter 53. "Call me Wei Yang," stirring emotions Fancheng. "What are you doing?" the high priestess inquired, puzzled by the man's outstretched hand. Luo Fancheng suddenly remembered that in the Seoul martial continent, there was no custom of handshaking as in his previous life. However, having extended his hand, he could not withdraw it without reason. He stated earnestly, "In our village, this is called a handshake, a gesture reserved for those whom one truly acknowledges. We shake hands every time we meet." "Oh, I see." The high priestess, with her brows raised in interest, remarked, "Your village is quite intriguing." Lacking the shyness of a young girl, she confidently extended her delicate hand. Luo Fancheng and Appo's arm retracted slightly, merely grasping the 5 slender fingers of the high priestess. The icy, delicate touch sent a ripple through his senses. "ISN and Appo's. This a handshake? Why only the fingers?" The high priestess noted this minor detail and curiously inquired, a fleeting blush crossing her beautiful eyes, as this was her first time willingly engaging in physical contact with a man. Luo Fancheng chuckled. "In our village, when a man shakes a woman's hand, he only holds it partially as a sign of respect." "How intriguing indeed." The high priestess smiled, finding the custom novel. Her hand felt pleasant, but Luo Fancheng did not linger, quickly releasing her grasp. The mature Sea King appreciated beauty, but was not vulgar. When a moment called for action, he would plunge in, even at the cost of injury, but when the timing was not right. He knew to maintain propriety and leave a favorable impression in the other's heart. Beside them, Bai Yingwei stood in shock, her emotions tumultuous. Is the teacher actually allowing her senior brother to hold hands? Isn't she averse to men? Yingwei, what is the matter with you? The high priestess noticed her disciple's odd demeanor. Bai Yingwei gasped, Teacher, isn't this a bit hasty? Shouldn't we reconsider? The high priestess replied, Shouldn't you be happy that I have gained a confidant? You may have gained a confidant, but I have lost a senior brother. The pain was overwhelming. Bai Yingwei felt suffocated, unable to counter, and could only feign happiness, forcing a smile. I'm happy, truly happy. The high priestess raised an eyebrow. Then why are you crying? At her words, Bai Yingwei could hardly maintain her composure, her eyes reddening as tears flowed. Oh, it's nothing, teacher. I'm just so happy for you. A sudden laugh erupted, causing both the high priestess and the saintess to glance over, finding Luo Fancheng stifling his laughter. Bai Yingwei, with tears glistening like a wilting flower, huffed, Senior brother, your sympathy is lacking. Look at me. I'm in tears, and you don't even comfort me. Didn't you say you were happy? Why would you need comfort? Luo Fancheng teased, his laughter slipping out despite his efforts to contain it, which only infuriated Bai Yingwei further, causing her to stop crying altogether, her teeth clenched in frustration. This insufferable man, this ridiculous senior brother, doesn't understand a woman's heart at all. The high priestess then stated seriously, Yingwei, you must no longer call him senior brother. He is an equal to me. You should refer to him as Shushu or uncle. Uncle? Bai Yingwei felt as if struck by lightning, her expression frozen in disbelief. The high priestess had dealt another blow. Ha ha! This is hilarious! Luo Fancheng exclaimed, unsure whether the high priestess was deliberately being mischievous or truly unaware of the implications. He had already begun to decipher Bai Yingwei's emotions, understanding all too well why she was in tears. Still laughing, Bai Yingwei pouted, her anger palpable as she stomped her foot, her beautiful leg adorned in black boots, shaking in irritation. Apologies. I am a professional, unless I truly cannot hold back, he replied, stepping lightly over the verdant grass under the moonlight, placing a hand on Bai Yingwei's shoulder. Junior sister, your little red lips are almost splitting this soul beast oasis apart. Can you still call this happiness? Stop deceiving yourself. Bai Yingwei's cheeks quivered, but she quickly masked her emotions, vehemently denying, You are talking nonsense. What am I deceiving myself about? Luo Fancheng smirked, All right, stop being stubborn. You likely cannot bear to lose me as your easygoing senior brother. How shameless. Who cares about you? Bai Yingwei huffed inwardly. This girl has no need for face. Whoever admits it is a dog. Oh, I see. Luo Fancheng chuckled. Since you are so willing, shouldn't you be addressing me as Shushu now? In your dreams. Bai Yingwei trembled with anger. Look, Luo Fancheng teased. I haven't said anything yet, and you are already flustered. Bai Yingwei glared at her charming senior brother, her silver teeth clenching audibly as she raised her fist to strike him. Murdering my dear senior brother. Luo Fancheng dodged aside, continuing to provoke, Junior sister. Do not be sad. From now on, we shall each address the other appropriately. I will call you junior sister, and you shall call me uncle. I will fight you. Under the moonlight in the forest, the beautiful saintess lunged at him. Yingwei, do not be disrespectful to your uncle. The high priestess's cold voice rang out, halting Bai Yingwei's advance and deepening her heartache. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Let us cease hostilities, junior sister. My relationship with your teacher will not affect ours. We shall each have our own roles. Who are you? I do not recognize you. Bai Yingwei crossed her arms, turning her nose up, yet she could not suppress the smile creeping at the corners of her mouth. The feeling of a child fearing their treasure would be taken away, dissipated, replaced by a lightness in her heart. Luo Fancheng merely smiled and remained silent. He was adept at evoking emotions in women, creating fluctuations in feelings and drawing them into his rhythm. This is what women often refer to as having a connection or chemistry. The likes of Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng, who simply sought to lower their standards, would never instill such a special feeling in a woman. Having just held the high priestess in Appo's hand, he turned to tease the saintess. Perhaps he could be considered the most daring man in the soul martial continent. Luo Fancheng glanced at Di Wei Yang, contemplating two matters he wished to inquire about. Just as he was about to speak, he faltered, momentarily at a loss for a new form of address. The high priestess, with her keen insight, directly stated, Fancheng. From now on, you may call me Wei Yang. Though we no longer bear the titles of teacher and student, we may still possess the essence of that bond. Your extraordinary talent warrants my full impartation of knowledge. Chapter 54, Enlightenment, the Art of Secrets, and the Reclusive Master, Wei Yang. One dares to call, and another truly responds? Bai Yingwei was astonished, not expecting Luo Fancheng to change his tone so smoothly. She felt an inexplicable anger rising within her, yet she could not pinpoint its origin. Indeed, had it been someone else, they would likely have faltered before the imposing presence of the high priestess, hesitating to utter a word. However, Luo Fancheng was unfazed by such considerations. While he lacked the sisterly affection that some cherished, he possessed an audacity that allowed him to voice his first query without hesitation. Wei Yang, he began, you revealed yourself in the presence of the princess. Even if the golden light dazzled the eyes, it did not conceal your voice or strength. Upon returning, they should be able to deduce your identity. The high priestess Wei Yang raised her elegant brows. So what if they do? While female powerhouses were scarce in the Soul Warrior continent, a few existed, such as the young empress of the Divine Phoenix Empire. These formidable noblewomen were astute, unless they possessed absolute certainty regarding the identity of the formidable figure backing you. They would never dare to risk offending an unknown power. Upon your arrival in Qianlong City, you would undoubtedly be treated as an esteemed guest. Luo Fancheng was enlightened and caught a whiff of another piece of information in her words. Do you wish for me to go to Qianlong City as well? Wei Yang appeared surprised, seemingly at a loss for words. Yet the man had sensed her inclination. Indeed, hidden within Qianlong City lies your opportunity, she stated, and then urged him to pose his second question. Opportunity? What opportunity? Luo Fancheng suppressed his curiosity and inquired hastily. Earlier, I heard my junior sister mention secret techniques. Now that I have broken through and acquired soul rings and soul skills, I wonder how secret techniques differ from these soul skills and how one cultivates them. His priority had always been to enhance his strength. Without power, even the most cunning methods would be futile. Who would heed you? The essence of most goddesses' psychology is admiration for the strong. Their affection is born from reverence. Of course, this excludes those wicked women who are merely drawn to his looks and desire to indulge in their whims. I casually mentioned it before, and I am surprised that my senior brother remembers. Bai Yingwei seized the moment to call out again. Yingwei, please explain it to him, Wei Yang instructed. Certainly, senior brother. Soul skills derive from soul rings, primarily representing the innate abilities of soul beasts during their lifetime. In contrast, secret techniques are distinct. They are powerful martial techniques developed by soul masters based on their unique martial soul characteristics. Fearing that Luo Fancheng might find her explanation too convoluted, Bai Yingwei added. For instance, the premier spear martial soul sect, the Shunxiao sect, boasts the 7 thunderous spear techniques, as swift as lightning. Similarly, the mightiest sword martial soul sect, the Qishao sect, possesses the 7 blade techniques, reputed to cut through anything. Luo Fancheng inquired, secret techniques must be rare, correct? Indeed, Bai Yingwei nodded. For ordinary soul masters, not only is it challenging to learn them, but even witnessing someone perform a secret technique is a rarity. These are closely guarded secrets of every top-tier force. Luo Fancheng pressed, which is stronger, secret techniques or soul skills? Bai Yingwei replied, the battle techniques created by ordinary soul masters are weak and full of flaws, unworthy of being called secret techniques, and naturally far inferior to soul skills, akin to a mere trifle, better left unlearned. Only those prominent forces with martial souls that can be passed down through generations, through the relentless efforts of countless geniuses, have the qualifications to be called secret techniques. These techniques can harmonize perfectly with their inherited martial souls, unleashing astonishing power that far exceeds that of soul skills. Of course, soul skills that are over 100,000 years old also possess terrifying power, and secret techniques are similarly difficult to acquire. Luo Fancheng understood. No wonder the noble factions remained unshakable. In addition to their inherently powerful martial souls, they also possessed a multitude of secret techniques refined through generations of effort. It truly echoed the saying, "The efforts of my ancestors over 3 generations cannot be surpassed by merely 1 generation of yours." From this, one could also discern the immense influence of the High Priestess. How could anyone dare to challenge her when she was already so formidable? It sent chills down his spine. A thought struck him. He keenly sensed that the High Priestess must have some hidden trump card, for it was inconceivable that she would dare to gamble in such an unfavorable situation. Bai Yingwei flicked her delicate tongue. "Senior brother, do you now understand? Among equals, a soul master possessing secret techniques inherently enjoys a significant advantage in strength. Then, where could someone like me, a commoner, learn secret techniques?" Luo Fancheng found himself deeply intrigued by these secret techniques. He possessed exceptional comprehension. After gaining exposure to secret techniques, it was not beyond possibility for him to create a few forms in the future. Nowhere, Bai Yingwei shook her head, sighing, "Even here, there are no secret techniques available for you to learn." "Impossible," Luo Fancheng exclaimed in surprise. "The most crucial aspect of secret techniques is that they must be suitable for your martial soul. Even if I were to offer you the 7 thunderous spear techniques from the Shinshao sect, without a spear, you could not learn them, let alone unleash their power." "Nonsense. Who says I don't have one? I have concealed my blade for years without shedding blood. Believe it or not, when I unveil my spear, it will surely startle you." Bai Yingwei replied, "The 2 techniques I have mastered, the ethereal moonlight dance, were painstakingly created by my teacher based on the characteristics of my martial soul. As for the secret technique of the light god palace that my teacher possesses, it is only suitable for angelic martial souls. I covet it but cannot learn it. The reason Saint Sun Huang Yin is so arrogant is that he possesses not only a dual martial soul, but also has mastered 7 supreme secret techniques." Luo Fancheng questioned, "From your description, it seems that all supreme battle techniques only have 7 forms?" "Yes. For only those at the 3rd ring of Soul Master rank can begin to cultivate battle techniques. The preceding 2 rings are foundational periods, and learning secret techniques requires a high level of body refinement. Moreover, cultivating battle techniques is time-consuming, which cannot impede one's cultivation. Thus, one learns 1 form every 10 levels, as overindulgence can lead to failure," Bai Yingwei explained. "Given your current strength, which is comparable to an ordinary 3rd ring soul master, you should be able to learn secret techniques beyond your level. I believe my teacher is already considering crafting a secret technique tailored for you." Wei Yang interjected, "No, that is not the case." "Not so." Bai Yingwei was taken aback, feeling as though she had been slapped in the face. "Oh well, let it be. Who am I to contend with my teacher?" Wei Yang continued, "Fancheng, your martial soul belongs to the dragon category. Should it evolve in the future, it will likely rival the unparalleled dragon martial soul, the ancient Songlong. If you were to learn the secret technique I hastily crafted, your talent would be squandered. Yingwei had no choice, but you have better options. Although I possess no suitable secret techniques for you, I am aware of a place where you can find one." "Where?" Luo Fancheng instinctively inquired, his mind suddenly sparking with insight. "Could it be Qianlong City? Have you guessed it?" Wei Yang's gaze bore a hint of surprise. More than once, she had noticed how quickly the man responded. His comprehension was extraordinary. "What I previously mentioned about a great opportunity for you pertains to secret techniques, the true top-tier dragon martial soul secret techniques. You must go there to seek out a certain individual." Luo Fancheng was taken aback. It wouldn't be the princess's father, would it? After all, only the direct descendants of the Songlong Empire's royal family possess dragon secret techniques. This time, he was mistaken. Wei Yang slowly shook her head, a playful smile gracing her lips. "No, the person you seek is a beggar." Chapter 55, Secrets. "Surely, you wouldn't want others to uncover the affair between your daughter and me, would you? A beggar?" Beside them, Bai Yingwei could not help but exclaim, "How could a beggar possibly possess the true dragon's soul secret techniques?" "Indeed, it is the street beggar you envision." Wei Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Yet she was quite taken aback by Luo Fancheng's composed demeanor. "Senior brother, Why do you not react? Bai Yingwei queried, puzzled. Aren't you the least bit surprised? Luo Fancheng smiled lightly. Surprised? As a time traveler, isn't this trope rather mundane? A beggar on the street, upon noticing your extraordinary physique, gives you a tome of divine palm techniques or teaches you an extraordinary set of dragon-slaying arts along with 36 methods of dog-beating staff techniques, inviting you to inherit the position of the beggar clan and Appo's leader. The enchanting elder of the beggar clan, captivated by your handsome visage, welcomes you with open arms, seeking to engage you in profound discussions under the moonlight, only to be sternly rejected by your charming self. Incensed by your dismissal, the beautiful matron colludes with her cohorts to falsely accuse you of attempting to assault her, leading you to battle numerous foes, unleashing the dragon-slaying techniques that astonish the world. Just look at the script. How familiar it is. Bai Yingwei stared at Luo Fancheng bewildered. Her senior brother appeared to be lost in thought, sporting an unsettlingly charming grin, his lips slightly crooked. Luo Fancheng continued, "It is said that great masters indulge in the pleasures of life. Surely, the beggar mentioned by Wei Yang must be a recluse of unparalleled prowess." Unparalleled prowess? Di Wei Yang's gaze turned peculiar. When you reach Qianlong City and encounter a beggar whose limbs have all been severed, living like a worm, he will be the one you seek. Severed limbs? Luo Fancheng's mind buzzed. Do not jest. Even reclusive masters would not go so far as to mutilate themselves. If that were the case, wouldn't his dragon-slaying arts and dog-beating staff techniques be rendered moot? Was he once powerful? Luo Fancheng discerned that the proud nature of the female priest would not allow for jesting, so there must be some truth to it. Yes, indeed. He was an astonishing genius who once captivated an era, leaving his contemporaries unable to hold their heads high. Those who claimed to have been defeated by him could only gaze at his departing figure, forever unable to surpass him. Luo Fancheng and Appo's lips twitched. In a world rife with storms, a man of arrogance invites calamity. My friend, you are destined to face this tribulation, having lost your limbs. Others seeking to surpass, you would have to target your fifth limb. Aren't you his match? In response to Luo Fancheng's inquiry, Di Wei Yang lamented, I am a rising star, yet regrettably, I have never had the opportunity to spar with him. Teacher, why have I never heard you mention this person? Bai Yingwei inquired. Puzzled, Di Wei Yang scoffed. He belongs to an older generation, and information regarding him involves a tremendous scandal within the Songlong Empire, which certain individuals have sought to suppress and erase from history. Had it not been for a fortunate coincidence, I would not have learned that he hides in Qianlong City. Time, like a blade, cleaves through the proud. Yet, it cannot cleave so easily. Luo Fancheng mused with curiosity. Wei Yang, what scandal could reduce a genius of such caliber to this state? The details of the incident are beyond my inquiry, but it seems to revolve around a woman. Di Wei Yang sighed, a rare display of regret for the downfall of a prodigy. Luo Fancheng fell silent. Could you not indulge in a little gossip to satisfy my curiosity? I am left hanging, yearning for more. Di Wei Yang stated seriously. His downfall was indeed tied to a woman. Yet I suspect the primary reason was his extraordinary talent and strength, which incited jealousy and fear in many. He possessed the 7 secret techniques that the royal family of the Songlong Empire kept strictly confidential. It is said that he later experienced a fortuitous encounter, which allowed him to create 2 ultimate techniques that surpassed the soul techniques of the past 100 millennia, ultimately leading to his tragic fate. Luo Fancheng's expression grew strange. Acquiring fortune, creating battle techniques, suppressing the proud, facing opposition, besieged, rendered incapacitated due to a woman. This fellow truly follows the protagonist template, just short of a glorious comeback. Though with severed limbs, it seems unlikely. What is his name? Ye Aotian. Luo Fancheng. Goodness, come clean. What is your relationship with Long Aoyan? What is it, Fancheng? Di Wei Yang observed the man's peculiar reaction. Nothing. Luo Fancheng raised his thumb. What a mighty and imposing name. Indeed, Di Wei Yang nodded. Though Luo Fancheng knew, she failed to grasp his jest. You may venture to Qianlong City to attempt to engage with him. Should he be willing to impart his ultimate techniques, it would be an immense opportunity. However, if it proves unfeasible, do not force it. Simply come to the temple to find me. Di Wei Yang sighed. Do not hold too high hopes for this matter. He has undergone significant changes, and his character may very well be warped. Moreover, many powerful individuals from the Songlong Empire have failed to pry the secrets of his two ultimate techniques from him after he learned the 7 techniques. It may be quite challenging for you as well. Luo Fancheng nodded. Indeed, without a personal connection, who would willingly share the entirety of their hard-earned secret techniques? Just because you are handsome and possess an extraordinary physique? Do not be absurd. Tasks that offer no benefit to oneself are seldom undertaken, and individuals with the character of the female priest are few and far between. Much like that wretched 4th offering, do not expect assistance. They might resort to treachery instead. However, Luo Fancheng pondered. If Yao Yan were indeed rendered incapacitated due to a woman, suffering from emotional wounds and harboring inner turmoil, he might have a chance. After all, he was a master of matters of the heart. No, master was verging on derogatory. Perhaps expert would suffice, but wait. Expert seemed inadequate as well. Alas, all good terms have been sullied. Diwei Yang and Oppos. S-lips parted once more. Your primary objective in visiting Qianlong City is, of course, to learn the secret techniques. But you might also consider participating in the 3 major city battle competitions mentioned by that headstrong girl. What is the significance of that? Luo Fancheng inquired. Diwei Yang frowned. That battle competition appears to be for the distribution rights of mineral resources and to prepare the entire continent for a year in advance. Yet it conceals deeper mysteries. Oh, Luo Fancheng recalled Yi Xieying's previous enigmatic statements. Diwei Yang continued. The intelligence gathered by my elite scouts indicates that the Tianwu King of Qianlong City and the other 2 feudal lords of the major cities are guarding a secret. This competition is related to that secret, and victors of the battle competitions seem to vanish for a time, only to emerge with various extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary abilities? Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow, his expression one of astonishment. Indeed, Diwei Yang affirmed. Do you recall the iron-handed elder accompanying that girl? His iron hands are not forged through mere training. Luo Fancheng suddenly recalled those peculiar, unyielding hands, akin to iron and stone. If he could choose a body part to enhance, he had a bold idea. Unfortunately, my elite scouts did not gather sufficient information before alarming the snake, leading to their discovery by the Tianwu King, forcing them to retreat. Diwei Yang cautioned, once you arrive, be wary of the Tianwu King. He may appear ruthless and boorish, yet his mind is profound and inscrutable to outsiders. No, it is he who should be cautious of me, Luo Fancheng mused. If I cannot grasp him, I can certainly manipulate his daughter. Tianwu King, you would not want others to uncover the truth about your daughter being infatuated with me, would you? Chapter 56, Grasping the Saintess Junior Sister. What if I feel guilty? Oh, I almost forgot. Diwei Yang's lips curled into a smile. That girl from the Wu family has taken a special liking to you. Going over there shouldn't pose any danger. Luo Fancheng caught a fleeting glimmer of teasing in her eyes. Indeed, this female pope, while appearing aloof and imposing, harbors a cunning heart and a hint of hidden mischief. Uncertain, she decided to observe further. Teacher, that's not what I would call a liking. That little vixen is clearly lusting after my senior brother's physique. She is despicable. Bai Yingwei exclaimed, her expression animated. Diwei Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Isn't she interested in Fancheng? Why are you so anxious? Bai Yingwei's confidence waned, her pearly teeth biting her cherry lips, her gaze evasive, unsure of how to respond. Luo Fancheng Kuden and Oppos. T helped but chuckle inwardly. It was intentional. This female pope was certainly speaking with ulterior motives. Bai Yingwei stomped her elegant legs in frustration. She's worried about my senior brother's well-being. I simply cannot stand her wolfish ambition. Her greedy eyes seem ready to bore into my brother's very being. She clearly isn't a good person. Yingwei, this is where you are mistaken. The female pope's voice rang out coldly. As a saintess, one must not view others through tainted lenses. Bai Yingwei was nearly brought to tears by the reprimand. Moreover, what misfortune could possibly befall Fancheng? The pope shook her head. He has contributed nothing. With a mere wave of her hand, she offered him 9 crimson fruits. Those spirit fruits could easily exchange for 100 men at a brothel. Wouldn't they? Bai Yingwe was momentarily left speechless. Which side are you on, teacher? Luo Fancheng shook his head. How could the princess harbor any ill intentions? She was merely infatuated and a tad bit possessive. Wait, a brothel? Does this sole martial continent even have such places? I've never heard Andrew mention them. Oh well, if they exist, they exist. It has nothing to do with me. A paragon of virtue like myself would never venture into such a debauched den. I must find out where to avoid such places in Qianlong City. Di Wei Yang spoke. You all wait for me here. I shall venture deeper into this soul beast oasis. Bai Yingwe's face lit up with joy before she inquired. Teacher, it's so late. What do you intend to do? Di Wei Yang's cold gaze fixed upon her. Upon hearing that I am departing, why do you seem a bit pleased? And no, I am genuinely worried about you. Bai Yingwe replied earnestly. You're leaving already? Please be careful. Di Wei Yang scoffed. I am going to the depths of the oasis to procure some blood for Fancheng. You all wait for me here. With a swish, the golden-booted foot of the enchanting figure vanished into the shadows of the forest. What is Wei Yang up to? Luo Fancheng turned to ask. Puzzled about the nature of this blood she sought, Bai Yingwe pouted her rosy lips. Wei Yang, oh, brother, you called her so affectionately. Luo Fancheng leaned closer to Bai Yingwe, sniffing the air around her. The saintess's fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she indignantly replied, Brother, why are you suddenly so close to me? Luo Fancheng raised his gaze, locking eyes with the man's deep, handsome starry orbs. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced uncontrollably. I am detecting where does this overwhelming sourness originate? Bai Yingwe retorted playfully. Who is sour about your relationship with the teacher? Don't speak nonsense. Luo Fancheng pointed at the black boots that adorned her long, snow-white legs, saying nothing of the fact that he had heard that wearing black boots could lead to excessive sweating. Bai Yingwe shyly scolded. That's disgusting. How could a fairy's feet possibly smell sour? Luo Fancheng shook his head, adopting a serious tone. I do not believe you, unless you dare to remove them and take a whiff yourself. The violet-haired saintess froze for a moment, her face turning crimson as she moved her lovely legs, flailing her delicate fists, pursuing Luo Fancheng. Luo Fancheng spotted a large stone ahead and sidestepped Bai Yingwe's flailing punches, deliberately tripping over his right foot with his left, tumbling forward, his head nearly colliding with the hard stone. Brother, the saintess cried out in alarm, her graceful figure darting forward, catching Luo Fancheng by the shoulders and pulling him into her embrace to steady him. In the fragrant softness of the saintess's embrace, Luo Fancheng widened his eyes. Junior sister, how can you take advantage of your senior brother? Bai Yingwe was taken aback. I was saving you. Otherwise, you would have hit your head on the stone. It would hurt even if it didn't injure you. Luo Fancheng's gaze sharpened. Can a soul master like myself truly be tripped so easily? Speak honestly. Do you harbor ulterior motives toward your senior brother? Bai Yingwe, you claim you have no feelings for me. Yet here you are, holding me. How is this any different from what that Princess Xiying would do? The man asserted with righteous indignation. Bai Yingwe immediately attempted to withdraw her arm, but Luo Fancheng grasped it firmly, preventing her escape. Brother, what are you doing? Bai Yingwe's face was flushed with embarrassment. I intend to keep evidence of your bullying, to present to Wei Yang upon her return. Luo Fancheng thought to himself, mischievously contemplating how to provoke jealousy in the little girl. When feelings are ripe between a boy and a girl, one must seize the moment to deepen their relationship, transitioning from mere verbal exchanges to simple physical contact. If Bai Yingwe had no feelings for him, she would have revealed her four-ring strength and sent him flying with a single blow. Did he truly believe that it was his arm binding the saintess in this moment? No, it was the affection blossoming within the girl and Appo's heart for him. Brother, please let go. Teacher could return at any moment. Bai Yingwe and Appo's face was scarlet, her delicate figure softening. The pure and innocent saintess had never encountered such shameless behavior. Even the holy son, Huang Yin, who longed for her, would not dare act so brazenly. First, she would refuse, and second, he feared the female pope and Appo's wrath. Luo Fancheng turned, leaning toward the saintess's exquisite countenance, murmuring, Junior sister, You would want Wei Yang to return and find you bullying me, would you, brother? Bai Yingyue trembled slightly, feeling her limbs grow weak. As if she were a noodle, her heart racing wildly. Please let me go. I admit my fault. I was merely concerned for you, not trying to take advantage. Truth be told, witnessing Bai Yingyue in such a state left Luo Fancheng astonished. As he suddenly realized something, girls on the Soul Martial continent are generally more innocent than women in his past life. Despite the prevalence of scoundrels, there were just as many scheming women, and those driven by material desires were even more numerous. One could only say that in an era flooded with materialism and information overload, there are far too many tricks. Brother the teacher could return at any moment. Will you let me go? Bai Yingyue pleaded, attempting to wriggle free. That beguiling tone, coupled with the gentle caress against his back, and the lingering fragrance. How could a gentle soul withstand such temptations? Surely, you would relent and release her. Yet to let go now would mean tightening his belt. All previous efforts would be in vain. Luo Fancheng tightened his grip. No, if I let you off the hook now, how could I ever do so again? Wei Yang must witness this. I truly did not, Bai Yingyue insisted, her gaze earnest as she met his piercing eyes. If you are truly guiltless, and have no feelings for me whatsoever, then swear it here. Upon your oath, I shall release you. I swear. Bai Yingyue's gaze faltered, unable to meet Luo Fancheng's eyes, the words of the oath remaining unspoken. For deep within her heart, she felt guilty. Chapter 57. The Saintess's Plea, a tactic of desire and restraint. In a peculiar beam of light, Bai Yingyue exclaimed, "You still claim you have no feelings for your senior brother. Senior brother, what must I do for you to release me?" Bai Yingyue, biting her cherry lips, implored, "If our master returns and sees us entangled in such a peculiar manner, he will be furious." Luo Fancheng replied, "Then you must first utter a sweet name for me." Bai Yingyue shyly switched her tone. "Good senior brother, please let me go." "That doesn't sound appealing." Luo Fancheng shook his head. "That won't do." Her cheeks flushed crimson as she timidly murmured like a fawn, "All right, dear brother, please spare your sister." A sudden tension gripped Luo Fancheng. In the deep night of the forest, with the beauty wrapped around him, the fragrance enveloping his senses, and her delicate pleas ringing in his ears, who could withstand such a temptation? However, letting go now would mean defeat. The warmth of their feelings still requires spark. No, he could not relent. "You scoundrel!" Bai Yingyue trembled with indignation, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. With a sudden motion, she bit down on Luo Fancheng's neck. "You truly bit me," he exclaimed. "Bite hard, leave a mark." Yet another piece of evidence for Wei Yang. The once dignified saintess biting someone was indeed an undignified affair. The embarrassed girl quickly released her bite. Her expression flustered as she gazed at the mark and moisture she had left behind, suddenly feeling as timid as a quail. "Senior brother, I acted impulsively. Please do not tell the master. I could let you go, but you took advantage of me just now. So in the spirit of fairness, I must take my turn." Luo Fancheng replied with a grin. "Fine," Bai Yingyue nodded, albeit confusedly, before quickly shaking her head and retorting, "No, I didn't mean to take advantage of you." Silence enveloped them as they maintained their intimate position. After a few moments of quiet, Bai Yingyue finally broke the stillness. "All right, do as you wish, but only this once." Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. "Is that a promise?" "Absolutely," Bai Yingyue affirmed with a nod. "I trust you." Luo Fancheng gently released her delicate arm. As he turned away, Bai Yingyue exhaled in relief. But the piercing gaze of Luo Fancheng seeking repayment made her anxious once more. "Here I come, dear sister," he teased, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he reached for the gentle saintess. Just once, Bai Yingyue pressed her lips together, closing her eyes as her long lashes quivered with tension. In her heart, she cursed her senior brother for being so mischievous, a true rogue, leaving her uncertain of his intentions. Should he touch her chest? Her face? She had never been touched by a man before. Oh dear, what if this saintess was no longer pure? Bai Yingyue's mind raced in darkness, and after a prolonged silence, she grew increasingly anxious. Could it be that my senior brother intends to kiss me? She waited, her heart racing, yet no movement came. "Senior brother, will you hurry up?" No response. Bai Yingwei cautiously opened her eyes, peering through a narrow slit. Where was he? She scanned the surroundings, only to find Luo Fancheng seated calmly in the grass, eyes closed in meditation. What? Bai Yingwei's lips parted in shock. You said you would take advantage of me, yet you are meditating? Wasn't he supposed to be the rogue? Luo Fancheng slowly opened his eyes, his demeanor calm as still waters. I am meditating. Your noise could easily lead one astray. Bai Yingwei was bewildered, staring at the seemingly tranquil man before her. Was this the same mischievous senior brother from before? You just said. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Sighing, sister, I believe you may have misunderstood my intentions. It is understandable for you to feel drawn to me, as I am not unappealing. However, if I were to take advantage of you, it would be quite unbecoming of me. My earlier remarks were merely jest. Do not take them to heart. Let's not speak of this matter again. Bai Yingwei gazed at him, who had closed his eyes once more in meditation, her heart turbulent with conflicting emotions. Which side of him was the true Luo Fancheng? Had she misjudged him too harshly? Bai Yingwei's delicate hand brushed against his proud chest, and an unfamiliar discomfort stirred within her. Luo Fancheng, shrouded in darkness, felt a flicker of clarity in his heart, realizing that the final spark had likely ignited within Bai Yingwei. Women appreciate a man's initiative, but despise a cad. The balance of engagement is crucial. One must know when to push forward and when to pull back. Had he actually touched her, their physical closeness might have grown, yet the emotional distance would have widened. The art of retreating to advance is indeed the way to success. Moreover, a detail stirred Luo Fancheng and Amp Oppo's as suspicion. Reflecting on their previous exchange, everything had unfolded too smoothly. Could it be that Bai Yingwei was genuinely oblivious to his reasons for holding her arm, or was there a hint of ulterior motive behind her compliance? Even if she hadn't grasped the situation initially, she should have realized it afterward. Yet she cooperated astonishingly well. Like a naive sweetheart, she allowed him to tease and claim advantage. A saintess of the bright divine temple, a disciple of the high priestess, accustomed to deception. How could her nature be so simple? Whoever takes her for a mere naive girl is truly the fool. Thus, who is the hunter and who is the prey? Luo Fancheng remained uncertain. And yet he did not need to clarify, for he was not a hunter. He merely wished to be a patient fisherman. With a long line, one could catch a mermaid, willing to take the bait. On the other hand, Bai Yingwei observed Luo Fancheng's complete stillness, lost in his tranquil meditation. Her silver teeth clenched in frustration. Was she not appealing enough to his senior brother? Was she less captivating than that spoiled princess? Just then, whether by design or coincidence, Luo Fancheng opened his eyes, retrieving a crimson fruit from his pack, examining it closely. He nearly forgot about the gift from the princess. This fruit could potentially enhance cultivation. Luo Fancheng chuckled at himself. How foolish of me to neglect such a treasure while toiling away in hardship. Suddenly, he perked up. Sister, do you hear that? It seems there are grinding sounds nearby, akin to the gnashing of teeth from soul beasts. Bai Yingwei relaxed her jaw, offering a gentle smile. There's nothing making that noise, senior brother. You must be mistaken. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed in the distance, startling the pair as they instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. What is that? They beheld 5 resplendent beams of light shooting skyward from the core region of the Soul Beast Oasis, illuminating the dark night with vibrant hues of gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. Chapter 58. The Kirin Lord, the overbearing female pope, and the clumsy bear Luo Fancheng rose to his feet, gazing into the distance. Even from afar, he could sense the terrifying fluctuations emanating from 5 radiant pillars of light. It felt as if even the slightest residual wave could obliterate a feeble soul master. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted, and dazzling golden light surged forth, illuminating the dark jungle as if it were broad daylight. Luo Fancheng could perceive the indescribable sacred aura radiating from that golden light, which felt oddly familiar. This is Wei Yong. Who is she battling? Bai Yingwei seemed to sense something, her expression grave. How could the teacher be fighting against the Kirin Lord? The 5 pillars of light in the sky contain the powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This is the Kirin Lord's innate soul skill, the five elements' mysterious light pillar. Luo Fancheng inquired. Is the opponent a soul beast or a human? Is a soul beast. Luo Fancheng was astonished. A soul beast called the Kirin Lord? Bai Ingwen nodded. Yes, its true form is an 800,000-year-old five-elements jade Kirin, the true sovereign of this oasis. Its power surpasses that of the other 7 soul beast emperors. The continent's soul masters originally referred to it as the Kirin Emperor, but this creature has repeatedly soared above the major empires to reveal itself. Without harming a single person or destroying a city, it has one purpose: to correct its title. Each time, it roars that the title of Kirin Emperor is too vulgar and insists on being addressed as the Kirin Lord. Goodness, how absurd! Luo Fancheng's mouth twitched. This being clearly had an impressive reputation, yet its behavior was so peculiar. Where is the dignity of a strong being? Luo Fancheng remarked in disbelief. It dares to venture into human territory for such a trivial matter? Does it not fear being besieged by stronger opponents seeking to seize its rings and bones? Not at all. It is determined to escape, and no one can stop it. Bai Ingwe shook her head. Because the Kirin Lord possesses an extraordinary innate soul skill, the 5 elements escape technique. Moreover, Luo Fancheng prompted, moreover what? Bai Ingwe hesitantly replied. I heard the teacher say that there may be a soul beast lurking in the soul beast forest that is far more terrifying than the Kirin Lord. The powerful forces are afraid that hunting the Kirin Lord might provoke this unknown, terrifying existence, so they refrain from excessive action. As for soul masters hunting ordinary soul beasts, it is of little concern. After all, the internal rules of the soul beasts are governed by the jungle law of the survival of the fittest, where different species constantly clash. As long as there are no strong beings crazily slaughtering soul beasts, the soul beast emperors will not intervene. I see. Luo Fancheng understood, surprised to learn such a secret. He worried. Will Wei Yang not be besieged by other soul beast emperors when facing the Kirin Lord? What if that unknown existence is awakened? That unknown soul beast has never made an appearance. I even suspect it may be a fabrication and does not exist at all. Bai Ingwe replied. The teacher is not reckless. Since she is gone, she must have complete confidence in her return. Suddenly, Luo Fancheng recalled the female pope mentioning before her departure that she needed to borrow some blood. Could it be that she was seeking the Kirin Lord blood? With such a commotion, does it seem like she is borrowing? Did he misunderstand, and she was actually going to see some blood? Can we really say that about the female pope? In the core area of the soul beast oasis, violent energy surged. The female pope, with her regal phoenix eyes, stood with a massive 12-winged, divine, angelic figure floating behind her, radiating brilliant holy light. Before her stood a jade-colored Kirin, towering 100 meters high, its entire body shimmering with the divine light of the 5 elements, both mystical and powerful. The jade Kirin roared, Female Pope, do you intend to wage war against my soul beast oasis? Empress Wei Yang replied coldly, casting a sidelong glance at the 6 massive beast shadows stirring in the surrounding shadows. Kirin Lord, I require a drop of your essence blood, and I will leave immediately. Should you dare to shamelessly conspire and attack, I shall take my leave and summon powerful beings from the divine hall to return. The jade Kirin trembled in fury, exclaiming, who is being shameless here? You come uninvited in the middle of the night, demanding essence blood, and you speak of reason. I'm not being unreasonable. Empress Wei Yang countered coldly, shaking her head. The jade Kirin roared in anger. Woman, you are playing with fire? Are you implying that I am not human? Empress Wei Yang ignored it. This Kirin Emperor had always enjoyed mimicking human behavior, and its title was derived from a human novel it had read. If it wanted to be human, it should have sought to regain its form long ago. Waiting until now, after 800,000 years, was too late. Not speaking? Do you think that my soul beast oasis is a place you can enter and leave at will? Empress Wei Yang frowned, her aura rising. I have no time to listen to your ramblings. I have limited time, and others are waiting for me. Impudent. The jade Kirin bellowed. As the female pope raised her delicate hand, her forceful and irritable tone suddenly shifted to a light laugh. Is it just a matter of essence blood? We can negotiate. The world is not solely about fighting. I have but one request. Good. Empress Wei Yang nodded. State your condition. The Jade Kirin stated solemnly. Help us investigate a person. Or perhaps it could be a treasure. Oh. Empress Wei Yang raised an eyebrow. The other day, I sensed a high-ranking and pure dragon aura appearing in the Soul Martial continent. It is said that the female pope is a woman of her word. So I wish to ask for your assistance in tracing the origin of this dragon aura. If you can uncover it, not only will I provide you with this essence blood, but my soul beast oasis will also recognize you as a friend from this day forth. Empress Wei Yang's heart stirred, though her expression remained indifferent. What does this dragon aura have to do with you? The Jade Kirin replied, You need not concern yourself with that. Just promise me, and you may take this essence blood. If you refuse, then we shall fight. Huh. I am not to be trifled with. The female pope pretended to contemplate, as if weighing her options. Very well, I shall investigate. But I cannot guarantee when I will inform you. Splendid. The Jade Kirin failed to notice the loophole in her words. A drop of five-colored essence blood shot forth from its claw, resembling a resplendent amber. The female pope caught in her palm. With a tearing sound, the space shattered, revealing a rift. Farewell. Just before stepping into the dark rift, the female pope paused for a moment to say, Kirin Lord, I advise you not to imitate the characters from human novels when you speak. Whoosh. Her graceful figure vanished, leaving the Jade Kirin baffled as it looked towards the 6 massive beast shadows in the shadows. What did her last remark mean? I don't know. The 5 ferocious beasts shook their heads, feigning ignorance. Only one, a giant bear with a brown coat and a tuft of golden fur on its head, spoke up. Boss. She meant that you sound too juvenile in your speech. She was mocking you. The Jade Kirin's eyes narrowed. Is it really juvenile? Yes, it is undoubtedly juvenile. In fact, I want to point this out to you for a long time. It is quite ridiculous, haha. As the giant bear laughed, it leaned back, crashing into a sturdy ancient tree. Its hefty rear rested against the tree's roots as it patted its belly, making a thudding sound. I, the clumsy bear, have tolerated you for too long. Today, I shall clean up the portal for the master. The Jade Kirin transformed into a beam of earthy yellow light, burrowing into the ground, and in the blink of an eye, appeared above the bear, delivering a powerful slap. Boom! The giant bear was sent flying, crashing into countless trees, its paws protecting its head as it dazedly asked, Boss, why are you so angry all of a sudden? A gentleman speaks rather than fights. The Jade Kirin swung its massive claw, delivering another resounding slap. I am not a gentleman. I am a beast. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Soul Beast Oasis, the female pope stepped through the portal, cradling the Kirin's essence blood in her palm. Just then, a young girl's voice reached her ears, causing her to freeze in place. Brother, just take off your clothes. Please remove it quickly. Chapter 59, Secret Technique, Divine Body Tempering. Under the moonlit jungle, the shadows of a man and a woman intertwined, as Bai Yingwei persistently reached out to tug at Luo Fancheng and Amp Appo's clothing. Junior sister, this is not permissible. Bai Yingwei hurriedly replied, What is wrong with it? You are my brother, and I am your sister. Isn't it only right to lend you a little assistance? Luo Fancheng clutched his collar. No need. I can handle this myself. Be obedient and just take it off. Rest assured, my skills are quite proficient, Bai Yingwei incessantly urged, showing no intention of relenting. Luo Fancheng was speechless. It seemed that this so-called saintly junior sister was not as innocent as she appeared. She quickly found an excuse to come and retaliate against him. What are you two doing? A voice, cold and authoritative, suddenly emerged from the side, causing both the handsome man and beautiful woman to tremble. Bai Yingwei swiftly jumped away and hurriedly explained to the Pope, who had emerged from a spatial rift, Teacher, please don't misunderstand. I merely wanted to help my senior brother, as his clothes are covered in blood and quite filthy. The Pope responded coldly, Can't he wash them himself? His clothes have too many tears, and I just wanted to help him clean and mend them, Bai Yingwei replied faultlessly. The Pope said nothing, turning her gaze toward the man. Fancheng, is that so? Under the gaze of those cold, tranquil eyes, Luo Fancheng felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, despite having done nothing wrong. The Pope was fighting against the Chilan elder for him, while he and his junior sister were caught in this predicament. It felt reminiscent of a husband striving to earn a living, only to return home and find his wife engaged in an intimate conversation with another. Luo Fancheng admitted, "Junior sister indeed means that. When I refused, she pulled my clothes, and you have seen the ensuing chaos." "Very well," the Pope nodded. Just as Luo Fancheng and Bai Yingwei exhaled in relief, the Pope's next words left them astounded. "Yingwei, go and take off your senior brother's clothes." "What?" Bai Yingwei's mouth fell open in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. "Forget it." The Pope shook her head, turning to Luo Fancheng. "Fancheng, you may remove your clothes yourself." Luo Fancheng was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Bai Yingwei's antics were one thing, but surely the Pope wouldn't be engaging in such nonsense. Wasn't this just chaos? On the other side of the jungle, Li Hongpeng, suspended upside down, vented his displeasure. Meanwhile, Yi Xiang and another girl were also hanging, their skirts modestly concealing their forms. Yet the torn black stockings revealed large swathes of pristine skin. "Shut your mouth. When that strong individual was here, why didn't you speak up? Now you're all bravado," Yi Xiang retorted, her piercing gaze fixated on the direction from which the multicolored light had erupted. The commotion over there couldn't possibly be caused by Fancheng and his teacher, could it? Yang Wei's complexion turned pale. Uncertain whether it was from the strain of being suspended or fear, he murmured, "Princess, do you think we're in danger? Are they trying to hang us to death? Are you foolish?" Yi Xiang scoffed. "They could simply raise a finger and kill us. The fact that they haven't means they're merely teaching us a lesson." Old Tai chimed in, "The princess is right. There have been no soul beasts around, indicating they have left measures to protect us. The power binding us is weakening, and we should soon regain our freedom." Yi Xiang raised her chin, speaking with haughty disdain. "Yang Wei, with your intellect, you're only fit for planting rice. Comparing you to my brother Fancheng is a gross insult to him." Yang Wei instinctively wanted to retort, but found himself at a loss for words, aware that in terms of talent, strength, and background, he could not compete. "Princess, are you sure you wish to invite Luo Xiaobrother to participate in the Tri-City Battle Tournament?" Old Tai appeared to be hesitating. "Why? Is there a problem?" Yi Xiang countered. Old Tai hesitated. Luo Xiaobrother's strength is undeniable, but he has only just broken through to the first ring. He may defeat the less experienced Li Hongpeng, but that does not mean he can face the true elites of the royal city competing at 19 years of age. Yi Xiang surprisingly did not argue, saying, "Li Hongpeng is indeed lacking compared to the 19-year-olds with levels above 35 from previous years. He wouldn't last against even one of them." "Oh no, have I become a unit of measurement for combat?" Li Hongpeng felt offended, yet he recognized his own limitations. The third soul ring's limit is 1,700 years, while he only possesses a 1,000-year soul ring. Those competing had at least a soul ring over 1,400 years, and after breaking through to level 35, their combat power surged, allowing them to defeat soul beasts of 2,500 years. He was far behind. Yi Xiang continued to Old Tai. "Naturally, my brother Fancheng is not a match for those veteran talents at present, but we still have 3 months. I believe he will make progress. Otherwise, why do you think I kept all 9 Zhu fruits that can accelerate cultivation? Moreover, winning the championship isn't the most important thing. What matters is that he comes, giving me the opportunity." Old Tai realized that the seemingly reckless princess had already contemplated everything. He expressed his concerns. "But Fancheng Xiaobrother has a mysterious, powerful figure behind him. If that figure is the Empress of the Divine Phoenix Empire, it would be acceptable. But if it is the Pope, our Songlong Empire has always been at odds with her. Will Lord Tianwu allow someone with such a special background to participate in the Tri-Nation Battle Tournament? After all, certain secrets of the tournament cannot be known to uncontrollable individuals." Yi Xiang dismissed his worries. "As long as you don't tell my father about this matter, it will be fine." "What?" Everyone's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" Yi Xiang's voice turned sharp. "No one is allowed to mention that my brother Fancheng has a mysterious, powerful figure behind him. I despise those who report behind my back. If anyone dares to speak of it and ruin my brother and my affairs, they are courting death. Moreover, it would not benefit you either. Do you think my father, who dotes on me, would tolerate someone who betrays me?" Old Tai understood. Whatever the princess instructs, I will comply. Li Hongpeng felt that both the princess and Luo Fancheng were far beyond his reach. What about you? Yi Xiang's fierce gaze swept over them. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and trembled. Me too. Me too. Old Tai couldn't help but ask, Princess, what if Luo Xiaobrother doesn't T-com? Yi Xiang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, what if he truly didn't T-show up? What did she do? Cry to her father? What are you standing around for? Hurry up. The Pope frowned. How can I help you enhance your strength if you don't take your clothes off? Huh? Luo Fancheng was perplexed. What does removing clothes have to do with enhancing strength? The Pope replied coldly. You've only just awakened a few days ago. With your current level 12 cultivation, you cannot compete in the Tri-City Battle Tournament. Moreover, to learn secret techniques there, a certain physical foundation is necessary. I intend to use the secret techniques of the Holy Light Temple, along with the essence blood of the 5 elements Jade Qilin, to help you enhance your physical strength. Luo Fancheng felt an unexplainable sense of urgency and removed his outer garment. The Pope frowned. Take it all off. Soon, Luo Fancheng removed his inner garment, standing before the high priestess and the saintess with his muscular torso exposed. Ah! Bai Yingyue exclaimed, covering her cheeks with her hands. The high priestess, unblinking, scrutinized him from head to toe. Even someone as thick-skinned and unfeeling as Luo Fancheng felt a twinge of discomfort under her gaze. Yet, there was no hint of lasciviousness in her eyes, only a pure, analytical observation. TSK, quite impressive. Chapter 60, The Mark of the Qilin, the elevation of the internal organs. Astonishing the Pope as Holy Maiden Bai Yingyue's small ears twitched as she murmured to herself, I must not allow my teacher, the Pope, to savor this alone. Covering her cheeks with her hands, she discreetly parted her fingers to steal a glance. Gasp! She inhaled sharply, taken aback by the unexpected muscular development of the man. Swallowing hard, she felt a flutter in her throat. Just as Luo Fancheng was about to succumb to the scrutiny, the Holy Maiden nodded repeatedly, affirming, indeed, quite remarkable. Fancheng, your physique appears to be rather unique, entirely unlike that of ordinary individuals. It seems my decision to procure this Qilin blood for you was indeed wise. Luo Fancheng, perplexed, could not help but inquire, what method do you intend to employ, Wei Yang? The angelic martial soul's secret techniques passed down through the temple are ill-suited for you. However, the body-tempering secret method can be utilized, the Holy Maiden explained, retrieving peculiar spiritual herbs from her storage space, all floating gracefully in the air. With a breath, she parted her crimson lips, releasing a stream of golden flames imbued with a sacred aura, refining the herbs as impurities transformed into black smoke, leaving behind a transparent essence. The multicolored Qilin blood, long cradled in her palm, mingled with the essence, instantly transforming into a fiery red hue, radiating with a prismatic glow, embodying the quintessence of the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, stirring an irresistible desire to consume it. Bai Yingyue, bewildered, remarked, Teacher, I have never seen you ask me to undress or employ any body-tempering secret method. The Holy Maiden cast her a glance and shook her head. This body-tempering technique is exceedingly young and robust, while your Tai Yuan is an extreme cold martial soul. The two are incompatible. Very well, Bai Yingyue replied, a hint of disappointment creeping in, but her cheerful disposition quickly overshadowed it as she eagerly observed her senior brother. Fancheng, sit cross-legged and steady your mind. This body-tempering process will undoubtedly be excruciating, akin to a blunt knife slicing through flesh, but you must endure. The benefits will be immense. This is the secret method of our temple, Divine Ink Body Tempering. It ranks among the top 3 body tempering techniques in the world. However, with the infusion of this 800,000-year-old Qilin blood, the enhancement you will receive should rival the thunder refining technique of the White Tiger Empire. Divine Ink Body Tempering? The name piqued Luo Fancheng's interest, and he smiled, baring his chest as he settled into a meditative position. Let it be. What's a little pain? With a fierce glare, Emperor Wei Yang summoned the winds, lifting Luo Fancheng and Appo's as-seated form into the air. The fiery essence coalesced at her fingertips. Bear with the pain. she urged just before the divine. Searing flames ignited at her fingertips, swiftly tracing across Luo Fancheng's broad back. The tips of her fingers danced like serpents, swiftly sketching fiery red lines. Bai Yingwei gasped in astonishment as she realized that the chaotic lines were subtly converging into the shape of a mythical beast. She suddenly understood. Murmuring, using the back as canvas, blood as ink, fingers as brushes, to paint the beast and refine the body. This must be the divine ink body tempering. What unique method? Wait, didn't the teacher say body tempering would be painful? Why isn't senior brother crying out? Yes, why am I not crying out? Luo Fancheng was equally bewildered. The holy maiden had claimed it would be painful, yet he felt no discomfort. Instead, it felt rather pleasant, his back tingling as the warm, slick fingertips glided over his skin, reminiscent of a soothing massage. A peculiar sensation coursed through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, leaving him with an ethereal feeling. If the holy maiden had not assured him that this was a legitimate body tempering, he might have suspected he was receiving a massage. The holy maiden was astonished. The Qilin blood mixed with the essence was being imprinted onto Luo Fancheng's skin, forcefully clearing all meridian blockages and permeating his internal organs, refining them. Logically, he should have been in unbearable agony, yet there was no sound from him. How could he endure this? Impressive. The holy maiden felt a surge of admiration. Fancheng, if you can't hold it in anymore, feel free to cry out. It won't matter. Is that truly acceptable? Luo Fancheng struggled to maintain his composure. Don't worry, she reassured him. Bai Yingwei stumbled, nearly falling over. Is this pain truly so intoxicating? Who could suffer such torment? The holy maiden's delicate lashes fluttered, her composure wavering as her movements nearly halted. What is happening? This fellow seems to feel no pain at all, but rather pleasure. With a swift motion, a mythical beast materialized on Luo Fancheng's back as the holy maiden applied the last drop of the blood essence to the creature's eyes. It was complete, like the finishing touch to a masterpiece. The majestic beast seemed to spring to life, emanating a brilliant scarlet glow. The holy maiden withdrew, and the overwhelming sensation of pleasure that had been building within Luo Fancheng reached its zenith, erupting forth. His entire body radiated a heated crimson, with his internal organs glowing in a kaleidoscope of colors. The heart blazed with fiery light, the kidneys shimmered with watery brilliance, the lungs pulsed with golden waves. The liver radiated green luminescence, and the spleen glowed with a yellow hue. Luo Fancheng stood upright, descending towards the ground, feeling an intense warmth surging from his back, waves of pleasure washing over him as if his very essence was undergoing a metamorphosis. Wei Yong, what is happening to me? Fear not. This is an excellent body tempering effect, the holy maiden replied, her phoenix eyes sparkling with brilliance. She had not anticipated that using the Qilin blood as a catalyst would yield such extraordinary results. She was certain that the divine ink body tempering would not produce such miraculous effects in an ordinary person. Even with Qilin blood, it was improbable. Luo Fancheng's constitution was evidently extraordinary, as he felt not a hint of pain. This indicated that he possessed innate access to all 8 meridians, with unobstructed channels. All the essence and blood had been fully absorbed by his internal organs, catalyzing their transformation. There could be no more perfect innate physique than this. Such a terrifying physical talent, if she were not so self-aware, if her pride did not restrain her. The holy maiden might have been compelled to eliminate him right then and there. Luo Fancheng, still craving more, wished to ask the holy maiden if she could perform another round. The sensation was exhilarating, intoxicatingly delightful. Forget the title of holy maiden. Her skills would be better suited for a massage parlor. I would pay any price to visit daily. Bai Yingwei, full of curiosity, asked, Teacher, what is the significance of the 5 radiant lights emanating from senior brother's body? The holy maiden replied, the divine ink body tempering employs a unique method to infuse the blood of fierce beasts into the human body, primarily refining the internal organs while strengthening the muscles and bones. The 800,000 year old Qilin is the most perfect material for this body tempering secret technique. Unable to contain his curiosity, Luo Fancheng inquired, why is that? The holy maiden explained. Each of the 5 organs in the human body possesses an attribute. The heart embodies fire, the kidneys represent water, the lungs signify metal, the liver symbolizes wood, and the spleen denotes earth. The Qilin's 5 elemental powers correspond to these attributes, perfectly awakening the hidden potential within each organ. The brighter the glow from an organ, the greater its potential. Bai Yingyue quickly focused her gaze, and Luo Fancheng lowered his head to observe. It seemed all were quite bright. Buzz! At that moment, a brilliant blue light erupted, overshadowing the other 4 colors. Luo Fancheng's eyes widened, filled with overwhelming joy, for it represented the potential of the kidneys. No, it signified a man's dignity. Senior brother, Bai Yingyue gasped, covering her rosy lips, pointing incredulously at Luo Fancheng. What on earth are you hiding in your pocket? Chapter 61. The High Priestess. I am here to assist you. The awkward saintess Luo Fancheng was taken aback, startled by the indescribable presence that he could not ignore. Even without Bai Yingyue and Appo's, as reminder, the Kuanping transformed into an enraged dragon, soaring and roaring towards the heavens. The epic enhancement displayed by his little brother truly left Luo Fancheng in awe. Where had all the promised refinement of his internal organs gone? This was certainly not his fault. He was a virtuous gentleman, and it must be that the secret arts of the divine temple were excessively unscrupulous. Senior brother, let me see the precious treasure you have hidden. You haven't showcased it in days. Upon hearing this, Luo Fancheng was taken aback. Was this something one could showcase? Bai Yingyue had already reached out with her small hand, her big, bright eyes sparkling with intense curiosity. He quickly withdrew, trying to evade her grasp to prevent her from gaining leverage. Still not showing it? How stingy. Bai Yingyue pouted, stomping her feet, her long, beautiful legs shining with a delicate white. She exclaimed, I've heard for a long time that some soul masters conceal their hidden weapons in their sleeves or shoes. I never expected you to hide yours in your pant leg. Luo Fancheng's face twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. How on earth was he supposed to explain this? He felt a sense of urgency. Ahem, he chuckled awkwardly. Junior sister, you truly are astute. You've seen through me. Bai Yingyue smiled, of course. I am the saintess of the temple, exceptionally clever, you know. Just show it to me, will you? Absolutely not. Luo Fancheng firmly shook his head. You mentioned it being a hidden weapon. How could I possibly reveal it? Such lethal implements, once unleashed, would surely bring about bloodshed for the enemy. All right, fine. As Bai Yingyue seemed to abandon her curiosity about the hidden dragon, Luo Fancheng sighed in relief. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the cold, elegant figure standing silently beside him, and his heart leaped into his throat, sensing impending trouble. Oh no, how could I forget about this esteemed lady? Di Weiyong wore an expressionless face, yet the corners of her lips subtly curled, her phoenix eyes glimmering with a hint of amusement as she observed him earnestly deceiving an unsuspecting girl. Luo Fancheng felt mortified. Surely the saintess was unaware. But did the high priestess not comprehend as well? His mind was filled with an embarrassing turmoil. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. Bai Yingyue approached and poked Luo Fancheng's shoulder with a pout, indignantly declaring, Senior brother, you are deceiving me. I have reason to suspect you are misleading this innocent girl. Luo Fancheng felt a jolt of surprise. Had she figured it out? Bai Yingyue huffed. Shouldn't a hidden weapon be something discreet, like a steel needle? Just look at this. It's so obvious. How could it possibly be a hidden weapon? It's clearly a deception. Luo Fancheng's mind buzzed. He could not devise a countermeasure, especially with the luminous energy of his internal organs still flickering. The azure glow representing his kidneys was particularly agitated. His head throbbed with the overwhelming surge of power, his muscles and blood feeling as though they might burst. At this moment, he was far more terrified of the impending explosion of fury than of social embarrassment. Gritting his teeth, he endured the discomfort. He attempted to channel his soul power to regulate his energy. But his short training period rendered him incapable of calming the raging force within. Senior brother, Bai Yingyue noticed his distress and cried out in concern, forgetting her curiosity. She turned to Di Weiyong, urgently asking, Teacher, what is wrong with senior brother? How can we help him? Fancheng, I am here to assist you. Di Weiyang, having recognized the intense discomfort he was enduring, spoke with a cool, commanding tone. With a swift motion, she approached Luo Fancheng, grasping his hand firmly. Her demeanor calm, yet authoritative. Do not worry. This is merely an overflow of your internal power. Your body cannot accommodate this sudden surge of vitality. I will help you relieve this excess energy. In a fluid motion, Di Weiyang drew the overwhelming energy from Luo Fancheng's body, soothing it before gently returning it. He felt the power she transferred back to him, cool as a maiden's hand, coursing through him, rectifying the turbulent energy within. His muscles crackled and popped as his vitality surged, transforming him into a more striking and robust figure. The moment Di Weiyang released him, all discomfort vanished, replaced by an electrifying sense of clarity and ease. Once the excess energy had dissipated, Luo Fancheng experienced a euphoric release. However, Bai Yinghue's unexpected remark pulled him back to reality. Where did senior brother's hidden weapon suddenly vanish to? Luo Fancheng glanced down. Phew, finally a piece. He shot a glance at Bai Yinghue. You useless little fool. I was about to explode, and you were here prattling on. It was the high priestess who came to my rescue, skillfully alleviating my pain. Having noted the high priestess's serene and composed demeanor, Luo Fancheng felt reassured. She was evidently unfazed by the situation. Moreover, it was not entirely his fault, right? It was simply an accident. When one is virtuous, there is no fear of shadows. How do you feel? The high priestess inquired coolly. Luo Fancheng attempted to clench his fist, chuckling softly. I feel as if I could shatter a three-ringed Li Hongpeng with just one punch, without even needing to summon my martial soul. The high priestess smiled slightly indeed. The ultimate effect of this divine refinement body varies from person to person. While enhancing strength is secondary, the primary benefit is that it activates the elemental powers within your internal organs. Once you awaken the Qilin tattoo on your back, these elemental forces will continuously nourish your body, significantly enhancing your recovery capabilities and granting you resistance against attacks of elemental nature. Luo Fancheng was delighted. The Qilin tattoo? Applause for me, perhaps? He thought it quite catchy. Feeling blissful, he longed to find a large mirror to admire himself, having suddenly acquired a Qilin tattoo. After all, aside from being somewhat handsome and possessing a few skills, he was just an ordinary young man before his arrival here. The thrill of this new development excited him. He was not particularly interested in what other transmigrators sought. He only desired a blissful existence, freedom to pursue joy, to flirt with those he fancied, to savor delectable meals, and to visit cherished places. Occasionally, he would entertain noble thoughts of helping others. This was the essence of who he truly was. If not for his rational mind, reminding him that freedom requires strength, his enthusiasm for cultivation would not be as fervent as it was now. Thus, for the sake of freedom, he chose to be invincible. Luo Fancheng snapped back to reality. His mind racing, he fixed his gaze on the purple-haired, big-eyed girl squatting in front of him. Junior sister, what are you doing? Bai Yinghue looked up at him, her curled eyelashes fluttering, her lips parting as she earnestly stated, I am investigating where you have hidden it. But senior brother, it's not very concealed. There is still a bulge here, which neither I nor teacher possess. With lightning speed, she pointed her slender finger, causing Luo Fancheng to shiver and leap up in surprise. Chapter 62. Essential readings for the holy maidens of past generations. The mysterious golden-masked woman, what should one do when a situation spirals beyond one and oppose? As control, Luo Fancheng seized the blood-stained garment from the ground and dashed away, not daring to glance back as he fled towards the periphery of the forest. It's too filthy. I must find a pool to bathe, he thought. The master imparts wisdom. If you have questions, ask your teacher. Bai Yinghue was perplexed by Luo Fancheng's hasty departure and even more bewildered as she glanced at her fingers. Shouldn't hidden weapons be hard? Why does this feel soft? Teacher, do you know what is going on? Bai Yinghue gazed curiously at the Pope. Di Weiyang's lips twitched slightly, and a vein pulsed at her temple. She had been entertained by the unfolding drama, but now this rascal had abruptly left, leaving her to deal with the mess. What a scoundrel. This man must be intentionally toying with my feelings, she thought. With a cold tone, Di Weiyang dismissed her, go practice. Matters of adults are not for children to inquire about. By Ingwe, both timid and bold, puffed out her chest. I am not a child. In just 2.5 months, I will be 18. Di Weiyang shook her head. The reason I'm withholding this from you is to spare you embarrassment. You, my dear girl, are ungrateful. Bai Ingwe clung to the Pope's arm in a playful manner, gently shaking it. But please tell me. I'm brave enough. There is nothing in this world that could embarrass me. With a sigh, Di Weiyang's hand shimmered with light. She retrieved a yellowed booklet from her storage space, which bore no title or illustration on its cover, and tossed it into Bai Ingwe's hands. What is this? Bai Ingwe asked. Di Weiyang replied coolly. This is the required reading for all holy maidens of the temple upon reaching adulthood. It is time for you to receive it. Open it, but do not regret it. Rest assured, I will not regret it, Bai Ingwe exclaimed, her curiosity overwhelming her restraint. Her heart raced and hands trembled as she opened the little yellow booklet, as if stepping into a mysterious world. Upon turning to the first page and seeing 2 images of a man and a woman, accompanied by rows of small text, Bai Ingwe couldn't help but emit a delicate cry, her lip quivering as she pointed at the booklet. Teacher, how can they be so shameless? They aren't wearing anything. This is indecent. Di Weiyang retorted coldly. If you do not wish to look, return it to me. Bai Ingwe bit her lip, lowering her head to continue examining the indecent images, which seemed to possess a magical allure, deeply captivating her. As she turned the pages, her body began to tremble. Her cheeks flushed deeper with each revelation. By the time she closed the last page, her face was flushed to the utmost, and she dared not meet the Pope's gaze. Her trembling hand returning the booklet. Teacher, I return this to you. No need to return it. Keep it safe and pass it on to the next generation of holy maidens. Its importance should be evident, Di Weiyang stated. Bai Ingwe covered her blushing face. Finally, unable to suppress a shriek, tears of embarrassment welling in her eyes. Teacher, what foolishness have I just committed? I regret it. I should not have looked at this. How will I face senior brother now? Di Weiyang's expression remained impassive as she asked. Now, do you understand where your senior brother hides his weapons? Bai Ingwe and Appo's mind immediately conjured the scene of her earlier exchange with Luo Fancheng, and she began to sob even louder. I told senior brother I was so clever. How foolish I am. Teacher, I truly cannot face anyone now. What should I do? Di Weiyang inquired coolly. Was it good feeling? Good feeling? Bai Ingwe froze, realizing she had absent-mindedly touched it. I cannot live. I have lost all dignity. Let me run head first into a tree and return to my next life to repay your kindness. Perhaps, Di Weiyang mused. Your senior brother may not understand the differences between men and women, just as you did not before. Yes, that way, there would be no embarrassment, Bai Ingwe replied, her sobs subsiding, her mood lightening considerably. Di Weiyang countered, if he didn't know, why did he flee so quickly? Bai Ingwe's cries intensified. Are you trying to comfort me, or merely provoking me? Di Weiyang pointed her finger, causing Bai Ingwe's cries to abruptly cease as she nervously gazed in the direction indicated. Has senior brother returned so soon? No, Di Weiyang shook her head. What I meant was that tree is quite thick. When a smile fades from one person's face, it invariably appears on another's. Di Weiyang's lips curled into a delightful smile. The extraordinary Pope sighed softly within. It seemed she and T felt this relaxed in ages. When did the pressure begin? Was it when she became a holy maiden? When she inherited the papacy? Or was it the day she initiated reforms, facing the hostility of the aristocracy? No, it began during her trials across the continent, witnessing countless acts of bullying and injustice, countless human sufferings. The tides of the world are such that some she cannot alter, some she can change, and some she feels compelled to strive to change, even if she cannot succeed. Splash, splash. A refreshing bath, a buoyant mood. Men remain youthful until death. In the dim forest, gentle moonlight cascaded upon the clear stream as Luo Fancheng hummed a tune while bathing, feeling utterly content. He had initially intended to evade trouble, but unexpectedly heard the sound of water and discovered stream. Glancing at his back, he realized there were no Qilin patterns and nearly thought they had washed away. He attempted to channel his soul power through his organs, and vibrant colors surged forth. igniting fiery red patterns along his back, forming a majestic mythical beast. It turns out that activation was necessary for manifestation. Impressive indeed. The Qilin patterns radiated an intense aura, causing all water-type soul beasts in the stream to flee in terror. Luo Fancheng quickly understood why the Pope felt secure allowing him to venture out alone. This tattoo bore the essence of the region's soul beast dominator, the Qilin sovereign. No soul beast would dare provoke him. Not only did it enhance his combat prowess, but it also served as a protective talisman. The temple's profound heritage truly astounded him, harboring such secret arts. How curious. I wonder how Wei Yang explains such matters to her students. Luo Fancheng mused, completely oblivious to the miniature silver shadow swiftly approaching him from beneath the water. Suddenly, as he was washing, a sharp pain pierced his leg, prompting him to leap up with the Qilin patterns glowing fiercely. He struck down with a punch. The stream erupted, splashing water everywhere, creating a vacuum that exposed the pebbled bottom before being quickly submerged again. Nothing. Luo Fancheng, now on the bank, scanned the area cautiously. The stream was crystal clear, devoid of any trace of soul beasts. Looking down, he noticed a tiny wound on his thigh. He channeled his soul power, finding no abnormalities in his body, nor any strange entities entering it. Bewildered, he decided to leave the area immediately, pulling up his pants as he ran. As he departed, tranquility returned to the surroundings, with only the gentle sound of flowing water beside the moonlit stream. A tall, graceful figure suddenly appeared, materializing without any spatial rifts or fluctuations of soul power. She wore a golden mask, weeping blood tears, exuding a strange and oppressive aura. This was the enigmatic woman. Silver hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist, draped in a long black veil that enveloped her exquisitely perfect form. Every inch of her skin radiated a lustrous, snowy glow, with long, delicate legs and bare, fair feet hovering above the ground. Extending her alabaster wrist, a mini silver shadow flew from the stream, revealing a silver dragon apparition. The dragon dissipated in the woman's palm, leaving behind a drop of crimson blood. Chapter 63. The Woman in the Golden Mask, Father? I have failed to intimidate my junior. The mysterious woman lowered her gaze to the droplet of blood. Beneath the eerie golden mask, a pair of exquisitely beautiful silver eyes emerged. Yet, those stunning orbs were devoid of life, radiating an aura of melancholy, heaviness, and silence. As if she had long lost her direction in life and felt utterly despondent. She seemed indifferent to the world, unable to muster any interest. The droplet of blood, acquired from Luo Fancheng, appeared to be the only thing that could pique her interest even slightly. Could the pure dragon aura she sensed earlier belong to this individual? The woman released her mental energy to probe the blood droplet. Moments later, her silver eyes, cold and still like a lifeless pool, quivered slightly, creating ripples as intense emotions surged forth. Father? How could the essence of a father exist within a human body? Instantly, she parted her rose petal-like moist red lips, and the precious blood shot into her mouth. She sealed her lips tightly, her tongue pressing against the blood for further confirmation. Her delicate frame soon trembled as if struck by lightning, her voice filled with disbelief. No, this is not my father's essence. Although the dragon aura within him is faint, it carries a higher rank than my father and Appo's as bloodline. This is impossible. Unable to accept this revelation, the woman swiftly turned her head, gazing incredulously in the direction Luo Fancheng had fled. How could there exist a bloodline that surpassed that of her father? Her father, after all, was the king of dragons, the sovereign of divine beasts, the dragon god. The bloodline of the dragon god from the upper realm was simply beyond the comprehension of mere mortals, let alone a bloodline that transcended even that. Where on earth did this individual emerge from? The silver-haired woman marveled at his extraordinary nature, then sighed regretfully. Alas, this supreme dragon bloodline is far too diluted, still not enough. If only it could be enhanced by just a fraction more. But how could a mortal achieve such a feat? She shook her head. To possess such a lofty bloodline, Even a mortal obtaining it was already an unfathomable miracle, leaving her astounded. The idea of enhancing it further was utterly fanciful and impossible. She herself had no idea how to elevate such a bloodline. She decided to investigate further. After a brief moment of astonishment, the woman's silver eyes once again descended into a state of melancholic stillness. Her delicate, pale feet, concealed beneath a black gauzy skirt, stepped forward into the void, moving towards the direction Luo Fancheng had taken. Fancheng, there was no one around. I have examined your body inside and out. There is nothing unusual, the high priestess declared, retracting her fingers from Luo Fancheng and Appo's wrist. Upon hearing her words, Luo Fancheng finally felt a sense of relief and touched the scabbed wound on his leg that had begun to heal. Could it be that he had been overly suspicious? However, it was perplexing how a sudden tear could occur. Attributing it to a sharp stone seemed far-fetched. Without knowing the cause, he felt quite uneasy. Nevertheless, since the high priestess had assured him there was no problem, it was futile to dwell on it any longer. He might as well focus on enhancing his strength. Veyang, what is wrong with my junior sister? Luo Fancheng inquired, glancing at the graceful saintess squatting by the campfire, engrossed in roasting meat. Ordinarily, upon his return, she would bound over joyfully, chattering excitedly. But this time, she sat there in silence like a withdrawn child, absorbed in her task. Was it because? The high priestess cast a sidelong glance and remarked, I just imparted some new knowledge to her. She is likely busy digesting it. Luo Fancheng's expression turned peculiar. Could it be that the high priestess had indeed conducted a thorough education on physiological knowledge so quickly? How is that even possible? He had thought she would merely offer a few vague reassurances to the saintess, never expecting her to actually explain the differences between the dragon of fury and the celestial nest. By the campfire, Whitingwell sat with her back turned to the two, biting her cherry lips, her face flushed with embarrassment, while her toes, clad in delicate white stockings, curled restlessly within her black boots. She had been feigning calmness, eavesdropping on their conversation, fervently wishing for the topic to change, feeling utterly mortified. Junior sister, are you busy? A sudden pat on her fragrant shoulder startled White Ingwe. Ah, brother, you are back. The young maiden's hands fidgeted nervously, her words tumbling out in confusion. Luo Fancheng's lips curled into a smile as he gazed at his adorable junior sister. It was hard for anyone to resist the impulse to envelop her in a warm embrace. Are you still upset about me not letting you see the hidden weapon? Oh my goodness, why bring that up now? White Ingwe nearly burst into tears, her anxious toes having already torn holes in her stockings. And no, not at all. Luo Fancheng chuckled. Don't be upset. Just say the word, and brother will show it to you. No, just keep it hidden, brother. White Ingwe's skin was flushed to the point of nearly steaming, and she waved her small hands in a frenzy. Observing her intense reaction, Luo Fancheng was certain that the high priestess had indeed enlightened White Ingwe with great detail. Junior sister, why have you changed your mind? You were so interested in it before. And no, such divine weapons cannot be shown lightly. White Ingwe exclaimed in her heart, thinking, has brother gone mad? Is this something one could just pull out for casual viewing? Who told brother to indulge you? Luo Fancheng reached into his pocket, retrieving a slender black object. Ah! White Ingwe let out a piercing scream, unable to bear the sight, and bolted towards the high priestess, covering her eyes. Teacher, save me. Brother is being a rogue. He pulled it out. Calm down. Take a look for yourself. The high priestess gently pressed her hand on White Ingwe's shoulder, letting out a sigh of resignation. Silly child, you have been tricked again. How could this usually astute girl be so thoroughly outsmarted when it came to Luo Fancheng? It was also her fault for not educating White Ingwe adequately about such matters. After all, no one in the temple dared to tease the saintess. No one was as audacious as Luo Fancheng. Huh? White Ingwe was taken aback, turning her gaze to see that what Luo Fancheng had pulled out was merely a sharpened piece of brown wood. Is this it? This was entirely different from what she had imagined. Luo Fancheng shook the piece of wood in his hand. Junior sister, what were you just shouting about? Where did I act improperly? White Ingwe was rendered speechless, her cheeks flushed as she shuffled her feet on the ground, feeling at a loss. Luo Fancheng tossed the wood aside, stepping closer to White Ingwe with a mischievous grin. Junior sister, I'm an honest person. How could I be a rogue? You don't have any unclean thoughts in your mind, do you? White Ingwe's fidgeting form suddenly stilled, and she spoke up. I understand now. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. White Ingwe looked up, her sparkling eyes narrowing. You're not a rogue. You think this girl is innocent and easy to bully. Junior, sister. A sense of foreboding washed over Luo Fancheng. Boom! White Ingwe and Appo's aura erupted, a radiant purple crescent moon spirit rising behind her, surrounded by swirling yellow and purple soul rings. The campfire flickered out, and a layer of frost swiftly enveloped the surrounding plants. Gulme, if you don't show it to me this time, I'll just have to take it out myself. What? Luo Fancheng retreated behind the high priestess, feeling slightly reassured. Still pretending to be confused? White Ingwe charged forward, while the high priestess smiled, stepping aside to allow the astonished Luo Fancheng to pass. Oh no, this time he was in trouble. Chapter 64. The Bold Saintess Shatters 11 Realms. How many years for the second soul ring? Senior brother, don't run. Do not attempt to deceive me with fakes. If you have the ability, show me the real deal. Beneath the moonlight, a striking couple races through the forest. He flees, she pursues, and he finds it impossible to escape. The female pope leisurely follows behind, delighting in the spectacle of the chase between her confidant and her disciple. Luo Fancheng has no intention of fleeing. Moments earlier, he had invoked his martial spirit, activating the Qilin pattern along with the burning flame armor, and exchanged a blow with Bai Ingwe. The result made him acutely aware of the reality. He was being overly ambitious, thinking he could contend with the saintess who had been meticulously trained by the Pope after only a few days of cultivation. Bai Ingwe had been training for 2 years, possessing secret techniques and 4 top-tier soul rings, making her a celestial talent that even 30 Li Hongpangs combined could not hope to rival. Most importantly, her Taiying Yueying martial spirit gained a significant boost under the moonlight. As the distance between them dwindled, Luo Fancheng called out to the side. Wei Yang, are you going to just stand there and watch your disciple commit violence? Di Wei Yang shook her head. When Ingwe is angry, even I must tread carefully. Moreover, debts must eventually be repaid. You scheming woman, what do you have to fear? Luo Fancheng grumbled to himself, fully convinced that the Pope was merely enjoying the show, as if she were snacking on seeds. He was now 100% certain that not only was the Pope cunning, but the saintess was certainly not as innocent as she appeared. In truth, he had a strategy to subdue Bai Ingwe, but with the Pope present, he could not employ certain unscrupulous tactics. Secret technique, Yueying moonlight dance. With a flurry of motion, as Bai Ingwe closed in on Luo Fancheng, 9 illusions of her emerged simultaneously around him, her graceful form moving exquisitely, making it nearly impossible to discern reality from illusion. Bang! Despite his evasive maneuvers, Luo Fancheng was ultimately caught by one of the illusions and fell, landing in the soft grass. Bai Ingwe skillfully clamped her legs around his chest, sliding down due to the momentum, her victorious expression radiant as she looked down at him, her lips curling in a proud smirk. Senior brother, I have caught you. Clearly holding back and cushioned by the grass, Luo Fancheng felt no pain. However, he couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort, as the position was undeniably intimate. Did she think that not sitting on his legs made it acceptable? The seafood was nearly at his lips. Dear sister, senior brother does not have a taste for seafood. Bai Ingwe retorted playfully. Will you continue to bully me? I am not one to be trifled with. The victor takes all. Do as you wish. But be wary of future retribution from senior brother. Luo Fancheng would not be outdone, already plotting how to deal with this girl once his cultivation caught up. As a mere twig would be too light a punishment. Bai Ingwe huffed. I'm not some weakling like Li Hongpeng. I will improve as well. You'll have to wait several years to catch up to me. Though she spoke defiantly, deep down she felt a twinge of anxiety. For her senior brother's talent was truly extraordinary. Strangely, in this moment and in such a position, her mind wandered to some techniques described in a certain manual, particularly one involving a soul master in a lotus position. Her cheeks flushed, and a soft, shy sound escaped her throat. Sister, are you trying to provoke me? Luo Fancheng was speechless. You are pinning me down, and now you're making all this noise. Surely no one is bullying you now. If you do not apologize to me, I will have to find some hidden weapons myself. Facing Bai Yue's threat, Luo Fancheng laughed, not believing his shy sister would dare to act. Go ahead, let an oppose. Let's see what you can do. You said it. Bai Yue shifted her position, sitting back and reaching for his belt. Will you apologize or not? Luo Fancheng was confident that Bai Yue could not bring herself to strike him, nor would she dare to undress him, all while concentrating on blocking out the soft sensations emanating from his chest. Bai Yue's hands trembled as she grasped the belt, her beautiful eyes sparkling with determination. With a steely resolve, she bit her lip. You are forcing my hand. What on earth? Are you really going to strip me? Luo Fancheng sprang up suddenly. The Pope, who had maintained a detached smile throughout, now found herself momentarily speechless. Bai Yue's gaze became dazed, rooted in place, her fair, rounded legs kneeling in an M shape on the grass, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. That year, before the second day of the second month, the Dragon King had first raised his head. A fleeting glimpse left an indelible impression in Bai Yue and Amp, Oppo's, mind. In the following month and a half, the Pope, the Saintess, and Luo Fancheng shared no words, an awkward tension filling the air. The Pope would occasionally leave the oasis, maintaining a cold demeanor, while the Saintess dared not make eye contact with Luo Fancheng, avoiding him at all costs. She would leave food for him, waiting for him to take it. To be honest, Luo Fancheng's mind was buzzing. If a seductive woman were to act in such a manner, he would not have been surprised. But this was his innocent little sister. It was one thing for a disciple to witness such a situation, but the Pope undoubtedly noticed as well. And the psychological impact must have been immense. Otherwise, she would not have remained silent for 10 days. Indeed, women in this world were far more conservative than those back home. However, during this month and a half, he had not been idle. He consumed 3 crimson fruits, and with a modicum of talent and diligent effort, he successfully liquefied 11 soul power rotations within his dantian. Now all 13 rotations were liquefied, reaching the pinnacle of Soul Master rank, level 20. Luo Fancheng felt that he should be considered level 23, as he had 3 liquefied rotations that had broken limits more than others. Yet, who could blame him for being unique in the world? No one would grant him a separate rank. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Most of the medicinal properties of the crimson fruits had fused into his meridians and had not been entirely absorbed. Luo Fancheng sensed that his breakthrough speed had slowed considerably. Yet each time he made progress, both the Pope and the Saintess displayed expressions of astonishment. With a tearing sound, the space split open as the Pope returned from an unknown location. For the first time in a month and a half, Luo Fancheng spoke. Wei Yang, I wish to seek my second soul ring. How many years do you think would be appropriate? The tall female Pope stood silently for a long time, offering no answer. The limit for a prodigy's second soul ring is 900 years, and for the third, it is 1,700 years. Luo Fancheng had already reached the human limit with minimal effort. His first soul ring had reached an astounding 1,100 years, an unprecedented case in the soul martial continent, making it impossible for others to estimate the age of his second soul ring. Moreover, this man now possessed the Qilin pattern after undergoing the secret technique of body tempering and with his internal organs activated. His capacity to endure soul rings would undoubtedly increase significantly. Bai Yue and Amp, Oppo's eyes flickered as she began to speculate. 2,000 years? No, 2,500 years? That still seemed too low. She underestimated him. Surely, he could not reach 3,000 years, for that would be terrifying, already comparable to the 4th soul ring of elite soul masters. As for 4,000 years, Bai Yue deemed it impossible, as that marked the limit for the 4th soul ring. Both she, as the Saintess, and other top-tier talents on the continent would be unable to surpass that threshold. Wei Yang held her silence for a moment before finally speaking in a cool voice. Your situation is unique and difficult to estimate. You will need to seek your limits through battle. Understood, Luo Fancheng nodded, but before obtaining my soul ring, I will first have my little loach hunt for a satisfying meal to complete its evolution. His 2-meter-long little loach was already eager for its feast. The silver-haired woman with the peculiar golden mask, who had been lurking in the shadows, felt bored and disappointed after seeing no results for some time, and was about to withdraw when she overheard Luo Fancheng and Appo's words halting her steps. Martial Spirit, Evolution, Chapter 65, Devouring the Evolution of Martial Souls, Astonishing the Mysterious Woman. The woman, shrouded in mystery, observed with her lifeless silver eyes, which flickered momentarily before descending into silence once more. The reference made by the other party pertained to the evolution of martial souls rather than the bloodline evolution she desired. While martial soul evolution is rare among the common folk of the soul martial continent, it is more prevalent among the top-tier powers. When the angelic martial souls of the divine temple first awaken, they manifest with dual wings. Upon achieving the rank of a 4th-tier soul master, they evolve into 4-winged beings, with each subsequent rank granting an additional pair of wings. Ultimately, upon reaching the 9th-tier transcendent level, the martial soul attains its ultimate form as a 12-winged angel. Throughout this evolutionary process, the bloodline remains unchanged, with the inherent potential always being that of a 12-winged angel. Initially, a mortal body cannot directly bear the ultimate form of the angelic martial soul, hence only the dual wings are displayed. In contrast, bloodline evolution is an entirely different matter. Methods to achieve bloodline evolution do not exist within the soul martial continent. The evolution of a bloodline can shatter the constraints of the martial soul and Appo's ultimate form, elevating its potential ceiling from 12 wings to 14 or 16. The enduring prosperity of various empires and sects is attributed to their robust bloodline potential, while the common folk possess weaker bloodlines. Without any means of bloodline evolution, the impoverished must rely on mutations. Should they mutate into a potent bloodline and subsequently reproduce, passing this lineage to their descendants, they would qualify for nobility. The mysterious woman with the golden mask felt a profound sense of solitude. Not only were mortals incapable of achieving bloodline evolution, but even deities could accomplish this only in rare instances. Deities, too, have their limits. It is inconceivable for even a deity to create a bloodline more potent than that of the dragon god, let alone facilitate the evolution of such a prestigious bloodline. Thus, when she first encountered this youthful human, she was taken aback, but her surprise was fleeting. Although the bloodline was astonishingly noble, surpassing even that of the dragon god, it was exceedingly rare. The potential it contained, while formidable to a mortal, was still insufficient in her eyes, lacking something vital. Even a slight deficiency could render any attempt at evolution a Herculean task. Recalling the mention of martial soul evolution by the young man, her thoughts became disordered, her spirit agitated. The mysterious woman shook her head and sighed, realizing how fanciful her ideas had become. What deities cannot achieve, how could mortals possibly attain? Her exquisite silver eyes, concealed beneath the golden mask, dimmed further, veiling unspoken desolation and disappointment. She raised her gaze, only to find that Luo Fancheng and his companions had vanished into the shadows of the forest, pursuing soul beasts. Was there any need to follow them further? Perhaps not. The enigmatic woman in the golden mask swayed her black veiled skirt and vanished into the void, her ethereal form fading away. In the emerald shade of the forest, Luo Fancheng stared in bewilderment at the large, over a meter-long black rat lying at his feet. The rat lay on its back, its 4 paws and long tail twitching uncontrollably, completely unconscious. Even with your reputation as a bloodthirsty rat of 1,600 years, you collapsed before I even made a move? Luo Fancheng exclaimed, dumbfounded. Just moments ago, a large black rat had sprung from the ground, baring its sharp teeth and startling him. Instinctively, he activated the Qilin pattern to retaliate. However, as soon as the red light emanated from his back, the bloodthirsty rat fell flat, convulsing violently. Look, teacher, it's frothing at the mouth, Bai Yingwei exclaimed curiously, standing beside the female pope. Brother rat, being timid is a malady. You cannot continue like this. I must help you. Luo Fancheng sighed, picking up a large stone and bringing it down forcefully onto the bloodthirsty rat's head. With a resounding thud, the ground shook, and the raddened amp, Appo's legs kicked out abruptly, its body becoming utterly rigid. See, it refuses medicine or broth, yet the physical treatment proves effective. Now it won't amp, Appo's convulse any longer, Luo Fancheng remarked, shaking his head. The female Pope and Appo's lips twitched slightly. Bai Yingyue could hardly contain her laughter at Luo Fancheng and Appo's antics. However, she soon recalled events from over a month ago and forcibly suppressed her mirth. Luo Fancheng, not glancing at the two women, sighed, "Brother Rat, I've cured you, yet you do not rise to express your gratitude? That seems a bit ungrateful. Crushing the skull to cure a minor ailment, and you expect thanks?" Bai Yingyue's lips twitched, struggling to maintain her composure. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty rat emitted no sound, and a ring of pale purple soul rings floated upward. Luo Fancheng's eyes widened, his expression exaggerated. "Brother Rat, what is this? You were just fine, and now soul rings appear out of nowhere? Come now. Curing you is merely a gesture. There is no need to offer your rings in thanks. I would feel remiss accepting such a gift." With a swift motion, he pushed his hand away, and a 2-meter-long azure-scaled snake shot forth from behind him, radiating a tricolored glow resembling a bandit who hadn't and Appo's seen a woman in 30 years. It opened its mouth wide, creating a formidable suction that drew in the bloodthirsty rat and amp, Appo's soul rings and vitality. How shameless, he thought, as he verbally declined, but his actions contradicted his words. Bai Yingyue could no longer hold back her laughter, covering her luscious lips with her delicate hand as sweet, ethereal giggles escaped her. "This bloodthirsty rat will likely curse you throughout its next reincarnation." The female Pope, recently displeased with mundane affairs at the Temple of Light, found her icy demeanor thawing at Luo Fancheng and Appo's humor. "All of this is the work of the little mudfish. It has nothing to do with me," Luo Fancheng mused, feeling a sense of triumph in breaking the ice. As they prepared to depart, the female Pope's sharp eyes suddenly scanned a specific direction. "Who goes there?" Chapter 66, Illusion? Soothing the High Priestess. A new technique. If it were an ordinary person, their first reaction would undoubtedly be to inquire about the High Priestess and Appo's condition. However, Bai Yingyue and Luo Fancheng exhibited an extraordinary level of composure, instinctively rushing to position themselves behind the High Priestess. Should there be an enemy lurking in the shadows, this would be the safest haven, preventing anyone from being taken hostage as a threat. The two refrained from speaking, allowing the High Priestess to maintain her focus. A terrifying wave of mental energy surged forth from the High Priestess, enveloping the surroundings in its overwhelming presence. No one. The High Priestess raised her brow in surprise. Was it merely an illusion? A deluge of spiritual power retreated into her delicate form as she turned to glance at her concealed companions, a look of bemusement crossing her face. "You two are quite clever." It was at this moment that Luo Fancheng ventured to ask Wei Yang, "Was someone lurking in the shadows just now?" The High Priestess shook her head, delicately rubbing her temples. "For a brief moment, I felt a disturbance in that direction, but upon investigation, there was no one present. I must have been overly cautious. If there were indeed someone, I would have sensed them." She continued, "Perhaps it is due to the recent unrest caused by the blood demon sect's soul manipulators across the continent. The 9 divine offerings within the temple have also been restless, and managing these trivial matters has drained my focus, leading to this illusion." Luo Fancheng chose not to press further. The troubles faced by someone of the High Priestess's caliber were beyond his assistance. It was wiser to refrain from inquiry and dedicate more time to his cultivation. He remained oblivious to the astonished gaze of Bai Yingyue, whose face was a canvas of surprise. The High Priestess, known for her formidable and frigid demeanor, had never before exhibited such weariness in public, indicating Luo Fancheng's unique significance in her heart. What keen insight! A mysterious woman with a bizarre golden mask remarked from the shadows. She had just witnessed Luo Fancheng's martial spirit evolve in an extraordinary manner, causing her emotions to fluctuate, which did not escape notice. Though this was merely a fragment of her being, The high priestess's ability to perceive her was impressive. It appeared that the high priestess was even stronger than the rumors suggested, far surpassing the diminutive Kirin. This woman must be on the verge of an unprecedented realm. Remarkable. After a moment of reflection, the enigmatic woman redirected her attention to Luo Fancheng, who continued his search for soul beasts. Initially, she had intended to depart, yet something compelled her to remain. To her astonishment, she uncovered a delightful surprise. With just a glance, she discerned that this was not an ordinary evolution. It bore no resemblance to the crude, devouring employed by soul manipulators. This was a genuine and exquisite assimilation, absorbing all external soul power and vitality without a trace of waste. Remarkably, even after Luo Fancheng retracted his martial spirit, his own bloodline underwent a subtle transformation. What manner of individual is this? Can a mere mortal possess such a martial spirit? The golden-masked woman struggled to contain her astonishment, striving to maintain her composure. Unsure, she decided to observe further, wary of harboring excessive hope that might lead to disappointment. Well, Brother Eagle, Brother Pig, forsaking your midday rest for a brawl? Mind if I join? The massive wild boar with crimson tusks and the menacing owl, adorned with a grotesque visage, momentarily halted their fierce skirmish, turning to regard the uninvited youth who had intruded upon their battlefield. Unlike his usual demeanor, Luo Fancheng exuded a playful irreverence today, attempting to alleviate the spirits of his fair companion with humor. She had always been a source of support for him. Be cautious, brother. That is a blood-tusked boar and a grim-face owl. Their sizes suggest they possess strength equivalent to 2,300 years, by Ingwe cautioned. Her amusement mingled with concern. The high priestess and the saintess held lofty positions, yet none dared to behave so casually in their presence, rendering the atmosphere refreshingly novel. With a furious roar, the blood-tusked boar and grim-faced owl glared at the human, their animosity evident. The owl and amp, Oppo's ghastly face seemed to come to life, releasing waves of black sound energy. The boar's tusks gleamed with a sharp crimson light as it charged forward. Luo Fancheng's soul energy surged through his body in a unique manner, instantly activating the Kirin pattern on his back, which radiated a fiery red glow, visible even through his clothing. Brother Owl, what a warm welcome. But your tune is rather soft, Luo Fancheng remarked, shaking his head as he braved the black sound wave assault, his will steadfast and unyielding. He fixed his gaze on the charging blood-tusk boar, refusing to flinch. With a swift motion, he anchored himself and grasped the two sharp tusks, neutralizing the boar and Oppo's violent momentum and rendering it immobile. With a grin revealing his pearly whites, he said, Brother Pig, you seem unwell with those tusks awkwardly protruding. It must be quite painful. Allow me to assist you in correcting that. He tightened his grip on the tusks, executing a powerful kick towards the boar's head while simultaneously pulling back with all his might. With a resounding crack, the blood-tusked boar let out a pained wail as its two formidable tusks were forcibly extracted. With those bad tusks removed, you should feel better now. He flung the tusks like javelins towards the still-singing grim-face owl, which narrowly evaded the attack by fluttering its wings. Not bad, but singing alone one and Oppo's suffice. Let us see you dance to entertain me. Bai Ingwe was left in a state of shock, exclaiming, that was utterly shameless. You didn't just extract teeth. You stripped away its lethal tools for survival. Moreover, what was the situation? Relying solely on the physical prowess bestowed by the Kirin pattern, he could overpower a soul beast of 2,000 years. Teacher, the grim-face owl and amp, Oppo's eerie call directly impacts the spirit. Even a level 30 soul master would be dazed for several seconds upon hearing it. How come brother has shown no reaction whatsoever? The high priestess smirked softly, her eyes narrowing. This indicates that Fancheng and Oppo's strength lies not only in his physical prowess, but also in his spirit. Bai Ingwe was perplexed, but T's spiritual power cultivated only after reaching the 7th ring? Were we all equal at lower levels? What do you think? The high priestess countered, her gaze lingering on Luo Fancheng, sensing the nuances of his thoughts with a complex feeling in her heart. Could it be that brother possesses an innate superiority in spiritual strength? Bai Ingwe gasped in astonishment. Don and Amp, Oppos, T flee, brother eagle. With the blood-tusk boar now fallen in a pool of blood, the grim-faced owl sensed danger and immediately flapped its wings to escape. The enthusiastic human youth below instilled a deep-seated fear within it. Bai Ingwe cautioned, brother, do not pursue. We can't fly before reaching the 6th ring and cannot confront such flying soul beasts. Luo Fancheng flashed a smile at her. Sister, allow me to showcase my latest technique. He leaped into the air, his martial spirit manifesting in an instant, his entire being appearing dragon-like, covered in azure crystalline scales as he closed in on the grim-faced owl. However, he ultimately fell short of the distance, descending as the owl emitted a mocking cry, its eyes glinting with derision. Now the distance is sufficient. Luo Fancheng raised his palm, and in an instant, it seemed as though a blue dragon swirled within his grasp, resembling a miniature version of the little mudfish. A vortex of azure energy formed, unleashing a terrifying pull towards the grim-faced owl. Chapter 67. Peculiar Skills. Soul-devouring hand, the excited, silver-haired beauty. As the phantom cat eagle sensed the downward pull, it flapped its wings, attempting to ascend. Eagle, don't fly away. Let's play some more. Luo Fancheng exerted force in the palm of his hand, intensifying the suction of the azure vortex that spiraled like a dragon. He landed back on the ground, and the hovering phantom cat eagle was drawn towards him, with a sharp and urgent cry. The phantom cat eagle and Oppos' eyes transformed from arrogance to an indescribable fear. It was astonished to find that this human, unable to fly, posed such a significant threat. Desperately, it flapped its wings toward the horizon, but a terrifying force tugged at its back, pulling it downward, causing its blood and soul power to become chaotic and restless, as if try to burst forth. Come here, Luo Fancheng commanded, seizing the cat eagle and gripping its throat, sealing its fate. The phantom cat eagle could not emit a cry, its eyes filled with abject terror, thrashing in panic. Fear not, little brother, this is for your own good. You seem unwell. Allow me to draw some blood for a health check. The cat eagle struggled fiercely, thinking, how could I not know my own health? With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng amplified the suction of the azure vortex with his right hand, drawing forth the cat eagle's life essence and soul power, all of it flowing into the vortex. The azure whirlpool absorbed this new power, gradually transforming into a crimson vortex, its momentum steadily rising. The phantom cat eagle's eyes flickered with despair and resentment. How stingy! Not even a little blood for me. Then I shall return it. Luo Fancheng sighed, and then the accumulated potential within the vortex surged forth. Boom! The life essence erupted, exploding in a dazzling display. The phantom cat eagle did not have time to scream before it was blown away, crashing into the underbrush, silent thereafter. Eagle brother, how could you not withstand your own blood? Luo Fancheng shook his head as the once mighty vortex regained its azure hue, its speed diminishing, dissipating into the air. Senior brother. You. Bai Ingwe gazed with wide eyes, utterly shocked. She had never imagined that Luo Fancheng, having just concluded a month and a half of training, could effortlessly obliterate a soul beast over 2,000 years old. It was noteworthy that he had only just reached level 20, excluding prodigies like Li Hongpeng. Even those who had just entered level 30 could not possess such monstrous capabilities. Particularly that move to capture the eagle from afar. It was simply ferocious. The female Pope, with her phoenix eyes locked onto him, recalled the technique Luo Fancheng had just employed, which left her in awe. Senior brother, what do you think of my newly developed technique? He jested, patting the black feathers stuck to his hand. Bai Ingwe swallowed hard. Senior brother, are you certain that the monstrous technique you just displayed was created entirely by you? Why would it be otherwise? Luo Fancheng shrugged nonchalantly. I haven and Amp, Oppos, been alone with Wei Yang these days, so it couldn't and Amp, Oppos, possibly be her teaching me in secret. How can it be? Bai Ingwe found it hard to believe, turning to the female Pope for confirmation. Teacher, if I'm not mistaken, that move just now from senior brother could rival secret techniques, right? The female Pope regarded Luo Fancheng and spoke, this technique gathers soul power to form a vortex in the palm, generating a suction force capable of devouring an enemy's soul power and life essence. The rotational momentum of the soul power, along with the absorbed life essence, accumulates in the palm, ready to erupt at any moment. Though this drawing and releasing may seem simple and crude, it possesses both control and explosiveness, far surpassing most secret techniques in its dominance. Moreover, if my guess is correct, as Fancheng and Appo's martial soul evolves, this suction force will likely become even more formidable. Control and output combined, it can also continuously amplify. Surely that is monstrous, Bai Yingwe exclaimed, her lips parting in awe. If Senior Brother's martial soul evolves further, Wuden and Appo's, that move be revered as a divine technique? The female pope nodded slightly, not denying it. Luo Fancheng released his martial soul. The majestic azure-scaled serpent soaring through the air, consuming the bodies of the blood-fang boar and the phantom cat eagle, along with their soul rings. Turning back, he found it amusing. Sister, what are you doing? Bai Yingwe lowered her head, her fair palms continuously summoning soul power, attempting to form a vortex. However, not only did it lack any suction, but it also dissipated within seconds. Frustrated, she stomped her black boots, ending her attempt in dismay. It's still not working. This is impossible to replicate. The female pope shook her head. Just give it up, Yingwe. Bai Yingwe bit her lip. Teacher, I followed your analysis step by step. Why is it still not working? Have you not realized? Your senior brother possesses a unique martial soul, and his soul power bears a devouring attribute. This capacity for devouring is the key to mastering that technique. Years ago, Bai Yingwe was honored as a saintess, having crushed countless proud disciples of various temples, unaware of what it meant to have a true rival. Yet, upon encountering Luo Fancheng, she genuinely experienced the suffocating sensation those she had once dominated must have felt. With a sigh, Bai Yingwe thought, destruction awaits. Being around such a monster day in and day out is exhausting. Lifting her gaze, she caught sight of the young man's tall figure, his handsome profile exuding an otherworldly charm, causing her heart to miss a beat, momentarily lost in thought. I seem to be feeling less tired. Bai Yingwe bit her lip, deciding that competing with such a monster was futile. She would rather embrace her own limitations. Boom! The azure-scaled serpent expanded from 2 meters to 2.5, appearing increasingly formidable, its crystalline azure scales shimmering with tricolor brilliance, subtle changes detectable in its abdomen, head, and tail. Luo Fancheng felt elated, filled with a deep sense of accomplishment. How hard it was to nurture this creature. It was raised with my own hands. Wait, something feels off about that. Regardless, it's right to say I raised it. Beside him, Bai Yingwe expressed her astonishment. Who could have anticipated that the tiny black mud loach from that day would grow to this extent in less than 2 months? It's simply miraculous. I wonder how the 4 offerings and Huang Yin will react upon witnessing this. The female pope replied softly, they will likely wish to eliminate him. Oh, Bai Yingwe and Appo's smile faltered. Indeed, given the ruthless nature of the 4 offerings, they would stop at nothing to eradicate any potential threats. In contrast, Huang Yin would probably boast, even the largest ant is still just an ant. Come and challenge me if you dare. Even with one hand behind my back, I can still suppress you with ease. The female pope's cold gaze remained silent. It matters not. If necessary, I will intervene. Let's proceed. Luo Fancheng beckoned the 2 exquisite beauties to delve deeper into the forest, for his little loach still had room to evolve and grow. I feel that, senior brother, your second soul ring will surpass 3,500 years. Bai Yingwe spoke, incredulous at her own words. A second soul ring of 3,500 years was outrageous. Many elite soul masters did not even reach 3,000 years with their 4th soul ring. Luo Fancheng blinked, patting her shoulder. Sister, be bold. For 1,000 years is not out of the question. Bai Yingwe's face flushed at being addressed as sister. By the way, senior brother, does that move you performed earlier have a name? Luo Fancheng replied, Dragon's water absorption. How unremarkable, lame. Bai Yingwe remarked disdainfully, rolling her eyes. Now I understand why you always refer to it as the little loach. You're terrible at naming. Then you come up with one. Luo Fancheng challenged with a smile. Let me think. by Yue and Appos. S luscious lips pursed as she murmured, palm concealing swimming dragon, devouring life essence, soul devouring power. And Appos, swimming dragon devouring soul hand and Appos. Sounds fitting. The female pope nodded in approval. Good. Luo Fancheng chuckled. I still believe my dragon's breath is superior. You big-headed ghost. By Yue shot him, a fierce glare. Even your martial soul, which you insist on calling the Azure Dragon, would be insulted to be referred to as a little loach. The corners of Luo Fancheng's mouth curved upward. He was deliberately teasing the girl. As for the soul-devouring dragon, its creation was primarily attributed to the unique ancestral technique he practiced, the ancestral dragon swallowing heaven. It was precisely because of this cultivation method that the little loach and his soul energy possessed a remarkable absorbing power, allowing for such rapid progress. He had a premonition that as his own soul energy increased and the little loach continued to evolve, they would unlock even more extraordinary techniques. Unbeknownst to the trio traversing the forest, a mysterious woman with silver hair, clad in a peculiar golden mask and bare lotus feet, was struggling to contain herself. She lifted her delicate wrist and released a slender silver dragon. Chapter 68. The Terrifying Surge in Speed. This man must not be let go. Wow, how utterly monstrous. Is my senior brother capable of effortlessly subduing a soul beast of such caliber? By Yue gazed ahead, her eyes wide with astonishment, mirrored by the surprise in the gaze of the female pope. The setting sun cast its golden rays, illuminating the dense jungle. A massive, several-meter-long poisonous scorpion crashed to the ground, its blue-gray patterned carapace shattered, dark purple blood oozing forth. The venomous stinger had seemingly been wrenched away by brute force and cast aside, corroding a patch of withered green shrubbery. The battle had concluded. Luo Fancheng's Qilin pattern faded from his back, the crystalline scales on his body dispersed, and the azure vortex in his palm transformed into countless particles of light, vanishing into thin air. The azure-scaled serpent spirit emerged. After hunting the blood-fang pig and the ghost-faced cat eagle, Luo Fancheng had spent half a day assisting it in absorbing several soul beasts, the strongest being a six-armed, mountain-moving ape of 3,400 years. Its size had now grown to over 3 meters. Calling it a snake was no longer appropriate. It was more fitting to refer to it as an azure python. After consuming the 4,000-year blue venomous tail scorpion, the little mudfish should be satiated and would require some time to digest. The divine azure python opened its mouth to absorb the blood essence of the scorpion, and Yue hopped over, her purple ponytail swaying with youthful exuberance. Big pervert. I and Appos. Am here. Luo Fancheng and Appos. S lips twitched. Junior sister, it would be prudent to speak less if you cannot articulate properly. Oomph. Yue pouted, you and Appos. Re the pervert. A big pervert. Defeating a 4,000-year-old beast at level 20. What about the rest of us? Luo Fancheng corrected her. Strictly speaking, I should be considered at level 23. Does it even matter? Yue retorted. Look at Li Hongpeng, struggling against a 1,000-year-old beast at level 30. Why are you comparing me to that sycophant? Oomph. Yue placed her hands on her hips. The soul ring I absorbed 2.5 months ago was also 4,000 years, and I am a saintess. Do I not have any pride? I don't compete with women. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Yue puffed out her cheeks. So you look down on women, huh? Be careful. My fist could crush your head. Luo Fancheng's gaze casually drifted to the alluring figure of the girl in her short skirt. Junior sister, times have changed. There will be no opportunity for you to ride on my back again. If you continue to act up, brother will spank you. Hey, you rogue. Yue and Appos. S cheeks flushed crimson, though she tried to maintain her composure, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. This guy was progressing far too quickly, indeed terrifyingly fast. Once he completed the addition of his second soul ring, his strength might soon surpass her, the saintess. It was worth noting that she had been cultivating for nearly 2 years, while Luo Fancheng had barely trained for 2 months. The azure-scaled giant python's 3-meter-long form puffed up, its breath agitated, its surface shimmering with light, clearly struggling with indigestion. Luo Fancheng remained composed, observing quietly. This situation was as he had anticipated. Boom! The azure python spirit completed its absorption, expanding to 3 meters and 3 centimeters. The scales on its surface were exquisitely detailed, radiating a tricolored brilliance that had reached its zenith. Luo Fancheng nodded in satisfaction, realizing he needed to seek source stones to enhance his Qinglian spirit as well. He could not favor one over the other. He believed that if the Qinglian spirit evolved to 12 petals, the surprise it would bring him would be no less than that of the little mudfish. Luo Fancheng approached the stunning beauty in a golden dress and spoke. Wei Yang, could you assist me in locating a 5,000-year fire attribute soul beast? I wish to give it a try. 5,000 years? Brother, you really want to rest until you shock someone to death. Bai Ingwer exclaimed, her forehead adorned with a flurry of question marks. The female pope remained calm, her frosty phoenix eyes fixed upon him. Have you made up your mind? Luo Fancheng nodded. Yes. All right. The female pope closed her eyes. A vast wave of mental energy radiating outward. Luo Fancheng chuckled softly. Indeed, behind every successful man stands a formidable woman. Earlier, he had randomly encountered soul beasts because the little mudfish was not picky, but had become more discerning in selecting suitable soul rings. Fortunately, with the female pope and Amp, Oppos, as assistants, the search was both time-efficient and labor-saving. Under different circumstances, even a princess would not possess such luxury. Individuals of the female pope and Amp, Oppos, Excalibur do not easily serve as radar scanners for others. The female pope opened her eyes, her phoenix gaze sparkling. Fancheng, you are fortunate. I have located an exceptional 5,000-year soul beast. It is well suited for you, but its strength will undoubtedly surpass that of an ordinary soul master. It's up to you to see if you can defeat it. Let us go. Luo Fancheng's interest was piqued. The three had only taken a few steps into the jungle when Luo Fancheng felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if something had bitten him. He raised his hand to touch it, and blood dripped out, creating a small cut. Luo Fancheng struggled to contain himself, exasperated. Damn, not again? The female pope immediately scanned the surroundings, frowning as she shook her head. I sense no one nearby. Brother, did you accidentally scratch yourself somewhere? Bai Ingwe queried, puzzled. If there were a powerful presence that even the teacher couldn't and Oppos detect, it would and Oppos be biting you like a mosquito. Luo Fancheng was certain it was not an accident. Something was indeed biting him, yet he had no evidence. Was it merely his imagination, or did he feel as if a pair of lecherous eyes were watching him from the shadows? The female pope dismissed the matter. Let us pursue that rare soul beast suitable for you first. If it escapes, it will be difficult to find another. In the spot where the three had disappeared into the jungle, a pair of pristine, delicate lotus feet emerged from the void, followed by the enchanting silhouette of a woman in a black dress. The golden-masked woman, with her cold silver eyes, locked onto the direction in which Luo Fancheng had departed, her ethereal voice resonating chillingly. Ah, lecherous eyes? She looked down to see a tiny silver dragon in her palm dissipate, revealing a drop of freshly drawn blood from Luo Fancheng, her lips parting eagerly. The blood droplet shot straight into her mouth. The woman's exquisitely alluring body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning, and a peculiar, chilling voice escaped her throat. The once lifeless silver eyes rekindled, radiating a dazzling light. The thin bloodline thickened, becoming rich and viscous. I did not see this incorrectly. His bloodline is truly evolving. How could this be? How could a mere mortal defy the heavens to such an extent? The light in the woman's silver eyes shifted. The silence receded, despair diminished, replaced by hope. This man must not be let go. Chapter 69. The exceptional soul beast, a deviation in drama. The pure love warrior will prevail. As the sun sets and the moonlight flows like water across the darkened sky, it cascades down to the soul beast oasis. In the stillness of the night, a solitary man and two women weave through the lush greenery of the oasis. Leading the way is the high priestess, her enchanting form swathed in elegant robes, gliding effortlessly as she moves. Bai Ingwe, with her long, delicate legs, dances gracefully between the branches like an ethereal sprite of the night. Luo Fancheng, swearing to himself, finds it impossible to match the swift pace of the two women, reluctantly trailing behind. His gaze, though drawn to their beauty, remains fixated on the quest for soul beasts. Yet, the sight of the high priestess's soft waist, curvaceous form, and long, fair legs swaying before him is a dizzying distraction. With a sigh, he resigns himself to the unavoidable view, knowing they are merely 200 meters away from their destination. The high priestess glances back, her enchanting eyes shimmering, her voice resonating with a regal authority. Luo Fancheng, amused by the situation, suddenly hears a peculiar roar echoing from ahead. What is going on up there? Are they fighting? He inquires. The high priestess remains silent, her demeanor unusually tense. Confused, Luo Fancheng wonders what could silence her so completely, especially given the strange nature of the beast and Appo's roar. Upon reaching the source of the commotion, the trio stealthily positions themselves atop the treetops. As Luo Fancheng parts the foliage, his eyes widen in astonishment. What a wild display! A magnificent creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a lion, adorned in golden fur, is pinning a massive white wolf beneath its claws. The white wolf struggles and whimpers, yet the dragon lion seems invigorated by its plight, its roars growing more exuberant. Luo Fancheng's understanding is challenged. Just as cats and dogs have their realms, what does it mean for a lion to dominate a wolf? Suddenly, another large white wolf bursts into view, clutching a bloodied rabbit in its jaws. Upon witnessing the scene before it, the rabbit falls from its mouth, and the wolf and Appo's emerald eyes blaze with fury. How dare they? Luo Fancheng feels a pang of sympathy, envisioning a devoted wolf husband returning home to find his beloved being tormented by this cruel creature. With a mighty roar, the white wolf lunges at the dragon lion, determined to protect its mate. However, the dragon lion remains unperturbed, continuing its revelry. Luo Fancheng is astounded at the audacity of the situation. With a deafening crash, the white wolf is sent flying. The trio is left in disbelief as the seemingly victimized female wolf unexpectedly retaliates against the male wolf, delivering a crushing blow. The male wolf, now wounded, gazes down in shock, confusion swirling in its eyes. The female wolf, now fierce and unyielding, disregards its plight as the dragon lion turns, revealing a sinister grin. Luo Fancheng is left stunned. It dawns on him that the female wolf was playing along all along. The male wolf, undeterred, charges forward time and again, only to be repelled, its white fur becoming stained with blood. With a final desperate charge, the male wolf is met with a torrent of dark red flames, a last stand against the overwhelming odds. Despite the searing pain, it remains silent, its gaze fixed on the dragon lion and the female wolf, who remain entwined in their savage dance. In a moment of clarity, Luo Fancheng and Appo's heart races. It is time to act. A brilliant light, as if a falling star, descends upon the forest. The dragon lion attempts to flee, but is struck down with a bone-crushing impact, its roar of pain echoing through the trees. With venomous eyes, it turns to the intruder, a human clad in shimmering emerald scales, consumed with rage. Luo Fancheng, undeterred by the creature's fury, focuses on the white wolf, still defiant despite its wounds. Today, you shall not perish, he declares, summoning an overwhelming force that draws the flames away from the wolf, allowing it a moment of respite. Luo Fancheng then turns his attention to the two formidable beasts before him. You must perish. Be cautious. Those are the 5,000-year-old Hellfire Dragon Lion and the 2,000-year-old Snow Domain Ice Wolf. Bai Yingwe warns from above. No matter, Luo Fancheng replies. He may not consider himself a pure love warrior, but he holds firm to a singular truth. The dragon lion must be vanquished. With a determined step, he unleashes his soul skill, burning flame armor. In an instant, his form is enveloped in radiant crimson scales, a molten core pulsating within. As the dragon lion and ice wolf charge forward, Luo Fancheng, embodying the essence of a fierce beast, surges towards them, ready to confront the chaos head-on. Chapter 70. The Unconventional Battle Method. The Ice Wolf in Submission. The Pope's Astonishment. Get lost. Luo Fancheng's fist struck down with unmatched brutality. The forelimbs of the snowfield ice wolf shattered into a mist of blood, flesh mixed with bone fragments scattering in all directions, a scream echoing as it was sent flying. At this moment, the infernal lion had arrived, its hooves engulfed in dark red flames, descending with force. Luo Fancheng relaxed his fist into a palm, pressing upwards. Boom! The sound reverberated as the two forces collided. Compared to the lion and Appo's massive claws, Luo Fancheng and Appo's palm appeared diminutive, not even in the same realm. The lion's vertical pupils brimmed with disdain. A mere human dared to be so audacious, to withstand its hellfire? It would soon be completely scorched. Dragon Dance, Soul Devour. With a swish, Luo Fancheng and Appo's palm, cloaked in fiery armor, spiraled like a dragon, continuously drawing in the hellfire. The lion and Appo's pupils trembled, its disdain evaporating, replaced by sheer astonishment. Could its hellfire truly be siphoned by a human? Simultaneously, the chaos within its own blood, energy, and soul power began to manifest. Boom! The infernal lion and Appo's aura surged violently, and Luo Fancheng was momentarily shaken back, gazing in astonishment. Before him, the lion and Appo's limbs had entirely transformed into searing dark red flames, howling skyward like a lion and Appo's roar. Akin to a dragon's chant, the grudge of slaying kin was one that could not be forgiven. It was returning with a vengeance. After their encounter, Luo Fancheng realized that this creature's limbs were completely engulfed in flames, rendering physical damage utterly ineffective, as if he could pass right through. Yet the temperature of its flames could still scorch him. Elemental transformation? Immunity to physical damage. This skill was utterly preposterous. Luo Fancheng licked his lips, his eyes igniting with a fervent greed. He finally understood why the Pope had spoken of this soul beast with such reverence. Bai Yingwe interjected just in time, "Senior brother. This is its innate soul skill, flame transformation, which can last for a quarter of an hour." Understood. Luo Fancheng summoned all his strength to engage the infernal lion in fierce battle, invoking the blue lotus martial soul that emitted healing green light. The most domineering aspect of the Dragon Dance, Soul Devour, was its effect on flesh and soul power. Once the opponent's flesh was engulfed in flames, its resistance to suction significantly increased. Nevertheless, Luo Fancheng still managed to extract the flames, while simultaneously drawing in blood energy from other parts of its body, with his palm absorbing blood and the blue lotus providing healing. Although Luo Fancheng and Appo's fiery armor was damaged and he bore multiple wounds, his blood reservoir filled increasingly, invigorating him further. The infernal lion's pupils widened in fear, its spine chilling with dread. This was terrifying, exceedingly so. This human was entirely different from those it had previously torn apart. Even though it had initially held the advantage, its aura now waned, its golden fur dimming, and its fiery limbs appeared on the verge of extinguishing. Roar! It unleashed a panicked roar, summoning a mother wolf whose forelimb had been shattered for support. The mother wolf charged recklessly, and the lion seized the opportunity to flee, terrified of confronting this strange human, even at the cost of losing its prized hen. Get lost. Luo Fancheng kicked the mother wolf aside. This 2,000-year-old soul beast was no match for him. He raised his hand, aiming at the direction the lion had fled. At this moment, his palm and Appo's vortex transformed into a profound dark red, filled with the explosive, terrifying energy of the flames he had been consuming in battle. Boom! A pillar of fire pierced through the air, penetrating the chest of the infernal lion. It exploded, illuminating the dark forest as brightly as day. Whoosh! Luo Fancheng stood before the fallen giant lion, which was on the brink of death. He shook his head and said, "If it and Appo's not your path, then do not meddle. Of course, slaying you has nothing to do with justice. It is merely, I covet your flesh. I am base." The lion departed peacefully, having been defeated by its own rage. A circle of deep purple soul rings floating above. Woo! Bai Yingwe leaped down from the treetops, exclaiming, "Senior brother, you are too ferocious. You've taken down a 5,000-year-old infernal lion. I was ready to assist you just now." Luo Fancheng chuckled. "I suddenly realized that any enemy who cannot be slain in one blow will ultimately be worn down by me." Bai Yingwe's lips twitched. Although she disliked seeing a man so proud, it did seem to hold some truth. You can absorb blood and replenish it. Your method is too outrageous. Who could withstand that? It is no exaggeration to say that those nefarious soul masters who rely on blood absorption would weep bitterly upon encountering Yorindapos, Dragon Dance. Soul Devour. I feel you are even more sinister and domineering than they are. Ingwe, do not speak recklessly. The Pope's voice was cold. Fancheng's technique is grand and dignified. It bears no resemblance to the sinister aura of a soul master. They cannot be compared. Ingwe stuck out her delicate tongue playfully. Can I make a joke? You are too protective of this scoundrel. The Pope cast a sidelong glance, causing Ingwe to immediately purse her lips, adopting a docile demeanor. Senior brother, what are you going to do? Luo Fancheng did not immediately absorb the soul ring, leaving both beauties astonished as they watched him drag the mother wolf by its hind leg. He dragged it across the ground until it lay before the white male wolf. Tossing it aside, this mother beast, I will not touch. I leave it to you. The male wolf lifted its gaze, its weak green eyes filled with disbelief. Not expecting Luo Fancheng to consider the feelings of a wild beast, it staggered toward the mother wolf, extending its sharp claws toward her throat. At the last moment, it hesitated, its eyes filled with conflict. Turning back, the ever-resilient snowfield ice wolf unexpectedly knelt before Luo Fancheng, its limbs pressed to the ground in submission. You cannot be begging me to spare her. The white wolf nodded, lowering its body even further, utterly humble. Goodness, what do we do about the mother wolf and Amp? Apos, infidelity. The male wolf replied, of course, one must forgive her. Luo Fancheng was astounded. Could this truly be forgiven? I respect your bravery, but to be honest, my wolf brother, you have every reason to feel betrayed. You are such a coward. Very well. Luo Fancheng nodded, and the male wolf bowed, emitting a soft whimper as its last spark of life slowly faded. Meanwhile, the mother wolf, as if granted amnesty, struggled with her remaining 3 legs, desperately fleeing from this devil. Luo Fancheng smirked, transforming into a shadow, reappearing above the mother wolf, and with a single stomp, shattered her spine. Crack! The mother wolf screamed, collapsing lifelessly. The male wolf stared in shock as Luo Fancheng shook his head. I apologize. While you may forgive her, my temper cannot. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the blue lotus martial soul, and streams of green healing light surged forth, sustaining the male wolf's final breath. Its life force gradually returned, the scorched flesh beginning to heal, shimmering white fur regrowing. The male wolf's green eyes brimmed with disbelief. If she had not abandoned you to flee, I would have spared her life. If you are foolish enough to seek revenge for such a wretched creature, know this. Today, I have spared you, but tomorrow I shall certainly slay you. Awoo! The snowfield ice wolf shook its head repeatedly, its kneeling limbs shifting on the ground. Humbly bowing before Luo Fancheng, refusing to rise. Ingwe watched in astonishment, having never witnessed such a scene. It was beyond her imagination, utterly absurd. The Pope, too, did not expect Luo Fancheng's charm to extend even to the beasts. The exquisite woman hidden in the shadows reflected this scene of the ice wolf in submission in her cold silver eyes, the glimmering light growing increasingly extraordinary. Scram! I find this this sycophantic wolf, quite irksome. Luo Fancheng waved his hand and approached the profound purple soul ring, sitting down to begin his absorption. His heart began to anticipate the soul skill he would acquire from this encounter. The Pope suddenly gasped in surprise, swiftly appearing before the infernal lion, her phoenix eyes revealing an expression of unexpected intrigue. Chapter 71. The Unique Luck of the Emperor by Ingwe was intently gazing at Luo Fancheng, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with concern. Throughout history, the highest limit for the second soul ring was 900 years. Even in exceptional cases, it could never exceed 5 times that limit, making an attempt to attach a 5,000-year soul ring utterly terrifying, even horrifying. Yet, was it not more astonishing that her senior brother could slay a 5,000-year hellfire dragon lion with just his 20-level strength? At that moment, she noticed the high priestess's unusual demeanor and quietly inquired, "What is wrong, teacher?" The high priestess cast a cold glance at the dragon lion and Apos, as Corpson beckoned. Ingwe, come and take a look. Ingwe felt a stirring in her heart, and, in astonishment, asked, could it be a soul bone? As she approached and looked down, she saw a dark red glow emanating from the lower abdomen of the dragon lion, seemingly concealing something. Could it truly be a soul bone? Bai Ingwe's eyes widened in shock, her delicate face filled with disbelief. How could a 5,000-year-old beast possibly release a soul bone? The high priestess slowly shook her head. It is possible, though the probability is quite low. Bai Ingwe struggled to mask her astonishment. A 1 in 1,000 chance. And we happen upon it just like that? No, the high priestess clarified. It is not just our luck. It is entirely your senior brother's fortune. Bai Ingwe trembled slightly. Indeed, what did it have to do with her? Before encountering Luo Fancheng, she had been quite unfortunate in her hunts for soul beasts. She had barely managed to obtain even the remnants of a bone, let alone a soul bone. Teacher, what soul bones have you acquired in your past hunts? The high priestess let out a cold laugh, almost self-mocking. Aside from soul beasts over 100,000 years old, I have never procured a soul bone from any of the 10,000-year-old beasts I have slain. Bai Ingwe's expression suddenly brightened. Was it truly just bad luck for both her and the high priestess? Surely not. They were both normal individuals, even considered chosen ones in terms of talent and opportunity. It was evident that Luo Fancheng was the one who was distinctly extraordinary. At that moment, Bai Ingwe recalled how the last time a 700-year mighty magic ape was defeated by Luo Fancheng, it had also yielded a left-arm soul bone. Compared to such a rare occurrence, this 1 in 1,000 chance seemed less surprising, almost routine. Bai Ingwe cradled her head in her hands, her astonishment beyond words. Oh my, this is utterly astonishing. What incredible luck does my senior brother possess? The high priestess had already discerned the situation. Once could be deemed coincidence, but twice? When two nearly impossible events coincided. It was no longer mere chance, but rather a profound truth. The high priestess calmly assessed, Ingwe, your senior brother likely possesses an unimaginable stroke of fortune. Teacher, you know me. I have never felt jealousy towards anyone in my life. Truly, Bai Ingwe replied, her gaze filled with a bittersweet longing as she looked at Luo Fancheng, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Having faced great adversity in her youth, losing her parents to a malevolent soul master, she had joined the high priestess's palace due to her unique martial soul, often coveted by the favored son, Huang Yan. Thankfully, with the high priestess's support, she felt unafraid of him. Comparing her misfortunes and luck to Luo Fancheng's, the disparity was monumental. What was most infuriating was that he had only been training for less than 2 months. Yet the soul ring he had attached was already stronger than her 4th soul ring. If it were not for her possessing secret techniques and a superior soul power level, as well as being able to significantly enhance her combat prowess under the moonlight, Luo Fancheng could very well have overpowered her by now. But how long could these advantages last? Given his terrifying speed of soul power enhancement and martial soul evolution, it wouldn't be long before she would find herself helpless against him. The confidence of the saintess was severely undermined, and jealousy burned fiercely within her. She felt both elated and envious. Teacher, he is just so perfect. Doesn't he have any flaws? The high priestess replied, I have not discovered any. Do let me know when you do. Even while absorbing the soul ring, Luo Fancheng could hear their conversation. Flaws? Certainly, he had flaws. Being human meant possessing imperfections. He had a fondness for women, especially those with ample bosoms, curvy figures, and an air of elegance. Sighing internally, Luo Fancheng reflected on his preferences, which were not unlike those of most men, though they often concealed such desires for various reasons. He, however, dared to confront his true self. To like was to pursue. Hesitation was for the defeated. In his past life, he had lived by this creed, and with the additional advantages he now possessed, there was little reason for him to hold back. He sighed deeply, contemplating that fortunate individuals are often healed by their childhood, while the unfortunate spend their lives healing from their past. He was merely a lonely and unfortunate soul, striving to mend his loveless childhood with the time he had left. Moreover, having endured the rain himself, he was determined to provide shelter for others, aspiring to create a home for all the lonely women in the world. However, given his limited energy, he could only prioritize rescuing the most beautiful sisters. It was not mere lust. He felt a profound empathy for beautiful women who were more susceptible to deception and harm. As for the remaining men and women, they would have to rely on other kind-hearted individuals like himself. Bai Ingwe exclaimed playfully. How sour. I could just die from the acidity. Rest assured, you are not the first to feel this way, nor will you be the last. The high priestess replied stoically. Marry him, and you will no longer feel sour. Huh? Bai Ingwe momentarily froze, then stamped her foot in a playful protest. What are you saying? I would never marry that insufferable man. Even a rabbit wouldn't eat grass near its burrow. The high priestess merely watched her quietly. Bai Ingwe, feeling the intensity of the gaze upon her, averted her eyes, staring at the ground with a flushed face, her toes lightly kicking at the grass. Without mentioning other matters, that was simply terrifying. According to the descriptions in the book, it was utterly asymmetrical, a disaster waiting to happen. Suddenly, Luo Fancheng coughed up blood, his entire being enveloped in a chaotic purple soul light, his aura extremely unstable. Senior brother, Bai Ingwe exclaimed in alarm. Teacher, what is wrong with him? The high priestess explained, your senior brother possesses an innate strength in his soul power. He likely overheard our conversation while absorbing the soul ring. What? Bai Ingwe's skin tightened in apprehension. Remembering her earlier words, she felt utterly humiliated, her snow-white toes digging into the ground. Her last pair of white stockings had been torn, leaving her with no choice but to dig into her shoes this time. Fear not, he will be fine. Before the high priestess could finish her reassurance, her blue lotus martial soul emerged, casting a healing light just as Luo Fancheng was nearing the end of his absorption. Bai Ingwe bit her lip, realizing her current concerns were no longer about his safety, but rather the sheer embarrassment of having been overheard. Teacher, let me see which part of the soul bone this is from. Bai Ingwe swiftly changed the subject, crouching down to investigate the dark red glow emanating from the dragon lion's lower abdomen. How can it look like this? Startled, Bai Ingwe leapt back, pointing at the oddly shaped soul bone, her lips moving but unable to form words. The high priestess glanced over, her pupils instantly narrowing, hesitating to reach out and touch it. Chapter 72. The peculiar external soul bone, Flower Maiden, acquires a divine skill of faith. Boom! Luo Fancheng's aura erupted as he opened his eyes and rose to his feet. He had officially broken through to the 20th level, becoming a second-tier Great Soul Master. 2 circles of violet soul rings shimmered beneath him, one light and one dark, while his expression held a touch of hesitation, lost in thought. Bai Ingwe fidgeted shyly, avoiding the man's gaze, when the high priestess inquired, Fancheng, what occupies your mind? Luo Fancheng replied, in that fleeting moment, I felt a peculiar sensation. It seems that the little loach can devour and assimilate the soul rings I have attached. Absorbing soul beast rings is one thing, but can it also consume its masteress? Bai Ingwe's inherently curious nature could hardly contain itself as she leaned closer, her cheeks flushed. How intriguing, the high priestess smirked. It was her first encounter with such an occurrence. Luo Fancheng shook his head, dismissing the notion. He had just laboriously affixed those soul rings, and he certainly wouldn't allow the little loach to consume them. Moreover, it was currently unable to do so. Bai Ingwe gazed at the 2 purple rings beneath Luo Fancheng's feet and murmured, what a freak. You've broken records again. The second soul ring is 5,000 years old, unprecedented in history, and likely unmatched in the future. Just imagine how many people would be astonished if this were to spread. Hey, what's that? Luo Fancheng keenly noticed a peculiar red light flickering on the belly of the infernal flame dragon lion. Thanks to your blessings, another soul bone has emerged. Bai Ingwe replied. Luo Fancheng, puzzled, asked, why didn't you retrieve it? It's better if you do it, senior brother, she said, her cheeks twitching, and the high priestess's expression clearly indicated discomfort. Luo Fancheng sensed the odd atmosphere. Covering his palm with soul power, he reached into the dragon lion's belly. With a soft pop, a translucent dark red mini bone was extracted, untouched by any bloodstains, yet its peculiar shape sent a tremor through Luo Fancheng's body. Its shape is rather distinctive. He held it, astonished, and asked, what kind of bone is this? Bai Ingwe stammered, it doesn't belong to the typical limb, trunk, or cranial bones. It should be the legendary external soul bone. External soul bones look like this? Luo Fancheng's mind buzzed. The shape of the soul bone unmistakably resembled an oversized golden needle mushroom. Bai Yingwei felt embarrassed to continue, but the high priestess coolly stated, "External soul bones are bizarre and varied in form. Unlike normal soul bones, which integrate into the limbs, torso, and skull, external soul bones manifest outside the body upon activation. There was once a renowned, extraordinary being in the White Tiger Empire, the Lord of Wind and Thunder, who possessed a pair of wing-type external soul bones. These bones could manipulate the powers of wind and lightning, significantly enhancing flight speed. Even more remarkably, the pair could absorb wind and lightning energy for continuous evolution, something ordinary soul bones could never rival." Luo Fancheng comprehended the extraordinary prowess of external soul bones and gazed down at the peculiar one he held. He wished he could toss it away, feeling embarrassed. While others possessed wind and thunder wings, what was he left with? A sculpted bone? A golden needle bone? A giant mushroom bone? He finally understood why the two lovely maidens were hesitant to pick up this peculiar artifact. "Senior brother, this external soul bone is a top-tier treasure on the continent. Why not attempt to attach it and see what powers it holds?" Bai Yingwei's charming face betrayed a mischievous glint. She had realized that as long as she remained unembarrassed, it was her senior brother who would be in an awkward position. Luo Fancheng's mouth twitched. "Attaching this would feel utterly wrong. If it could integrate into my skeletal structure, it might be worth considering, but manifesting outside my body, every time I activate it, what good would that do? My second brother is invincible. I don't need an additional third." As he observed Luo Fancheng's expression shift between conflicting emotions, hesitating to toss it aside, yet unwilling to attach it, Bai Yingwei could not help but chuckle. "Senior brother, I can't tell if your luck is good or bad. You've unearthed a legendary external soul bone, yet it's quite an unconventional one." Luo Fancheng extended the soul bone, saying, "Junior sister, you haven't attached a soul bone yet. How about I give it to you?" Bai Yingwei's expression changed instantly, as she conjured an image of a massive, adorable sculpture in her mind. A chill ran down her spine, and her smooth skin tightened and trembled. She quickly retreated, waving her hands. "No, don't be shy with your senior brother," Luo Fancheng teased, a smirk playing on his lips. "You're still too inexperienced to tease me." Luo Fancheng shook his head. "Enough, this is a fine treasure. My senior brother would be reluctant to part with it." Bai Yingwei exclaimed, "Senior brother, don't act impulsively. Don't let the allure of treasure cloud your judgment. If you truly fuse with it." The thought of her senior brother transforming into a two-headed dragon monster frightened her. He would cease to be her idol. Luo Fancheng tapped her head lightly, exasperated. "What are you imagining? This item has its own unique applications." Bai Yingwei pouted. What use could this shabby soul bone have? Only a lewd dragon lion would produce such a lewd soul bone. Luo Fancheng smiled silently. While this may seem worthless to a typical man, for one who lacks certain attributes, its value could be considered unparalleled. In a world with empires, there must surely be eunuchs, he mused. Luo Fancheng commented, "This soul bone isn't particularly impressive, but I am quite satisfied with the soul skill it grants me." Bai Yingwei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What soul skill? Please demonstrate." Luo Fancheng's lips curled in a suppressed smile. He had indeed acquired the divine skill of faith he had longed for since his youth. He had once stood on a park bench at night, exuberantly shouting and gesturing with excitement. Later, he realized an elder had been watching from the shadows, witnessing his every awkward moment, leaving him utterly embarrassed. Standing rigidly on the bench, he felt lost, his toes nearly digging into the ground in humiliation. Yet, the elder did not mock him. Instead, he sighed wistfully. "Youth is truly wonderful. I too was once young and passionate." But the elder's faith was not in the same figure as Luo Fancheng's. What was that? Young Luo Fancheng couldn't help but inquire. The elder abruptly tossed aside his cane and stood up with a serious expression, asking, "Young man, do you believe in light?" Just as Luo Fancheng was about to suppress his smile and prepare to display his newfound divine skill of faith to Bai Yingwei, a rustling from a nearby thicket heralded the eager, thirsty voice of a man. "Ha ha, flower maiden, and two exquisite flower maidens at that. Brothers, we are in for a treat today. The men shall drain their vitality, while these two lovely vases shall serve us. Chapter 73. The Peculiar Soul Master, Brother. I am terrified. Enchantress. I must capture him. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as Luo Fancheng and his companions witnessed a burly man with a bare torso emerge from the thicket. His entire body was a terrifying spectacle of bulging muscles, rendered in an eerie pallor. An uncontrollable excitement danced across his face, with blood trickling from his exposed teeth. Ah, two lovely ladies and a tender youth. What a stroke of misfortune for you today, as you encounter me, out here hunting. Unfortunate? Luo Fancheng and Appo's lips twitched. Did this muscle-bound giant have any inkling of whom he was trifling with? The burly man licked his bloody lips, grinning wickedly. It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of facing me. Come out, old chicken and withered corpse. What are you waiting for? Are you hoping to feast on my leftovers? Swish! A thin, black-faced man with a sharp, beak-like nose darted out, his body covered in fine black fur. Caw! Who dares to be as brainless as you? I prefer lurking in the shadows, striking with stealth. The burly man glared. Shut that beak of yours. Caw! The black-faced man retorted furiously. Big muscle. Say that again. My martial spirit is the dark raven, not a chicken. Don't test me. The burly man nodded. All right, little chicken. You. Big muscle, little chicken. What a bizarre combination. Luo Fancheng thought to himself, bemused. You can rob for wealth or beauty. But can you at least conduct yourselves with some professionalism? Why are you two about to come to blows? A melodious and enchanting laugh suddenly rang out. Oh, little chicken, calm down. You know that all those muscles come at the cost of intellect. The burly man shot back, old corpse. Do you believe I won't twist off those two lumps of flesh and kick them like a ball? Come on, I just fear you can't hold it with one hand. Emerging from the shadows was a seductive woman, clad in black high heels, with a youthful face, a slender waist, and a voluptuous figure that seemed ready to burst from her dark red dress. Oh my! Luo Fancheng's pupils constricted, even from a distance. He felt an overwhelming aura of ferocity, suggesting she was at least a Class F powerhouse. Wait a moment. Why is such a woman referred to as old corpse? The burly man snarled. Do you believe I want to deal with you right here? The enchantress shook her head, licking her crimson lips. I seem to have misspoken. Your two heads should have been traded for a physique. I'll show no substance. Even if you were to bring it here, you would only embarrass yourself. Boom! The grass beneath the burly man exploded as his ghostly martial spirit manifested, with 4 soul rings swirling around him, yellow and purple. Say that again, if you dare. Let us get on. Luo Fancheng heard a playful voice and saw Bai Yingyue waving her delicate fists, looking like she was eager for the spectacle. The black-faced man intervened. All right, big muscle, you were indeed reckless this time. You haven't assessed their strength and recklessly revealed yourself. It's dangerous. Bah! You two are truly the disgrace of the evil soul masters. If you're scared, go home and play in the mud. Being rational and still calling yourselves evil soul masters? Luo Fancheng was taken aback. This fellow was surprisingly insightful, making some sense. The burly man pointed at them. A couple of younglings, 2 women, can scare you? What is there to fear? Who do you think they are? I'm not afraid at all. If you have the guts, charge ahead with me. I indeed lack the guts. The youthful enchantress in the red dress shrugged. I have no time for your banter. The delicate young man is for you, and the lovely lady is for little chicken. As for this cold and alluring mature woman, the burly man grinned wickedly. No one should interfere. I relish conquering this icy beauty. Big muscle, calm down. I sense something is amiss, the black-faced man cautioned, stepping back. Look at how these 2 women and 1 man are not scared at all. They haven't even try to flee. If they lacked confidence, would they behave this way? Bah, you understand nothing. The burly man grinned. They are simply awed by my formidable presence, paralyzed with fear, waiting for death. The black-faced man cursed inwardly, thinking he should perhaps consult someone more reliable. Old corpse, what do you think? Silence. Strange. Why is there no response? The black-faced man turned to find the enchantress completely ignoring him, her smoky eyes fixated on a single direction, Luo Fancheng's position. A sudden feeling of foreboding washed over him. Hey, I'm asking you. Handsome. So handsome. Gulp. As the enchantress spoke, Her throat moved, the sound of swallowing echoing. The black-faced man's expression darkened, his temples throbbing. I asked for your opinion, not your assessment of his looks. Man, a handsome man. That's it, we're done for. Another one bites the dust. The black-faced man fumed. Can't you aspire to something greater? Haven't you ever seen a man before? The enchantress's smoky eyes ignited with fervor. I've seen men, but never one so extraordinarily handsome. He's the man of my dreams. I must have him. I will possess him, indulging in him thoroughly. Oh no! The enchantress tossed her hair, her locks swaying. I can't bear to drain such a gem dry. I must ensure sustainable usage. The black-faced man stared, dumbfounded. It was normal for the burly man to forget his brain, but what was wrong with this normally rational woman? Madness, absolute madness. Isn't it prudent to be cautious? We only have one life. The burly man snapped, stop whining. If they were powerful, they would have charged at us by now. The enchantress's beautiful eyes glinted dangerously. If you dare stop me from reaching that handsome brother today, I'll be the first to take you down. But the black-faced man cast a wary glance at the two unmoving women and the man. Whoa! Noticing their gaze, Bai Yue's tears began to stream, dampening her delicate eyelashes as she cried out in panic. Brother, you must run! Luo Fancheng was dumbfounded. What is going on, little sister? Bai Yue weakly pushed him. Brother, run. The enemy is a terrifying, evil soul master. Don't worry about me. My legs are gone numb. I can't run. Is this a performance? No, wait, am I the one acting, or is it them? Luo Fancheng glanced at the usually reliable priestess, who coolly urged, hurry, if you don't leave now, we will all perish here. Hiss, what kind of twisted humor is this? Even a priestess would engage in such antics? It feels like an entrapment. Luo Fancheng understood that her words were not entirely false, if they did not flee. These three peculiar evil soul masters would indeed spell their doom. However, the intent behind their words was certainly not as straightforward. Chapter 74. The Celestial descends, crushing the enchantress. Ha ha! The boisterous demon Muscle laughed wildly, casting a disdainful glance at Brother Black Chicken. See? I told you so, didn't I? I haven't even made a move, and they've already crumbled. However, Brother Black Chicken still felt something was amiss. The aura emanating from the two women was feeble, barely at the third ring level. The two young individuals had decent third-ring power, but wasn't that icy beauty a bit too weak for her age? Something fell off. There was definitely a hidden agenda. The enchantress in the red dress urged, what nonsense! Look at how scared they are. Brother Black Chicken, don't forget that the Blood Saint Lord at level 7 is backing us. With him supporting us, we have nothing to fear. If we don't seize this opportunity to devour this tender meat, we might as well be swallowed whole by the Blood Saint and his entourage. Brother Black Chicken felt his composure shatter. What a pair of useless allies. One was obsessed with women, while the other was fixated on men. Both were utterly reckless, losing their rationality. The enchantress said, Demon Muscle, ignore this cowardly Brother Black Chicken. Let us take down this handsome brother first. Why should I bother? He is merely a second-ring soul master. Does he truly require my assistance? The enchantress fixated intently on Luo Fancheng and Appo's face, her crimson lips glistening as she added, capturing him is easy, but doing so without harming a single hair is quite the challenge. If you don't help me, I will eliminate both of those women over there. Fine, I concede. Let us make it swift. Luo Fancheng remained speechless, realizing that being handsome was indeed a curse. He was the prime target for their aggression. Yet, did they not see the 5,000-year-old infernal flame dragon and mother wolf he had just defeated? He turned a glance back only to find nothing. Not even a trace of blood remained. It must have been the scheming female Pope's doing. Suspicion flickered within him as he glanced over. The Pope urged, hurry, don't make any unnecessary sacrifices. So it was all an act? Although Luo Fancheng wished to test his newly acquired divine abilities, he knew he could not allow the two women to have their way. A man must be the emotional leader. At the right moment, he must leave women in a state of surprise and astonishment, causing their emotions to fluctuate to spark their interest. Now was the perfect time. Luo Fancheng, feigning fear, retreated and exclaimed, brave heroes, spare my brother. If you have grievances, direct them at them. Demon Muscle laughed heartily, slapping Brother Black Chicken on the shoulder. Huh, did you see that? He asked, terrified. The enchantress scoffed and shook her head. I have no interest in cowardly men, but for the sake of this celestial appearance, I shall endure. The female pope and Bai Ingwe trembled in shock, gazing at Luo Fancheng. They had assumed he would charge forward boldly, merely spectators in this unfolding drama, only to be met with this unexpected maneuver. Brother, how could you do this? Bai Ingwe's eyes brimmed with tears as she attempted to strike, only to be entangled by the beautiful serpent and amp, Appo's leg. Stumbling, she fell onto the grass. Sister, the Oscars owe you a little golden statue. Luo Fancheng declared, I am ill. The voluptuous enchantress grew even more excited. No worries. I quite enjoy a sickly young man. I'm ill. It's a venereal disease. You mustn't touch me. The female pope could no longer maintain her cold demeanor, her red lips trembling, while Bai Ingwe's beautiful eyes flashed with a series of question marks. Were they really acting this earnestly? Did they not care for their own dignity? Luo Fancheng then displayed an even more shameless maneuver, unceremoniously abandoning both beauties in place and bolting away. Reverse psychology? You want to leave? A shadow of an old hag emerged behind the enchantress. It was her blood corpse martial soul, adorned with 4 soul rings of yellow and purple. Swiftly, it blocked Luo Fancheng's path, under the threatening gaze of the woman. Even a muscular brute had to step in to assist. You're determined to oppose me, are you? Luo Fancheng resignedly halted. Having sufficiently stirred the emotions of the two women, it was time to engage in practical combat, as these were 3 excellent sparring partners. Demon Muscle impatiently urged, hurry up and surrender. Is it because you fancy something? Something like a blue lotus? Luo Fancheng's voice rang out, a furious energy erupting from within as the ground beneath him cratered. Demon Muscle's pupils reflected the sudden shadow of a fist, and he instinctively attempted to block. But it was too late. Bang! His rugged face contorted as the fist struck, blood gushing from his nose, sending him flying into the trees with a resounding crash. This move left the 3 evil soul masters dumbfounded, while the fire